So let's talk about Facebook vocabulary, because Facebook is, like any business, has kind of its own jargon and its own slang and its own words that you kind of need to understand to have like a really deep understanding of all of the advanced things and all of the ways that we can really take advantage and leverage the unbelievable power of Facebook advertising to really change our lives and change our businesses. And so, again, the jargon also helps with just being able to have conversations, because one of the most important parts, and I'm not going to preach or anything like that, but one of the most important parts about making this work, guys, is the community. And so that's why it's so important to really participate in our private Facebook group, because nothing is more important than having a group of people in the same place as you, grinding to make it work, trying to make their Facebook ad agency work, or trying to make Facebook ads work for their own business or product or whatever they're actually using Facebook for. And so understanding the vocabulary allows you to have those conversations and allows you to feel comfortable in any conversation with any marketer. So that's why I am going to explain every single thing that you could possibly want to know about Facebook advertising vocabulary. And so let's start at the top, guys. A campaign is the highest level, right? And so a campaign, contains the ad sets contain the ads, and that's why I set up this handy dandy, beautiful little graphic for you guys. So you can have a campaign, right? This could be a campaign about corgi merchandise. I want to create, a traffic campaign, driving traffic to my amazing corgi website where I'm selling corgi t-shirts and corgi sweaters and corgi collars and all types of things for my adorable baby corgi puppies. And inside of that campaign, I could have ad sets. And so maybe I wanted to have an ad set where I had, a custom audience of people who visited my store, retargeting them. Maybe I had an ad set of people who engage with my Facebook page. Maybe I had an ad set of emails of people that have been purchasers, right? And so I could split test multiple things, and every time I split test, that's a different ad set. Maybe I was testing, males that were 21 through 34 as one ad set. Maybe I had another ad set that was women 45 to 55 as an ad set, right? And then inside of those ad sets, I actually have my ads. And what's up, Bailey? And so inside of those ad sets, I actually have my ads. And so those ads are what actually, have the creative. So I could have literally an image of a beautiful little corgi puppy as one of my ads. I could have a video of a bunch of adorable little corgi puppies, frolicking through a meadow as one of my ads. And so the ads are the actual images that you see, that your customers really see on their Facebook pages, on their feeds when they're scrolling through. Their ads are what you see. The ad sets are where you split test on targeting. That's where you choose, I'm going to target people who are interested in PetSmart, right? So this is where the magic happens in the ad sets. This is where we're going to spend most of our time, right? The campaign really just contains the ad sets, and then within each ad set, you have your actual ads themselves, right? And so that is the difference between a campaign, right? Highest level, ad set. This is where the magic happens. This is where we choose our detailed targeting. This is where we choose our audiences. This is where we choose, this is where 95% of the magic happens on Facebook. And then the ad itself is the actual graphic or video, right? This is where we add the copy that says, come check out our, corgi merchandise, 50% off today only. Like, come check it out, or you're gonna, hate yourself for the rest of your life, or something like that. And I promise we're gonna do better copy than that. That's just what comes off the top of my head. If you don't like corgis, there must be something wrong with you. So campaign, ad set, ads, and look at this beautiful graphic I made for you guys. So that is the very basics of the structure of a Facebook ad campaign. And if you're looking at this and you're thinking to yourself, Kevin, what are all these crazy words here, like brand awareness and video views and conversions, right? So these are what's called marketing objectives. So Facebook figured that they should be different marketing objectives with different goals, right? So if your goal is just to get traffic to your website, then Facebook will find you people on Facebook who are most likely, from their browsing history on Facebook, to actually click and become traffic to your website. Or if you just want engagement, right, and you want people to like your post, and you want people to comment on your post, and you want people to share your post, but that's all you're mainly concerned with, then Facebook will show your ads to people who have proven through their browsing history to be most likely to engage with your posts. And the reason that I'm not going to go through all of these right now, guys, is because this is so important. When to use awareness, when to use consideration, when to use conversion, that I'm going to go unbelievably in depth, so so in depth that you probably are going to want to slap me in my face because I've been talking so long, but I promise you that it's going to be extremely useful for you guys once we get to that section. It is coming up soon, and it's super, super exciting. Obviously, you guys can tell that I'm passionate about this stuff because it works and it can change your life, and it can make you millions and millions of dollars if you're doing it in the right way, guys. So that is your basic intro to marketing objectives. I promise we're going to go way, way deeper very, very soon later on in the course. You should be super excited. And that is your kind of bang bang tutorial on campaigns, ad sets, and ads, and the difference between the three, and a beautiful little graphic to illustrate it. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, ninjas, who is this course for? It is for pretty much anyone, any small business owner, any brick and mortar business, any corporate marketing professional, any marketer, anybody who wants to sell something, anybody who wants to make money. Right? So pretty much anyone, because this course is going to teach you how to sell your own product, how to sell your own service, how to market your own business, but it's also going to teach you brand new, never available anywhere else, how to start a completely full-scale business with almost zero money up front, just using Facebook ads. So this course is pretty much for everyone. The only thing you have to be is serious about the investment, right? But if you're watching this and you're already pretty serious, and you have to be willing to put in the work. If you're willing to do those two things, it will work, guys. There's so many success stories of our students that have made this work. All you have to do is put in the time and put in the effort. So we already talked about, right, the best way to go about this course is to go through the entire thing, take notes, right? Once you've gone through the entire thing and you have all of your notes down, start it over. Module 1, do it again, and then implement. Module 2, do it again, implement. And you'll already have such a solid base and infrastructure that going through it's going to be so much easier, guys. And so what I'm looking at right here, just so you know, is the Module 1 notes. These are under the resources section. You'll see it in the membership site. Go ahead and download it, print it out if you want to, make notes on it or put it on your iPad or whatever you want to do. I wanted to make, both videos and PDFs because I understand that some people are visual learners, some people prefer watching, video tutorials, some people prefer reading it, and so I made both for you guys, even though it was 100 times more work to actually do it that way, just because I love you guys. And so the first thing that we're going to go through, guys, is how to set up your Facebook page. So what we're going to do is just click on this little link right here, and that brings us to this page. So to create a Facebook page, you can either create a business or brand page or a community/public figure page. Most of us are going to choose the business or brand. And the difference between these two is just like the settings that Facebook allows you to do. Like, for example, if you want to make like a local business page, it allows you to put your business address. And so people can get directions by clicking a button versus, if you make a public figure page, you're going to have different settings. And so for most of us, we're going to choose business or brand here. So we're just going to go to get started. So I'm going to call this page Kevin David Ninja. And we're going to do entrepreneur. So we're going to go continue here. And add a profile picture. So we're going to upload a profile picture that we have handily dandily right here. And guys, if at any time you're, considering, what are the dimensions, what's like the optimization for a cover photo or, for a profile picture, just Google search, Facebook cover photo dimensions, because it changes from time to time. And so I'm not going to just tell you, it's this by this, because by the time, tomorrow comes around, Facebook could change it. So we're going to upload a cover photo right here. We're actually going to do a video because we like doing videos. For cover, it says cover photo, but you can actually do cover videos, and cover videos are just a little bit sexier. So we'll see if it allows us to do it from this particular spot. Sometimes, yeah. So let's skip it for now, and then I think we have to actually choose it as a video from this section right here. So we're gonna go to upload photo/video and Facebook cover video. And now I suppose it'll let us upload our video instead of not letting us do it on the last page, which is, a beautiful little point, because Facebook, like every piece of software in the world, has funny little glitches, and you kind of just have to, figure it out sometimes. But I'm going to try to show you guys as much as I possibly can, I promise. Look at how sexy Russell Brunson looks, and Todd Dickerson, one of my good friends, Jeff. This was back at Funnel Hacker while we wait for the next 10% for that to load. Funnel Hacker, this was one of the 2 comma clubs I got for the Amazon FBA course that I created. which was such an amazing experience getting up on stage and getting to meet Russ and Todd and some other just incredible entrepreneurs there. And so once this actually goes ahead and finishes uploading, this will be our profile picture, this will be our cover photo, and this is going to set to loop. This is what's called the CTA, which we're going to go over in the next video. I just wanted to... Wow, that was loud. We're going to automatically replay it in a loop and publish it here. Cool. And so it's going to start on mute, which is a good point because Facebook videos actually start on mute, which of course we'll talk about once we go through the actual video section. But for this one, what's important about the Facebook page is a solid profile picture, a solid cover photo or video, and then content. Right? So what's important about this is to understand, guys, that all Facebook ads run from a page, right? And so what I mean by that is, if you see an ad on Facebook, it's actually coming from a Facebook page. Like, so for example, I could run an ad that says, hey, come out and check out my, Facebook ads course. It's amazing, all, X, Y, or Z. And then if people like that ad and they're interested in who posted it, they can actually click on the username of that ad and come to my page, which is why it's super, super important, guys, that when you're running ads from a Facebook page or just in general, that your page has some social proof, right? So that's the importance of, running page-like campaigns. So your page has, 1,000 likes. So people aren't saying, yeah, well, this person has 0 likes, so obviously no one else is interested in them, so why would I be interested in them? And that's why it's also super important to have content on your page. And so before I would use this page to actually run Facebook ads, I would post, blog articles that I've written about, entrepreneurship and Facebook ads, if that's what I was going to run ads about. I would post, YouTube videos that I'd created, any type of value-added content related to the ads that I'm going to be running, right? If this was an e-commerce business, I would post pictures of my products. If I was running ads, as a real estate agent, I would post, pictures of listings that I'd sold. So you want to have, highly relevant value-added content actually literally on your wall. You just come to your wall right here and make posts, publish them, and then if anybody ever clicks on your ad because they're interested in what you're doing or they want to learn more about it or whatever, then they'd see, okay, well, this person is posting cool content. They obviously know what they're talking about. Maybe I should pay more attention to the ad. And if they see that you have, at least like 500 or 1,000 likes on your page, then they're going to think to themselves, okay, this person is actually, somewhat important or relevant. Maybe I should actually pay a little bit closer attention to their ad. And so that is how you set up a Facebook page. In the next video, we're going to talk about actually how to, edit some of the settings and things that you want to optimize for to be seen by more people and just kind of to create your Facebook page in the right way. So let's get into it. All right, guys, so now we're going to go through all of the settings that you need to be worried about for your Facebook page, including your About Me section, all of the page settings, and then we're going to teach you how to add your CTA, which stands for Call to Action. So the first thing that we're going to do right here is we're going to click on these little 3 buttons, and we can maximize this right here, and we're going to go to Edit Page Info. And it gives us kind of a summary here, but I just prefer to go to See All Information right here. And depending on what this is, what your business is, obviously, you're going to choose different stuff here. I'm going to do Kevin David Ninja, create username, and there you go. Edit start date, you can do that if you want. Business type, I don't really worry too much about that. Or personal interest. If you have a business that requires people to be able to call you, maybe you're a local restaurant or like a bar or something like that, you'd want to put this in here. Or if you have like a 1-800 number, again, if you have an email address, I generally like to just put support@officialkevindavid.com. So if people have anything that they need from me, that they can just send to that email. The website, we're just gonna put www.officialkevindavid.com. Save it. Again, obviously this would be your own stuff. Edit other accounts, affiliation, not particularly important. Impressum is for like UK stuff. Sometimes you have to like put it for UK laws. But edit about, we'd say like Kevin David is an entrepreneur whose life mission is to free people from the 9-to-5 grind and enable them to live life as it was meant to be lived. right? But I mean, depending on what your business is, again, you want to just, put something short and sweet, what you stand for, something that you'd want every person to come to your page, arrive at your page to kind of know about your business, right? If you're a real estate agent, obviously I'm a real estate agent and my life goal is to get you the most money when you sell your house, or to find you the best deal in Phoenix, Arizona, or wherever you're localized. You want to make it specific, and you want to make it important to other people. And things like that. If you have any awards, gender, personal information, menu, obviously if you're a restaurant, and so you can kind of just go through that. And then again, if you want to add like an actual story about your business, saying something like, we started 3 years ago in my mom's basement, and we've grown to, $100 million a year, or whatever it is. But we're not going to do that. But if you want to, obviously you can right there. And so the next thing that we're going to talk about, guys, is the actual settings. So settings are up here. What we were just in was the page info. So there's a bunch of stuff here, and it probably looks really complicated, but most of this stuff is not going to matter to most people. Messaging is pretty cool, except we're going to actually talk about how to use messaging in a super, super advanced way using a piece of software called ManyChat later on in this course. And so we're going to ignore messaging because this is kind of how the basic people do it. We're going to show you how to do it 100 times better than that. And we're going to go through all these individually just so you guys don't feel overwhelmed or anything like that. These templates are cool if you have like a specific business. Like if you have, if you're like a music venue, or you're a charity or a politician, you can use some of these other templates. But the standard template has been proven again and again and again for most businesses to be the best kind of converting. So we're just going to go ahead and leave that. If we want to add a tab, we can with things like, offers, services, shops. If you have like live videos that you do a lot, depending on what your actual business is, you can add these other tabs. But generally, I like to leave these kind of how they are. The tabs that I actually add personally are the Instagram tab and the YouTube tab. And so if you have, a business that has a strong Instagram presence, or you have, YouTube content, then obviously you want to showcase that on your Facebook page. And so you can go ahead and just add those tabs. Post attribution just means who you post as, whether you post as your own personal Facebook or as your actual page. I generally leave it as the default. Notifications I used to leave on, but now that I get multiple thousands of messages every day, I have to kind of change mine for my main page to be a little different. But most of the time you'd want to leave these notifications on so that if anybody ever messages your business, that you're going to know about it. And one of the cool things that I like to do, just because the world is completely digital and mobile now. There is an app called the Facebook Pages app, because when you get a message to your Facebook page, right, not to your personal Facebook, but to your Facebook page, remember that these are different. When you get a message to your Facebook page, it actually goes to your Pages inbox. So it doesn't actually come and show up on your Messenger, your normal Messenger Facebook app. And so you have to download what's called the Facebook Pages app, and then you can turn notifications on your phone so you get notified everybody messages your actual business Facebook page. So videos, again, if you are a video creator, this one is going to be important for you, but most of the people aren't going to use that. Page roles is important, right? If you want to have virtual assistants come on and be customer service for your page, maybe you run an e-commerce store and your page is, drones are us or whatever, and you have a bunch of people that are visiting your Shopify site or whatever, and they have questions before they make a purchase, they come to your Facebook page, for example. If you don't want to actually be answering them yourself, all you have to do here is just either type a Facebook name or an email address, and you can add people as editors for your page itself, and then they're able to actually answer messages as you or as your page, for when incoming messages are on their way in. So people and other pages. This is just where you can see people who like your page. It's not particularly important. Again, this one not particularly important. Authorizations. Authorizations for ads with political content, again, not particularly important unless you are a politician. Partner apps and services, not particularly important for most people. Branded content, again, not particularly important. The Instagram can be important for people. And so what you guys have to do, if you do have an Instagram page, just go ahead and come into Instagram here, log in, and then you can feature your Instagram content on your Facebook page. And if you have a strong Instagram presence, then it is, important. Page support inbox, if there's anything that actually is going on with your page itself, like if you have any like warnings, policy warnings or things like that, this is where you'll contact them. But that is pretty much everything for the page settings right here. Of course, this is where your inbox, you can actually view messages that are coming in. Notifications, again, you can change your notification settings. Insights is an interesting one, right? And so Insights tells you like all about your who is liking your page, whether it's like 23% men or maybe it's 75% women or whatever it is, and you can tell where people are from. You can tell statistics about all of your different your reach. You can tell how well each particular post has performed. And so this is a lot of really good information. It's probably the best information that Facebook gives you related to Facebook pages. And so if you're consistently posting content on your Facebook page, and let's say you have 1,000 people who like it, maybe one post performs significantly better, right? You'll see the reach be much higher for some, and engagement is higher for some. And so then you'll be able to know, what kind of content your audience is reacting to. Publishing tools is cool. This is how you actually stream from your Facebook page. And so if you want to ever do a live video, you just come down to video here and then click the live button. And then you can go ahead and stream. We're not going to do that right now. But we will talk about live video later on in the course. And so the last thing that we want to do, guys, is we want to add the call to action. So the call to action is right here. And so we're looking at our Facebook page right now from the admin perspective. And so people who actually visit our page will see it a bit differently. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add a button here. So there's a couple different things, and this is probably the most important part about the Facebook page creation. I know this is kind of a boring part, but it's just necessary to run Facebook ads. You have to have a Facebook page, and creating a Facebook page kind of the right way with some content and things like that is important for conversions, which is why we're doing it. I promise everything I'm doing has a point. It's not just fluff. So you can do a couple of things here. So you can do make an appointment with you, make a booking with you now. So if you have like a massage parlor or something like that and you want to have your Facebook page actually have the ability for people to make bookings, you can contact you, right? This is definitely the one that I recommend most people to do. Pretty much 100% of the time, using contact you and send message is going to be the best, right? Unless you have a business where you prefer people to call, then call now. So it's in 99.99% of the time, send message or call now is going to be the best overall converting call to action that you can have. The only other one is shop now if you have like an e-commerce store, but I've found, obviously I have a bunch of e-commerce stores, and I found that send message actually converts more sales wise than shop now, because people always have like that one last little question. Like if they're going to buy like a drone from your store, they're going to say, hey, like, is this drone going to work in, West Africa, or does it only work in the Northern Hemisphere, right? Or like something ridiculous. People have crazy questions, and they always have one final question before they actually make the purchase. And so what we're going to do instead of choosing shop now is, for most businesses, we're just going to choose send message. And so we're going to go to next here. Where would you like this button to send people? When customers click your button, they'll be directed to a place where they can take an action or find more information, right? And so our button is sending message, and it's configured to send a message. And so we're going to press finish here, and now our Facebook page is set up in a general way, right? And you can test your button to see if it actually works, and it'll actually pop up on your phone. So that is how you set up a Facebook page. That's why it's important to have content on your Facebook page, because every single ad on Facebook runs from a Facebook page. And so people can click on your page, and then they're going to investigate your company. They want to see social proof in the form of likes. And don't worry, we're going to show you exactly how to get super cheap likes for your page to generate social proof in later modules. But people want to see content. They want to see relevant, value-added content. And then they're going to say, okay, wow, this person actually does know what they're talking about real estate. Maybe I'm going to pay more attention, and I'm going to click through on their ad, and then I'm actually going to give them my email or watch their webinar or whatever they want to do, guys. So that is how you set up a Facebook page. About me section, that was kind of a general overview of all of the settings, and that is how you add your call to action. So let's get into the next one. All right, guys, so in this lesson, we're going to figure out how to set up our business manager. And so what business manager is, kind of in a nutshell, is the professional way to have a Facebook ad account. So using business manager versus using, just ads manager being, just your personal Facebook's ad platform. Business manager actually allows you to do a lot more stuff, right? So if we're going to create our own Facebook ad agency where we're going to be running ads for other people, or if we want to have, employees helping us in our own business manage our own campaigns, or, do a lot of different things kind of in a professional level, we want to use what's called business manager, not our personal ads manager. So to get to business manager, what we're going to do is we're going to type in business.facebook.com, and we're going to log into our actual personal personal Facebook account. And so if you don't have a business manager set up yet, you can just go to create account. But if you do have a business manager already, you'll see, a bunch of the different ad accounts, right here that you have assigned to your business manager. So depending on if you just set up a brand new account or if you're logging into an existing one, you'll see a different kind of initial screen here. But we're going to start at where it says business settings. I just want to show you guys around kind of how Business Manager works, just so you can get a feel for it, where you're actually going to be spending time, what's going to be useful for you guys, and things like that. And so if you're trying to add users, right, they actually make it really kind of intuitive, but they just, it's kind of awkward how they set it up. So I just want to walk through it with everyone just to make sure you guys feel super comfortable with it. So if you want to add users, right, you come up to users, obviously click people here, and then you just go to add. So like what you're going to do here is, like, let's say that I want to add, maybe like a Facebook ad expert that I find on Upwork to like run my ads for me, for my business. Maybe like I want to learn it for myself just to like make sure, but then I want to actually outsource it. So what you could do here is you can add employee access. All you have to do is put their email. It'll send them an email to their email address with kind of instructions on how to gain access to your business manager. And I recommend, just really quickly, to not add admin access unless you know somebody, because they can, they have full control over your business. They can edit settings, they can add new people, they can just do things that you don't want. So make sure that it's employee access unless you really trust somebody. The next thing I want to talk about is pages, right? So every business manager, or excuse me, every time you run a Facebook ad, you actually have to run it from a Facebook page, like we just talked about, right? And so to actually add a page to your account, all you have to do is come to, right, we did business settings, and now we're under accounts here, and then pages. And then if you want to add a page, all you have to do is go to add a page. And then, I have a million pages. So if I wanted to add like one of my main pages, all I'd literally do is type in Kevin David. Facebook would search all of their Facebook pages. And then all you have to do is, click it right here and then go to add page. So I'm not going to do that one because I'm going to use a test account. But literally it's that easy. And if you're already an admin, right, if you created your Facebook page with your Facebook email address that you also use to log into Business Manager says, okay, well, you're already an admin, so we're just going to automatically add this page to your account. And so once you have a page here, then you're actually able to run ads almost, right? The next thing you have to do is actually create an ad account. So Business Manager doesn't automatically create an ad account for you. And so you actually have to come in here under ad accounts, right? Under accounts right here. And then you have to go to add. And so I already created one. I called it the Facebook Ads Masterclass. But it's important to understand the difference kind of right here when you actually click add. So you can add an ad account, right? Your business will control campaigns and billing for this ad account. Claiming an ad account moves it into Business Manager, right? So this is what you want to do if you actually, just want to claim an ad account and move it into your own Business Manager. So it's like if you had, another ad account of yours in like a different Business Manager, or, one of the personal ones, and you wanted to actually move it into your own Business Manager, you can add an ad account this way. That means that you'd actually would be responsible for the billing and things like that. If you want to, request access to another person's ad account. So let's say that I'm, I created a Facebook ad agency, and I wanted to actually run ads on behalf of, some local business and they had their own Business Manager, they had their own ad accounts, then I could request access to an ad account, right? So this means that your business needs to use this ad account on behalf of another business. So this one's if I want to add my own ad account from a different source. This one's if I want to request access to someone else's ad account, where they are actually paying for the ads and things like that, but I'm just running them from my own Facebook Business Manager. This makes it really simple, right? If you have like 10 or 20 different clients, right? Because you don't want to have just log into a million different kind of logins. This makes it simple where you can have all of your different your clients' ad accounts in one centralized place. All you have to do is request access to their ad accounts. And this one is if you want to create a brand new ad account. So if you just set up your Business Manager and you want to run ads for yourself, right? You have to create your own new ad account. And so what I did was I created my own new ad account right here, which you see the Facebook Ads Masterclass. And this is important, right? This is my ID. And so if I wanted to request access to an ad account, if I wanted to add an ad account, it would ask me, for example, for the ad account ID. And you can find that right here. And also right here. And so these are the ad IDs. You can find them under accounts in ad accounts. Obviously, this is where you can add your Instagram account, a projects folder if you have big teams and things like that, and data sources. Right, and so most of the time, people are the only thing people are going to be super concerned with here under data sources is pixels. right? And so there are some more complicated stuff, like if you have catalogs, if you're doing like dynamic product ads, which we will talk about, don't worry about that at all. Or if you're, using offline data sets, like if you have email conversions and things like that. If you have a bunch of people who bought your product and you have their emails, you can, create offline event sets. Or if you want to run custom events, custom conversions. Again, we'll talk about all of that stuff right now. Later on in the course, but for right now, we're going to talk about just the pixel, right? And so if you have a pixel already, then you're going to see it right here. We see the Ad Ninja courses demo the pixel right here, the Shopify Masterclasses pixel. I have multiple ad accounts, obviously, so you're going to see a couple of pixels, but this is the one that I just made. If you just started this account for the first time, you're going to actually go ahead and create a Facebook pixel right here, and you name it whatever you want, and then just click create. And what the pixel is, again, which we will talk about in depth, but the pixel is basically just an identifier. So if I have a website and I want to say, okay, 100 people are visiting my website, I want to know who those 100 people are exactly. So if I install the Facebook pixel onto my website, then every time 100 people or 1,000 people or 1,000,000 people come to my website, Facebook is actually going to say, okay, that's this person, and now I'm going to show 100 people who visited my site, the exact 100 people, an ad on Facebook, because Facebook identifies every single one of us as a number, right? Which is kind of sad or creepy in certain ways. But again, for us marketers, it's incredibly profitable because with the power of the pixel, we can target every single person who visits our website and show those exact people ads of whatever we want on Facebook. And so that is the data sources pixels, right? You can add one right here. You can also share the pixel, which is, a lot of people don't know about. But if you have multiple business managers and if you have backups and things like that, you can actually just go to share here. You can also create custom conversions and custom audiences from right here. But again, it's super easy to share the pixel. All you do is come in here and press share. And then again, it's just going to ask you for the ad account that you want to share it. Again, the ID. And so those are kind of the main things that we're going to be using actually in Business Manager. And so I just wanted to give you guys kind of a little warm up for it. And just understanding those things that I just explained is 99% of what most people are going to do in Business Manager. And so what I did just now was up in this kind of hamburger menu in Ads Manager, this is where we're actually going to be running our ads from. And so once you kind of set up, you assign a page that you're an admin of and you create an ad account, then you'll be able to actually go into Ads Manager here. And this is where the magic is going to happen, where we're going to create all of our ads that are going to make us a ton of money, guys. So that is Business Manager. That is kind of the bang tutorial of pretty much everything you're going to need. There are a few more, advanced topics, but most of the time that is pretty much entirely what you're going to be using Business Manager for. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. So let's talk about Facebook vocabulary, because Facebook is, like any business, has kind of its own jargon and its own slang and its own words that you kind of need to understand to have like a really deep understanding of all of the advanced things and all of the ways that we can really take advantage and leverage the unbelievable power of Facebook advertising to really change our lives and change our businesses. And so, again, the jargon also helps with just being able to have conversations, because one of the most important parts, and I'm not going to preach or anything like that, but one of the most important parts about making this work, guys, is the community. And so that's why it's so important to really participate in our private Facebook group, because nothing is more important than having a group of people in the same place as you, grinding to make it work, trying to make their Facebook ad agency work, or trying to make Facebook ads work for their own business or product or whatever they're actually using Facebook for. And so understanding the vocabulary allows you to have those conversations and allows you to feel comfortable in any conversation with any marketer. So that's why I am going to explain every single thing that you could possibly want to know about Facebook advertising vocabulary. And so let's start at the top, guys. A campaign is the highest level, right? And so a campaign, contains the ad sets contain the ads, and that's why I set up this handy dandy, beautiful little graphic for you guys. So you can have a campaign, right? This could be a campaign about corgi merchandise. I want to create, a traffic campaign, driving traffic to my amazing corgi website where I'm selling corgi t-shirts and corgi sweaters and corgi collars and all types of things for my adorable baby corgi puppies. And inside of that campaign, I could have ad sets. And so maybe I wanted to have an ad set where I had, a custom audience of people who visited my store, retargeting them. Maybe I had an ad set of people who engage with my Facebook page. Maybe I had an ad set of, of emails of people that have been purchasers, right? And so I could split test multiple things. And every time I split test, that's a different ad set. Maybe I was testing, males that were 21 through 34 as one ad set. Maybe I had another ad set that was women 45 to 55 as an ad set, right? And then inside of those ad sets, I actually have my ads. And what's up, Bailey? And so inside of those ad sets, I actually have my ads. And so those ads are what actually, have the creative. So I could have literally an image of a beautiful little corgi puppy as one of my ads. I could have a video of a bunch of adorable little corgi puppies, frolicking through a meadow as one of my ads. And so the ads are the actual images that you see, that your customers you really see on their Facebook pages, on their feeds when they're scrolling through. Their ads are what you see. The ad sets are where you split test on targeting. That's where you choose, I'm going to target people who are interested in PetSmart, right? So this is where the magic happens in the ad sets. This is where we're going to spend most of our time, right? The campaign really just contains the ad sets, and then within each ad set, you have your actual ads themselves, right? And so that is the difference between a campaign, right? Highest level ad set. This is where the magic happens. This is where we choose our detailed targeting. This is where we choose our audiences. This is where we choose, this is where 95% of the magic happens on Facebook. And then the ad itself is the actual graphic or video, right? This is where we add the copy that says, come check out our, corgi merchandise, 50% off today only. Like, come check it out, or you're gonna, hate yourself for the rest of your life or something like that. I promise we're gonna do better copy than that. That's just what comes off the top of my head. If you don't like corgis, there must be something wrong with you. So campaign, ad set, ads, and look at this beautiful graphic I made for you guys. So that is the very basics of the structure of a Facebook ad campaign. And if you're looking at this and you're thinking to yourself, Kevin, what are all these crazy words here like brand awareness and video views and conversions, right? So these are what's called marketing objectives. So Facebook figured that there should be different marketing objectives with different goals, right? So if your goal is just to get traffic to your website, then Facebook will find you people on Facebook who are most likely from their browsing history on Facebook to actually click and become traffic to your website. Or if you just want engagement, right? And you want people to like your post, and you want people to comment on your post, and you want people to share your post, but that's all you're mainly concerned with, then Facebook will show your ads to people who have proven through their browsing history to be most likely to engage with your posts. And the reason that I'm not going to go through all of these right now, guys, is because this is so important. When to use awareness, when to use consideration, when to use conversion, that I'm going to go unbelievably in depth, so in depth that you probably are going to want to slap me in my face because I've been talking so long, but I promise you that it's going to be extremely useful for you guys once we get to that section. It is coming up soon, and it's super exciting. Obviously, you guys can tell that I'm passionate about this stuff because it works and it can change your life, and it can make you millions and millions of dollars if you're doing it in the right way, guys. So that is your basic intro to marketing objectives. I promise we're going to go way deeper very soon later on in the course. You should be super excited, and that is your kind of bang tutorial on campaigns, ad sets, and ads, and the difference between the three, and a beautiful little graphic to illustrate it. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so what the heck is a custom audience? Why does it matter to me? What am I gonna do with a custom audience regarding Facebook ads? Well, I'm glad you asked. And even if you didn't, you can listen to my adorable little face talk a little bit more. So custom audiences are kind of the seed and the lifeblood of targeting on Facebook. Custom audiences are how you create lookalike audiences, which is one of the most exciting kind of revelations in marketing in recent history, in my opinion. Custom audiences are the seed audiences that you kind of do everything else with on Facebook. So those who understand custom audiences best, how you can make them, how you can make them the most powerful, how you can leverage Facebook data, how you can leverage your pixel, those are the people who are most successful on Facebook, right? And so from this screen, we can come into all tools, or we can actually just go to audiences right here. We're going to maximize the screen just so we can see it a little bit more. And from this screen, we can actually go to create audience. And right here, we go to custom audience. And now we can actually see all of the data sources, right, that we can create custom audiences from. So how do you want to create this audience? Reach people who have a relationship with your business, whether they are existing customers or people who have interacted with your business on Facebook or other platforms, right? So you can create custom audiences from any of these 5 data sources. So customer files, right? You can actually do customer files from your own library where you can, or you can import from MailChimp. You can include like a lifetime value customer calculation. But for the most part, right, we're going to actually be why is that there? We are going to actually mainly be using like the customer file section just for emails, right? The lifetime calculation is very difficult for most businesses, and for the most part, we're just going to be mainly using the email section. And so if we wanted to add emails here, we can download the file template, and then basically we just match up as much information as we have, right? If we have their email address, great. If we have their email and phone number, great. And they give you examples of the exact syntax that you need to be doing these type of uploads for. And we'll go into an example later on in the course of actually uploading an email list and how to make it work. Just to be more kind of in depth for you guys, even though Facebook does make it pretty intuitive to do so. But kind of the moral of the story here, guys, is when you're creating a custom audience from your own data like this, the more data that you have, right? If you have somebody's email address, phone number, mobile, advertising ID, well, you're probably not gonna have that. But if you have their first name, their last name, their zip code, the more information you have, the more detailed that Facebook can create a custom audience for you. So basically the moral of the story, guys, is the more detail, the more information you have about people, the more accurate that Facebook can create a customer file custom audience. So website traffic is probably the most used version of custom audiences. So website traffic, you can make pretty much an endless combination of stuff. So let's say, like, for example, you have a Shopify store and you want to show ads on Facebook to everyone who's visited your store but has not seen your thank you page, right? So you just want to you want to target every single person who's come to your store. Maybe they've added stuff to cart, maybe they've read your about page, maybe they've done everything on your website except for purchased, right? So they've never seen the thank you page. And when I say the thank you page, I mean the page that shows after someone makes a purchase, right? And so what you can do is, if you wanted to set that up, you can just come onto your custom audience area here, and you can do all website visitors, right? And you might be asking yourself, how would Facebook know that somebody's visited, all of my website, right? But when you install your Facebook pixel, and if you do it right, and we'll teach you exactly how to install your Facebook pixel on all of the different major platforms, but if you install it right, then Facebook knows if somebody is viewing any of your web pages, and it'll tell you which websites or which web pages they've actually visited. So if we say we want to create a custom audience and show ads to people who viewed any part of our website, right? So maybe they've looked at our products, maybe they've looked at our about me page, maybe they've looked at our contact page, maybe they've looked at our main landing page, right? And we want to do it for the maximum of 180 days, just so that we can have the largest audience possible. But we don't want to show this specific ad to people who've already purchased from us, right? And so this ad's going to be kind of for people who are already a little bit warm to us, but they haven't actually purchased from us. So what we're going to do is we're going to click exclude, and then we're going to actually exclude people who meet any of the following criteria. And now, instead of having all website visitors here, we're going to choose people who visited specific web pages, right? So we're going to exclude people who've actually visited the thank you page. And so most of the time, I label my final page as thank you. But for example, this is our opt-in page, and then this is our thank you page. And so if we want to, this is ClickFunnels, by the way. We're going to talk super in depth about ClickFunnels. It's an amazing piece of software. I'm going to teach you guys how to use it, and I'm going to teach you how ClickFunnels helped make me more money than pretty much anything else I've ever come across in my life. And so we can actually just go to the thank you page here in ClickFunnels. Again, here we have this entrepreneurship cheat sheet, which I do have thank you in the URL here. But if we want to be super specific, we can just copy and paste this actual exact URL, and then we can do URL equals and this is the thank you page. So now, and we're going to set this one to 182. So now this custom audience is only going to target people who've been to my website, but they've never purchased. So this is going to be, we can make a custom audience only of people who've purchased to offer them like a discount and things like that. We're going to talk about super kind of advanced ways to set up custom audiences that just convert like crazy. But, this is just a kind of a basic custom audience of people who visited our website, but they have not yet purchased from us. And we know they haven't purchased from us because they've never seen the thank you page URL. And the pixel tells us that. So we're excluding people who have visited specific pages, the thank you page. So we're excluding anyone who's seen the thank you page. We're excluding anyone who we know has purchased from us. And we could just call this one, came to our website but didn't purchase, right? And we'd probably name it something a little bit better than that. But I like to just name my custom audiences things where I can, quickly, choose these audiences when I'm creating, my campaigns. So that is website traffic. We can do a lot of stuff with website traffic. We can do all website visitors. We can do people who visited specific pages. We can do visitors by time spent, right? Visitors by time spent is absolutely incredible because this means that, people who spend the most time on our website are by far more likely to actually convert and purchase or, give us their email or whatever we're trying to do. So making a custom audience of people by time spent, in the top 5%, in the top 10%, in the top 25%, these people are significantly more likely to actually be our buyers. And so that's another great custom audience that I like to use. App activity, we're not going to talk about that much because it's just not that common for the majority of people. But if you do have an app and you want to talk about that specifically, make sure to just tag me in the private group, and I'd love to talk about that with you because I've done some work for app developers and I've had an iOS app in my past as well. Offline activity, again, is not particularly common for our uses. Most of the time, we're going to have online businesses. But, if you do have an in-store business, still, this is not like one of the best ways to do it. I've never seen significant results from the offline activity custom audience. Generally, when we're using offline conversions, we're going to do that in a different way, which we're going to go over. So don't worry too much about app activity or offline activity. Again, if you do have an app and you want to talk about that specifically, make sure to just tag me in the private group and I'd be happy to talk about that. Engagement is a super, super exciting one. So if we want to create a custom audience, right? And think of a custom audience as just a specific group of people we want to show an ad to based off of some action they take. So an engagement custom audience basically means that they've done something related to our stuff on Facebook, right? And that's the super scientific technical term, right? But these are super, super powerful, right? And so if we want to create like a video engagement custom audience, for example, so let's say that we launched a video ad of our beautiful corgis, in slow motion with their ears flopping, like going through a beautiful meadow or something like that. And we're showing it to people who are interested in, Welsh corgis and who shop at PetSmart and who, have all of these other interests that we deem kind of more likely for them to make a purchase, and we show them this video. What we can do here is we can choose a specific video ad, and we can target people who've watched a specific percentage of it. And that is so powerful, guys, because people who watch 50% or more of your video are literally like 100 times more likely to be interested in what you have to do, what you have to say, and what you have to sell, right? And video views are an incredibly affordable, economical way to kind of gauge interest of a cold audience. A lot of people make a huge mistake when they're targeting cold audiences. They'll target them with conversion campaigns or traffic campaigns, which is a huge waste of money because, just like any other form of advertising, think about a billboard, right? If you have a billboard up on the street and there's like 1 million people passing it on the freeway, 90% of the people are not going to be interested in that billboard, but 10% of them are. So you're paying for 90% of waste. Right? With Facebook ads, if you're an expert marketer, you're still, even if you're targeting people in the best way you possibly can, you're still going to have some certain percentage of wasted ad spend, right? You're going to inevitably show your ad to somebody who's not particularly interested in. So if you're using a traffic campaign, which we're going to talk about, or a conversion campaign, again, which we're going to talk about, those are more expensive marketing objectives. But people who use video view campaigns because it's so cheap, it's like $0.01 per video view or something like that, and then they create custom custom audiences of people who watch 25% or more of the video, 50% or more of the video, then you know that they're interested in what you have to say. And that is one of the tricks that we're going to talk about that's going to save you guys money and that's going to completely destroy it for you guys from Facebook advertising. And you see that I'm getting super pumped up because I think you're watching this right now and you're understanding how beautiful and how powerful this really, really is. So this is an amazing one. Video views. You can create a custom audience from lead form. And so what a lead form is you can make offer forms, for example. So if you want to collect emails, for example, and you don't want to, go and set up your own website or set up your own landing page or things like that, Facebook actually allows you to create forms inside of Facebook or Instagram and collect people's information, whether it's their emails or their names or their phone numbers, for example, and you wanted to follow up via call. Lead forms are an incredible resource that we're going to talk about as a marketing objective. What Facebook allows you to do from the custom audience perspective is you can create a custom audience of people who have interacted with your lead form. And so what that means is if somebody has opened your lead form or they started to fill it out or they did fill it out, then you can retarget them and show them an additional ad based on that activity with your lead form. Full screen experience we're not going to talk about a lot because I think Canvas ads, while they are interesting, they're just too difficult to kind of implement and use without enough results that I've seen. So we're not going to talk a huge amount about Canvas ads, but again, if you guys are interested specifically in that, tag me in the private group and I'd be happy to talk about it. Facebook pages, this is a great one, obviously, right? So people who have interacted with your page, people who have visited your page, and this is your actual Facebook page that you created. So once you create a Facebook page and people are, sending you messages from your ads, or people are reacting to your content, or people are searching for you and they're interested in you, then you can create custom audiences specifically of people who've taken actions with your Facebook page. Anyone who's visited your page, people who've engaged with any post or ad, people who clicked on any call to action button, people who sent a message to your page, right? This is a great one. People who saved your page or any post. So I like to do people who sent a message to your page in the last 365 days and literally just make a custom audience of that. How can you prove without a shadow of a doubt better that someone's interested in what you have to say than if they choose to send your page a message, right? That's incredibly powerful. And the more people who send a message to your page, the more accurate and the larger your custom audience gets. And then we're going to talk about lookalike audiences very soon, which is the most exciting part of Facebook ads. If you can get custom audiences and lookalike audiences down and nothing else that I talk about the rest of the course, you're still probably going to make a ton of money on Facebook if you can understand just those 2 points. But that doesn't mean don't pay attention because I'm going to tell you guys a lot of good stuff. So that's the Facebook page. Again, super, super powerful. Instagram business profile is great. So if you set up, for example, an Instagram business profile, anyone who's visited your business profile, anybody who's engaged with a post or ad, anybody who sent a message to your Instagram business profile. And business profile just means it's super easy. It's free. If you have an Instagram and you want to change it to a business profile, it's easy to do though. It's easy to do that. And I recommend you should do it because it allows you additional insights as to, your demographics and things like that. And so, we're going to talk in depth in the bonus about Instagram advertising and how to take advantage of it. And then again, people who have interacted with your events on Facebook. So this is like if you have like a grand opening for your restaurant, or you're doing like an event at a local bar or club. People who have actually interacted with your event page, right? So I might say, on December 31st, we're having a huge New Year's Eve event, and I'd make that event page, and people who are showing interest in the page, who are commenting on it, who are there sharing it and things like that, I can make a custom audience and say, and create an ad, for example, that says, hey, like I noticed that you were interested in our New Year's Eve event. Call us right now to reserve a table and we'll give you a free bottle of Grey Goose, right? So those are super, super powerful ads that I've seen really, really work for people. And so those are all of the different ways that you can create custom audiences. And there's basically infinite permutations of how to make this work, guys. And that was just a very, very, well, I wouldn't say basic, but that was a verbose little introduction to all of the beautiful ways. And we're going to talk about some super, super advanced ways to make these work to the point where it's absolutely going to destroy it and make you guys so much money. It's going to be ridiculous. And you can see that I get super excited because custom audiences are so incredibly powerful and so exciting, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that little introduction to custom audiences, how to make them into beautiful forms of marketing where we're creating super targeted audiences of people who are guaranteed going to be interested in what we have to advertise them. So let's get to the next one. So what the heck is a lookalike audience? A lookalike audience is probably the single biggest reason that Facebook has such a dominant kind of market presence when it comes to advertising. Obviously, the two market leaders are Google and Facebook, and I think the lookalike audiences and the reason that Facebook has been so dominant and has cut so deeply into Google's obviously enormous lead kind of initially is because of the power of the lookalike audience and because Facebook has so much data on all of us that people, when they use Facebook, freely share with Facebook according to, Facebook's terms of service. And so what a lookalike audience is in kind of the most basic sense is a much larger audience of people who are very related to a seed audience. And so kind of what I mean by that is, for example, a custom audience, we could make it about people who visited our web page, right? But not that many people visit our web page. Even if it's super popular, right? Maybe even like 1,000 or 10,000 people visit our webpage. That's not that many people when it comes to actually showing ads, right? Because you can get saturated super quickly, even with an audience of 10,000, for example. So what a lookalike audience does, and the power and magic of a lookalike audience is it takes a seed audience. So it might say, let's say you have 1,000 people who've purchased from your webpage, for example. Maybe they've purchased your products. You can then go to Facebook and you can say, okay, Facebook, make me a lookalike audience, a much larger audience from that seed audience of the 1,000 people who purchased from my webpage, right? And so Facebook will say, okay, so that 1,000 people, maybe 80% of them were men. 70% of them, were ages 25 through 34, for example. Maybe 65% of them were from the USA. And so then it's going to go out and it's going to go find you people who share as many similarities and as many data points as your seed audience as possible. And it's going to come back and give you a lookalike audience of people who are as close as possible to your seed audience of purchasers. So what it's going to do is it's going to go out and find you, a bunch more people who are as similar as possible to the people who already purchased from you, in the hopes that those people, since they're so similar, will also purchase from you. And that is an unbelievably powerful tool when it comes to marketing, because audience saturation happens quick. Because when you're showing ads, to 1,000 people a day, all of a sudden 10,000 isn't that many, right? Because you want to be able to advertise for the long term. And so when you create lookalike audiences, for example, we see that this lookalike audience has 2.1 million people. And unfortunately, I don't have 2.1 million Shopify emails, but I do have 50,000 or 100,000 or whatever it is now, right? And so we turn that 100,000 seed audience, that custom audience, that those emails, into an audience of 2.1 million people who share as many similarities as possible to that seed audience. So to create a lookalike audience, we just come in here and go to create audience, lookalike audience. Again, we're right here and we're under audiences. So we're going to go to create audience and lookalike audience. And then we choose the source, right? The seed, I call it. But I mean, I guess I should probably say the source because that's what Facebook calls it. So that we choose the source. And a source can be select an existing audience to model your lookalike audience on. This could be a customer list, right? It could be a custom audience. It could be a pixel or people who like your page. And so we can go in here and let's just say, for example, that we want to create a lookalike audience of people who like my Kevin David page. Like we have about 30,000 likes on that page, that specific page. And so then what we can do is we can choose a location. So what this allows us to do is we can either create a lookalike audience in the USA. We could create a lookalike audience in the UK, for example, if we wanted to expand internationally. And we're going to talk about ways to know where your best international expansion actually would be, so we can choose, have a very educated way of choosing this location here. But let's say, for example, that we wanted to create a lookalike audience in the United Kingdom. If we wanted to expand internationally. Most of the time we're going to choose the USA because the USA just, it has the biggest buying power of any country by far, without a doubt, for most of what, people watching this course are going to be concerned with. And so we're going to choose the United Kingdom here. And again, you have to have enough seed data points, and Facebook generally recommends, from 100 to 1,000. And what I mean by seed or source data points is, if you want to create a lookalike audience of people who are similar to people who like your page, Facebook's not going to be able to do that if you only have one person who likes your page, for example, right? And so the more data points that you have, source data points, then the more accurate the lookalike's going to be. So if I have 100,000 people who like my page, my lookalike audience that I make from that 100,000 is going to be much, much more accurate than if I have 100 people who like my page, because Facebook has so many more data points to kind of algorithmically use to make a much more accurate lookalike audience. And so the source audience is going to be the Kevin David page. We're going to make a lookalike audience of people who are similar to the people who like my Kevin David page but live in the UK. And then what we can do here, the audience size is basically 1% to 10% of the total population in the country you choose, with 1% being those who most closely match your source audience or seed audience. Source and seed mean the same thing. And so what I like to do is, if it is in the US, what we see here is this is going to be 412,000 people. This K is kind of cut off. I'm not sure why. But I just want to show you guys an example. So if we choose the United States, for example, and then all of a sudden when we choose 2.1 million people, because there's so many people that use Facebook in the United States. Even a 1 out of 10, which is the most accurate, most closely matches the source or seed audience, it's still 2.1 million people. So if I choose a much smaller country like Ireland, for example, it would be much smaller than 2.1 million. So just keep that in mind. One of the things that I like to do always with my lookalike audiences is open up this show advanced options category right here, or excuse me, menu right here. And then what this allows you to do is you can create split tests, right? And so what I like to do is if I have a super accurate source audience, so I have 30,000 people who like this page, my page, for example. That's a very, very accurate amount of data points. And so I'm going to be able to create very accurate lookalike audiences. And so what I like to do is, instead of just creating one lookalike audience, you can use the advanced options here, and you can create 6 different lookalike audiences. Number of audiences right here, 6 is the maximum, and you can create 6 lookalike audiences. And you might be saying to yourself, Kevin, why would I make more than just the most accurate lookalike audience? Because 1 being the most accurate according to Facebook. Well, good question. And the answer to that is because Facebook, like any company, right, they give you their best data they can possibly give you. But I've had times where I've split tested and made 6 different lookalike audiences, and between 5 and 6 has performed the best, right? And so you always want to test, and then test some more, and then after you're done testing some more, you want to test even more, because the people who are going to be successful with Facebook ads are the ones who test the most. And so I'm going to create 6 different lookalike audiences here, and when I press create audience, this is actually going to start populating, and it takes an hour. Sometimes if you're creating a bunch of different audiences and you have a ton of different kind of source data points, it can take you can have to leave it overnight for it to actually create these, because it's doing an incredible calculation in the background, doing all of these comparisons between thousands and thousands of different people depending on your event data sources. So that is the custom audience, right? And we just showed the page here. We can also do a custom audience. We can also do an email list as our source audiences, and we can create those into lookalike audiences. So for example, we could create a lookalike audience of a custom audience of all of the people who viewed our webpage. Or we could create a custom audience with 1,000 emails of people who've purchased, and once we create that custom audience, then we can create a lookalike audience from that custom audience. So think of custom audiences as the seed or the source kind of audiences, and then think about lookalike audiences as what you make out of custom audiences to make them much larger kind of pools to show ads to, so you don't actually get audience saturation. So because you don't want to be showing the same ad to the same people too many times. And so lookalike audiences are an incredible tool to allow you to show your ad to thousands and thousands, in some cases millions of people, even if you don't have that big of a source audience or a custom audience, guys. So that is kind of your bang tutorial on lookalike audiences. I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next one. Guys, so let's talk about the Facebook pixel, or the Ninja Pixel magic. And so have you ever been browsing a website, right, just going about your day, looking at a brand new canoe, for example? Maybe you're going camping and you're about to go on the river, and you want to just get a brand new spanking chrome plated spinners canoe. So if you're browsing for a canoe, for example, and you're like looking on websites and things like that, and you're kind of just going about your daily web surfing life, and then all of a sudden you're browsing Facebook maybe like an hour later or 3 days later or a week later or whatever it is, and then all of a sudden you see an advertisement for that exact same canoe, and you're thinking to yourself, how the heck did they know that I was browsing those awesome canoe sites, right? So that is what the Facebook pixel is, guys. And so if we look in our business manager here and we go to all tools, we can actually go to where it says pixels. And so once we're in this little pixel area, we can do a lot of things. And so I'm in a different business manager, by the way, right now, if you're noticing that and things like that. But if we want to view some details, we can see a lot of stuff about what's going on with our pixel. And so we can see, in the past, almost a month, we've had 149,300 people view my website. Wow, that's actually a lot more than I was expecting. So this is really cool data. We can see that 149,000 viewed my page, right? We can see 56,000 viewed the content, 18,000 completed registration, gave me their emails in the last month. A few less had the leads, 6,000 people added their payment info, and 525 people actually purchased the course or one of the courses. And so that's really awesome, right? That gives us a lot of really cool data that we can work with, and we can choose it to see it as events. We can see which URLs people are going to the most, right? So if you install your pixel onto your website, you can literally see how many different people viewed each of your URLs, or by domain, or even by device, right? It gives you a ton of awesome data. So to actually go ahead and set this up, we can go to setup here, manually install the code yourself, and we can literally just copy and paste it right here. So now it's copied to my clipboard. And then within ClickFunnels, which is going to be the main platform that we use, again, we're gonna teach you how to install it, on Shopify, on all of the different kind of major platforms later on. But ClickFunnels is going to be the main software that we're going to be talking about in this course, just because it's one of the more difficult ones to kind of implement with Facebook. Shopify makes it extremely easy, right? And if you're out there and you're watching this right now and you're thinking, Kevin, I just want to know how to set up my pixel on Shopify, just literally Google search how to set up a pixel on Shopify. It gives you such a step-by-step tutorial. It's super, super easy. So don't ever let yourself get trapped or overwhelmed. Google is your friend, right? But I'm going to try to show you as much as I possibly can to make everything extremely easy. So once you're inside of a funnel, right, all you have to do is come to where it says settings right here. And then we see the head tracking code. And so we can just literally copy and paste this right here. So it's copied to clipboard, and we can just go into the head tracking code and we can paste it. So mine's already obviously pasted in here, but you'd literally just paste it right here, and then you'd come down and press save and update settings. And so once it's inside of your funnel and inside of all of your funnels, or it's on your Shopify page, or it's on your WordPress site, it doesn't matter, right? Once you install it, Facebook is gonna track all of this stuff for you, and you're going to be able to see a ton of amazing analytics related to your actual Facebook pixel. And so one other cool little trick that I like to use, and this is just a cool little company called Dollar Shave Club that I'm sure a few of us have heard about, is a Chrome extension called the Facebook Pixel Helper. And if you want to download it, just come in here and type in Facebook Pixel Helper Chrome extension. And I'm using the Google Chrome browser, and you'll see it, just go ahead and download it. And then once it's installed, you'll see this handy dandy little pixel sign right here. And then what we see here is, if we click the Pixel Helper, we see that Dollar Shave Club has their Facebook pixel installed, right? We can see that they have it installed. So now, right now, as we speak, I'm being pixeled, and you can guarantee that in the next, 3 to 7 days, that Facebook is going to show me some Dollar Shave Club ads, because they know that I'm actually browsing the site. And so if you're ever wondering, if a website is using pixels, or if you installed your pixels correctly, like for example, let's say that I wanted to go to this page. And this is one of my old cheat sheets, so don't judge me. But what we can see here is that we do have our Facebook pixel installed. We actually have 2 Facebook pixels installed because I was using multiple business managers at the time. But again, we do see that I have it correctly installed. We see the green little check mark, so we know we're good to go. So the Facebook Pixel Helper just helps you make sure that you actually install the Facebook pixel correctly. And then once you want to actually come and view, all of this amazing data as to, which URLs people are going to the most, what events are firing, how many different events are firing throughout the month, and a bunch of different, analytical data. Facebook provides it all for you in this awesome little kind of screen right here, which again, we get to just by going to all tools and clicking on pixels, guys. So that is how people are targeting you with those handy dandy canoe ads. And that is how we are going to leverage Facebook into creating an advertising empire, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. Guys, let's talk about the sales funnel process and why it is so important to understand kind of the sales funnel process and how you can apply it to basically any business, guys. So it starts off with what's called a lead magnet. And what I mean by a lead magnet is this is something that it just gets someone interested in what you have to say, right? And this works for any business. It doesn't matter if you're giving away, a free teeth cleaning for a dentist, or if you're giving away, right? What a lead magnet is it gets somebody who has a busy schedule, right? They're running around, they're picking up their kids, they're, dropping off their husband or wife at work, or, people have very busy lives. People are not trying to be sold something immediately. Nobody wants to come in and immediately buy $1,000 course. People need some type of free value. They need to kind of feel you giving them something for free. They need to be shown that you actually know what you're talking about before they're going to make a purchase. And it doesn't have to be a $1,000 course. It could be something as simple as, a $19 wallet or something like that, right? And so a lead magnet is how I get people into the door and get people interested. And so, for example, there's so many different ways that people talk about sales funnels. Like there's literally like this huge article about it. We're just gonna forget all of that, guys. We're gonna make this simple. As you can see here, in the last month, we've done, almost $210,000 in sales, and ClickFunnels is messed up. It doesn't even report PayPal, which is, over half of our sales revenue. So it's more like 350,000. And this is 100% purely profit in the last, 1 month. And so I really do know what I'm talking about here, guys. So please, pay attention, because this is going to be a super valuable lesson for you, no matter what your business is. So what we're gonna do, guys, is, I use YouTube and Facebook as big lead magnets for me. So, my particular sales funnel is I create, tutorials and helpful videos for people that are trying to learn how to, sell on Shopify, sell on Amazon, sell on Facebook, on YouTube. And I create these big, very in-depth tutorials on these things, on these topics that people want to kind of learn about. And when they see my stuff that they're getting completely for free on YouTube, I use my cheat sheet in the video, or I have a free cheat sheet download in the description, or I link to my Facebook groups, right? And so people are kind of joining these things, and I'm getting people into my ecosystem, which is the huge part of creating a successful business. And it's the same thing with Shopify, for example, like for e-commerce, free plus shipping models is fantastic, because people are much more likely to click on an ad where they see something, for quote unquote free, where they only pay shipping, than if they see, a wallet that's already advertised for $19. People are constantly getting bombarded by, advertisements that they're very desensitized to it, and they want something for free. And that's how you get people initially piquing their interest. And then you give them more free value, right? And so what I do, for marketing, for example, is I'll create a YouTube tutorial on Facebook advertising, and then I'll give them more free value, which is, my Facebook cheat sheet. I give them more free value, which is my Facebook ads group, where they can, meet other people who are also Facebook advertising, where I answer questions and things like that. So just giving them more and more free value builds that rapport, and it builds that relationship. And people, are very, from a very intrinsic kind of instinctual level, they feed off of reciprocity. So if you give something to somebody for free, they feel like they, need to return the favor. And that's such an important point. When you give free value, people feel like they need to return the favor. I've gotten so many comments saying, Kevin, you gave me so much value for free on YouTube. I felt like I had to buy your course. And, I appreciate that. And I think the people who said that found that the course was so much more value than anything that I offer for free. But it's the kind of human nature that counts with that. And then, after you give them the lead magnet, get them interested, a free cheat sheet, a free teeth cleaning, maybe it's a free plus shipping offer for Shopify, or, something related to e-commerce. And then you give them a time-sensitive discount and promo, right? And so once you kind of give them the time-sensitive discount, where you're saying, 20% off today only, or, this is launch week for, our brand new set of purses or something like that. And so we're giving 50% 50% off on all of our purses for the next week or month or day or whatever it is, then people, give them a little bit of scarcity, get them to actually kind of take action, because it's very, very difficult to get people to actually take action, even if they're interested in you, even if what you're selling provides a huge value. People are still just by nature it's very difficult to get people to actually take action. So adding a little time sensitivity or a promotional code or a discount is a great way of doing that. And then the fourth step is obviously the one that you're looking for, which is the purchase of your product or service, and then kind of creating a lifetime customer. Because if you're really truly adding value to these people's lives, then you are going to have a lifelong customer. So again, a lead magnet is an irresistible bribe offering a specific piece of value to a potential customer in exchange for their contact information. And the more mediums that you have, and what I mean by mediums is, I have YouTube subscribers, but I also have them in Facebook groups. I also have them. I also have their email addresses. I also have them in Messenger, right? In my ManyChat with my Messenger bots, and we're going to talk in depth about Messenger bots and how to completely change your business from top to bottom with Messenger bots alone, right? So I have them on all four of those. I have them on Instagram. I have them on Twitter, right? I have them downloading my podcast. And when you have people's attention on all of these different mediums and all these different platforms, you are going to win, guys. And so if you do this in a clever way, really, it's such an amazing difference when you have people's attention on these platforms, and especially if you're adding value and kind of building that relationship and building that rapport. So how do you determine what your lead magnet should be? So I like to just go ahead and ask 10 people in your niche that you want to enter the 2 following open-ended questions. What is your biggest challenge when it comes to Facebook advertising? What is your goal for, your company, and what do you personally want out of it? And so, you might find people saying, my biggest challenge and problem when it comes to Facebook advertising is the Facebook pixel. Like, I have no idea what that is. I have no idea how to make it work. Like, what does it mean? How do I do it? It's code. Like, it's overwhelming, right? And so then you better believe that my lead magnet would have a big prominent section, probably near the front, about the Facebook pixel, right? What is a goal for your company, and what do you want out of it? The goal for my Facebook company, for my Facebook ad agency is, to make $10,000 a month. And I personally want, financial freedom, right? And so then at the end of this cheat sheet, you want to open, the door to prepping your reader of your lead magnet for further interaction for your company. So at the end of it, I might say, and if you want to make $10,000 a month and have financial freedom for like you and your family and be able to travel the world and things like that, then, you need to consider joining, the Facebook ads masterclass, or you need to consider, taking this free mini course, or you need to consider joining our Facebook group. Whatever the action that I want them to take is going to be at the end of the cheat sheet, right? It's the obvious solution to their problem that I determined by asking, what's the goal for your company? What do you personally want out of it? And so once you kind of ask 10 people, asking 20 people is better, asking 50 people is better, because then you're going to be able to establish more commonalities with their answers. And I like to keep them open-ended because it just gives you better data. You're going to start to see patterns, and you're going to start to see kind of commonalities between people's answers. And once you have that, then you can really start to make a very targeted lead magnet. So how do you make a simple lead magnet, right? Like, you might see this and think to yourself, oh my gosh, that's like a lot of stuff. There's 18 pages here. Like, how the heck could I make all of this, right? But and I did this completely for free. Remember, I didn't charge anyone a single dollar for this, but this single cheat sheet is going to make me hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm positive of that. And I hope I don't sound like cocky or anything like that, because I'm not trying to be. I just know that it already is it's given me thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of emails. When I send out one email saying that I released the Facebook Ads Ninja Masterclass, all of the people who downloaded this and see my face and have learned from me are going to say, oh my gosh, I've been waiting for this, right? And so that is the payoff, right? People who try to monetize immediately, and people who understand that you can monetize downstream after you've added all this value, after you've given away all of these things for free, even if you lose money up front. The people who try to monetize right away and are greedy are the people who stay poor, and the people who give away everything for free at the beginning and establish that relationship and build rapport and just give away an unbelievable amount of value to get people into their ecosystems are the people who get rich. And I know that seems counterintuitive, guys, but trust me when I tell you, right? That is my first 2 Comma Club. It's $1 million, right, for the Amazon FBA Ninja, and it launched almost a year ago today, and you've made upwards of $3 million now from that one course. And gave away a ton of value for free. We're gonna have our second 2 Comma Club for the Shopify Ninja Masterclass, the third 2 Comma Club from the Facebook Ads Ninja Masterclass, and I'm using the same basic system that I'm teaching you guys right now. So how to make a simple lead magnet. So if I, for example, wanted to make like if I knew about real estate, or I wanted to get into the real estate niche, or, if I was a real estate agent and I was trying to, attract more potential customers, I would just go in and type real estate cheat sheet. Right? Real estate license exams, real estate cheat sheet flashcards, free real estate flashcards. I would look at all of these different. So these look like passing the real estate exam flashcards. So I would look at this one, real estate listing cheat sheet. And then maybe I wanted to get a little bit more specific. So I would say first time house buyer cheat sheet. Right, and here we go. First time home buyer cheat sheet. Home buying kit for dummies cheat sheet. So these, I would download every single one of these, and I'd probably have to give my email to all of these people, and I would start to get a million emails because I'd be added to all of their email lists and their email sequences. But I would download the best 5 or 10 of these, or if I followed a specific person in real estate, I would download all of these cheat sheets, and I would look at every single one. I would print them all off, and I would start to think to myself, okay, I really like the organization of this first cheat sheet. I really like the graphics on the second cheat sheet. I love like some of the content, this paragraph on the third cheat sheet. I like, this other thing on the fourth cheat sheet. And I would start to mix and match all of the best portions of each one of those cheat sheets in forming a master. And when I created this one, right, I'm not a graphic designer or anything like that. I just, splice together all the different ones that I like the best, that I found, and then I added, obviously, we're not copying any part of any of them. We're just finding the ones and we're getting inspiration from it, and then we're using our own knowledge and our own data to create a better version, right? Never ever copy it. Always create more value than the sum of the pieces. You want to synergize all the 10 different best ones that you found into a master version that's better than the sum of the parts, right? And so, you can just find a graphic artist on Upwork.com or Fiverr.com for them to like actually put it together for you. You just give them the text and say, this is the template that I want, make it for me. And it's super easy. And so let's look at a couple examples of lead magnets here in the handy dandy notes. So this is an awesome example of a lead magnet, right? Copy and paste these 72 proven headline formulas to get more clicks from Facebook, Twitter, and your own blog. And again, Digital Marketer is a fantastic resource. If you don't know about it, definitely make sure that you check it out. Ryan Deiss is a master advertiser. He's fantastic at what he does, and I've learned a lot from him. So copy and paste these 72 proven headline formulas to get more clicks from Facebook, Twitter, and your own blog, right? So this is obviously targeted at marketers. Copy and paste kind of gives like the idea that it's very, very easy to do this, right? And there's 72 proven headlines. Proven means that they've done it before, right? It takes the work out for you. 72 is very specific, so people think that they're going to get a lot of value from it. More clicks from Facebook, Twitter, and your own blog, right? So they're targeting people who, have advertised on Facebook or Twitter, or, have their own blogs, and they can target those specific interests on Facebook. The ultimate social media swipe file. Swipe file is kind of a keyword that's very hot with marketers. And so this kind of buzzword gets people interested immediately. Copy and paste these 72 headline formulas to get more clicks, right? It's very obvious kind of what you get for that lead magnet. And then once you actually do download this free value, obviously your email, you get added to their email list where they're going to send you like an email every week showing you more value and then eventually upselling you their course. Or, and you're also going to be pixeled when you actually hit their site by the Facebook pixel, and you're going to get more ads to your Facebook page now that they know that you've shown interest. You're going to go into custom audiences. You're going to go into lookalike audiences related to this specific web page, and you're going to be shown ads based off of that. So they probably have custom audiences set up that say, okay, if Kevin visited the landing page for the ultimate social media swipe file, show him the ultimate social media swipe file ad number 2, which might sell me like a $97 digital product, or might upsell me to like a $497 or a $997 course on everything, social media marketing or something like that. So the lead magnet example number 2 is also from Digital Marketer. They do a fantastic job, so they're going to be prominently featured in the course. So this one is we've compiled a library, right? So library is kind of like a buzzword for like a repository of knowledge of our top performing Facebook ads of all time. We've used these exact ads to generate 400,000 plus leads, right? The exact ads takes all the work out from me, so I want it immediately. 400,000 plus leads and millions of dollars in revenue from Facebook, not to brag, but they work, right? So a little humble brag to kind of take it out. You don't want people to come off as bragging, because then people will kind of hate you and not want your value. So they're kind of, eliminating that there, but they're also kind of establishing credibility and social proof by saying, millions of dollars of revenue and 400,000 plus leads. Scroll through our Facebook ad library again and get inspired for your very own ads. Again, very prominent red here. They actually have like the cartoonish library here with the Facebook feed right here, kind of prominent in the television area or portrait area. Scroll through our Facebook ad library and get inspiration for your very own ads or something like that. So let's look at the third one. A cheat sheet for writing blog posts that go viral, right? So what does every blogger want? They want, the fruits of their labor, which are their blog posts, which are their writing, which is what they're doing. They want it to go viral, because what that represents is, kind of you've made it. When your post goes viral, all of a sudden your whole life changes. So that's kind of the sweet spot. If you ask, 10 bloggers or 100 bloggers, what they wanted, they'd say for the more people to read their blog, they want their post to go viral, right? And so this is kind of adhering to exactly what they know their target audience wants. So 52 headline hacks, a cheat sheet for writing blog posts that go viral. So it's very simple. It comes with a little book here. 52 headlines, very specific number. You're going to get a lot of value from it. So that is 3 awesome examples of cheat sheets. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one. That is kind of the overarching strategy that I use with all of my different Facebook advertising and all my different advertising campaigns. Give away a ton of value for free via a cheat sheet, get people into your ecosystem, give away a ton more value. And then once you kind of develop that relationship and that rapport and people know who you are and they kind of see you as an expert and they see you as, adding value to their lives, then making the actual purchase and converting people, to do what you want in the end, which is, to buy your course or to join your coaching program or to buy your product or service or whatever it is, becomes so much infinitely easier once you kind of put in the work up front. And so many people just aren't willing to do that. They want money now, and those are the people who stay poor. But if you understand the process, you are going to be one of the people who can capitalize in a huge way downstream from kind of that revenue once you've already kind of done the heavy lifting up front, guys. So that is lead magnets. I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next one. All right, guys, so we touched on this before, but I think that this is such an important concept that I wanted to make it kind of its own video here. So the value ladder is kind of what we discussed, and it's just a more formalized way of saying, you're getting people in the door, sometimes for like, cheap stuff or even free stuff. And sometimes you're even losing money on the first offer that you're giving someone. But that is where the value ladder comes in, right? There's 2 types of people in this world, people who are short-sighted and people who see the big picture. And the people who are short-sighted think they need to make money immediately, and people who see the big picture understand that you have to give people things for free now, because people are just so not used to that they're overwhelmed by the people that are giving them free value, that they want to make purchases from somebody. And if people want to make purchases from you, it's so much infinitely easier to actually get them to purchase than, just pouring money into ads, trying like, smashing them in the face over and over and over again with all of these super expensive things that nobody's going to buy, right? And so I just want to make it very clear the value ladder, kind of how it works. And so we whipped up this nice little graphic for you guys to kind of illustrate that. So we're going to use a dentist for an example. Just because part of this course is going to be for people who don't have their own product, who don't have their own service, or even if you do and you just want to start a Facebook ad agency, right? Because the best thing in the world is having multiple streams of passive income. And a Facebook ad agency is a beautiful way of doing that with very little upfront costs. And so this is how the value ladder works, right? So it starts at basically $0 and it goes up to, infinitely high number. And this is again, 0 price. And it goes up to an infinitely high number in price. And so what we're starting out with, right, if we're a dentist and we were running an ad campaign for a dentist like we've done 1,000 times, would be we'd do a teeth cleaning, right? A teeth cleaning they're probably not making that much money on. And especially, how we're setting up these advertising campaigns, we're kind of using the teeth cleaning itself as a lead magnet. And so what we would do is we would say, hey, claim your free teeth cleaning today. All you have to do is, call in the next 10 minutes. And so later on in the course, we're going to share with you an amazing amazing funnel that we've built that converts at an unbelievably high level, completely for free, guys. And we've charged people, $2,000, $5,000 to implement this for them. We're going to give that funnel to you completely for free later on in the course, so don't worry about that. Where we're giving away a free teeth cleaning. And so the teeth cleaning might cost, the dentist like $20 or like $200 maybe in fees for the nurses and materials and, time in the chair that they couldn't use for a paying customer or something like that. So it might cost them $200. And that's, maybe that's like a $100 or a $200 loss for the dentist, right? And so that's not profitable, right? And the cost of the advertisement. But right, people who understand the value ladder understand that it's okay to lose money up front because of the value ladder. Think about it like from your own perspective. If you find a dentist and they're a reasonably good person and they don't have terrible breath and they're breathing in on your face and making you talk the whole time that you're at the dentist, or even if they are, because my dentist does do that and I still go to him. Well, my point is people don't shop around for dentists. If you have a good dentist, you go to that dentist for years, maybe for your entire life if you don't move, because, a dentist is just not something that people change if they're happy with. And so the value ladder, how it works, guys, is even if you lose money on the teeth cleaning, maybe, eventually the person's going to get a tooth whitening, right? And a teeth whitening would be much more profitable for a dentist, right? Because they already have that customer. They don't have to go out and find a new customer. They just already have you and you're scheduled for your next appointment by the time you leave your teeth cleaning. And then all of a sudden, you're getting charged $500 for a whitening. And that's, very much so profitable to the point where they probably already recouped the lost amount of dollars on the teeth cleaning, right? And then, 6 months later or a year later, a retainer, or if you have kids and you start to bring your kids to the dentist, anybody who's bought a retainer from a dentist knows that these things are ridiculously expensive. And so the dentist is making a ton of money on the retainer, right? And then if you ever have to get cosmetic surgery or, anything related to cosmetics is always very, very expensive out of pocket. And if you already have a dentist, you're going to go to that dentist to do it because you have that relationship. You feel comfortable. You have the rapport, right? So this is how the value ladder works, guys. And it's so incredibly important that you understand it. And every single business, you can create a value ladder. It doesn't just exist for dentists. It exists for doctors, right? With maybe giving away a free checkup, but then they come when they have the flu and you prescribe medicine or vaccines and those are much more profitable things. Or if they break their finger and you have to get a cast, right? There's a value ladder for every business, and our job is to figure out what that value ladder is, give away free value, get people into the door, and then communicate, right, to if we have clients or just for our own business, the value of a value ladder and how you be unique and give away things at the beginning, even if you're losing money, to get people in the door and to maintain those lifelong customers that are incredibly valued over the lifetime of the business relationship, guys. So that is a value ladder. Hope you enjoyed that one. Let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about the 4 elements of a perfect Facebook ad. And so this is going to be a very brief introduction, right? Because we're going to have an entire module about how to design absolutely fantastic Facebook ads, from everything that you'll possibly need, from the copy to the images to what to put in the images to all the different types of psychological kind of cues and tricks and how to play into human emotion and future pacing and things like that in a later module. But I want to introduce kind of the 4 elements that pretty much every Facebook ad needs to really be successful. Because these things, advertising, there's nothing new in advertising. Everything that's been invented, in 2018 already existed in 1940 and 1950, right? It just changes and is kind of reformulated and repackaged to be more up to date. And so the 4 elements of a perfect Facebook ad or Google ad or whatever ad is the following. The curiosity hook, right? A question, a story, really a strategy just to get them to pause, even for a fraction of a second when they're scrolling in their Facebook feed, right? I see a lot of ads, and I've used a lot of ads myself that start with wait, right? Because wait is just kind of plays into human emotion. When you see wait or you hear it, right? You pause and you look and you stop even for a fraction of a second. If you can get somebody to stop scrolling, right? Because a lot of Facebook activity is very mindless and passive and kind of on autopilot. If you can get someone to even break kind of that habituation that they are in when they're actually browsing through their Facebook feed, even for a fraction of a second, you win, right? So if you start your ad with wait, right? And you can even use like a fire emoji or, the exclamation point emojis or the warning sign emoji. Those all work fantastic. We're going to talk about emojis, and we're going to go much deeper into this, but I just want to introduce it because I think it's very, very exciting. What is the difference between millionaires and the impoverished? Sometimes it boils down to one simple decision, right? So we've done two things here. We've convinced them to break their habits of, just kind of the autopilot scroll, and we've gotten them to pause for even a fraction of a second. And then we're saying, what is the difference between millionaires and the impoverished, right? And so if I'm asking this specific question, it's because I'm targeting people who are interested in working for themselves or getting rich or having financial freedom, right? This is not just like a random question. This is a question that's very targeted to the people that I'm going to actually show this ad to. And so I've done two things. I've broken their habit. I'm kind of their autopilot scroll, and then I'm asking them a question that's very targeted and that they are curious to know the answer to, right? What is that one simple decision that actually is the difference between millionaires and the impoverished, right? So the curiosity hook is a fantastic element that every Facebook ad could use to become a better one. Emotional future pacing, right? How much better will they personally feel with your amazing product or service, right? Have you ever seen a beautiful house or car and thought to yourself, how can they afford that in today's economy? Why can't I have those things too? You can see yourself driving in a brand new sports car, never having any more worries about money for the rest of your life, right? And so if you can get people to actually picture how much better their life is going to be with your product or service, it is seriously such a powerful tool, right? What could you do with an extra $1,000 a day? How would your life change? Like, what would you be able to do for your family? Like, would your family's life change? Would your wife be happier? Getting people to actually picture what they could actually get, how they feel, they can imagine it and picture it and feel it, right? That is when you've won the advertising game. If you can really make them put themselves in their shoes, in a future state with how better their life is going to be with your product or service. A time-sensitive call to action, right? Today only, price raises tomorrow. These are things that are kind of cliche, like scarcity, that not everybody wants to kind of interact with or use in their marketing campaigns. But these things have become stereotypes for a reason, guys. It's because they just work, right? I'm a marketer, basically. I'm a professional marketer, and even still, like if I am browsing a page and I see a countdown timer or I see price raises tomorrow, I still have those like fleeting moments where I'm like, oh, I should probably just do this now. And I'm a professional marketer, and I know and analyze these things every single day of my life, right? These things work. And not taking advantage of it, is just going to be a detriment to your business, right? So if you deserve the good life and want to learn how to completely change your situation at any time by knowing 3 simple things, then click the Learn More button below right now before we close our completely free training forever, right? And so this is doing a couple things, 3 simple things. So people love, numbered lists. People want to know what these 3 simple things are. If there's one thing that is the most powerful aspect of all of marketing, it's curiosity. Human beings are so curious instinctually by nature. Have you ever been with a friend and they say, I wanted to talk to you about something, and it just drives you freaking crazy, right? And it drives me crazy too. I have to know what people want to talk to me about. If my girlfriend, for example, says like, Kevin, we need to talk, right? Like that drives me crazy. And it's not just me. It's because people are similar and people are naturally curious. It's what's driven us, to create amazing things with science. It's what's driven us, across the ocean, even when like modern day ships didn't exist. Human curiosity is intrinsic, it is instinctual, and it's the most powerful driving force in marketing. And so, click the Learn More button below right now before we close our completely free training forever, right? People hate ultimatum. People hate finality. If something's closing tomorrow forever, then people are gonna, take the extra effort to join it now because it's the last time that they can ever do it. So visuality, in today's world, there's so many advertisements that if you don't have, a pristine, high quality, HD video or image with, beautiful font, if there's any type of like granularity or something is wrong or it's poor quality or it's just, not colorful or whatever it is, you've already lost. There's too many alternatives to have low quality advertisements, to have low quality landing pages, right? You have to make everything high quality because in today's world, everything's digitized, right? And so bright, eye-catching colors that include people. People like seeing people. That's why, use examples. Start to become a researcher. Don't just be an observer. When you're watching a Coca-Cola commercial, think about what you're seeing, right? You're seeing beautiful, smiling women with, ice cold looking Coca-Colas that like have that crisp, crack when they open, and like it's a happy family, and they're really personifying and showing the things that everyone associates with Coca-Cola: family, happiness, love, right? These things like just pop up in my mind because Coca-Cola has been pounding me with advertisements for years to make me associate Coca-Cola with those things. Beautiful women. Again, it's not sexist at all. I'm not trying to be, gender misogynist, anything like that. Sex sells, beautiful women sell. It's just you can either accept it or you cannot accept it, and that's obviously your choice. But a smiling, beautiful woman makes people stop and makes people actually, even for a fraction of a second, which is all you need, take a second glance at your ad, and that means you've won, right? And so smiling, beautiful people, smiling, beautiful women, eye-catching colors, right? Beautiful font that in a very simple or curiosity-invoking way kind of shows, what the ad is actually going to be about, guys. So the next thing I want to talk about is cold traffic. So this is kind of another piece of Facebook advertising vocabulary that you need to understand. Cold traffic, just think about it like it's a person walking on the street that you've never seen before in your life, you've never talked to, you've never interacted with. This is the first time that they have ever heard about you or your brand or your product or your service, right? So cold traffic is the hardest traffic to convert, and that's when you really have to be on your A game. You have to have all the highest quality things. You have to hook people's interest in. You have to hook them in. You have to break their habits of scrolling, right? Cold traffic is definitely the most difficult, but it's also one of the most important because it's how you expand your audience beyond kind of, just the purview of people who've already expressed interest in your audience some way. Cold traffic is much more about tapping into consumer psychology and really understanding your market as a whole, kind of through trial and error. Again, test, lots of different images. I would never in a million years think that I'd be able to, convert cold traffic if I tested one image, or I tested one audience, or I tested one interest or demographic or behavior. And we're going to go very, very deep into how to split test the right way. But cold traffic is all about trial and error, and it's about putting yourself and really understanding who your perfect customer is and who kind of getting into the mindset and getting into the shoes of that customer, right? Trustworthiness is a great example of something that you absolutely have to have when you're converting cold traffic. If somebody comes to your website and they see something that's not, professional, or it doesn't have the basics, right? Use Amazon for example. Amazon is a great example. I mean, they already have the brand presence, but use, popular Shopify stores like Kylie Jenner's Shopify store, for example. It has, statements of benefits and features. It has beautifully optimized images. It has a very sleek kind of user experience on both desktop and mobile. There's tons of reviews and social proof, right? And the number of steps needed to make a purchase is as low as possible. If you have to add a product to a cart, and then you have to, click add to cart button, and then you have to go to your cart, and then you have to, do all of these different steps, it lowers conversion. So making as few steps as possible, eliminating as much friction as possible to actually making the purchase will get you guys so much more conversions when it comes to cold traffic. So warm traffic is actually, obviously a little bit warmer. This is somebody who you interacted with before. Maybe they've looked at your Facebook page. Maybe they've heard about you on YouTube. Maybe they've read a blog post. They've interacted with you. You have a little bit of touch points. You have a little bit of interaction with them in some way. Maybe they don't know you necessarily by name, but they say, oh yeah, I've heard of Kevin David. I saw that one YouTube video, 10 months ago. That's why I recognize him from. Warm traffic is so much easier to convert, and that's why, right, all of these things play into each other, guys. None of this is mutually exclusive. That's why the value ladder, that's why giving away free value is so important, because people recognize you. They're like, oh, yeah, I remember that. I watched that Facebook video that he put out, and it was so, it was so much value. I love that he gave that all away for free, and I downloaded his cheat sheet, and it was awesome, and it helped me, sell a bunch more of my products, right? And so that is what warm traffic is, and how we capture warm traffic is through custom audiences, right? We create custom audiences of people who've interacted with our Facebook page, or custom audiences of people who've given us their emails, right? All of these different types of ways that people can interact with us. Custom audiences is how we actually retarget them, and retargeting and selling something to somebody who's already heard of you is so much easier, guys. So that's warm traffic, cold traffic, and the 4 elements of a perfect Facebook ad. And again, we're gonna go so much deeper into exactly how to write copy, how to make amazing images that work. We're gonna talk about human psychology and so much more, guys. But that was just a little introduction to the 4 elements of perfect Facebook ads and cold and warm traffic. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and let's get to the next one. All right, guys, so audience insights is probably the most important tool when it comes to actually finding targeting, finding interest, finding demographical information about your perfect customer, right? And so I'm gonna repeat that because sometimes people are watching and they're on their phone. Don't be on your phone right now, right? You're listening to me. I promise this is gonna be good. Audience insights is the most important tool when it comes to finding your perfect customer. And we're gonna teach you exactly how to use it right now. So business manager, we're gonna go open up the menu here and we're gonna go to audience insights. And so what audience insights is it's basically Facebook telling you all of the information about people on Facebook. Right, and so what we're looking at right here, choose an audience to start. You can choose people connected to your page. You can choose a custom audience, right? So if you have a custom audience of people, like 1,000 people that have viewed your website, for example, you can actually open a custom audience right here from your business manager, and you can figure out demographical information about that custom audience or about people connected to your Facebook page. But for right now, we're just going to choose everyone on Facebook. So this is everyone on Facebook, literally. So that means that 54% of Facebook, everyone, is women, right? 24% of the women on Facebook are aged 25 through 34. So this means the dominant, age group for Facebook is 25 through 44 right here. So we see that, 28 plus 19%, right? 47% of people on Facebook are aged 25 through 44. Right, we can see that 49% of people are married. We can see 30% of people are single. 62%, the highest education level is university. Right. So don't take advantage. Don't take this for granted. So we can look at the United States. If we want to look at other locations, we can do that here. We can choose age and gender information. Right, but the main thing that we're going to be using audience insights for is right here, right? Again, if you want to do your page, if you want to do custom audiences, you can do this. You can do that as well. But we're just going to show this for interest. So let's use corgis for an example because corgis have a very near and dear location in my heart because I think they're the cutest animals in the world. Corgis are puppies, or they're dogs for people who don't know what that is. So we're going to go into interest here, and we can browse interests, right? If we want to view information about people in the business and business industry or agriculture or aviation or banking, right? We can do that. But I know what I want to look at. So I'm going to actually type in corgi here. And we can see that there's a number of different pages here. So we're just going to choose the first one. We're going to choose Welsh Corgi. So now look at what's happened, right? Now, instead of 54% women, we can see that once we're targeting people who are interested in corgis, now 78% of the people who have expressed interest in Welsh Corgis are women. Right? Only 22% of people who are interested in Welsh Corgis are men. And so we see that a huge percentage of people are actually in the 18 to 34-year-old range. So when we're going to create our advertisement, trying to sell our corgi merchandise, right, it would probably be smart to run some split tests that were entirely women, right, and for the age groups 18 through 24, and for the age groups 25 through 34, because these are probably going to be our best converting demographics. And we figure that out in seconds. And this is information straight from the source, right? From Facebook. This is the best, most accurate data you can possibly get. So do not underestimate how important this is, right? So we can get information about locations, right? We can see that Portland, Oregon has, 0.5% of the selected audience. So this is, a larger proportion of people who are interested in corgis are from Portland than just general Facebook users. Mesa, Arizona has, 2 times as many people who are interested in corgis relative to just normal Facebook users, right? So this is amazing information as well. We can see the frequency of activity, right? The lifetime pages liked of how many corgi-related pages. We can see their device, desktop only versus iPhone, Android, things like that. But the most important section is right here, guys. Saving the best for last is page likes. So what we can do here is we can actually see what other pages that people who are interested in Welsh Corgis have liked. And why this is important, guys, is when we are actually making our advertising campaigns, when we're targeting people, we're choosing interest to target, right? When I'm making a Facebook ad, advertising my brand new, Corgi puppy shirt that says Core Geek and has like cute little glasses or whatever, right? Then I'm going to target people who have shown interest in Corgis, who've liked the page I Love My Corgi. You see the affinity score right here, right? How likely your audience is to like a given page compared to everyone else on Facebook. So people are 1,346 times more likely to like the page I Love My Corgi who have expressed interest in Welsh Corgis than the rest of Facebook. So you better believe that when I'm creating ads for my Corgi t-shirts that I'm trying to sell, I am going to target people who like the page I Love My Corgi and Corgi Attic. And just as a note, guys, Audience Insights, like every piece of software, is not perfect. So you're not always able to target every single one of these pages. But for the most part, you are able to target these pages when you do go to make your Facebook ads. And we're going to show you exactly how to do that in future modules. Do not worry. I'm just introducing Audience Insights, showing you guys how to find it right from this menu here, All Tools, Audience Insights. And then we're going to use this when we actually are going to create our ads. So let's do a different one just to kind of keep showing you guys exactly how this works. Let's stick with the dog niche and let's do Pitbull. So, we're not going to do Pitbull rapper, obviously, because we're going to be selling, Pitbull dog related stuff. If we were selling, Pitbull the rapper or musician related merchandise, maybe we'd actually choose Pitbull. But we're going to choose I Love Pitbulls, the page, right? So we see that, 64% of them are women. The age demographic of people who like pit bulls is slightly older, obviously, than it was for corgis. And we can see now what other pages people who like pit bulls like. We can see I Love Pit Bulls, Pit Bulls of the USA, Pit Bull Lovers, the Positive Pit Bulls, right? All of these different pages, I would split test and I would create one ad set where I was targeting people who liked I Love Pit Bulls. I would create one different ad set that was targeting people who liked Pit Bulls of USA. I would create a different ad set that likes Pit Bull Lovers, and it's very easy to just duplicate it and change the interest. Duplicate it, change the interest. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do that like always, guys. Never ever skipping steps, and I promise you I've put so much thought into how I chronologically ordered this to be most useful for you guys and to give you the most information as fast as I possibly can. And so that is how you use Audience Insights, guys. Page likes super important. Demographics, you can see a lot of information about age, things like that. Relationship status, education level, and you can target all of these different things to put your ad initially in front of the most targeted audiences you possibly can to get you sales as fast as possible. And just really quickly, so that is Audience Insights. I do also want to talk about Google Trends because Google Trends is super important. What better two places to get information from than straight from Facebook and straight from Google? They're the two companies in the world that have the most data by far about human beings, and that is what you need to find your perfect audience to target. So Google Trends is a great one. So let's take, for example, corgis. We'll do Welsh Corgis to keep it consistent. So Welsh Corgis here, we see that they're very popular over time because they're adorable. And we see that Russia and Taiwan are actually the most interested regions, which is interesting, right? See in which location your term was most popular during the specified time frame, 0 to 100, right? So 100 out of 100, Russia. But if we're only selling in the USA, we can just come up to here and just type in United States here. We can do the past 12 months. And now all of a sudden we see that Montana, of all places, has the most interest in Welsh Corgis. And we can actually go even closer here. So if we want to get cities, and if we only want to target people in specific cities, right? So we could literally target on Facebook, okay, I only want to show my ad for a Corgi shirt to people in San Francisco who are women, who are aged 25 through 34, right? And who like the page, I Love My Corgi, right? And if you do all four of those, then you know that every single time that your ad is shown, it's going to be shown to somebody who is already proven that they are very interested in your topic, and they exist in a city that Google is telling you is has the most frequency of searches related to Welsh Corgis, right? And so these are the two ways to get extremely targeted extremely targeted interest targeting, right? Even even if you have no other data. And then once you have pixel data, right, you can start to make custom audiences. And once you have custom audiences, you can start to make lookalike audiences, guys. And I think you're starting to get how exciting this is and how they all blend together, right? Because you can use targeting and interest-based targeting and demographic-based targeting that you're finding from audience insights. You're getting, the locations from Google, right? And then once you start to get people actually coming to your website, you pixel them, and then you create amazingly profitable retargeting campaigns, guys. So that is audience insights. That is Google Trends, guys. And so in summary, the purpose of this module was really to introduce concepts and ideas. I wanted you to be able to know every single terminology related to Facebook ads, all of the important stuff, and really have an understanding, guys. And if you need to, go back through this, write it down, take your own notes. But now after you get through this, you're gonna be able to talk to any Facebook advertiser in the world, and you're gonna have things to say, and you're gonna understand how this works, guys. And it's so important to have that base infrastructure so we can build up and get extremely detailed and advanced with how we're gonna show you exactly how to use Facebook advertising. So that was module 1, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I cannot wait to get into the future material. It's going to be ridiculously exciting. So we will see you on the next one. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's get it. What's up, everyone? Welcome to module 2. This one's gonna be very exciting. We're gonna be talking about all of the ways that you need to master to become a Facebook ads ninja with the actual platform itself. We're gonna talk about how to install your pixel the right way, how to season it, how to use it, how to make sure that you're leveraging the unbelievable power of Facebook with your pixel, guys. And a Facebook epiphany. I'm gonna try to go through a few Facebook epiphanies, at least one per module. To sell on Facebook, you need to stop treating your fans and potential customers like a commodity and start treating them like your friends, right? People on Facebook are not going on Facebook to buy things. People on Facebook are not going on Facebook to buy things. They're going on Facebook to connect with friends and family. They're going on Facebook, in a passive way to kind of, ease their mind, or because it makes them feel comfortable when they're on the train or the bus or in the commute or something like that, right? Being successful with Facebook ads is actually a very simple formula. You add value, you build a relationship, and you sell occasionally, and that will give you big Facebook ad profits. We're just going to show you how to do it the right way. So installing your pixel the right way, I considered doing like a huge tutorial for this, and I actually wrote out some of it and started to do it. But these things change so often. How you install the pixel on ClickFunnels or WordPress or Shopify, they change so often that me making a tutorial specifically how to do it is not necessarily going to be the best way to do it. And so I actually link you directly to, from the source itself, Facebook help articles that they update every single time there's any change for kind of the big platforms here. But I am going to go quickly through just a couple of them to show you guys kind of how easy it is to follow along these tutorials. So since we already have our pixel created, we can skip the create a pixel step, but we can download the Facebook for WordPress extension here. And so we're gonna go to the pixel section in Ads Manager, which we know how to get to right here with all tools and pixels. We're gonna click Setup Pixel, use an integration or tag manager, and we're gonna click WordPress. So we're gonna click View Setup Instructions here. And just like it says, use an integration or tag manager. Use an integration or tag manager. And we are going to select WordPress. Supported for 4.4 or above. We're going to go to download. And now we are going to upload Facebook for WordPress extension, log into WordPress. So we're logged into WordPress here. We're going to click the little plugin button here and add new. And we're going to go to upload plugin, choose file, and we're going to choose what we just downloaded, and we're going to install now. Installing plugin from uploaded file, Facebook pixel for WordPress.zip, unpacking the package, installing the plugin, plugin installed successfully, activate plugin. All right, and so once we click Activate Plugin, you successfully set up your pixel, learn how to start running ads on Facebook using conversion optimization and tracking. Yay, okay, cool. Plugin activated, so now we have our pixel successfully installed on our WordPress site. So the next one we're gonna talk about is ClickFunnels, right? So ClickFunnels is just as easy. So we're gonna go to ClickFunnels here. We're just gonna choose one of our random little funnels. I mean, it doesn't matter, it's all the same. Kind of you do it in the same way. We're going to go into this one, the Shopify mini course. We're going to go to settings. And over here in the head tracking code and settings, this is the pixel for the entire funnel, right? So if I had like 10 funnel steps here and I installed the pixel here, it would automatically install the pixel on every head tracking page on the funnel wide, right? So for all 10 steps. So let's say that I had 3 steps, like a registration page, an order page, and a thank you page. If I only wanted to track people that landed on the thank you page, I would put a purchase snippet, which we'll talk about, custom event codes for Shopify, or excuse me, for ClickFunnels specifically. But for now, we're just going to talk about how to install your pixel for your whole site, because then you can do like 95% of the stuff you need to just really easily like this. So we're going to go back in here. We're going to go to setup. We're still in the event, all tools, pixels section, and we're just going to go to setup here. Manually install the code yourself. Click it right here. It copies it to the clipboard, and then in ClickFunnels, we just come in here, right? My pixel's already installed, but I would just paste it right here, and I would go to save and update settings, and it's seriously as simple as that, guys. And then the last one over here in the good old test store, we're going to go to online store here. And then we're going to go to preferences, and here is our Facebook pixel ID, which we can see right here in the same section. So we just take this, come in here, paste in our pixel ID, and click save. And Facebook and Shopify have a relationship, right? So it's all you literally have to do is that one step, and then Shopify will automatically track everything you could ever possibly want to know, like add to cart events, purchase events, add payment, view content, page view. It literally automatically codes to do it all for you, so you don't have to install any custom events like you would have to do with ClickFunnels. And that's pretty much it, guys. In 5 minutes, we set up our pixel, completely correctly in the correct way for these different tools. And we have all of the tutorials right here. So if we wanted to figure out how to do it on Shopify, we click Shopify, right? If we want to figure out how to do it on ClickFunnels, we click ClickFunnels. And then, it's going to take us a step by step instructions on exactly how to do this with all of the major platforms, guys. So it's really not that difficult. Don't let yourself get overwhelmed, right? Always a Google search can help you. Last note really quick, guys, the Pixel Helper is a cool little tool that you can kind of use to figure out if you actually do have your pixel installed correctly. So if we just go to my website here, we can see that my Facebook pixel is indeed, working correctly, and I do have 2 here because I have multiple business managers, but yes, it is installed correctly. So that is the Pixel Helper tool, and again, here are instructions for you guys because I never want to skip any steps. I always want to give you guys every single resource that you could possibly need to be successful, guys. So that is the Pixel. Here are the walkthroughs. I went through 3 of them super quick for you guys just to show you how easy it is, and now we are going to move on to the ad lifestyle. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and we'll see you on the next one. Guys, let's get to the fun stuff. I promise it's getting there closer and closer, but we do have to establish that super solid foundation and infrastructure so that we can build up and actually go to create amazing ads, understanding kind of all of the pieces of the puzzle before we kind of try to piece things together, because it's just going to be so much easier if we do it this way. So let's talk about the ad life cycle. Right? So nothing draws a crowd quite like a crowd. I've always thought that this was an amazing quote from P.T. Barnum. And this, this exact mentality and quote holds so true in modern day advertising, especially on Facebook, right? And so the ad life cycle is get social proof on your ads in the form of likes, comments, and shares to generate attention for your ad, right? If people see an advertisement on Facebook and it has 1 like or 0 likes or no social proof at all, no comments, nothing, they're gonna think to themselves like, what's wrong with that? I probably shouldn't even pay attention to it. And we do this subconsciously. I do it, you do it, whether or not you realize it. People that see incredibly popular ads or things that have been shared thousands of times or have a ton of comments or 10,000 likes or something crazy like that, you're going to stop and take a second look, because if other people are interested in this, you're thinking to yourself, even subconsciously, wow, like so many people are interested in that. What is this? I got to see it for myself. Like if you're walking down the street and you see 1 person staring up at the sky, you might not look. But if you see 5 people staring up at the sky, you're probably going to look. What are they looking at, right? You're curious. You're curious what these other people are interested in. And we're going to take advantage of that in our own advertisements. We're going to take advantage of the fact that people are attracted by other people's interests, right? Nothing draws a crowd quite like a crowd. And so the first thing that we're going to do is get social proof on our ads. right? Offer something for free to get people into your ecosystem in the form of a lead magnet. We talked about that, right? And then once we actually kind of do that, we're going to leverage the power of the Facebook pixel once we're able to identify who visits our page, right? And so it's super, super important to kind of understand the logic of Facebook ads and the life cycle to be most efficient. And so the first thing that we're going to do, guys, is get social proof. So once we get social proof, then people are going to be interested in our ad, and we're going to drive traffic to our website. And then once we've driven traffic to our website and we have pixel data, then we're going to actually start to convert those people using the unbelievable power of Facebook's information, Facebook's private information, to actually run what's called conversion campaigns, which, shows our ad only to people who have proven through their browsing history on Facebook to be most likely to actually convert and purchase offers, guys. So how do we actually do this? Step one, we are going to generate social proof. So we are in the ads manager right now of Business Manager. These are marketing objectives, right? We went through this really quickly in the previous module. In this module, we're gonna go through every single one of these and when to use them in the best scenario, right? We're gonna talk about what to use lead generation for example. We're gonna talk about the best way to use brand awareness, what it converts on, how to make the best use of it to give you the most results for the cheapest price. But for right now, we're gonna talk about step one of how to generate social proof for our advertisements themselves, right? And so we're gonna do engagement. So what engagement is, get more people to see and engage with your post or page. Engagement can include comments, shares, likes, and event responses and offer claims, right? And so what we're interested in, and what a lot of people call this, is PPEs, right? So page post engagements. And so we're gonna call this one, if we were gonna make this ad, we'd call it social proof for corgi t-shirts or something like that, right? And we're not actually going to go ahead and make the ads during this module. The point of this module is to kind of introduce when to use each marketing objective, kind of some hacks and tips and tricks that I've figured out kind of that make each of these so much more valuable, as in for every dollar you spend, you're going to get significantly more results for that dollar, right? But this is something that we'd call it, we'd choose a PPE, post engagement, because the point of this, the first step in the ad lifecycle, is the only thing it is to get social proof on our advertisement. And every time I say social proof, guys, I mean likes, comments, shares, right? Activity on our ads that's gonna make other people stop and say, okay, wait, all these other people are interested, maybe I should be interested too. And it just works, guys, just trust me. I've done this a million times. So we're gonna choose post engagement. And then the next step, guys, once we kind of get some engagement on our advertisements, and we're gonna go through exactly how to do this, right? We're gonna set up a post engagement ad. We're gonna show you how to use the post engagement hacks that I figured out to get pennies on the dollar engagement that nobody else is doing, that we use in all of our advertising campaigns. Basically what we do, guys, and we're gonna go through this very in depth in the modules. We're actually gonna create a ton of different example ads. What we do is we target people in much cheaper cost of living countries, right? Developing countries. And there's a few really specific countries that are so cheap to get post engagement, because the beautiful thing is, guys, people don't care where your engagement's coming from. They're not looking at who's liking it. They're not looking at who's commenting on it. They're not looking at who's sharing it. All they care about and all you need is for the post itself to have engagement. So we're gonna show you how to target super cheap countries to get very high engagement for literally pennies on the dollar, and then use that same engagement to actually target your real customers in the United States, in the UK, wherever you're actually targeting people. So once we run the PPE ad engagement, the next step is we're going to run what's called a traffic campaign. And so traffic campaigns basically are to send more people to a destination on or off Facebook, such as a website, app, or messenger conversation. So traffic is kind of one of the most robust marketing objectives. You can literally use it to send traffic anywhere you want, to a website, to pretty much anywhere. And so once we actually start to run some traffic, what that is going to do, even if we have a brand new website, is it's going to get us some pixel information. Because remember, every time we drive traffic to our website, our pixel's saying, oh, okay, I recognize that person from Facebook, and now I'm going to let you target that exact person using the pixel, right? And so every time we drive more and more traffic, our pixel gets smarter and smarter and smarter, and starts to collect more and more people who've visited our website that we can then retarget with very, very specific ads on Facebook. And that is the beauty of the pixel. So once we drive some traffic, guys, what we're going to then do is what's called a conversion campaign. So first we get engagement, we build up social proof, then we drive traffic to get our pixel some information, right? And driving traffic is so much easier after you already have some social proof on your ad. And then once we drive traffic, guys, we're gonna run what's called a conversion campaign. So conversion campaigns get people to take valuable actions on your website, in your app, or in Messenger, such as adding payment information or making a purchase. Use the Facebook Pixel or app events to track and measure conversions. So what this means, guys, is once we have people who actually visit our website, and our pixel is getting smarter and smarter by having more and more people kind of that it's saying, okay, that person visited, that person visited, that person visited. Once we have 100 people who visit our website, or 1,000 people who visit our website, or we have 100 purchases, right? These are what is called pixel events. So if we have 100 people who end up purchasing a product from our website, then we can run what's called a conversion campaign on purchases. So if we have 100 people out there in the world somewhere, right, they have similarities. Maybe 70 of them are men who are 25 through 34, right? And so if we have 100 people who purchase and then we run a conversion campaign optimized for purchases, Facebook is going to say, okay, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to find as many people as I can who are as similar as possible to the 100 people who purchase from our website. And it is unbelievably good at finding people who have proven through their Facebook browsing history and their activity on the Facebook app that they are more likely than the general population to actually convert and purchase on advertisements, right? And so Facebook is only going to show your ad to people who are very likely and very similar to people who have already purchased, right? So this is the most expensive advertising campaign type, right? One of the most expensive, because it's putting your advertisement in front of people who purchase, right? But that is the point of Facebook ads, right? To purchase. And the longer you run conversion campaigns and the more pixel data you get from traffic, the smarter that your conversion campaigns get and the lower your cost gets, guys. So that is the ad life cycle. Social proof, get people to the website to make the pixel smarter, and then capitalize on that data from the pixel to find people who are likely to convert and purchase, guys. So it's an iterative process. It gets smarter and smarter and smarter, and that is the beauty of the Ninja ad life cycle. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, ninjas, strap yourselves in because this is going to be a big one. The Facebook marketing objectives and when to use each one, right? So this is one of the most important things that you need to know about how to maximize your results and minimize your ad spend simultaneously. Which one of these marketing objectives is going to be good for which thing or which purpose of advertisement, right? And so we're gonna start off in the awareness category, which is this far left column that has these two different options right here for marketing objectives: brand awareness and reach. So brand awareness basically is getting your ad in front of people who are most likely to pay attention to your ad. So I would run a brand awareness campaign if, for example, I launched a brand new purse company and I wanted to get people interested in my purse company, my brand, who are already interested in certain brands that are similar, right? So I would target people in a brand awareness campaign who have, expressed interest in like Kate Spade or, Louis Vuitton or things like that, right? To get my brand, to get people aware of my brand, to get my ad in front of people who are most likely to pay attention to my ad. Right? And so that is what brand awareness is. It's not a very commonly used marketing objective, but it does have very specific usages, kind of similar to what I just described. So the reach objective. The reach objective is a really cool objective, actually. So the reach objective literally is to reach as many people as you possibly can. So this objective is to get your ad in as front of as many eyes as humanly possible to do, right? And so the reach objective is really cool because, not only is it supposed to, get in front of the maximum number of people, but, oh, and by the way, you can hover over each marketing objective and it gives you like a super, like little kind of synopsis of which, what these things are actually for. But the cool thing about the reach campaign is you can do a couple of things. You can limit the number of times you show your ad to someone. So like you could say, okay, show my ad to as many people as possible, but don't show the same person my ad more than one time per week. Or you could say, don't show my ad to the same person more than once. And so you can actually limit the frequency that your ads are shown to a single person. And this is important because you don't want to like spam people over and over and over again with your ads because they're going to get tired of it. They're going to get tired of seeing you. They're going to say that they want to hide that ad. They're going to report you potentially. And if people are giving negative feedback to your ads, it's going to decrease your relevancy. And if your relevancy goes down, then you're not going to be able to get as many impressions for your ad, and you could potentially get your ad account suspended as well. So reach is also a really good, this is a little ninja hack for you guys. Reach is really good also to get your advertisement in front of a very targeted audience. So for example, let's say that I created a custom audience of people who purchased my product, and I wanted to only show this brand new advertisement that I was making to like the 1,000 or 2,000 people who had purchased my product. And I was going to say, hey, thanks so much for purchasing our product. Because you're like such an awesome, amazing, loyal customer, we wanted to give you 50% off of our brand new course, or like our brand new corgi merchandise, or whatever it is, right? It doesn't matter if it's a physical product, digital product, whatever. So if I have a very targeted audience, audience that is my purchasers, right? So this custom audience is 1,000 people strong, or 2,000 people strong, or 10,000, or whatever it is, right? But they're very, very targeted. They know who I am. They're an extremely warm or even hot audience because they've already made a purchase from me. If I have a very defined audience, reach is actually a fantastic marketing objective to use to get my ad in front of all of those people for very cheap. So a lot of people would make a mistake here and they'd say, I'm just going to run a conversion campaign for my purchasers, right? Instead of doing that, actually, because the conversion marketing objective, Facebook knows that they can charge more for that, right? Because they're showing your ad only to people who are likely to convert. But in this specific case, if you're marketing to, like, for example, people who've already purchased from you, you know that they're likely to convert because they've already converted, right? So why pay more for a more expensive marketing objective when you could actually, with a super, super defined audience in this specific case, pay for a much cheaper marketing objective, which is the reach objective. And so if you have a very targeted audience, the reach objective is a great way to get your message in front of a very targeted audience for cheap. And there's one other very, very cheap way to do that, which we're going to talk about in a second. So that is the awareness column. People don't use brand awareness that often. People do use reach very often, so it is an important one to kind of get familiar with because it is very important. That is the general introduction of the brand awareness and reach campaigns. Again, brand awareness is not particularly used that often. I've never seen really good results from it specifically, but reach is a fantastic way to reach as many people, literally to reach as many people as you can. And when you have a very targeted audience of people who've already interacted with you in custom audiences and things like that, reach is a very inexpensive way to get a very targeted ad in front of as many eyes that you already know are interested as possible. And so we're going to go a lot deeper into the reach campaign later on when we actually go through, you sit over my shoulder as I set up complete campaigns for all of the important marketing objectives, guys. But that was your introduction for the awareness category, brand awareness and reach. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about the traffic campaign. So definitely the most used kind of column here in marketing objectives is the consideration column, right? Awareness really builds awareness, brand awareness, reaching as many people as possible. We talked about being able to use the reach campaign to, on a much more kind of cost-effective way, reach very targeted audiences. The consideration column really has a lot of very important elements that are quintessential to being successful with Facebook ads. So we're going to talk about traffic first just because it's on the top, but traffic actually really is kind of the second step in the ad lifecycle, right? It's step two. Step one, we're going to talk about in the following video, but it's engagement, right? The first step of the life cycle of your ad is to build engagement, build social proof, make other people interested in it, and then it is to drive traffic. We're gonna talk about traffic though and what it's kind of for, because traffic is one of kind of the most versatile, most important marketing objectives of any objective on Facebook, because it's literally to drive traffic to anywhere, on Facebook, off Facebook, a website, right? Or you can even use messenger conversations. And so traffic is really kind of the one size fits all solution. What I think of traffic as, and what I use the traffic marketing objective most often for, is actually to bring initial traffic. So if I have like a Shopify website, for example, or if I have a brand new website, I already installed my pixel, I kind of did all of the setup for it, but I don't have any pixel data, right? No one's come to my website, no one's visited my website. Then the first thing that I would do after engagement, right, after building social proof, is I need to get traffic to come to my site. I need to get my pixel some data. I need to do what's called seasoning my pixel, right? The more data that you feed your pixel, the more traffic you bring to your website, the smarter your pixel gets. But before you have any traffic, you don't have any pixel data, right? And so the second kind of step in the ad lifecycle is to bring traffic to my site, even if no one's ever come to it before. And so the traffic campaign really is just exactly what it sounds like. Not to, be Captain Obvious here, but it's to bring traffic to your site, even if you've never had any traffic before. So the traffic campaign, step 2 of the life cycle. There's not much else to kind of say about it. It's a very versatile, like I've said before, kind of marketing objective that we use for all types of different things, but generally just to bring traffic to our store when we don't have any pixel data. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. So guys, all right, we're gonna talk about the engagement category. So the engagement category obviously is one of the most important ones. It's how you generate social proof. And as you can see, there are 3 different categories down in engagement. There's the post engagement, which is what we're gonna use in the Ninja ad lifecycle, which is gonna get us that social proof, right? It's gonna get us the likes on our ads. It's gonna get us the comments. It's gonna get us the shares. And we're gonna use a hack that I figured out over the years, spending millions and millions of dollars on Facebook ads, that's going to make it so much cheaper for us to get a huge amount of engagement for, our ads, and which is what you need really to, keep people interested. Because like your boy P.T. Barnum, the original circus guy, nothing draws a crowd quite like a crowd. So the other form of engagement ads are page likes. And so page likes are super important, because similarly with social proof for an ad, right? If you're running an ad and it's running 20% off, like your brand new Corgi t-shirt, and it has 0 likes, 0 comments, and 0 shares, people are gonna be like, wow, that shirt sucks. But if it has 500 likes or 1,000 likes and 100 comments and like 10 shares or something like that, people are gonna say, okay, wow, other people like this shirt, which means I like this shirt. People are the crowd mob mentality. It's just human nature. Similarly with your page. In the new kind of digital era that we live in, people establish like a lot of validity from companies based off of their Facebook page, based off their Facebook presence. I personally do it. If I'm going to go to a Shopify store, for example, I'll say, okay, is this company legit? And one of the first things that I do is go and see, do they have a Facebook page? Do they have 1,000 people that like their page? Do they have 5,000? Do they have 10,000? And literally subconsciously, it assigns a little bit more merit and legitimacy to their business. And I know that if I do it, then a lot of other people are doing it. And just from my own personal experience, having at least a reasonably high level of engagement and social proof for your actual Facebook page is very important as far as like establishing business legitimacy. And so the page like campaign literally shows your advertisement to people who are likely, again, through their Facebook history and their browsing patterns and how they use the Facebook app, for example, have proven that they're likely to like a page from an ad. And similarly, guys, you have to tell people what to do. So if you're going to run a page like advertisement, right there in your ad copy, right, where you actually write out the text, you want to say, hey, like, go out and like my page. And again, we're going to run through and actually create campaigns in most of these different marketing objectives and show you all of the settings that I personally use. But the purpose of this module is to kind of get your cogs and your wheels turning of when you're going to be using each one of these marketing objectives. And then later on in future modules, we're going to show you exactly how to create these ad campaigns literally from start to finish, all of the settings we use, all of the hacks, right? Because there's a ton of different different little considerations, like do you optimize for impressions or link clicks? There's a lot of things that we're gonna teach you exactly how to set up all of these important campaigns. And some of them we're not gonna use, like store visits or app installs, just because they're not applicable to like 99% of people who are gonna be part of the Ninja family in this course, and just running Facebook ads in general. But again, if you guys are interested in these ones that are not commonly used, then just tag me in the private student group and I'd be happy to go through those. So that is page likes. Event responses is if you want people to actually engage with your event. So like if you're creating like an event ad, for example, like you have a grand opening of your new club or something like that, and you want people to engage with it to kind of give the not illusion, but to make it look like your event is super popular and a lot of people are interested in it, because again, I'm not going to keep repeating myself, but people are interested in things that other people have already shown interest in. Nobody wants to be the first to like something. Nobody wants to be the first to comment on something. So those are the hardest ones. And so establishing that first kind of cheaper, using the kind of developing countries with much cheaper cost of living. And so there's much cheaper likes and engagement costs for those countries to kind of build up engagement, and then running them in the more expensive markets where you're actually going to get your sales, like the US and the UK and things like that. That is how we do it. So that is engagement. Again, we talked about in foreign countries, and we're going to talk about exactly which ones to run them in. Here's 4 of my favorites: Pakistan, India, Philippines, and Thailand. These countries give you such unbelievably cheap cost per likes. You can get them for like literally significantly less than a cent per like or per engagement, depending on how well you set these up. And so the next thing that we're going to talk about, guys, is probably one of the most important hacks that I've ever figured out related to Facebook advertising. So I like to call it the social duplication ninja hack. And guys, what this does is it allows you to kind of leverage all of the social proof on a single ad across a ton of different split tests. And let me explain that a couple other ways, because it's so important that you understand, right? So for this, for the ad lifecycle, we're doing engagement first, then traffic, then conversions, right? But when we make this very first engagement campaign, we want to make that ad as if it was our final conversion campaign. So we're not making like an ad that says, like, hey, come and engage and like do all this like engagement stuff, right? Because the first ad that we make is going to be the final product that we're actually running traffic to our site with, and that we're running conversion campaigns to our site with, right? And the reason that we do it that way, guys, is because Facebook allows you to actually use existing posts. So think about it like this. Every time you make an ad on Facebook, it's the same thing as a Facebook post. Yes, it's an ad, but it's still technically a Facebook post inside of Facebook. And so what the social duplication ninja hack allows you to do is it allows you to use an existing post. So once we create these social engagement ads, right, and these ads exist, they exist as a post, right? One of the cool things that you can do with Facebook advertising, and this is one of the coolest hacks I've ever figured out. So drop your phone, put your dog down, or whatever you're doing right now, pay attention. Because once you create this first engagement ad, it has its own what's called a post ID. And so then when you're creating a new ad, right, maybe like a traffic campaign or a conversion campaign, you can create an ad or a post from scratch, or you can use what's called an existing post ID, right? So if you use an existing post, that means that you can now use the social proof that you got for super cheap by using the engagement marketing objective. You can use that and get that engagement you already have on that ad, on that post that already exists. You can now use that same post, but you can use the traffic marketing objective. And so you can actually show your ad now that has a bunch of social proof to people who have proven through their Facebook browsing and app use history to be much more likely to actually become traffic, click on ads, and go to your website. And that's so powerful, right? Because what you can do is once you actually, use that existing post, and guys, if you're confused about this, do not worry. You're gonna watch right over my shoulder as I go through this, step by step by step. We're gonna do this every step of the way for you guys. I'm just introducing the concept now so you understand how amazing and what an amazing hack this is and how important it is, right? Because one of the coolest parts is Once you do this once, guys, you can duplicate it as many times as you want. And the powerful thing about that is you can create, you can create an engagement post, get a bunch of cheap likes with the engagement. You can create a traffic campaign. Then next, you can use the existing post ID that kind of migrates over all of the social proof that you got, but now you're using the traffic marketing objective. And then once you do that, guys, and once you use the existing post, every time now that you duplicate that traffic campaign where you use the existing post, every time you duplicate it, it's going to redirect all of the new traffic that you're bringing to that ad to the same post ID. And that is so powerful because now you're showing it to a bunch of different people with different interests, with different split tests, right? You're gonna change one little thing at a time. So you're gonna try to figure out which one is converting the best for you. But all of those different split tests are all pointing to the same post ID. And that's so powerful because now you're showing it to 1,000 people who like Tony Robbins. You're showing it to 1,000 people who like Tim Ferriss, but it's all to the same post ID. So if one person likes it from here, one person likes it from there, now the same post has 2 likes and you just get more and more and more and more and more social proof, which then, creates a snowball effect because the more social proof you have, the more interested cold traffic and new people seeing the ad become, and then the more social proof you get. So it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful process. So obviously I get really excited about that. And again, the social duplication ninja hack, we will talk about in depth, much, much more in the course, and how to make it work and really explode the profitability of your campaigns just using this single hack. I'm gonna show you exactly how to do it over my shoulder. Right, so we did talk about page-like campaigns, right here under engagement. It's a really good way to kind of build social proof for your actual Facebook page. So if anybody, wants to come check out Kevin David, see if he's legit, see if he's, weird and selling, counterfeit corgi merch or whatever, and they come and they see, okay, well, he has 30,000 page likes, so he's probably not, gonna like scam me out of my corgi merchandise money. App installs is the next marketing objective. This one is not particularly widely used. Obviously, for app developers and things like that, it is. We are not going to go in depth on this one, but again, like always, if you guys have specific questions, if you're an app developer and you join the course specifically for that, tag me in the private group and I'd love to chat. That is everything as an introduction for the engagement category, how to build social proof. We talked about the post engagement, page likes, event responses, and we briefly touched on app installs. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, so let's talk about video views. Video views is an incredibly important marketing objective, probably one of the most important marketing objectives for a number of reasons, right? People don't use video, guys, because it's harder. And think about that for a second. People don't use video because it's harder. It's hard to make a good quality video ad. It's hard to make good quality video. You have to have the skills or the equipment, right? And that's all complete excuses. You can make a beautiful Facebook video ad with your iPhone, right? This iPhone has amazing cameras. It has more computing power than the frickin' first, spaceship that went to the moon. And so, people who say that they don't have the equipment, that's just complete hogwash, in my opinion. Video views are incredibly important, especially now. They're by far, the highest converting. They generate 1,200% more shares than text and images combined, and they have the highest click-through rate of any ad type, right? It's becoming more and more and more important. And something that's really important about video views, guys, or video ads in general, is Facebook default mutes videos on your feed. So like when you're scrolling through your Facebook feed, it's super important to understand this, right? And start to like get in the mindset of an advertiser rather than just like a consumer. And so when you're viewing and you see an ad pop up and it's a video ad, what catches your attention, right? Because it's defaulted mute. Because it would be crazy if they had this sound on your Facebook, because everything would just be blowing up at you and it would be way too overwhelming. So it's an absolute requirement when you create video view campaigns, or you create a video that you intend to use as an ad on Facebook, that you have subtitles, right? Think of creating Facebook video ads as if it's a silent film, because it's just so important. 85% of videos happen on mute. And you can incorporate design and make your video look super, super slick using like subtitle bars, and you can use subtitles with different colors. And we're going to show you awesome examples of what that kind of looks like. Here's an example. Watch me build a Facebook ad evergreen funnel, right? And this just exists as a little subtitle bar on the actual video itself, and it's super easy to do that in any type of video editing software like Camtasia or any type of Premiere Pro or Final Cut Pro and things like that. So let's talk about the actual types of videos. So the best types of ad videos for Facebook generally kind of go into 3 categories. There's the short video snippets, right? 0 to 30 seconds. There's kind of the traditional 30 to 2 minutes, 30 seconds to 2 minutes, excuse me, and the long kind of like the educational, where you're really like teaching something simple, really to get somebody interested in like the value that you could potentially add to their life. So those are kind of the main 3. And something that's really important to keep in mind here, guys, is remember when we looked at custom audiences, one of the coolest parts about video ads on Facebook is that you can create custom audiences of people who view a certain number of seconds of your video, or people who view a certain percentage of your video. So if somebody watches 50% of your video ad, you can know for sure that they're much more interested in what you have to offer than just like the general person out there, right? And so if you create custom audiences of people who watch 25% of your video, or custom audiences of people who watch 50% of your video, then you can really use the video view campaign to get a really cheap kind of meter or measurement of people who are interested, because the video view campaign is so much cheaper than the conversion campaign. It's like a cent a view versus $1 to $3 per click on the conversion campaign. And so when you're advertising to cold audiences, what would you rather use? Right, the video view campaign, where you don't know if these people are interested. You've done your best guess to target interest that they're probably interested in and things like that. But if you're advertising to a cold audience, would you rather use video views, which is a cent a view, or conversions, which is up to $3 or more per click? Right? And I think you guys are probably starting to get it now, where video views are such an incredible way of showing your ad to a ton of different people for like a really, really cheap every view. And then what you do is you create custom audiences of people who viewed 25% or 50% of your video, and then that they're significantly more interested than the average person, and then you can run conversion campaigns on them. It's such as much of a science as it is an art, and that's the beautiful part of Facebook advertising, right? So the 3 parts of an awesome video ad on Facebook. Number 1 is the hook. The hook is the single most important thing with all types of video on the internet. Think about people as goldfish, right? Most people have busy days. They have people calling them, their husband or wife, you just spilled boiling hot coffee on their pants, or their baby's crying, or their dog just peed. There's just things going on. It's a chaotic world out there. They have so many, notifications and just things happening that if you don't catch someone's attention in the first 3 seconds of a video, you've lost them. Right? It's the same thing with the copy. That's why we start out with like, wait, or, in the beginning of a lot of successful videos on Facebook, video ads on Facebook start with, turn your sound on. And there's like somebody like, super animated, like going ham, trying to get your attention. Because if you don't disrupt that pattern, right? The pattern interrupt, then you've lost that person. And the hook is so, so important. We've run really successful video ads where we'll be just burning money, like big stacks of money. And we're not burning like real money, but you can get prop money on Amazon for $20 for a $10,000 bill, which is what a lot of the influencers and gurus out there, show all their money. It's actually this prop money. But if you burn a stack of $10,000 that look like $100 bills, you get someone's attention, right? And so there's beautiful ways to do the hooks. And we're going to show you, amazing marketers out there like the Harmon brothers and people that I follow very, very closely. We're going to show you how to kind of emulate and get inspiration from top tier marketers of the world, and how to kind of translate that into your own business, and more importantly, how to do it on a budget, even if you don't have ridiculous video skills or like videographer teams and things like that. We're going to show you how to do it on the bootstrap budget, but seriously, that just freaking works like crazy. Number 2 is the meat, right? Your video must educate, entertain, and demonstrate. So if you're not entertaining, if you're not passionate, if you don't have energy, no one is going to pay attention to you, even if you're like teaching them the craziest things in the entire world that they've never even heard about in their entire lives, right? And so if you're not doing one of those three things, then no matter how educational, your video content is, if you're not entertaining to people, you've already lost them, because there's so many different options that people have that realistically, you have to be entertaining, you have to be passionate, you have to, love and really actually, have some type of meaning behind what you're saying. And number three is the call to action. You have to tell people what they're supposed to be doing, whether it's, viewing your training or buying your product or clicking the button below, right? People like to be told what to do. People, like to be given directions. People, like to follow leaders, especially ones who are, going to give them something of value kind of for their lives. So make sure that you have the hook, the meat, and the call to action, telling people what they actually should be doing. At the end of the video, if you want them to register for your free webinar, say that. If you want them to click the learn more button, say that, right? Make it very, very easy and frictionless for them to kind of move down your sales funnel and continue on to kind of do what the action, and click the action, the call to action that you want them to actually do. Do not ever kill yourself trying to reinvent the wheel, guys. This is such an important point in every part of entrepreneurship. I mean, in Facebook ads, obviously, it has huge implications as well. But in every part of entrepreneurship, trying to reinvent the wheel, trying to create the next big thing, when there's so much money to be made and there's so many ways to kind of get your piece of the pie, without having to take all of these unnecessary risks. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel, especially with advertising, guys. There's so much content out there from a marketing perspective. It's crazy. And so, one of the things that I want you guys to take away from this module and from this course in general is to, use other expert marketers and people who've proven themselves to be expert marketers by, generating large followings, or if they have the #1 best Facebook ads video in the world on YouTube. But look at the masters of clickbait. Look at the people who are really making it work and generating a huge amount of buzz for their videos, and then to find inspiration from it. And so one of the people who does a fantastic job, or one of the companies who do a fantastic job of this, is BuzzFeed. And so, look at some of their videos that they have on here. What's working? Look at their backgrounds. Look at their thumbnails. Let's watch one of them. Give your coffee the star treatment. So waiting for your coffee, and they have the little prayer emojis or whatever those are. And so it's good, right? People have this similarity that people can share when they're waiting for their coffee in the morning, and it's just funny and it's viral. And look at their thumbnail. I thought this was a rocket taking off, and they have emojis and things like that. And so whenever I'm looking for inspiration of what kind of gets viral attention, look at these numbers. Some of these are crazy. 1.9 million views on this, 5 million views, 516,000, 804,000, right? They understand kind of how to really get attention on Facebook, and they understand what goes viral and what gets shared and things like that. And so I always look at the people who are doing it the best, and I see, okay, what can I take from them? Maybe I can, use some of the elements of their thumbnail, or maybe, I can use kind of the organization of how they organize their videos, or I'm looking at, their hooks, or I'm looking at, what they're teaching and how they're teaching it and things like that. And so find the people in your specific niche on Facebook, on YouTube, on Google, on the internet, who are doing it the best. Find the advertisements that they're using, right? Find the videos that they're using, find their pages on Facebook and go through them, find their Instagrams and things like that. And, use them for inspiration to create your own content. Don't ever let yourself just sit there with your wheels turning or having, creative paralysis or writer's block and things like that, guys. There's so much content out there. There's so much inspiration. And, one of the big parts of this course that I'm going to try as hard as I can to do is to kind of teach everyone, the best places to look and get inspiration from and things like that. Again, so we talked about having subtitles. Facebook does have an auto subtitling feature, but it's kind of glitchy, and it's still rolling out. Not every ads or business manager account has access to it, and so a really cheap alternative is called rev.com. And so basically what they do is they do transcription, captions, translation, right, for $1 a minute, which is incredibly cheap and very, very efficient and effective. And you can even do translation if you have a really successful ad and you wanted to run it in Spain, for example, or Germany or whatever. You can get it translated and then you can get it transcribed, right? And so again, saying, hey, turn on your sound, people like get, if you can interrupt their habits, the pattern interrupt on Facebook is so important, especially with video. Works really well. And you can literally tell people what they're watching before they view any content with this subtitle bar, right? And so if you have like a real estate video that says like, and the point of the video, and you're a real estate agent, for example, is you want to give first-time home buyers a cheat sheet. Say like the 3 tips that all first-time home buyers can't like live without, or something like that. And you can tell people before they even view a second of the content what the video is actually going to be about. And this is a fantastic way of kind of educating people of the ways that they're going to actually be interacting with the content. And this is it's a great way to kind of save people time, because you can tell somebody in a second what your 6-minute video is about when most people are not going to watch it. But if you tell them and you target them correctly with this subtitle bar, they will actually pay attention, and then you're going to really increase that amount of time that people are going to watch the videos, which makes your custom audiences larger, which makes your conversion campaigns more accurate, right? So it's like a whole iterative process. So that is the video view campaign, and there's a lot in that one because I think it's incredibly important. Your introduction into the video view campaign marketing objective. It's one of the most important on Facebook. It's one of the ones that we're going to dive the deepest into when we get to the section where I'm actually creating a complete Facebook ad from start to finish with all of the copy, all of the headlines, how to create the video itself, how to create your imagery, right? How to write headlines that convert. We're going to go through all of that super in depth, but it's so important that we develop a very strong kind of base foundation infrastructure that we can build on top of, right? So that is the video views marketing objective. One of my favorite, one of the most effective, one of the cheapest and most efficient ways to reach the largest audience and to find people that are incredibly interested in what you have to say, which is the point of all of this, right? So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, so let's talk about lead generation ads. Lead generation ads are super powerful, and they're such a useful tool that Facebook has introduced to really make things collecting leads, using lead magnets, trying to collect emails or phone numbers and things like that. Such a breeze, especially for people who are not technologically sound at all, right? Like if you're in this course, you're already in the 99th percentile of people who are comfortable, learning and trying new things. But, for people who just aren't willing to make a website, they don't want to like create any type of web presence at all, but they want to collect leads, maybe like for their chiropractor or an acupuncturist or something like that. The lead generation ad campaign makes it so easy for people to, all within Facebook, set up a little lead capture form that asks for your name, for your email, for your phone number, and then Facebook handles all of the technical parts for you and gives you an output of all of the people who filled out that form because they were interested in your offer. So lead generation ads are really for people who want to distribute coupons, right, or cheat sheets, or they want to establish some type of scarcity for a digital product, or a number of coupons, right? You could say, come claim our amazing Facebook ad cheat sheet. There's only we're only going to give away 1,000, and Facebook in real time will actually kind of count down that 1,000 cheat sheets that you're giving away, which kind of establishes some scarcity, and it really has a huge impact on the cost per lead that you get from people, because people are much more likely to actually claim something that they see there's only a finite amount of. And so the lead generation really makes it perfect for that. We talked about the value ladder, right, for the dentist. You come in, maybe you lose money on the free teeth cleaning, but then you upsell them for retainers and whitenings and cosmetics and things like that. So what the lead offer, what the lead generation ad type, and people also call this offer ads, but the lead generation or offer ad type allows you to do it, like for example, for a gym would say, join today for only $5, get the rest of the year free, right? But you might upsell them. Maybe you sell like protein or smoothies or, supplements or whatever at your gym that you've proven to be, good sellers for people. And that's where you're really making your money. Similarly, like to a movie theater, they're not making a huge amount of money on the actual ticket themselves. Where they're really making their profit is from the actual popcorn and the soda and the things like that, because they're super expensive and they don't allow you to bring in your own snacks and things like that. And so these offers work really, really well, especially if you kind of add a little bit of specificity. So if I run a lead generation ad, I might say, join today for $5, get the rest of the year free. And I would start the ad by saying like, hey, people of Boston, like we just opened a brand new gym, and if and I'd only show it to people who are in the Boston area. And then if I saw that ad on my Facebook and I lived in Boston, I would say, okay, wait, I live in Boston. That's, it's talking to me. And I would target people who, liked personal trainers and were in a certain age range and, were interested in fitness and things like that. And so I'd really be only showing my ad to specific people who would be most the ad would be most relevant for. Use scarcity, right? Hurry offer ends. I usually like to run my offer ads or my lead generation ads for about a week, depending on how much ad spend you're putting. You could put, 100, you could try 1,000 available downloads, or, you could do coupon codes for Shopify. For example, you could say, we just launched a brand new product, right? We're giving away 150% off coupons, and you could run an ad campaign for that. Or you could say 100% off, you just pay shipping, right? This is a great little hack that I use. And don't worry, right? We're gonna show you exactly how to do this later on. I just wanna introduce kind of to get these ideas in your head of what you could, use in your own business. Maybe you have, a physical training business, and you could say, come get like a free evaluation, or, like a free adjustment for a chiropractor, or again, a free teeth cleaning for a dentist, or maybe a free drink coupon for a bar, right? All these types of value ladders where we're getting people in the door. Even if we're losing a little bit of money, people form habits and they come back to the same places. And so here's like a couple examples of offer ads kind of in practice here. We see these Jasper Market, save big on your first order of our locally sourced groceries. Jasper Market delivers $10 off your first order over 50. Get offer, right? And we see 541 people claimed this offer. And this is a great example, right? It has beautiful imagery here. Save big on your first order, right? It kind of entices people. People love saving money. People love discounts and things like that. And you can, limit these to one per person if you want, but generally I wouldn't run a discount where I was actually losing money. Even if you give like a 50% off discount for like an e-commerce product or whatever, I would still price it at such a price where 50% off, I was still profiting. And a nice little ninja hack that we're going to talk about just really quickly is you can actually create custom audiences of people who open your offer form. So if somebody clicks get offer, even if they don't give you their email, even if they don't give you your name, even if they don't give you any type of information, you can create a custom audience of people who engaged with your lead form, right? With your offer ad. And then you can create a custom audience and you can show people, hey, like I saw that you were interested in, our coupon for your first order off groceries. Here's an extra $10 off, or here's an extra 20% off if you claim it right now. And those are great ways to kind of follow up with people that have kind of already entered your ecosystem. They're a little bit warmer to your brand. They've showed at least some form of interest by clicking the get offer, opening the form, and things like that. And so those are kind of the ways that I like to use lead generation ads. And the last thing that I want to say just about lead generation is it's a perfect, beautiful way to actually kind of follow up via phone. So you can choose which types of forms you make mandatory, or which fields you make mandatory, excuse me. So you could say, mandatory, you have to give us your name, you have to give us your email, but you can also say you have to give us your phone number. And this is a great way for businesses that really thrive kind of off lead generation by phone follow-ups, right? And the people who are really closing on things that are a little bit higher ticket, anything over around $100, I've generally found is better to kind of follow up via phone, because people are just a little bit more comfortable talking to a real person versus filling out things entirely on the internet. And so if you have a business that's a little bit more kind of attuned to the phone kind of interaction, lead generation forms are a fantastic way to actually get real leads, real people's phone numbers, and then follow up, and the people who follow up quickly with these type of things are the people who are signing a ton of business. And so that is the lead generation marketing objective. It's a fantastic one. If you don't want to create your own website to capture emails and things like that, you can get people's names, emails, phone numbers, all within the native Facebook app. Or if you just want to try to get, cheap emails, and then just you can automatically upload those emails into your autoresponder, into your email campaigns, or start to send them out with using MailChimp or whatever your autoresponder is, and then you can really get your feet wet and start to email market, because email marketing is incredibly profitable. And the last thing, I keep saying that, but lead generation is such an exciting marketing objective. One last thing that I want to mention just while we're here, lead generation is a really good way to collect cheap emails. And if you're thinking to yourself, what can I do with those emails? Well, you can actually create custom audiences with them. So you can make a custom audience of people who opened your form, and you can make a custom audience of those emails, right? The people who gave you their email, and then from that custom audience, that seed audience, that source audience, you can create a lookalike audience, right? And so I just want you guys to continue to keep your wheels turning, see how all of these different pieces all kind of connect to each other, and how we can really use these things in unison to synergize into a beautiful level of marketing where we're just making a huge amount of profit. So that is lead generation, or offer ads, guys. Hope you enjoyed that one. Let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about the messages marketing objective. The messages marketing objective is one that is very, very, very exciting. Because most of the time, guys, people are just one question away. They have one last little concern. They're thinking to themselves, is that coat machine washable? Or, is that basketball indoor only or outdoor only? And you can put as much of the information as you possibly want on your product pages or about your services, and you can have a fact, and you can have common questions, and you can have everything in big bold font, but people just aren't going to read it. They're busy, they're not, people just don't usually read through all of your stuff. They're very, very fast. And the messages marketing objective allows you to kind of open up a dialogue with your real customers out there in the world who are reacting to your ad. And this is so, so powerful. Just really quickly, and we are going to go so much deeper into each one of these, where I'm going to actually really create real campaigns over my shoulder. But just really quickly, I want to point something out. So within traffic and conversion, these two marketing objectives right here, you can actually choose messages as where you want to drive traffic, right? And so this is just an important distinction that a lot of the other Facebook ad courses and things like that I've taken in the past, just because I always like to see what other people are doing, just to make sure that my course is by far the best, which I always try to do. Just so you guys know, so traffic and conversions has the messages option of where you want to drive traffic, and then you have the messages marketing objective, and where this is, how this is different is you can actually drive traffic directly to a messenger page. So you can actually open up a conversation, open messenger conversations from ads. And what this actually looks like is you'll see an ad that says like, come check out like our MMA gym, 20% off if you join in the next 24 hours or something like that. And then the call to action, normally where ads would say like learn more or shop now, down in the bottom right, it would say send message. And so then if somebody saw your ad and they were interested, they might send a message and say, hey, like, does your MMA gym accept children, under the age of 10 or something like that, right? You get all of these crazy questions. But if you have a real person, right, and we hire virtual assistants to monitor our Facebook pages for our e-commerce stores and things like that for 24 hours a day for $3 an hour. It's crazy cheap. And those real people, those real conversations, once you kind of train them how to kind of handle the sales process for your individual business, are so unbelievably profitable, guys. And so the two types of messages marketing objective ads are click to messenger and sponsored message. 99% of the time, we're going to use click to messenger. This one is actually if you want to send messages to existing conversations. But click to messenger just means that your call to action actually says send message, and you can open up kind of a dialogue with your customers, which is incredibly, incredibly powerful. And later on, guys, we're going to talk about ManyChat. So ManyChat and messenger bots are an unbelievably exciting opportunity that's really actually just gained like a lot more popularity with marketers and with people who are very, very ahead of the curve. And so if you actually get your messages game and your messages ads and your ManyChat and Messenger bots to a level, even like a very basic level, you're going to be so far. You're going to be light years ahead of your competition in 99% of businesses because it's literally just starting to gain popularity. It's similarly if you had started using email and email marketing right when email came out, and you would have understood how unbelievably effective that would have been right at the beginning. We're going to talk about ManyChat and Messenger bots very, very in depth later on. So you guys will not want to miss that, I promise you. So people literally are just usually about one question away. And we're going to talk about how to actually use messages in the most effective way, how to get people to actually open a dialogue, because once people talk to you for a second, they feel much, much more comfortable making an actual purchase, right? And if you're yourself answering them, like if you have a high ticket business or you don't mind doing customer service yourself, and they ask like, hey, like I just want to talk to somebody on the phone for like 5 minutes, and you say, okay, and you give them your number. If you get somebody on the phone, you close basically 100% of those sales, right? So the more time you have, and especially if you're getting started and you just kind of want to like see this process work and you want to feel it and you want to just really experience how powerful some of these marketing objectives are, especially with messages, opening dialogue with real people out there who are reacting to your ads yourself, set up a Messenger ad campaign. We're going to show you exactly how to do that, how what type of headlines and copy really gets people interested, curious to send messages, because once you establish that kind of first initial contact, then the actual sales process is so much easier. Anybody who's had any experience with business and marketing knows it is 10 times easier to sell something to an existing customer, right, once you actually already have that dialogue open, than it is to go and find a new customer, guys. So that is the messages marketing objective, not to be confused with how you can send traffic and conversion campaigns. You can send that traffic to messages, to Messenger. This is actually the messages marketing objective. And so we're going to talk about all the differences and things like that when we actually get to the ad creation module. But I just wanted to make that distinction that traffic and conversion marketing objectives, you can actually send your traffic for these marketing objectives if you want to send traffic to somewhere, or if you want to send conversion traffic to somewhere, you can send them specifically to Messenger, or you can actually have your send message call to action from the messages marketing objective. And guys, don't worry if that's confusing at all. It's going to make so much more sense in the later modules where we actually go through and create all of these different marketing objective ad campaigns kind of from scratch all the way through. It's just very, very important, like I've said before, to get that super, super solid base where you're really understanding. You're saying, okay, well, the goal of this ad campaign is to reach as big of a cold audience as possible, and then we're going to retarget them, and we have this awesome video. So then you're like, okay, obviously, video views is a great way to reach a big campaign or a big audience. And for a very cheap price. And then once we actually see, we have 1,000 people in a custom audience who watch 50% of the video or more, then we could actually, make a conversion campaign trying to get that group of people who watch 50% of the video or more, to actually convert and buy our offer, guys. So that is the messages marketing objective. Hope you enjoyed this one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, let's talk about one of the most important marketing objectives of all, which is the conversions marketing objective. Drive valuable actions on your website, in your app, or in Messenger. Basically, what the conversions marketing objective does that the other objectives don't do is it will optimize using Facebook's unbelievable amount of private data on all of us, right? It knows my age, it knows my browsing patterns, it knows my demographics, it knows what I generally buy on the internet, it knows, how long I generally stay on websites, it knows if I click on Facebook ads. Facebook knows so much information about all of us. It's really actually absurd and very scary and creepy, or it's very profitable for people like you and me who understand how to kind of capture the value and leverage the unbelievable amount of data that Facebook has on people to find our perfect customers. And so we are, like I've said a couple of times, going to go much more in depth into these different marketing objectives and actually build out campaigns. But I just really quickly want to show what it kind of looks like when you do a conversion campaign, just because it does look a little bit different. And this is going to look weird because this is a brand new account I set up as the Ad Ninja course demo. But if you were creating a conversion marketing objective, right, a campaign, what you could do here is it says, please select a conversion event. And what this means, guys, is Facebook is gonna go out and say, okay, if I choose, for example, purchases. So every pixel has a series of different events. Like if somebody comes onto my website, for example, and they're just browsing, they're just viewing content, it's going to fire the view content event in the pixel because I've just kind of looked at a page. If I perform a search on a website, Facebook's pixel is smart enough to know that a user performed a search. If I added any product to a cart, Facebook is smart enough, the pixel is smart enough to know that a user added something to your cart. If somebody made a purchase on your site, if someone added their payment information, Facebook knows every time one of these individual events happens, and then you're actually able to optimize to show your ad only to people who are most likely to do whichever conversion event you select. Right? So that's I know this is a little bit more complicated, but the conversion campaign is so pivotal to understand. And most of the time, guys, what we're going to be doing is either view content or purchase, because people who if you're starting a brand new website, you don't have a lot of people coming to your website, you don't have a lot of traffic, you probably don't have a lot of purchases right at first, but that's okay. Right? The conversion marketing objective is not for people who have no event data in their pixel. What you're going to use the conversion marketing objective for, guys, is once you have 100 people who viewed your website, then you could create a conversion campaign, optimizing for view content. But by far the most powerful one, guys. Well, it depends. If you're trying to optimize to get more registrations for your webinar, this is a great one. If you're trying to optimize to get more, email leads from like a cheat sheet landing page, this is a good one. But most of the time, guys, the most powerful usage of the conversion marketing objective is optimizing for the conversion event of a purchase. So if you have 100 people, or even, Facebook says that you need 25 event fires. And when I say event fire, that means this purchase is an event according to the pixel. So if you have 25 people who've purchased from your website in a week, in 7 days, then that is enough data according to Facebook. And they change that from time to time, but that's enough data according to Facebook to have an optimized, at least a minimally optimized purchase conversion campaign. And so if you have 100 purchases, or if you have 1,000 purchases, this just gets smarter and smarter and smarter at finding other people who are more likely to also convert and who are also to purchase. And so we choose the purchase event here. And now when we actually go out and create this campaign, guys, Facebook is going to say, okay, well, if you have 100 people who purchase, I'm going to only show this ad to people who share as many similarities as possible with that seed, that source audience of event data from the pixel who are also likely to purchase. And that is how a conversion campaign is so valuable, especially the more data that you actually give your pixel. So when people say that they're seasoning their pixel, it means that they're driving traffic to their site, whether it's organically from Instagram or YouTube, or people who are interested in their Facebook page or whatever, or if they're driving traffic via a traffic campaign. The more people who visit your site, the smarter your pixel gets. The smarter your pixel gets, the more profitable your conversion campaigns get. Right? But people who start out with conversion campaigns are wasting money because, if you don't have the event data, if you don't have, a seasoned pixel, then you're going to be paying more, because Facebook isn't dumb. Facebook is incredibly smart, actually, and they understand that the conversion campaign is the most profitable for people if used correctly, which means that they can charge the most for it. And so this is one of, if not the most expensive marketing objective, and it should only be used when you have enough source data to actually take advantage of the crazy amount of data that Facebook has on people to be able to find other people who are most likely to also purchase. And so that is a smashed in your face conversion marketing objective kind of summary. It's an incredibly important part of Facebook advertising, but it should not be used in the wrong place. It should only be used once we have 25, even to 100 events, whether we're optimizing to get more people to purchase, or we're optimizing to get more people to add to cart, or optimizing to get more people to add their payment information. You can choose whatever conversion event that you want, and Facebook's going to go out and find people who are more likely than the average population to also do that conversion event, guys. So one more thing that I want to talk about is what's called custom conversion events. And so custom conversion events basically allow you to optimize for anything. So as you guys saw when we actually went into the ad itself here, we can choose what Facebook allows us to as far as conversion events, view content, search, add to basket, add to wish list, things like that. But let's say, for example, that we wanted to create a custom conversion event and we wanted to target more people who've viewed our order page but haven't viewed our thank you page. So people who are showing interest but haven't bought yet. And so how we would do that is we can do what's called a custom conversion. So we can go to create custom conversion here. And for those of you who didn't see, I think I did that kind of fast. We went to all tools and then custom conversions right here. And so create custom conversions. And what we can do now is we can actually include all URL traffic that meet the following criteria. So if we wanted to target people who had viewed our order page, right, and assuming that our order page had the words order page in it, obviously, if you have an order page on ClickFunnels, you can just use the order page and then you can use the thank you page. Or on Shopify, if you want to target people who visited your cart but haven't visited your thank you page, you could say URL contains cart. And you could add another rule here, and you could say URL does not contain thank you. Right? And these are easy. Obviously, I can't show you exactly what your URLs would be because I don't know, what specific platform you're using. But if you're using Shopify, all you have to do is take, your cart URL, and you could say, for example, you want to include all URL traffic where people have gone to the cart, but they have not seen the thank you URL, right? So now you're gonna create a custom conversion event that's gonna optimize to show your ad to more people who are likely to also view the cart but not view the thank you page, to show it to more people who are interested enough to actually come and enter your cart but have not yet purchased. So the last thing that I'll say about custom conversions is, I just wanted to introduce the concept, but these are kind of more advanced strategies that most people don't actually need. And let Facebook pixels do what it was designed to do. So I usually use standard events. So there's standard events and then there's custom conversions. Custom conversions are what we did right here, but sometimes people can make mistakes because you have like multiple different products that both have cart in the URL, or maybe your your thank you page actually says like purchase confirmation or something like that. And so I generally don't like to use custom conversions, but I just want to show you guys that what's out there and what your options are if you want to create a little bit more complex custom conversions where you want to optimize your campaign for people who are likely to add their payment or purchase, right? Because there's like a lot of different combinations of advanced things that you can do with custom conversions. But for most of us, it's going to be just perfectly fine to actually just choose the conversion campaign objective here. And then actually, just choose one of these standard conversion events just right like so. So 2 final little tips, and we'll go through these more in depth once we actually go to create full-scale ad campaigns kind of over my shoulder. But 2 last little things that are fun and cool about the conversion marketing objective is you can turn on the offer ad also. So drive more conversions by creating an offer that people can save and receive reminders about. And so this is kind of a cool little thing. It's kind of like a lead generation or an offer ad mixed with a conversion ad. So this is a sweet little tactic that I like to use all the time to kind of really entice people to actually convert on my offers, which then makes the Facebook pixel smarter, which means that I get cheaper conversions and more conversions, which means my conversion campaigns become more accurate. And the last little ninja tip I'm going to go over super quick is you can actually optimization for ad delivery. And literally this has just appeared as of like last week, which is hilarious and actually a really good point, because Facebook changes more than any major platform that I've ever seen by far. They literally change sometimes daily. So, if you read something like, for example, if you want to run conversion campaigns but don't have a huge amount of traffic, click the optimize for both link clicks and conversions, which, you can do right here. And conversions if optimizing for conversions isn't getting enough results. But like we see, literally, I checked this like a few days ago and this wasn't here. They're saying starting May 30th, 2018, optimizing for both link clicks and conversions will no longer be possible. Any ad sets that optimize for both link clicks and conversions will automatically be updated to conversion optimization, which is hilarious, right? But it's a great point because Facebook changes all the time, guys. So if you see something here that you don't see in the platform, you can't find anywhere, don't kill yourself. Post in the private group. It's probably likely that it's updated. Facebook updates sometimes literally daily, guys, but most of the time The general concepts remain the same, which is why I'm spending so much time up front teaching you guys an incredibly solid kind of foundation and infrastructure to build on, so you understand the underlying concepts. So even when Facebook changes little stuff like this, where this like disappears, you're gonna say, oh, well, I can either just run a traffic campaign then first and then do a conversion, rather than trying to do both kind of with one little hack that I was trying to teach you guys, because it looks like it's gonna be eliminated in about 10 days. And so that is conversion marketing objectives. I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and we'll see you on the next. All right, guys, let's talk about the catalog sales marketing objective. This is one of the most unique marketing objectives that Facebook offers, because it's one of the few where you can really kind of set it and forget it. Most of the other kind of, marketing objectives take some work, they take some iteration. You kind of have to split test, you have to test, you have to target different interests, different demographics, maybe split test on gender, age, location, a lot of different things, until you kind of find the sweet spot where, you're really getting those super profitable conversions. Your pixel's getting more and more data, which means that your conversion campaigns and all of your different custom audiences and things like that for retargeting are all getting much smarter, which means that you're just exploding with profit, right? It's a big iterative kind of snowball process that kind of takes some effort up front. You kind of have to spend money to figure out what your perfect audience is, but catalog sales is actually quite different. So what catalog sales does is it allows you to dynamically so catalog sales and dynamic product ads are kind of synonymous. So when you see me refer to DPAs, right, it means dynamic product ad, and it's kind of another name for catalog sales. So when you set up catalog sales or dynamic product ads, what you're doing is you're saying, okay, so let's say that I have a Shopify store, for example, that has 100 different products. And so it's like, if I wanted to set up, retargeting campaigns so that every time somebody viewed an individual product, right, it could be product number 1, it could be product number 47, it could be product number 96, right? If I have 100 different products, it would take me a ridiculous amount of time to set up all of those campaigns so that I showed retargeting ads to anybody who came and added one of my products to cart but didn't buy it, right? And so what dynamic product ads allow you to do? So much easier. All you have to do is set up, a product display feed, and then you have to just literally set up your which one of your products in your overall collection that you want to actually set up for DPAs. And I'll show you exactly how to do that for your e-commerce store. So don't worry about that. I just want to introduce the concept again. So what this allows you to do is very quickly set up a beautifully seamless kind of situation where if somebody, let's say that I have 100 different products, one is a purse, one is a wallet, and one is a pair of shoes, right? So if 3 different people view the purse, the wallet, and the shoes, then what I can do without doing any retargeting of any kind other than my setting up the initial kind of catalog DPAs is Facebook will seamlessly, automatically do something like this, where this person would be browsing this particular purse, and then all of a sudden, dynamically, Facebook would show them an ad for the purse that they just had in their cart. And that is so unbelievably valuable. I can't even describe it. So anyone who has an e-commerce store that doesn't have their catalog sale dynamic product ads set up correctly is leaving literally thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on the table, because what Facebook does is it dynamically updates these in real time. So if one person viewed a purse, it would show that person a purse immediately, right? That same person, the same purse. If somebody viewed a wallet, it would show that person, that same wallet. And look at how easy it makes it. It brings up the product page here with a shop now, 2 clicks, and they can purchase it directly from their Facebook feed. It is unbelievably valuable, guys. And you can do more advanced things, which we will go over. So you can literally use what's called product variables. And so I can literally say, hey, did you forget to grab your Dooney and Bork, MLB Rockies? You can automatically import the product name of the name of your product from your Shopify store into your ad copy. So not only is it unbelievably targeted, showing that same person, the same exact purse, but you can also call the name of the purse without having to set up 100 different campaigns where you're naming, okay, this is the Dooney and Borg, this is the Studs, this is the Cambridge, this is the Betsy Johnson, right? So it's unbelievably easy and so beautifully simple to do this. And there's some really cool kind of custom combination advanced things that you can do where you can, integrate coupons directly into your copy. You could have, like, for example, a Shopify store-wide coupon where 5 off just saves you, $5 on any purchase. And then the people who actually view this ad will see 5 off in the ad copy. They'll think it's specifically for them because you're already showing them the perfect purse they already viewed and the name of the purse, and then they're going to think that you're giving them specifically a $5 off coupon. And this works like crazy. We've had absolutely enormous results using DPAs in this exact way. And one other thing that I want to talk about for DPAs is you can actually show people the same product they were viewing, or you can show people upsells. And what I mean by that is, let's say that somebody was viewing like a camera on your store, for example, but you wanted to say, okay, every person that sees this camera, I want to show them an ad for the case for the camera. And that is so powerful, guys. It's so unbelievably powerful. You can set up what's called custom combinations with dynamic product ads. And I know this all sounds complicated, but when you see me actually set it up in the later modules, you're going to be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then literally you can just follow along, do the exact same things, and it's going to work like an absolute killer for you guys. And so think about how powerful that is. You can, every time you have a product, if you have a horizontally related product like a camera and a camera case, or any combination of things like a microphone and like a microphone like hanging kit or stabilizer, or whatever this is called, or if you're selling a laptop, maybe you want to sell a case for the laptop, or you're selling a phone case and you want to sell like a matching mouse pad. Or, the combinations are endless. And what you're able to do with custom combinations is show people ads based on their viewing history. So if they view one product, you can show them an ad for something that product needs, like a camera. You show them the perfect camera case that says, hey, we noticed that you ordered your amazing camera. Here's the perfect case that like every power photographer needs to protect their investment, or something like that. And it works like an absolute charm, guys. So that is the product catalog sales or dynamic product ads marketing objective. We will get super in depth on that one because it is so important. And guys, the beautiful part about it is once you set it up once, it kind of just operates in the background dynamically, showing all of these people perfectly targeted ads of what they just viewed or products that are related to what they just viewed. So I hope you guys enjoy that one, guys, and let's get to the next. So let's talk about naming conventions for your campaigns, ad sets, and ads. And so basically what we're going to do here, guys, is we just want to be specific enough. And I know it might not seem important at the beginning when you only have, one campaign for maybe one product or something like that. But, you start to get more and more ad sets, because the people who are successful on Facebook, like I always preach, are the people who test the most, who create the most split tests, right? If I'm advertising an entrepreneurship course, I'm going to make one campaign that is targeting Tony Robbins. I'm going to make one campaign that's targeting Gary Vaynerchuk. I'm going to make one campaign that's targeting Bob Proctor, right? All of these people who've kind of, proven themselves and have been around for years and have, a lot of the kind of fame and notoriety as popular entrepreneurs, just, from the chaos of the market. For whatever reason, people who like Gary Vaynerchuk might literally be 10 times more likely to make a purchase from me than people who like Tim Ferriss, or than people who like Oprah, right? So, you won't be able to figure that out. And no matter what I think or what you think or what anyone thinks, the only way to know for sure is by testing the market, guys. And how you do that is by creating split tests, and a lot of them. And so, unless you actually name your campaigns and your ad sets kind of correctly from the start and get into that habit, it's going to become very confusing, what you're actually trying to accomplish. And so if we're actually going to run, for example, like a traffic campaign, and we're going to run it for, our brand new top of the line cutting edge Corgi merch, I would say like Corgi t-shirt traffic campaign, and I would say May 2018. And then so once we're inside here, we can actually name our ad set. And we want to be even more specific here because, the campaign contains all of our different ad sets. Like you could have one campaign with 1 million different ad sets, literally, or more. And so we'd name this something like, Corgi, puppy, t-shirt, traffic, and then we'd want to name the actual graphic itself. So this would be like the Core Geek one with the little glasses on our Corgi, Core Geek graphic number 1, if we had multiple of them. And then maybe for this specific ad set, we're going to target males who are 25 through 34, and we target people whose interests include PetSmart and Welsh Corgis. Right, so that is a ridiculously detailed ad set name. But then when you're actually, going to evaluate which ad sets are performing, which ones are getting you, cost per clicks that are $1 versus cost per clicks that are 25 cents, right? Or which ones are getting you cost per purchases that are $3 versus cost per purchases that are $10, right? So obviously you want to optimize and scale the ones that are getting you the lowest cost per purchase, right? Cost of advertising per purchase that you can possibly get. And so if we did this one, right, just to illustrate, so if we did this, it's males 25 through 34. So we just come down here and choose 25 through 34, who are men. We could do even people who speak English. And for interest, we might do PetSmart. You want to make sure that you choose the right PetSmart, right? Employers of PetSmart, schools or universities that are PetSmart, you don't want to choose these two. You want to make sure that you actually choose the interest of PetSmart. And you can tell right here where it says size. So people who go to the PetSmart University, whatever that is, only 2,700. Or people who actually have the employer PetSmart, there's 116,000. Versus people who are interested in PetSmart, and PetSmart products is 4.5 million. So we could choose that one. And then we could also do, Welsh Corgi right here, 4.2 million. So people who are interested in this. So if we look right here, this is our ad set name, and this is it kind of represented actually in the ad. And again, we're going to go through this very, very much more in depth, but I just wanted to show you kind of, how the naming convention of our ad set would actually look when it comes down to, the demographical targeting and the detail targeting. So that is naming conventions. You just want to kind of get in the habit of naming these things early, and I know it's going to seem kind of tedious at first, but once you get in the habit, you're going to thank me when you have 50 or 100 different ad sets running, and you're going to be able to make very, very quick decisions, saying to yourself, oh, okay, so the interests that had PetSmart and Welsh Corgis are not performing as well as the interests who like I love Corgis, the page, and some other pet company that I can't think of right now. So let's talk about the ninja methodology. Right, so the ninja methodology basically allows you to, in a very intelligent way, kind of hone down on a ton of different split tests kind of in the most efficient way as you possibly can. So the overall strategy, guys, and how this works is to set up a huge number of shots in the dark, kind of using different images. Because the first thing that we want to narrow down is which image is performing the best, right? You never want to just come at an advertising campaign with one image. You generally want, at the minimum 3, but I like to have 5 different kind of high quality images. Maybe one has like a smiling corgi with a little 20% off in the corner, and one is like a video of a bunch of corgis playing. One is, a picture of like a beautiful woman smiling, like holding her corgi puppy. One's like a picture of, a bunch of corgi puppies with their mom. All of these different types of things that kind of would appeal to people who would be interested in corgi t-shirts, and people who would be interested in buying merchandise related to adorable little corgis. And so the first thing that we need to figure out, guys, is which graphic of those 5 is the most kind of effective and efficient at driving what we want, right? Whether it's traffic to our site or add to cart or purchases, obviously, is what most people would want. And so how we do this is, we create one kind of master targeting. And so what we would do is we would say, okay, these are the people that I think, are the most likely to buy. And we can get this information, again, from audience insights, right? I hope you're kind of thinking ahead while I'm talking right now, because I think you're starting to get, how these things all kind of play together and why it's so important to have this base. Hopefully, I promise I'm not just, saying all of this. And so once we kind of narrow down our master list here, where we have, the perfect age that we're guessing, right? Because we don't know, but we're guessing, and we're kind of establishing our best guess up front of the perfect age, the perfect gender, the perfect detailed targeting, the perfect locations, right? So once we kind of have that, we would go ahead to the actual ad itself, And then what we would do is instead of just a single image, you can actually create up to 6 ads with 1 image each at no extra charge. And so what you're allowed to do, guys, is you can Facebook will automatically split test for you, where you can actually create up to 6 ads at once by uploading multiple images. So what you're going to do is you're going to upload all of your different images with the same targeting. And then when you do that, what Facebook is going to be able to figure out for you is what is the most effective image. And once you know what the most effective image is, the market will tell you, guys. It's going to give you a very clear, it's going to be so strange because you might have a favorite of the 3 or of the 5 or of the 6 or however many that you make. And you might figure out that that's actually the one that performs the worst. And you can't be emotional, right? Don't get tied to your favorite things. Let the market tell you. You might have one that you think is the absolute worst picture, but it's performing by far the best. And we're going to talk about how to tell what ads are performing. We're going to talk about how to optimize and scale later on, I promise. And we're going to talk about all of these hacks that I've figured out through millions and millions of dollars of ad spend. But that is kind of the ninja methodology, guys. You first have to figure out what is the best performing image. Once you have the best performing image, then you can start to split test on other things. And what I mean by that is that you actually split test on interest, for example. And we're going to talk about the ninja way to do that, which is going to be one of the most exciting parts of this entire course. But I'll give you a little hint. It is right here. Instead of creating new ad set, create multiple new ad sets. And we're going to talk about variants. And we're going to talk about the slickest ways to set this all up, guys. But I promise you we will get to that. But first, we got to finish out this solid foundation. I promise it's coming to a close, and we're going to get to the super, super exciting stuff. So that is the ninja methodology. First, we're going to split test on images. Once we know which image for sure performs the best, then we're going to start split testing on interests. We're going to start split testing on demographics, where people are actually located. When we looked up before, I think Montana was the most interested in corgis state according to Google Trends. We're going to split test on gender, all of these different things once we have our best image. And it's going to be a super fun experience showing you guys exactly how to split test in the most efficient, in the most effective ways. Because I think a lot of people teach Facebook ads, but they teach it in such a disorganized, kind of chaotic way. It just makes me crazy. I'm going to show you guys from the very start, even though it might be a little bit more complicated than teaching, the very basics. I'm going to teach you guys how to do it right from the very beginning. So that is your kind of tutorial into naming conventions for campaigns and ad sets, and the intro into the ninja methodology, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. So let's talk about one of my least favorite things in the world, rules. But rules, when they are concerning Facebook, are actually incredibly useful. And we're going to talk about some of my favorite ways to actually use rules to really make automating your ad sets so much more efficient and simple when you actually start to have a lot of them, right? Because if you have 100 ad sets, it's very difficult to go through all of them individually and say, okay, I want to scale this one 15%. I want to, pause any of them that have my cost per purchase over $5 or things like that. But with rules, you can make that incredibly easy. And so let's talk about how I like to use these. The way that I like to use them is with all active ad sets. And you can do this a couple of different ways. The 2 main ways that I like to use it are turning off ad sets and adjusting the budget. For the first one, we're talking about turning off ad sets. So what we're going to do is, if we want to make sure that we turn off any ad sets that are getting a little bit too expensive, we first have to establish what our kind of acceptable cost per purchase is. So let's say that we're selling, Bluetooth headphones on Shopify, and we realize that, okay, our profit per sale is about $5. And so if we want to turn off all ad sets that are our cost per purchase, right? And when I say cost per purchase, I mean the amount of advertising dollars that we're giving Facebook in order to get one purchase, right? So the amount of money we're spending on ads to get one purchase in return. So if our cost per purchase, and I like to do cost per website purchase. Okay, so down here in website conversions by Facebook Pixel, I like to do purchases. So this means that we're going to turn off all ad sets if the conditions match the following. The purchases on the Facebook Pixel is greater than $5, right? So this means that if at any time an ad set is costing more than $5 per purchase, this rule will automatically turn it off. And the best results that I've gotten for time range is actually the running average over the last 3 days. And you can leave the attribution window according to account default. And so yeah, you can notify both yourself on Facebook, and you can also do email if you want. And we're just going to call this one turn off ad sets if cost per purchase is over $5, right? And then we create that. And so let's talk about the other most common way that I like to use rules, and that is actually to increase budget. So let's say that we have, we have to do active ad sets. So let's say that we have an ad set that's performing really well, or we have like 50 ad sets or 100 ad sets or something like that. But we want to raise the daily budget of our ad sets that are performing well. What we're going to do is we are going to, instead of doing turn off all ad sets, we're going to do increase daily budget by. And a common misconception, guys, which is so important to understand, a lot of the other Facebook teachers and people out there are saying that you can raise your budget, your daily budget, by whatever you want, and you'll get the same results, right? So if you're spending $100 a day and you're getting 50 sales, if you then go to $200 a day, you'd get 100 sales. But that is not how it works at all. You cannot scale proportionally like that. I wish more than anything it was true, because I would raise my budgets to $1 million a day, and then I would be, buying islands and going crazy and doing things like that. But unfortunately, that's not how the real world works. But what we can do, guys, is we can increase our daily budget by between 15 and 30% per day. And you can set a maximum daily budget cap, just so you don't want to turn this on and forget about it, and then all of a sudden it's spending like $1 million a day and you just can't afford that upfront cost. And so I usually like to set it at like $1,000 a day. And if you're a larger company or you have more ad spend, I've set these as high as $10,000 a day or even $100,000 a day. So the action frequency, you can set this to the default. And what I like to do again is down in website conversions for Facebook Pixel, we're going to do purchases. And we want to increase the budget if purchases are smaller than $4 per purchase. So this means that if any of our ad sets are getting us purchases for under $4 per purchase, then we want to raise the budget, the daily budget of those ad sets by 15% every single day, right? And we're gonna do a time range in the last 3 days. And we're gonna set the schedule for daily 12 a.m. Alaska time, which is fine. You can set a custom schedule if you want, but I generally just like to leave it on the default for here. And again, you can set a custom here if you want, but I like to just leave it again on the default. And so what this allows you to do, guys, is it kind of takes out a lot of the manual work, because humans are, computers are really good at some stuff and they're really bad at some stuff. Humans are really good at some stuff and they're really bad at some stuff. Humans are really bad at performing the same tasks at the same time every single day because people are busy, they get caught up, whatever. So this takes out a lot of the kind of human element of it, and it allows you to actually increase your daily budgets automatically. And this is such an unbelievably beautiful kind of way to really scale without having to constantly monitor your own stuff. And the action frequency, sorry, I made a mistake when I said that earlier. The action frequency for the increased daily budget buy, I actually like to do once daily, because I've generally found that if you increase your daily budgets by 15 to 30%, 30% being kind of the max, I generally like to do, between 15 and 25. I've just found that that's by far kind of the best percentage to raise it by. If you do it every 24 hours exactly, right? And this is going to do it every 24 hours. And the reason we put 3 days here is so it's a running average. Sometimes on the first day it might be super high, the second day it might be super low. And so you want to kind of have it as an average so that the outliers don't actually cause the rule to fire and turn off your ad sets, even because they might actually be very profitable. So I like to do every 3 days. This is the number of days of data you'd like to apply to your rule. But if you increase the daily budget by 15%, every 24 hours, you're going to have very, very good results for this particular rule. So that is rules, guys. That's automation rules. That is one of the best ways that you can possibly save yourself so much time, especially if you're running a Facebook ad agency. I had people who didn't know about this who were spending like 20 to 30 hours a week just going through and manually adjusting ad set after ad set for literally hundreds of ad sets for all of their different clients. And I was like, man, you gotta check out these Facebook rules. And they're like, oh my God, Kevin, you've literally saved me 30 hours a week where they can, devote to finding new clients or just relaxing and having a beer on the beach, right? So that is the automation rules, and they are going to save you so much time and energy. I can't even describe it to you. And learning this stuff the right way from the beginning, guys, you won't even realize how much time you save, which is basically going to mean that I did my job correctly. But if you did learn this the wrong way, or you've been doing it a different way and you're seeing these, you probably understand how unbelievably beautiful and amazing these automation rules actually allow you to kind of save yourself time. So we just went through a lot. We went through all of the different marketing objectives. We went through automation rules, custom conversions. We talked about when to use which marketing objectives. We talked about dynamic product ads, catalog sales, how important video views are, how to use lead generation campaigns, a ton of different stuff, guys. And so now you should have a really good solid base with a bunch of your own notes, how it applies to your own business, when to use each one. And again, you can come back, you can refer back to these videos whenever you want. Obviously, you're going to have these handy dandy PDFs for as long as you like. And so now you're going to know when to use which marketing objective, which is going to give you kind of the best bang for your buck, the most results for the cheapest price, so you can explode your business, guys. So I hope you enjoyed this one, guys, and let's get to the next. What is up, ninjas? Today we're going to talk about how to create ultra targeted audiences that are going to skyrocket your skills. One of the epiphanies that I had as I became better and better at Facebook advertising was those who target best win. It's very simple. You can have the best product in the entire world, but if you show it to the wrong people, or more importantly, you don't show it to the right people, they won't buy it. And it's really as simple as that. So in this module, we are going to talk about how to create laser targeted audience that do one thing and one thing alone, which is drive more sales, get you more profit, and more importantly, get you lifetime customers, because those are the ones who are the most kind of beneficial for your overall company. So how we do this, guys, is we define our audience. And, a lot of other people and teachers and gurus and, Facebook advertising experts and advertising experts in general, create all of these avatars, describing your customer down to the actual like age and location. Like, her name's Susan and she lives in Ohio and she has 3 kids. And, that's one way of doing it for sure. But it's not the way that I do it. And the way that I do it is much more kind of efficient and new age and kind of a fitting to this era. Because we have so much data available to us, we don't have to, try to create these like so-called avatars of our perfect customer, because that inherently has a lot of guessing. You have to actually guess about their age, guess about their gender, things like that, when all of the data is there, and you just have to know how to look for it to then define your audience. Targeting and audience creation, guys, is just where the profitable advertisers set themselves apart. Again, remember, Facebook advertising is as much of an art as it is a science. And so this module is going to be a lot more about how to kind of unlock that art of defining your perfect audience, understanding what tools are available to you to find your perfect audience, where to find the data, how to make sense of the data, how to apply the data. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. And, more importantly, guys, we're going to go through a lot of examples actually using, these tools and these methodologies and kind of getting you into the mindset of how to define your perfect audience, because it's impossible for me to go over every single type of business in the world. I wish I could. But, what we're going to do is we are going to, metaphorically teach a man to fish rather than give him a fish so you can be able to, feed himself for life. And so the first thing that we want to talk about is with any of these advertising campaigns, what we can do is actually start to target people. And the way that we target people is actually in this section here where it says detailed targeting. So this is one of the most important sections. This is one of the sections, where you're going to be split testing based on a variety of different interests that people are interested in. This is where you're going to be split testing on demographical information. This is where you're going to be split testing on behavioral information. So we see right here, add demographics, interests, or behaviors. And again, some of this information I would argue is also demographical behavior, age, gender, language, and things like that. But this is one of the most important sections of all of Facebook advertising. And so we're going to go through it right now, and we're going to talk about some of the most important things and kind of how to look through this section for yourself and start to get your wheels turning and the cogs moving as to how you can actually apply these detailed targeters to your own business. So let's say, just for the sake of example, that we wanted to target someone who was selling maybe like a high-end kind of exercise bike for somebody who wanted to lose weight. So how would we do that? How would we kind of put ourselves in that mentality, and how would we really start to target them? And we're going to talk more about really how to hone in on this later in this module on using audience insights and using like the page likes and Google Trends and things like that. But let's just use a bit of logic kind of just to get ourselves in the mentality of how this works, right? Because what detailed targeting is, at the end of the day, is how you're telling Facebook who to show your ad to. So if I'm selling like a high-end exercise bike, who is my, just logically, who is my perfect target customer? It's probably somebody, and by high end, I mean like an expensive exercise bike, like a premium one, right? And so I'd probably be targeting people who are, in a larger income range, like a higher income bracket. I would probably be targeting people who are had shown some type of interest in weight loss, for example. And then there's other ways to target people who are a little bit more affluent, right? Like if they have premium credit cards, for example, or if they're above average spenders on credit cards and things like that. And so what I want to do with this example is kind of illustrate, a demographic, an interest, and a behavior that we can target, right? So what does an interest actually mean? Literally what it means from a detailed targeting perspective on Facebook is somebody has shown interest in a Facebook page. And so like if I was going to target people who wanted a high, a premium exercise bike, then I'd probably want to target people who are interested in weight loss. And how do I know that somebody is interested in weight loss or fitness, right? Let's think of some things. Like the first thing that comes to my mind randomly is just like Slim Fast, right? So Slim Fast, the drink, and what this means is people who have expressed an interest in or liked pages related to Slim Fast. So we can do this one. We could do, personal trainer. We could choose like one of the most popular personal trainer here. We see an interest here being Chris Powell, who is apparently a popular personal trainer. And something that's important to note here is the difference between fact-based and algorithmically based. And so, like, for example, people can go and actually like this person's page. Chris Powell has an actual Facebook page, and he's a personal trainer, right? So if we went to Facebook and we actually typed in Chris Powell, then his page would come up, right? So here he is. He is, obviously a very popular personal trainer, has 1 million likes and things like that. So he's a real person. If I wanted to like him, I'd have to go to his page and I'd have to actually literally click the like button on his page, right? And so this is fact-based. Someone actually went out of their way to go click this button. What is algorithmically based is personal trainer, right? There is no Facebook page called personal trainer that someone actually goes out and likes. Facebook is making an algorithmic assumption here that someone's interested in personal training based on their browsing history. So it's a very, very important distinction to make, because I never use algorithmically based interests. So you don't want Facebook to make assumptions. You want fact-based. Someone literally has to go to Chris Powell's page and like his page. That means that they are interested for a fact in Chris Powell, the personal trainer. Personal trainer, right? If it's very generic, if it's general like this, it says people who have expressed an interest in personal training, right? Don't let Facebook make those assumptions for you. Choose the ones that are fact-based, right? People who are actually, like Bob Harper is a personal trainer. Sally Matterson, again, here's a good one, certified personal trainer. Oh, this is an employer's. Jillian Michaels, this is one that's fact. People actually have to go like her page. Here's another couple other examples. Again, this is probably the best example for an algorithmically based. So I like to do actually fact-based interests. So we're going to choose just those two. So this means that I'm now only going to show my ad to people who have expressed a fact-based interest in the Slim Fast Facebook page and the Chris Powell Facebook page, fact-based interest, right? And then if I wanted to target somebody who, had a demographic, maybe a little bit higher of an income, then I can just type in income here and it's going to show me some. So if I want to target people who are, have a little bit more money, people who have an income over 500 grand, right? And you can target people who have, lower incomes, medium incomes, or however you want to determine that, right here. But we're going to target people who are a little bit over the average as far as of income. And so something that's important to note here, guys, is right now we have 3 interests we're targeting. We're targeting people who have over 500,000 income, who have factually liked Chris Powell, and who have liked the slim, fast page, right? These are facts-based. I'll show you another algorithmic base just so you guys have like an idea. So if we type in like health, right? So we see like right here, health and beauty as an interest. There is no Facebook page that is health and beauty, right? This is an algorithmically based assumption that people like health and beauty based on their browsing activity. But if we like, for example, health, the magazine itself, right? So if people actually have to go to the magazine and click like on the Facebook page, then that is a fact-based. And so we like to stick with fact. But just something that I want to talk about really quickly, include people who match at least one of the following. So this is really important, right? So right now we're targeting people that have over 500,000 income, or like Chris Powell, or like Slim Fast. But if we wanted to be much more specific, right? So we see that our reach, here, let's put him back, Chris Powell. So we see with these 3, our reach is 1.6 million people, right? This is the total number of people who either have over 500,000, or like Chris Powell, or like Slim Fast, right? But if we take these out and we want to make a much more refined audience, instead of having them or, we can do and, right? So what we can do is we can narrow audience. So this says include people who match at least one of the following and must also match at least one of the following. So now if we put Chris Powell, it went from 1.6 million to 1,400, right? So only 1,400 people like Chris Powell and also earn over 500 grand, right? So this is this is an incredibly smaller audience, like literally, 0.1% or whatever it is. So obviously his audience doesn't generally have in this income bracket. And so if we put in, Slim Fast here, now it stays at 1,600. But if we take out 500,000, right, it jumps up to 650,000 people who like Chris Powell or Slim Fast. And so that's just kind of a little, something that's important to recognize, that whenever you type anything in here, like Slim Fast, not the real Slim Shady, Slim Fast or Chris Powell, right, these are ors. And then if we put in, making over 500,000, then we're back up to the 1.6 million, because this is making over 500,000 or liking Chris Powell or liking Slim Fast. So it's actually making our audience larger instead of narrowing the audience by clicking here. And so that is kind of an example of, an interest right here. This is an example of demographics, right? Earning over 500,000. But what if we wanted to find like an actual behavior, right? So if we type in credit card here, we can see some interesting stuff. So we can see that we can actually see behaviors here. We can target people who have high-end department store cards. We can target people who are active credit card users. We can target people who have premium credit cards, right? These are amazing ways to really target people based on their actual behaviors, to be able to kind of hone in even closer on what we want our target audience to be. So for our example, we're targeting people who are affluent, right? Who are interested in weight loss, and who are likely to purchase our high-end bike. So if we type in purchase here, we can actually see purchase behaviors as well. People like look at how detailed this is. People who have purchase behaviors who like food and drinks, sweets and snacks, and chocolate candy. You can literally target people that are that. You can target people that fine-tuned. You can target people who like alcoholic beverage. People who like who are impulse purchasers, which is a great one for e-commerce. But we might want to, target somebody who is, an active credit card spender, for example, and maybe we want to target them here. We're just going to do active credit card user. And we see this is a behavior. So 125 million people now, because active credit card spender is a huge one. But let's do must also match that they like cycling. Right, so we're going to choose USA Cycling. Right, because I almost chose cycling here, but cycling is, you guessed it, algorithmically based, and we're not going to do that one. We're going to choose USA Cycling. So that brings it all the way from 125 million down to 52,000 people. So now we're targeting people who are affluent in a higher income bracket, are interested in personal trainers and SlimFast, obviously meaning that they are interested in losing weight. They're an active credit card user, meaning that they're comfortable using their credit card, buying things on the internet, because we're going to be selling these high-end premium cycling kits on the internet, and who also likes USA Cycling. And so we can even narrow this down even a bit further, and we can put, what's a good bicycle brand? Can do Trek Bicycle Corporation. So now it's people who like Trek Bicycle Corporation, USA Cycling, are interested in Slim, Fast, and Chris Powell, have over 500,000 in income, and are active credit card users, right? And so this is just kind of a general introduction, guys. We're gonna go much deeper into targeting, specific things like, how to target if you're a real estate agent, how to target if you, own a small business, how to target if you own a bar or a restaurant, how to go into very specific details of how you can use these detailed targeters. I just want to, use this kind of this first video to get you kind of introduced to how it works, where you're going to be spending most of your time here in the detailed targeting section. And we're going to go into some, amazing little hacks that I've figured out over the years and through, millions and millions of dollars of spend, kind of to what works, what doesn't, kind of where to focus your time, where not to, why it's more important to focus on fact-based interest rather than algorithmic, a lot of just different things that I've kind of figured out over the years. And so that is kind of your general introduction to the detailed targeting section, guys. And remember, we can actually, combine this, thousands or at least hundreds or thousands of different demographics, interests, and behaviors from Facebook, but they also have, third-party partners. They partner with people to bring data in on income, on, all different types of information where you might be thinking, how does Facebook know how much money I make, right? But Facebook buys data from third-party data providers like credit bureaus and things like that, where they literally can aggregate just an unimaginable amount of data about people, but which is good for us because it allows us to target, our perfect customers. It's a little creepy, but it is what it is. And so I hope you enjoyed that one, guys. We're going to be able to target age, gender, languages, things like that. And then in combination, we're going to be able to add our custom audiences here, or our lookalike audiences. And so it really starts to synergize into a beautiful kind of thing when we can have our lookalike audiences here that we created from our custom audiences, our source audiences, our seed audiences, right? Maybe 1,000 people visited our page. We made that into a lookalike audience. We populate that lookalike audience here. Then we narrow it down to a specific age range, to specific genders, to specific languages based on the data that we're getting from Audience Insights and Google Trends. And then once we do that, then we narrow it even further for our favorite, our most targeted interest or two. And then we can split test on different interests and on different things like that, guys. So I'm just trying to get the wheels turning. I promise we're going to get into it and show you how to create amazing ads from scratch all the way through using custom audiences, using lookalike audiences, and using all types of interests, demographics, and behavior, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one. Let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about audience insights. We briefly touched on it before, but I think it's more important kind of to go into a little bit more detail about how to actually use audience insights and use Google Trends when you are formulating these audiences, really to kind of get the data straight from the source of two of the companies that have the most data and are the best at organizing that data in the entire world, Google and Facebook. So audience insights, is available right here in the Business Manager, All Tools, Audience Insights. And we're just going to take a couple real world examples because I think it's kind of the best way to illustrate really just how to find and hone in on your perfect audience, how to figure out things to split test on, interest to split test on when you actually are going out to create your ads. because that's going to be a big focus in future modules, actually creating the ads, split testing them, duplicating them, but actually knowing how to find the best and most likely interest that your audience that you're targeting, that you're trying to target, is going to be interested in, is incredibly important. So let's say that we're like a real estate agent and we were trying to find people who are interested in buying a home. So what do people do if they're, what would they be interested in if they're interested in buying a home, right? So the first thing, and I actually just recently bought a home, one of the first things that I did was I went out and checked on Zillow. So Zillow is, for those of you who don't know, is a website that helps people kind of find new houses and things like that. So if we type in Zillow here in interests, we see that 64% of people who are interested in Zillow are women, 36% are men. We see that the 18 to 24-year-old age bracket drops off dramatically, because generally people who are 18 to 24 probably aren't kind of in the market to buy their first home. But people who are in the 25 to 44-year-old range, really that's the sweet spot, right? But I wouldn't have known that, and I wouldn't have been sure about that without having typed this in. So this is a perfect example, right? And again, 55-year-olds to 65-year-olds plus, it drops off dramatically because these people probably aren't, in the market for buying a home, because they probably already have a home and it's already paid off and things like that. And so this is definitely our sweet spot, but we do see some action here in the 45 to 54-year-old range, so we wouldn't definitely ignore this. But we do know that 25 to 35, 25 to 34 and 35 to 44 is definitely our sweet spot. So if we were making an ad campaign here, we would actually come in and we would just type 25 to 34. If we were doing this, how we're going to teach via split testing, then I would probably make one campaign and have it 25 to 34. And then I would make one campaign that had one ad set that had 35 to 44-year-olds, just so I could be able to compare, okay, we're getting cost per leads of $2 for our 25 to 34-year-olds, and we're getting cost of leads for $5 for a 35 to 44-year-old. So obviously we'd focus more ad spend and scaling for this age range. So that's kind of the idea of split testing, which we will get into. But for now, I just want to kind of explain how to actually use audience insights kind of in real time. And so we see that there's both men, both genders. Sometimes you'll see that it's like 95% women. And so then showing the ad to men, for example, would be a waste of your ad dollars. And so if this said 95% women, I would choose only women, just so I'd be able to have the highest chance of our ad performing well kind of from the start. Because that's kind of the goal here, guys. Remember, we're just trying to create as many shots in the dark, quote unquote shots in the dark, but we're doing it, intelligently. We're trying to do it in such a way where, it's most likely to succeed and be profitable from the beginning, even though we know that the true profit from Facebook ads comes kind of from iteration, optimizing your ad campaigns, and then obviously, creating custom audiences and retargeting people. And so that's just one thing. So Zillow. So let's see what other things people who are interested in Zillow are also interested in. So if we come to page likes right here, we're going to see that people who are interested in Zillow are also interested in Weight Watchers, which is interesting. Pottery Barn, Pier 1. See, I don't know much about Pottery Barn or Pier 1, but this makes sense, right? People who are buying a new home or looking for a new home are interested in IKEA because they have to get furniture for it. Pier 1, again, you have to get decorations and furniture for your house and things like that, which is interesting because after, obviously the highest affinity score would be for the page that we're interested in. We see that Pottery Barn is number 2. So people who are interested in Zillow are 26 times more likely to also be interested in Pottery Barn than the average Facebook user that's not interested in Zillow. So definitely one that we would want to try would be Pottery Barn. So we'll select that one. Obviously, we'd want them, the basis of our advertising campaign here would be people who are interested in Zillow. So we're going to narrow the audience here and put Zillow. So this means that it must also match. And make sure not to actually accidentally choose employers here because it's only 2,800 people. But we are going to choose the interest of Zillow itself. So we see that we have 3.3 million people who are interested in Zillow and also interested in Pottery Barn. So we're going to cut that down a little bit, and we're going to type in, or this is actually going to improve it or make it larger. So we're going to narrow further, and we're going to do home goods. So that cuts it down from 3.3 million down to 370,000, which is getting a little bit better. People always ask me, what's like the best potential reach or like audience size, and it really it depends on what your niche is, whether you're kind of doing cold traffic and things like that. I generally would say that anything under a potential reach of 300 to 500,000 is probably considered quote unquote small, even though that seems very large. But most lookalike audiences that you're creating have like 2 million or more people in them, in the USA at least, and so generally the range that I'm shooting for is between 300,000 and kind of 2 million, but even those lookalike audiences, I like to cut those down a little bit. And I've found that kind of a sweet spot for me is in that 300,000 to 500,000 range. But even if you want to get super, super targeted, you can even go, 100,000 or less, but you're not going to get as many impressions and your ad's not going to get shown to as many people, obviously. So I don't know what Joanna Gaines is. Let's see what this is. Joanna Gaines is HGTV. So she must be like somebody who does like house stuff, maybe like decorations or something. And if you're watching this and you know who she is, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I just don't watch a lot of TV. So we're gonna put in Joanna Gaines here. Joanna Gaines. So we go from 370,000 down to 230,000. So that's getting a little bit better, right? So we're just gonna leave that as it is. We're gonna do English as our language because I always just do English all because I create advertisements in English. And so we're gonna call this one Traffic Campaign Home Buyers Interest equal Pottery Barn, Zillow, Home Goods, and Joanna Gaines. Sorry. Okay, so and one other thing that's actually pretty cool, I'm pretty sure that there is a first-time home buyer in here. Yeah, here it is, demographics. So 8.2 million people who are first-time home buyers. And so that cut our audience from 230,000 or whatever it was down to 8,900. And this is broken right now because it's literally not changing. Even with 8,900 people, it's saying it's broad, which is not true. Sometimes this gets a little glitchy, but generally it does work. And so 8,900 people is a very small audience, but if we wanted to, have a very, very high likelihood of getting some type of, success or interest, then having a very small audience would be good. Just so we could kind of prove to ourselves that people are actually going to be interested in our ads and things like that. Because if this tiny audience isn't interested in our ads, then our ads aren't designed correctly. But I generally don't like to make it that small. So what I'm going to do is actually combine some of these and do Zillow here. I'm going to delete this one and I'm going to put Home Goods in here with Joanna Gaines. And now our audience size is going to be 100,000. So that's I've actually never seen exactly 100,000. So that's pretty good, right? So that's just a way that we can do that. And if we were going to make a split test, we could run this ad exactly how it is. But if we're going to duplicate it, which we obviously are going to duplicate it, because again, testing is how you become successful on Facebook. What we would do is we would duplicate this, and then we would erase all of these, and we would try just Wayfair, or just IKEA, or just Screaming Owl, or just Groupon, right? As just a single interest. And as we get more and more data, and our custom audiences start to get populated with data, and our lookalike audiences start to get more accurate, then we can use those right here, and then we can just try 1 or 2 interests. And that is when the magic really starts to happen, when you have an accurate custom and lookalike audiences here, and then you're just duplicating it on single interests, and you find those single interests just right here from Audience Insights, and we found that just by putting in an interest, right? We could do Redfin as well. And we see that on page likes, it changes a little bit. People who like Redfin like the Points Guys, Dave's Killer Bread, right? HomeAway, Kettle Brand, Traditional Medicinals, Zappos, right? And so people who are interested in buying a new home are also interested in wine and whatever this is, and errands, right? Because I think this is a furniture company. And so that's just a great example kind of how to make Audience Insights really work for you, just so you don't feel too overwhelmed. How do I know what age to even start with? How do I know what gender to go after? How do I have any idea what detailed targeting? Let Audience Insights show you data from the source, right? Don't guess, just look it up. So let's look people who are interested in Zillow. And we're on Google Trends right now, if you didn't see that. And we're going to be targeting people in the United States. So we're going to type in United States here. And we see that people who are interested in Zillow, and I like to do by, I guess we can do it by, let's do subregion. Oh, it disappears, or no, it's down below. No, it disappears. Okay, so we're going to do subregion. And so we're now, instead of just targeting straight up the United States, we're going to target people who are in Oregon, Arizona. I'm doing this so backwards. Sorry. Washington and Idaho. I just did Oregon first because it's where I'm from. And so now, it went from 100,000 people down to 9,200, which is obviously, makes sense because we're targeting 5 states out of 50. And so, it's 1/10 of the amount of states, which means it's 1/10 of the potential reach. But these states have been shown to be, more likely being interested in Zillow. Another cool way that we can use Google Trends is people who are interested in Google, because Google Trends and Audience Insights kind of operate in different ways. People who like Zillow have already shown their interest, but Google's a little bit different. You don't go onto Google and like a page, and I guess you could with Google Plus, but you don't really. So we can do search terms like how to buy your first home, and we can do that search term, and we see that it's very seasonal here. But we can see that that's very popular in New York. Type in first-time home buyer. And now we can see that Delaware, Rhode Island, Maryland, Florida. And so, we could, basically guys, what I'm trying to prove is the possibilities are basically endless here. So if we typed in Zillow, if people are typing into Google Zillow because they're interested in finding Zillow, or they want to learn more about Zillow or get to the website Zillow, that means that they're interested in a home. But if they're typing in first time home buyer, then maybe they're trying to learn about it. And you can tell that they're actually interested in, becoming a first time home buyer. So we could type in city here, and we can get even more specific that maybe we think that Jacksonville has a lot of first-time home buyers. And so we're actually targeting people that are in Jacksonville and who are also first-time home buyers, right? And I hope you guys are starting to get how powerful this is, utilizing and synchronizing Google Trends, because you're literally getting Google searches, Google search data aggregated in such a beautifully intuitive template here. And you're getting Facebook browsing history, and you're getting, these are factual things, data-driven decisions. So you can set up your ad campaigns right from the very start, guys. So I hope you enjoy that one, guys. And that was pretty much everything that you need to know from a basic level of how to kind of leverage the unbelievable power of Facebook and Google data using Audience Insights and Google Trends to create kind of a very educated guess of, your initial targeting. Because again, guys, every advanced and amazing Facebook advertiser knows that I could create these campaigns and they could completely suck. But after my first campaigns, based on the data, based on the results of these campaigns, the results of these ads, then I would be able to know for sure what was working, what was not, scaling those, and then actually creating truly profitable campaigns once we have, that pixel data and lookalike audiences to work for. And we're going to show you exactly how to do that, guys. I'm very excited. So I hope you enjoyed this one, guys, and let's get to the next. Interests, demographics, and behaviors. So these are the 3 main things that you can actually use to target people on Facebook, but I think a lot of times people actually ignore one of the most important parts of targeting people based off their interests, demographics, and behaviors, which is going through all of the available options. Because if you don't know as a Facebook marketer what types of interests, demographics, and behaviors you can actually target, then how could you possibly apply them in the best, most efficient, and most intelligent ways to actually find your perfect customers? And so we're going to go through right now all of the different interests, demographics, and behaviors that Facebook currently offers, literally one by one. And remember, guys, Facebook has its own internal data, but they also partner with huge data companies and data science companies, and they purchase data that costs literally millions or even billions of dollars from these people like Axiom, Epsilon, Experian, Oracle Data Cloud, which used to be Datalogix, Quantium, basically to collect information that they wouldn't be able to get specifically from people's browsing history on Facebook related to income, loyalty card programs, surveys, census data, independent data providers, all of these things that just make Facebook so unbelievably accurate at actually targeting your perfect customer. So In order to actually see all of the different detailed targeting metrics that you can actually kind of use to find your perfect customer and to show your ad only to people who are interested in the things related to your product, one of the common ways that I like to do this is actually just using the browse, right? Nobody else out there talks about this because it's like so simple, but it's one of the most powerful ways to get ideas for yourself when you're actually going to, start to target your target audience. And so I would suggest, every, few weeks or at least every month to take a look and browse through these, because the people who, know about new interests and new targeters that Facebook allows you to target before the masses, right? If you read about it in a blog article, for example, or one of like the big influencers as far as Facebook ads, by the time you read it in that blog, so has everyone else. So the people who are really the expert marketers are the ones who are looking through these, every 2 weeks to a month and seeing, okay, that one's new. Like that is actually perfectly applicable to my business. And so let's actually start going through these. We'll maximize this so we have a little bit more room on the screen. And so if the first, we see that there's demographics, interests, behaviors, and then more categories, right? So if you didn't click more categories, you wouldn't know that they owned a Nokia phone, for example. So we're going to take a look at demographics starting first. And so what we see here is there's a bunch of other sub menus. So maybe like we're targeting people who, who are interested in attending grad school, and we're advertising, on behalf of a university or something like that. We can literally target people based off of their fields of study. So we could target, accountants, for example, and we can target people who are interested in accountancy, just as an example. But if we, want to go back here, we can target people based off their university. So maybe I was selling like Stanford merchandise, for my e-commerce business, or I was selling, season tickets or like on behalf of the Stanford School of Football or something like that. And those are probably terrible examples. But if I wanted to, I could target specific universities, which is super, super powerful. But let's get a little bit deeper. So we can actually go into education level specifically. So we can literally target people who are at university. People who are college students are obviously like much more likely to buy. Maybe I had an e-commerce business and I was selling beer pong tables, for example. Then maybe at university would be a perfect demographical kind of detailed targeting to use to get in front of the right people who would actually, be interested. We can target people who have some university, some people who are university graduates. We can target people with, doctorate degrees. If we had something that was, obviously like a product that was more catered towards people, with PhDs and with, the kind of the largest amount of educational background. We can target people based off of their income, like we saw before, people who are, 40,000 to 49,000. We can target people all the way up to, over 500,000. We can also target people, not just based off of their yearly income, but we can target them based off of their net worth. And so if we were targeting, maybe we were a real estate agent, for example, that was targeting, selling a luxury home, for example, and we were targeting people who were first-time home buyers with a net worth over 2 million. That would be, a very good kind of set of detailed targeting to start out with. Because when we're doing this, guys, like I said before, we are taking shots in the dark, quote unquote, but we're doing it in a very educated, intelligent, efficient way with a lot of thought put into it. We're not just like throwing darts and hoping that they stick. And so that is financial. We can also look at home, right? We can talk about home ownership, first-time home buyers, homeowners, renters, right? Another great split test, if I was a real estate agent, would be I would split test, targeting first-time home buyers to try to sell them a new home, but I would also target renters, right? People who are renting are probably more likely to eventually buy their first home than people who are already homeowners, for example. But if I was targeting, maybe I was a financial company and I wanted to target people to potentially refinance their homes, then obviously I would want to target homeowners, right? So the point of this kind of video, and as we go through this, and hopefully I'm not boring you guys by going through all of these, but the point of this, guys, is to start spinning your own wheels about how you can apply this to your own business, to your own service, to your own products, right? And if you don't have your own products or business, then, understanding exactly how to do this when we get to the section about creating your own Facebook ad agency is going to make you so many light years ahead of your competition. It's going to be ridiculous. We can target people by home type. right? People who live in apartments are probably more likely to buy certain things than people who live in multifamily homes, right? If you were selling like a trampoline, probably I'm not going to have space for that in my apartment. You can target people based on their home value, right? I had a friend who was selling LED light fixtures for like luxury homes to make them like look super beautiful and they look so amazing, right? I probably wouldn't want to target people who had a home value between $50,000 and $99,000 if I was targeting them, with a $10,000 LED package for the outside of luxury homes to really just make them really sparkle. Household composition. So we can target people who have grandparents in the home, people in households that enjoy activities and visiting their grandparents, right? We can target people who are new parents. People who are new parents would be a great place to target if I had, for example, a company that sold baby products. Maybe I sold, teething, those like little banana things that babies chew on, or maybe I was selling, something related to the military or something that veterans might be interested in. Maybe I was targeting. Maybe I owned a fashion company of upscale kind of professional dress for women. I would want to target obviously working women, young and hip. I wonder how Facebook determines hip. Young adults in home. Right. Again, all of these things are so fantastic and important for us to kind of make use of. There's life events, anniversary, right? Anniversary within 30 days. I mean, I don't even have to say this one. If I have a jewelry company, for example, and I had like a little necklace that said, happy anniversary or something like that, I can literally target people who have an anniversary within 30 days or within 31 to 30 days. Like you could literally make this so specific. I could say, have an anniversary coming up in the next 30 days. Make sure you don't forget it. And like have a picture of like an angry wife, like yelling at you or like throwing something, right? Or an angry husband. But I mean, that would be a perfect way to kind of make use of this. And you might even like remind someone that they have an anniversary in the next 30 days. And then they're going to be for sure going to buy a product from you and probably send you an email thanking you. You can target people who are away from their family. You can target people who are away from their hometown. All types of life events here. You can target people based off of their date of birth. Like maybe you had like a stone business where you were selling people's birthstones, or you had like a zodiac blog and you wanted to like drive more traffic to your blog or a horoscope or something like that. You can literally target people who have a birthday in a specific month, which is fantastically, important because you can really cater it. You can make it so specific. Like for example, I have a friend who sells t-shirts. Like he sells a ridiculous amount of t-shirts. And what he'll do is he'll make like made in 1970 or whatever for like or it would be like 1968 for like a 50th birthday, and then he would sell it to people only that were born in June, because he knew that they had a birthday coming up if it was June, for example, and they were turning 50. And so he would say like, have a 50th birthday coming up, like make sure that you check out this awesome t-shirt. Which is a fantastic way to kind of be very specific, because people who are specific win on Facebook. You can target people who are friends of. This is one of the most powerful categories. Close friends of men with a birthday in 0 to 7 days. This is absolutely powerful, right? Because not only can you show ads to people who are close friends of men with a birthday in 7 days, we could say like, have a close friend with a birthday coming up, make sure you check out like our awesome, merchandise on men's birthdays, or maybe you're selling like a tactical flashlight or like camping gear, and you could combine, people who have close friends of men with a birthday in the next 0 to 7 days with people who like camping or who like Coleman or popular, popular camping brands. These are the types of, kind of synergies and combinations that make you a next level Facebook advertiser. People who see the creativity and who see the connections, right? Before you do all the work to go find a product, people who kind of understand it and are able to really target it and see the potential ways they could target people on Facebook before they put all the time and energy into like going and launching a business are the people who succeed, right? The people who spend a month or two creating a store thinking that their product's going to be awesome, and then they realize that they aren't able to actually target any people who would be interested in that product are the people who fail, right? You can target people who are friends of newly engaged people, friends of newlyweds, friends of people who recently moved. You can target people in long distance relationships. You could sell somebody like a little photo photo booth or something that says like long distance sweethearts or something like that. You can target people with new jobs. Maybe that means that they needed something for work, and you could mix that with young professionals who were lawyers, and then target them with like some novelty gift that was related to like law school or something like that, right? There's all these different types, and you can see my brain just like moving at 10,000 miles a minute because I've done this for so long that I really start to like kind of see the relationship, which is why I'm able to like go through all of these, some of which I've never seen before, and kind of see how we could potentially use these to our advantage. So if we were targeting, like a new mom, for example, or, this is a perfect one, fit moms. This would be a great one. We could target fit moms who are interested in, Chris Powell, the personal trainer, who have shown interest in Slim Fast. Because so we know that they're obviously really concerned or into fitness, and they've had interest in weight loss before. We can target people who are moms of grade school kids. This is one of the ones that we've actually used in the past for dentists and things like that. Because what you have to think about is people don't always go to the dentist, for example. There isn't always a direct correlation. Like people don't always go to the dentist for themselves, right? They're not interested in a dentist for themselves, because moms of grade school kids and preschool kids are sometimes shopping around for a dentist because for their kids, right? So if you're targeting people who recently moved, so they're looking for, dentists, doctors, and things like that, and who also are moms of grade school or preschool kids, kind of the age range of kids where they'd start to kind of need that dentistry, who are in a certain, income bracket. And, those are the kinds of synergies and kind of things that get me excited, because it just works so well, guys. And I think you're starting to get how you can really start to use these in combination in unison to really make a significant impact. So as we're going through this, make sure you're jotting down, ones that could potentially be interesting for your potential clients, and even ones that you think might be interesting, because it's worth testing all of these guys. Because what I've learned is, for example, I have a friend and kind of mentor who was selling a program on how to quit pornography addiction. Which is, obviously very unique. But one of the things that he kind of made a false assumption about at first was that men were actually going to be buying this program, because obviously, well, not obviously, but men are probably a little bit more common to develop a porn addiction than women, was his assumption. And so what he found out, though, was that actually about 85 to 90% of his buyers were women who were wives buying the program for their husbands, right? And so he was making a lot of false assumptions, but he figured out from the data that it was actually mainly women who were buying the program. And then he switched to only targeting women, right? And he was targeting people who were homeowners, who were married, right? All of these things that kind of he started to hone in closer and closer and closer based off of all of these split tests to what his perfect audience was. And then when he found it, he scaled intensely, and he was making just an absolutely ridiculous amount of money. So soccer moms, this is obviously a great one if you have a snack business or something like that for soccer moms or on-the-go moms or things like that. Stay-at-home moms, trendy moms. Politics, this is an absolute beautiful one. I had a friend who was selling these kind of collectible coins related to Obama, and then I heard about somebody else actually who was doing the same thing for Trump. Politics is an absolutely polarizing subject, right? Doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican. Most people have very, very strong feelings about the political affiliations that they hold. And so, I'm without disclosing what I feel one way or another. I've seen, and I personally with my own eyes, people make hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars based off of that political polarity that people have. And, how you can do that is by selling, politically charged products or services or merchandise or whatever it is. And then you target specific people who are those things, right? So if I was going to make a commemorative coin of people who, liked Donald Trump, I would target people who are conservatives, right? I would target people who are likely to engage with political content that was conservative. I would target people that were interested in Donald Trump, right? And those three things, mutually exclusive, or in unison, but as targeters that were actually, and like it must also match Trump and must also match conservative affiliation, that would be an amazing start to the ad, where I could then start to really collect, all of the data related to the split tests. So you can actually target people based on relationship status, whether they're divorced. Maybe you're like an alimony lawyer or a a divorce lawyer. You could target people like that. If people were engaged, maybe you have a wedding planning company or like a wedding photography company, and you wanted to target people who were engaged but weren't yet married. Would be a great one, or all types of different things. So you can target people based off of their employers. Maybe I wanted to target people who worked at Walmart, for example, because I knew that people who worked at Walmart were interested in some type of program that I was offering, like for food stamps or something. You can target people on industries. Industries is a great one, right? If I'm selling like a course, for example, on how to work for yourself using Facebook ads, or how to, sell on Amazon or Shopify, one of the good ways to do that is target people who are already interested in business, or administrative services. If I was gonna, if maybe I was an artist and I was trying to kind of get more eyes onto my art or something like that, I could target people who are interested in the arts. Farming, fishing, and forestry. This is a great one. People who are actually affiliated with that work. Maybe I was selling some farming related product, like a new shovel or something, related to planting or something like that. Or, people who are interested in fishing. Maybe this would be one of the detailed targeters that I was looking at first to like sell some of my fishing related stuff if I had like hooks or lines or whatever. So there's all types of things here. And we're not going to go through every single one case by case by case. But if you're selling, things related to business, obviously people who are, interested in sales or were working and affiliated with sales would be much more interested in kind of a work for yourself thing. Or entrepreneurial topics than somebody who was interested in, personal care and at-home services, or people who are, installation and repair services. And so, targeting people who are interested in sales or business, but then also in unison interested in things like, Gary Vaynerchuk, or people who like really represent that mantra of working for yourself, are just beautiful synergies that you can really make work. Office type, you can target people who are individuals who are likely to be a small business owner. This is a fantastic one. Like, this is one of probably the main targeters that we're going to use when we actually go about advertising for the Facebook ads course, because people who are likely to be small business owners are probably also likely to be entrepreneurs. And if they're, entrepreneurs, then they're probably likely, trying to develop additional streams of passive income. And then they might be interested in what I have to offer. And so that is the demographic section of detailed targeting in Facebook. I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to interest in the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about the interest section. And how we got here again is just in the detailed targeting section, browse, and we're gonna look into some interests. Business and industry. And again, one of the cool things here, guys, is you can actually select all. So if you want to just select everything related to business and industry, you can do that by just clicking this button here. Or if we're trying to, target specific stuff to people who are interested in specific business and industry categories, we can do that as well. So if we were like, a digital marketer, for example, literally targeting people who were interested in advertising, this would be a great one. Again, people that would be interested in a Facebook ads course would probably be, interested in advertising. Architecture, maybe took on an architect or an architect firm, into our Facebook ad agency, and we were running ads for people who are interested in architecture. That might be an interesting one. Aviation could be, maybe we were selling like toy planes, for example. Business is kind of a general one. I probably wouldn't do that particularly often, but, construction might be a good one. Maybe we're selling, a brand new construction utility belt, or again, maybe we were contacting some local construction firms in our particular city, and we were saying, hey, like we think we could get you more clients for your construction company, and this might be one of the ways that we did that, right? People who have expressed an interest or liked pages related to construction. Engineering, entrepreneurship, obviously a great one. Higher education, marketing, nursing. This is a good one that we've used in the past, specifically for nursing products that we've had really a lot of success with. Science, small business, again, good one for my particular targeting. Targeting people who are interested in entrepreneurship, small business is a great one. We see entertainment here, right? Films, games, again, gaming is a huge one. First-person shooters, gambling, MMOG, MMORPG. These are, kind of like the WoW games. But I have friends who've started clothing companies and all types of different companies just related to targeting gamers. It's kind of like one of the biggest up and coming niches. There's an unbelievable amount of money to be made kind of in competitive gaming, in what's called esports. And so these are kind of some of the good detailed targeters that you can use to kind of find these people, because like Alienware and some of the companies are doing a fantastic job selling mouses for professional gamers, kind of like the premium mouses, or like gaming chairs, for example. There's a lot of money being made, and kind of using these targeters to find people who are interested in those type of things is a really good strategy. So maybe if we were running ads for a local bar or club that was trying to kind of build some interest around their grand opening, we might target people who are interested in bars or dance halls or nightclubs, music festivals, right? Parties. These are all really good ones that we could individually split test with some other targeting that we'd be able to then see whether or not that was actually making a difference. Music, this is a fantastic one. If we were like advertising on maybe like there was a local nightclub in our city that like only played hip hop or only played dance music, maybe we could run some ads for them and choose dance music, for example, as one of the targeters that we're using to show ads to only those people, right? Reading, all types of different stuff there. Television programs. And so, that's a pretty good one in entertainment. Family and relationship is a really good one. If we were targeting, dads, there's an unbelievable amount of money to be made targeting dads, people who are, people who have expressed an interest in or like pages related to fatherhood, targeting people like a Papa Bear t-shirt, for example, or, targeting things that only dads would like or dads would be more likely to like. Marriage, motherhood, parenting, weddings, there's so many here. It's just unbelievable. And you would never know that these existed, that Facebook allowed you to target these things, unless you kind of just like went through this and went down the rabbit hole. I know this is probably not the most exciting thing. I know that, people love just like kind of seeing ads really being made. And I promise we're going to get to that and it's going to be really good. But this is just kind of like one of the final steps that we need to build this beautiful kind of solid infrastructure foundation to be able to really leverage the true power of Facebook. Meditation is a good one. Bodybuilding, right? I have friends who've started, fitness companies and who've kind of used me to help consult how to set up some of their advertising campaigns and targeting people who are interested in bodybuilding, physical exercise, physical fitness, right? We would split test this as a single interest. We'd use their lookalike audience. We'd duplicate it. We'd target people who are interested in physical exercise. We'd duplicate it. We'd target people who are interested in bodybuilding. And then like we'd see, bodybuilding was giving us like $1 per click. Physical exercise was $2 per click. Physical fitness was $3 per click. And so we'd start to scale bodybuilding because it had, the cheapest cost per click. Weight training is another good one. Yoga, there's a ton of money to be made. People who really kind of came out at the initial onset of the popularity of yoga online and were selling yoga mats and these things that were incredibly cheap to produce. But you could sell kind of for a premium because people who were interested in yoga felt comfortable spending a little bit extra money on it because it really made them happy and feel relaxed and help deal with some of the things that they used yoga for. So that was fitness and wellness. Food and drink, right? We can target people who like beer. People who like beer are also kind of likely to like other things, like country music. People who like beer generally like sporting events, right? And so you'll kind of start to, as you become, more and more well-versed with Facebook advertising, you'll start to find out that there's indirect correlations, right? People who like certain things are also likely to like certain things. And, we don't need to do that guessing because we can actually go on Audience Insights and we could type in beer as an interest and we can see what other pages that people are actually liking or much more likely to like if they also like beer, right? So instead of, creating those avatars and trying to make all of these assumptions, we're just looking at the data because we're smart enough to know that data exists and how to find it and how to interpret it. There's a ton of money to be made in cooking. People love cooking. It's a passion. It's a hobby. When people are passionate about things, they're willing to spend money on it. So, kitchen related products, cookbooks, even like cooking courses and things like that. I've seen people do, huge numbers there. You can target people who like specific cuisine, specific food and drinks. Veganism, right, is a huge one. Vegetarianism. People who are vegans and who are vegetarian usually feel very passionate about that. And when people feel passionate, again, there's money to be made. And so, I love people who are vegans. I love people who are not vegans. It doesn't make a single difference to me. What does make a difference to me is, creating profitable businesses. So restaurants, you can target people who like fast casual restaurants, fast food restaurants. If people like McDonald's, I'd probably target people who like McDonald's if I had like a novelty shirt that had like some, play on the McDonald's golden arches or something like that. Hobbies and current activities, arts and music, right? Look at all this stuff. Like, we don't have to go through every single one by one, but there are ones that are cool, right? Like gardening, for example, is people are very passionate about gardening. Pets is one that is absolutely flabbergasting how much money there is to be made in pets. The people who kind of came out on the onset of, monetizing cats and dogs through jewelry, through merchandise, t-shirts, through, dog collars, all different types of things, just made an absolute fortune. And, now that there's such a ridiculous amount of people on the internet using the internet, we can actually look at other types of pets, right? Birds, fish, horses, and there's all types of different related products or services that you could actually market to people. And you can, team these things with being local. Like, maybe you have a horse stable and the business that you run is, taking care of people's horses when they go on vacation. Obviously, you'd want to target people who like horses. Or maybe you have like an aquarium business. Obviously, you'd want to be targeting people who showed an interest in fish, right? Or maybe you had you sold lizards or reptiles or snakes or something, and you had a pet store. Obviously, you'd want to target people who had an interest in reptiles. Politics and social issues, obviously a very politically charged kind of polar subject that is, there's a lot of money to be made. People who are interested in travel, this is a fantastic one, right? Travel. Lots of stuff here. People who are interested in beaches, probably like if you owned a travel company, or maybe you had like a tourism company, and you wanted to target people who were interested in, you wanted them to join your tours. Maybe you had something in like Thailand or something, for example. You could target people who are interested in beaches, who also showed an interest in cruises, who also showed an interest in holidays, right? And the more and more of these things that you're actually stacking onto each other, the more and more that you can get targeted, and you can actually find, your perfect audience who's also like maybe expressed interest in tourism, for example. And again, like I said before, some of these things are algorithmically based. Like tourism, for example, like there's no like tourism Facebook page, but using these things as kind of a basis to start, just to kind of get the wheels turning. Because again, I don't know, no expert Facebook marketer knows your perfect audience. No one does in the world. The only thing that we can do, even as complete experts who spent millions and millions of dollars on Facebook and who like live and breathe this stuff, the only thing that we can do is make much more intelligent guesses than the next person, right? But still, at the end of the day, the only thing that is going to tell us the answer to what our perfect audience is by making a ton of different, quote unquote, shots in the dark with a lot of intelligent thought up front to create those in the best possible way. But a lot of split tests, and then interpreting the data, right? Which we're going to go through so in depth because it's so important. Interpreting the data and being able to tell what's working and what's not, what to scale, what to actually hold back, using automated rules and just kind of like using logic and, our experiences. We can target people who are interested in boats, for example, scooters, people carriers. I have no idea what a people carrier is, but that sounds interesting. Beauty is a fantastic one. There's an unbelievable amount of money to be made in cosmetics. I think Kylie Jenner really showed us how much money there was to be made. There's over 628 million people interested in cosmetics. If that gives you an idea of, what kind of numbers we're talking about here. And another interesting thing, guys, is we can really see, based off of these things, how interesting or how interested, the general population is. If we're trying to decide what business to get into if we're not particularly tied to one thing or another. I generally recommend people to get into business of things that they know about and are interested and passionate in. But if you just didn't care at all, you could come in here and say, okay, beauty salons only has 350 million people interested, but cosmetics has 628, right? So if I'm going to choose between a fragrance company with 190 million people or cosmetics with, 430 million more people interested, obviously I'd probably want to do something that had, all of these interested people, because what that allows me to do is, know that my audience is big enough to be able to scale my company kind of to the moon. Spas is a good one. I just actually bought a spa, so maybe I'm interested. Maybe I'm number 287,422,041. Facebook. Tattoos is a great one, a very, very passionate fan base that you can, target maybe people who are interested in tattoos. If you're running ads for a tattoo parlor, which is a great one that I actually don't even know if I have in my 5th module, but I'll make a note actually to add that. But yeah, running ads for tattoo parlors that are trying to get more people to come to their store, maybe like in San Diego or Las Vegas or New York or wherever you are, targeting people who are in the New York area, who are interested in tattoos, maybe who've also like a famous tattoo artist, maybe or a TV show or something like that. That would be a great way to kind of do that initial push to get, your best guess to put out there, to get those split tests running, to really figure out who your perfect target audience is. Clothing is a good one. Obviously, there's an absurd amount of people interested in clothing. 600 million people interested in shoes. Fashion accessories, dresses, handbags, jewelry, right? These are very huge, enormous audiences, but kind of using these to start then and narrowing down people who are interested in sunglasses, but maybe they also like Kate Spade because of the style of sunglasses of your stores kind of mimic hers most closely, who are also interested in the beach. Maybe you have like an island vibe for your Shopify store or something like that. Shopping, this is a great one. People who are interested in coupons, right? Maybe you are running a discount for your Shopify store, running 50% off coupons. If you know for sure that your target audience are people who are interested in coupons, they're probably more likely to kind of be incentivized by your coupon than somebody who has not showed interest in coupons, right? Again, same with discount shops. Or if you're selling that luxury kind of premium bicycle that we talked about earlier, maybe we should have gone back and tried luxury goods as one of the targeters that we were actually using to split test on, which I'm sure I would have found eventually if I was running this. But luxury goods seems like one that would be perfect for selling, like an $8,000 or $10,000 kind of premium top of the line type of exercise bike. Toys is a good one. Sports and outdoors, right? Boating, camping, right? We talked about camping earlier. Horseback riding, maybe we could, do, if we were targeting people who are trying to sell people horse-related products, we could target people who are interested in horses, and then they must also match that they're interested in horseback riding, just so we can know that, we're cutting out the people who just like, horses in movies or like something, not necessarily related to horse products, or they don't own a horse or something like that. Surfing, there's a lot of money to be made in surfing, especially in San Diego. Right, very specific here, 100 million, which is obviously a huge audience, but still definitely something that there's a lot of money to be made. Sports, again, this is a great one. I'm sure if we put in American football, it would probably give us an affinity of people who also liked Bud Light, for example, or Coors Light. Baseball, a lot of stuff here that you can do. If you're targeting, maybe you were targeting, you created a Shopify store and you got like a licensing agreement from Stanford or something like that, and you were selling, Stanford football merch. You could target, football here, and you could target college football also, and then you could type in, in the demographics area here in education, you could do schools and universities. You could do Stanford, and then you could say, and must also match, and you could do interests here, sports and outdoors, sports, and you could do college football, right? So now we know that Stanford University and must also like college football. It cuts us down to 17,000 people, and then we sell them, Stanford football jerseys, and that's just like a beautiful, perfect example of the magic of Facebook ads. So let's get back into it. Interests here, we were in sports and outdoors, sports, car racing, tennis, triathlons, right? Technology, this is a great one. People who are interested in technology, for example, people who are interested in mobile phones, if you're selling like phone cases, for example, ebook readers, televisions. And so that is pretty much all of interests. And so interest is obviously a huge category. I know that's kind of a lot and it's kind of a grind, but I want to be more thorough where other people skip steps. And I think that's what sets apart kind of the Ninja courses and why the Ninja family has so many more success stories than any other course, because I really make sure that everyone has the foundation that they need and they understand what they're doing, rather than just trying to like follow along the steps and tutorials. Because with thousands of people out there on YouTube and everywhere, right? If people are just trying to follow tutorials step by step by step, then everyone's going to do the same thing, which is why I try so hard to teach you guys how to actually understand this, how to get the wheels turning for yourself, how to really start to think about, these type of demographics and interests as they relate to your own business, and how to creatively, in unison, synergize, okay, that maybe that demographic mixed with this interest, and we'll try that as a split test. And maybe, we'll target people who are married, or maybe we'll target people who are interested in Starbucks, but are also interested in beer if you had like a coffee alcohol drink or something like that, right? And so the whole point of this, guys, is really to get the wheels turning, and to kind of get you in the mindset of an advertiser, and to most importantly, show you what you have at your disposal, what actual, detailed targeting you can apply to find your perfect customer. And so I hope you guys enjoyed that one, guys. That was the interest category. And let's get to the next one, where we're going to discuss everything behaviors. All right, guys. So last but not least, let's talk about behaviors. Behaviors are super important. Obviously the big three, demographics, interests, and behaviors, are very important to kind of understand the ins and outs of, understanding really what's available for you as far as targeting and finding your perfect customers is going to make or break, when you create those initial campaigns, and when you kind of put out all of those, quote unquote, shots in the dark. And I always say quote unquote shots in the dark, because really they're not shots in the dark. That's just kind of the saying. They're shots in the dark with a lot of premeditated thought and intelligent decisions as far as how you're going to target your audience. The only reason I call them shots in the dark is because it's before any type of like iteration, optimization, split testing, which is where you really kind of establish yourself as a successful Facebook marketer. So the first behavior that we see is anniversary. Anniversary within 61 to 90 days. Obviously, one that we have talked about before is super important. Automotive, motorcycles, right? Somebody who's purchased a new or used motorcycle is great. I have friends who started motorcycle parts stores for Shopify, and they, make a killing. And this would be a great one for, targeting people who have purchased a new or used motorcycle, as somebody who would be interested in motorcycle gear, or maybe you sell helmets or motorcycle jackets or things like that. New vehicle buyers near market, right? You can target people by style if you sell things related to cars, or maybe you're running ads for a local dealership, and you're trying to target people who are new vehicle buyers, and you can literally target them based on the style of car. New vehicle shoppers, right? So if you're targeting new vehicle buyers, maybe you were a third-party warranty service, or you're running ads for people who are for like an insurance company or something like that. And so you were literally advertising to people who had just bought a car, who now need to, maybe get car insurance, or they need to, want to buy an extended warranty, or maybe, they want to buy like some new rims, or a new paint job, or maybe like some custom auto work, right? That would be the people who had just bought. Or if you're actually targeting people who are new vehicle shoppers, maybe you're running ads for, again, a local dealership, and maybe there's an Audi dealership nearby where you live, or a BMW dealership. You can literally target people who are new vehicle shoppers who've showed that those kind of markers, they've actually behaved like that. Literally, they're in the behavior category, but they've behaved like that on the internet. Maybe they're shopping on the BMW website, for example, and BMW has their own Facebook pixel installed. And so then Facebook says, okay, that person browsed the BMW website, so they're obviously a new vehicle shopper who's interested in BMW. So Facebook has this data, and they're also purchasing this data from people who sign up and give their emails to, BMW or like a car dealership or something like that. And there's these huge data aggregators that have, this unbelievable amount of data that Facebook buys, and then, allows you to actually target in the behavior category. So all different types of cars here. It's fantastic data. New vehicle shoppers, max in market. So if you wanted to do max in market, it actually says partner category based on information provided by Oracle Data Cloud, multi-sourced data, people in households that are likely to buy a vehicle in the next 90 days. And again, there's the styles that you can actually target right there. And then we can do owners. All right, you can literally target people who are actually automotive owners. You can target them by make. You can target them when they purchased. Right, maybe you own a mechanical store or a mechanical shop, and you want to target people who've owned a car for over 4 years. Because it's more likely that they'd be breaking down or experiencing some type of mechanical failure or something like that. Or 0 to 6 months ago, maybe you have a car freshener business and, you sell just like an unbelievable amount of car fresheners. And so you target people who have 0 to 6 years old because they have that new car smell and maybe they don't like it. Again, all different types. You can target people by vehicle age, which is, again, incredible. Vehicle price. This is another good one. People who own vehicles that are over 75 grand are obviously going to be much more interested in kind of luxury homes, for example, most likely. And so, like some of my real estate clients, when they're actually targeting people for luxury homes or more expensive homes, will actually use the vehicle price targeter in behaviors, because people who own a vehicle that's over 75,000 are much more likely to purchase an expensive home, because generally it means that they're more in the affluent category. Purchase type, you can target people by new or used. B2B. So you can target actual businesses here that have 1,000 to almost 5,000 employees, 10 to 49. I love how these are ordered like out of order. But again, these are good ones if you're targeting small businesses, for example. Maybe you're like a startup that deals with like HR or like Zenefits when they first started, or you're targeting larger companies, kind of mid-tier, or large companies above 5,000. These are great kind of quantifiers and targeters to use for B2B software platforms, SaaS software as a service. Industry, again, these are related to actual businesses though now. So if you wanted to target like legal businesses versus targeting just people who are interested in construction, you're actually targeting construction businesses here. So that's kind of an important distinction to make when you are using the B2B category versus just the interest. Because we say here the description is people who are owners or employees of a business in the construction industry. So like if we wanted to, advertise ourselves as running ads for a construction business, this would be a way to get new clients in any industry, actually. So this is actually kind of a cool one that I personally use when I am when I want to create new clients or find new clients kind of in an automated way. And you do have to pay for these, obviously, because it's paid advertising instead of doing it kind of organically by calling places or, emailing people in your kind of local areas. But for example, if I wanted to, get lawyers in my area who wanted me to run ads to find them more clients, I could, make an ad that says, looking for more clients for your law firm, like schedule a free consultation with a Facebook ads expert or something like that. And you can actually target people who are owners or employees of a business in the legal industry. So B2B is a super important category to be aware of and, kind of to make use of. Again, real estate, this is a great one. If you were selling like a course, for example, of how to be like a top real estate agent in your own your own geography, you'd target people who are owners or employees of a business in the real estate industry, right? Because you're actually targeting real estate agents here. You're targeting owners of restaurants here. You're targeting owners of retail stores here. This is a super important category. For the module where we're going to talk about actually how to create your own Facebook ads agency. Seniority, you can target people who are executives or C-suites, right? There's 76 million people here. Mid-management, these are two actually really kind of little known and definitely underutilized targeters that I use often when I am targeting people who are interested in creating their own passive sources of income. A lot of times people who are kind of mid-management, who kind of feel stuck, where they've been in the same situation for a while and they don't see like a lot of advancement, or they're kind of like wanting something new, they can be very interested in kind of entrepreneurial opportunities. And so these are two that are definitely super interesting to kind of take a look at. Charitable donations is a really good behavior to kind of be aware of. Right, because people who are making charitable donations generally have enough money to do so. Because people who are struggling to get by, or don't have any passive income or kind of discretionary income, generally aren't making charitable donations because they're needing that money to survive or whatever. And so people who are making charitable donations generally have a little bit more them for products that are related to more of a luxury feel. Consumer classification. So we can see people in Argentina who prefer high value goods. We can target people based on a certain number of countries here. I've never actually used that one personally, but maybe it has some cool meaning. And guys, if you have cool results from like some of these random ones, if you're just like going through and browsing and you're like seeing some of these and you split test it and all of a sudden it's like performing like crazy, tell the private group, because the power comes from experience. And like, I'm only one person, and even though I've advertised millions and millions of dollars in all types of different industries for all types of different companies, right, I still am learning every day. And like, I'm not at all trying to say that I know everything, but I do know a lot. But learning from each other and telling each other, sharing results of what's working is the best way that we can all succeed together, right? So console gamers, again, you can target people based on their digital activities, people who used Facebook payments in the last 30 days. Facebook page admins is actually kind of one of my secret weapons for targeting people who are entrepreneurs, because generally if someone's a Facebook page admin, they're doing so because they like started their own like small business. A lot of businesses, a lot of most people who like own a restaurant or own a bar, or started an app, or created a marketing company or whatever it is, they start a Facebook page because it's just kind of synonymous with starting your own business. And so Facebook page admins is a really good way to target people who are entrepreneurs. And to find new business owners. So like I might split test, Facebook page admins against, I would do must also match Facebook page admins and, B2B legal, because I know that somebody who like created their own, Facebook page is a little bit more technologically savvy, has probably heard of Facebook and, hopefully Facebook advertising, and would just be an easier client to sell than potentially like a law firm that is like a full of like 90-year-olds who've never used Facebook in their life, for example. Because again, it's much easier to sign on new clients, for example, to a Facebook ad agency if they've already spent money on advertising before. If they've never spent money on Facebook ads, it's much harder to sign them. It's a lot easier to move money than it is to get new money, right? And what I mean by move money is advertising the wrong way in like the newspaper or radio or a billboard, and move that into a much more kind of effective, beautifully scalable form of marketing, such as Facebook. You can target people by internet browser use, which is pretty cool. Operating system, primary email domain, which is crazy. Expats, you can target people based off of their affiliation here, which is an interesting one. Yes, you can target expats of the United States. That might be a cool one. Expats of the United States might be somebody who'd be much more interested in tourism. Like I might target expats of the United States if I had a tourism company in Thailand. I might also target people who are interested in the beach. I might target people who are interested in beer or partying, right? Depending on what the kind of touristic or tourism activity it was. But there's a lot of information here too. Financial, right? We can target people who have investments based on like real estate investments, for example. If we were targeting people for maybe an additional home, like a secondary home or a vacation home, I would definitely want to target people who had real estate investments. Independent investors, highly likely investors. These are people who, generally if somebody is kind of classified as an investor or has personal investments, it means that they have, at least enough discretionary income to kind of sell them something that is more of like an impulse buy rather than like a commodity or necessity. Spending habits is a good one. Right, you want to target people who are active credit card users. Premium credit cards generally has a correlation to affluency as well. If I don't know why you might want to exclude people who are primarily cash. And again, you can exclude people by just going like this, and you could just do primarily cash. Because if you're selling something on the internet, people who are paying in primarily cash are probably going to be not very likely to buy from you. So if you exclude these people, it makes your audience just that much more kind of accurate. So if we get back to where we were, I think we were in financial here. Spending methods, right? Travel and entertainment cards. This might be another good one if we were, again, targeting a tourism type of deal. Like if we owned a travel agency, or maybe I own like a bar crawl in Indonesia or something, I might target people who are interested in travel and entertainment cards just because they're more familiar with that type of thing. Job role, financial professionals, corporate executives, job seekers. Maybe if I owned, a temp agency, or I was marketing for, a new website that I started, like similar to like Monster or Indeed, or companies that kind of link together job seekers with people who are needing, additional employment. Media, right? You can target people who are, based off of viewership habits, heavy US TV viewers, mobile device use, right? If you can target people that have smartphones and tablets, obviously, people who have feature phones versus people who have smartphones are going to have different buying habits. Network connection, more categories. It's just unbelievable. Like if I was starting, or if I was trying to advertise for like a bar, for example, that had a grand opening, I might target people who had attended Facebook events in the past, because they're more likely to be comfortable with that and like being and showing interest in a new Facebook event. So like maybe if I was opening a bar in Boston, I might target people who were in a certain age range kind of that I was looking for, who had showed interest in like a beer company, or maybe like Grey Goose or Sky Vodka, and who had also attended a Facebook event. So I know that they're comfortable kind of with that platform format. You can do cultural affinity. Purchase behavior is a very important one. You can literally say like people who like coupons, or people who are gamers, and they've shown that kind of through their buyer profiles that Facebook has kind of collected data on or bought data from. You can target men. Like if you have a fashion company, for example, you can target men who are big and tall, right? Or have shown interest in jeans. Again, women's clothing, all different types of, luxury brand apparel. If you're selling like, luxury purses, or you're trying to give kind of that, you're trying to give that perception of quality, and you're drop shipping from Alibaba or AliExpress, for example, purses, and you wanted to target people who had kind of showed interest in the luxury brand apparel, right? And there's all different types of stuff here: cooking supplies, frozen fruit, meat and seafood, health and beauty, right? There's so many here that like, you'd really have to know what you're interested in. Again, oral care might be one that's interesting if we're going to target people who could be potential new customers for a dentist. Skincare might be somebody, if maybe we were running ads for a local dermatologist, trying to get them more customers, and we were running their Facebook ads for them. Home and garden, people who are interested in home improvement is definitely something that you could use. Cleaning supplies, kids products, pet products, purchase types, right? There's so many here. It's just like, it's unbelievable. It's just, I'm trying to show you guys just how vast this is, truly. Sports and apparel, store types, subscription services, technology, purchase behavior, engaged shoppers, right? Engaged shoppers is definitely something that I'd want anybody who looks at my ads, I'd want them to be an active credit card user, and I'd want them to be an engaged shopper. I know that for sure. Residential profiles. Here are great ones, right? Likely to move. Maybe we'd only want to show, new home offers, or maybe we're in a new apartment building, and if we were targeting people that were likely to move, we'd show them, hey, like 20% off if you like come and rent one of our brand new apartments, or new movers, or recent home buyers, recent mortgage borrowers, right? Maybe if I owned again a financial company where I was targeting people to refinance their mortgages, I might target people who are recent mortgage borrowers and show them, hey, like, did you just take out a mortgage? Like, did you know that you could save like 20% immediately by refinancing? Check out this offer, right? So there's just an unbelievable amount of categories here. Business travelers. This is a great one that I found a lot of kind of engagement and profitability with, because people who are kind of active business travelers generally want to find kind of another way, because I've done it myself. Traveling for business is exhausting, and people who are commonly traveling for business generally are kind of looking for additional passive income earners to be able to kind of not do that. Personal travelers, leisure travelers, right? Timeshares, all different types. Return from traveling 1 week ago. Maybe we could target people and say like, hey, like, how was your vacation? Like, want to go on another one? Or, all different types of stuff, guys. So, that was kind of a verbose way to go through all of the different behaviors here. But again, I just want to make sure to establish a rock solid infrastructure and base for you guys, so you know all the different opportunities that are out there, and then you can start to apply them to your own business, your own product, your own services, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and we'll see you on the next. Let's talk about placements, guys. What is a placement? What does it have to do with Facebook ads, and why is it important? Right, so we talked about how to choose age, gender, languages. We talked all about detailed targeting, browsing through all the different demographics, interests, and behaviors. Now we're going to talk about the next section right here, when you actually are building out the audience section of your ad, which is called placements. Show your ads to the right people in the right places. So when you actually go to create an ad, Facebook by default will check the automatic placements, and something that you want to be aware of is Facebook isn't perfect, and Facebook at the end of the day is a business, right? They want to make money, and by letting them choose automatic placements, they're going to show your ads at times, to places where you're not going to be as likely to succeed. And so leaving on automatic placements is generally not a good idea, and I'll tell you why. So let's say, for example, well, first let's talk about, what the different kind of placements are, right? All devices is by default recommended, but you can choose mobile only or desktop only. So for example, let's say that we were running like an Instagram only campaign. So we would uncheck everything, leave Instagram checked, and then if we did all devices, that means that they'd show our Instagram ads to people on desktop. And people who are browsing Instagram via desktop have literally never bought something from Instagram in their lives, or at least not in a ton of ad spend that we've done with Instagram. And so what we're seeing here is Facebook has the Facebook platform, the Instagram platform, Audience Network, and they also have Messenger, right? And so Audience Network is kind of like showing ads on like mobile banners and things like that in like apps and things. And so in-stream videos, native and banner and interstitial and rewarded videos. And so Audience Network, I've never had a huge amount of success with. And generally, guys, about 90% of the time when you are advertising on Facebook, you're going to get the best bang for your buck and the best kind of reward and results from your ad spend from one place. And we're going to talk about that in a second. But it's important to understand kind of all of the different things that we have available to us. So we see that we have the Facebook feeds. Kind of this is what you're generally used to seeing when you're scrolling through your phone or on the computer. This is where you see people who post statuses and things like that. Instant articles is kind of Facebook's little foray into creating kind of like a news system. Instant articles you don't see as much. They kind of stopped promoting it as hard when it wasn't working as well as they'd hoped. In-stream videos, of course, are videos that you see. Right column, you'll see like literally on the right column, you'll have your feed kind of in the center, and then when you're on desktop, there's like the right column. It's kind of one of the places that doesn't get a lot of love. It's one of the cheaper places that you can advertise, but it generally doesn't get nearly as much results as my favorite place to advertise. But that being said, right column is okay when you are doing retargeting. When somebody recognizes you and you have a very pop out kind of eye-catching advertisement, and you're retargeting to a super already warmed up audience who recognizes you and your brand, right column does work okay. Otherwise, it's definitely a no. So instant articles is a no. Right column is a no. Suggested videos is interesting, and it's okay. Marketplace, again, is like the Facebook Marketplace. If you're buying things, it's kind of like Facebook's version of Craigslist. Instagram, I think most of us are probably familiar with Instagram. There's both the feed on Instagram, kind of like when you're scrolling down your feed, you see friends posts and things like that. And then also, of course, stories, when you are watching stories and you're kind of going right and watching more and more stories, similar to kind of how Snapchat organized it. And then Instagram kind of got inspired or copied or whatever you want to say from that. Audience network, again, is kind of like inside of apps and things like that. In-stream videos, again, inside of apps. Reward videos here. I've never had a huge amount of success from audience network. And then Messenger. So we see that Messenger has, both the home where you see, like literally see your all of your different conversations. They have an ad space there. And then inside of the sponsored messages, right? And so all of these are kind of good for different things. But I'd say that for 95% of us and 95% of the time, right? Unless we're running specific Instagram. I never run both Facebook and Instagram in the same campaigns, just because they're different sizes. There's different optimizations for the size of your images. People just react and act differently on both Instagram and Facebook. And we're going to talk about that in one of the future modules when we talk about how to create the perfect ad. Because when you're creating ads for Instagram, you have to understand who your demographic is, how people interact with Instagram, right? It's much more visual. There's not as much space to actually write what you want to say. And so if I'm running a Facebook campaign and an Instagram campaign, I would run them separately. So to finish my point, 95% of the time, guys, we're going to uncheck all of these unless we're running a Messenger specific. But we're going to uncheck every single one of these. And I know it seems like we're unchecking a lot, and we're going to leave feeds checked. With millions and millions of dollars of ad spend spent, across all of the different accounts, and with all of my different ad agency partners and people I've worked with, right? Most of the results we've gotten, and I'd say literally probably 80% or more of the positive results, like return on ROI, really explosively profitable campaigns, have come from the Facebook feeds. And so one thing that I like to do when I actually am kind of working with the placements is I like to run a split test, and I'll do Facebook feeds mobile only. And then, okay, it unchecked everything again. So we'd have to uncheck these all really quickly. And I'll do mobile only, and then I'll create this, and then I'll duplicate the ad set, and then I'll change it to desktop only. And you'll see, like, even though it doesn't really make sense, you'll start to see that there's a huge difference between, how people react to certain advertisements when they're browsing mobile, they're on the move, maybe, impulse buys are a little bit more so, or they're bored on their commute or something like that. And when they're on the desktop, people react to advertisements differently when they're on desktop and when they're on mobile. And I like to see where I should focus my ad spend, whether it's, hitting people on desktop or hitting people on mobile. And so I'll run and I'll split test, when I'm creating an ad set. I'll do everything. I'll create all of my interest targeting, everything. I'll set it up all perfectly. And then when I edit my placements, I'll do feeds only. And then I will do desktop only. And then I'll duplicate it. I'll do feeds only, and I'll do mobile only. And you'll be very surprised, I promise you, that sometimes mobile outperforms desktop by 5 times, right? For every $1 you spend, you get $5 back on mobile, and you get $1 back on desktop. Or, it might be the other way. You get 3 times, the results on desktop than you do on mobile. But the point is, guys, you don't know until you actually test it. And so that is kind of what I do with my placements. It's definitely really important to understand kind of what what you're doing here, and don't just go on automatic placements and let Facebook choose for you, because Facebook normally does choose things that are advantageous for you, but sometimes they don't. And so understanding when to kind of make your own choices and when to let Facebook's algorithms kind of optimize for you is super, super important. So Facebook feeds, desktop only, mobile only. Instant articles I never really use. Right column we do use, but it's only when we're retargeting, right? When we have very defined custom audiences of people who've already come to our website, already been pixeled, and we're retargeting them. They're warm, they understand, who we are, our brand, and things like that. Then right column is okay because it's very cheap normally, but otherwise it just doesn't perform and it's kind of a wasted ad spend. Instagram, again, the feed here and stories here are both fantastic, but by themselves, right? Never kind of collaborate Facebook specific campaigns and Instagram specific campaigns, just because the demographics are different, the ad sizes are different, and you want to optimize perfectly for both. Audience network, I've never had a lot of success with, and so I generally just uncheck it and never actually use it. And then messenger specific, we actually have had some success with, but we'll talk about that in later on when we talk about messenger ads specifically. And again, we'll talk about Instagram and how to optimize and make perfect ads for Instagram when we talk about Instagram in future modules as well. But for now, guys, 95% of the time, Facebook feeds, Facebook feeds, Facebook feeds, split test, desktop only, and mobile only. So that, guys, is placements and why it's so important to edit the placements yourself and not let Facebook automatically place for you, because Facebook, again, is a business. They want to make money, and they make more money by showing your ads more places, even if those places they're showing them aren't the best option for you. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so we've talked all about custom audiences, why they're so important, why they're the source and seed audience that you use to create lookalike audiences with. Now we're going to actually talk about how to create these custom audiences, because creating custom audiences and then using them for retargeting and all types of Facebook ads is really how you differentiate yourself and how you start to create huge amounts of profit using Facebook ads. And so one of the ways that I like to do this, guys, is creating custom audiences with the most event data, right? And when I say event data, I mean things that literally happen for your pixel. And so right here, what we're looking at is the actual activity of one of my pixels. So we see that I had 147,000 page views. What is this in the last, looks like about a month, 56,000 view contents, 18,000 completed registrations, right? And so there's a lot of data to work with here. Anything over 500 to 1,000 is enough custom audience data to actually create into like a reasonably accurate lookalike audience. And so obviously 147,000 is more than enough. And so I have kind of a luxury with that respect, because I have a lot of data in my pixel to work with. But when we're just getting started, sometimes not everyone has that luxury. And so what we're going to do, guys, is after we kind of start to get some website traffic using the ways that I talked about, right? PPE campaigns ran into traffic campaigns just to get our pixel some actual data to be able to, then retarget those people and to, season our pixel in such a way that we can use those custom audiences to make into lookalike audiences, iteratively getting more and more accurate with those lookalike audiences by split testing interest, how we've talked about. But in this specific lesson, excuse me, we're actually going to go through and set up some custom audiences. And so we've talked about custom audiences, but now I want to actually show, some of my favorite custom audiences that I like to create and then use to make lookalike audiences, which become, our much larger audiences that we're able to really kind of scale Facebook ads with in a very profitable way and reach, thousands and thousands of customers, even when our source audience, people who visit our website or engage with our page or our email addresses that they've given us, are not 2 million, because unfortunately I haven't had 2 million people visit my web pages, but thankfully Facebook allows me to extrapolate to a 2 million sized audience, even if I have 100 or 200 or 1,000 or 10,000 or 150,000 events in the last month. And so how we actually do this, guys, is up here we go to audiences under assets, and then we go to create a custom audience. And kind of the first one that we're going to do is with ClickFunnels. And so we're going to go through, customer files. We're going to go through website traffic. We're going to skip audience activity. We will go through offline activity in one of the later modules because it is a bit more advanced. And we are going to talk about engagement custom audiences as well. And so we're just going to do these in order. And so the first one that we're going to do is called the customer file custom audience. So we're going to go over into ClickFunnels here. And this is just one of my cheat sheets that I use. When I create a cheat sheet that is helpful to people, and maybe I release it to a YouTube channel or to one of my YouTube videos, and people want it, sometimes they'll give me their emails in exchange to get the cheat sheet, and then I'll eventually email market to them things that they might be interested in, other YouTube videos, and then potentially offers related to the subject, which is kind of how email marketing works. You give away things for free, again, lead magnet like we talked about, and then downstream, you monetize if people think that you're adding value for free and you kind of already have that relationship and rapport built. So when we're right here, guys, and I just want to kind of note, this is the same exact thing, right? This could be the dentist funnel that we'll talk about later on, and you'll understand what I mean, where we give away a free teeth cleaning here, and then people claim their teeth cleaning on the next page. They give us their email on the first page similarly. So let's just look at what this looks like. So if somebody wanted the viral launch cheat sheet, they'd come here, they'd say show me the cheat sheet, and then they'd give their email like this, and then once they click that, their email is stored by ClickFunnels. It's automatically added to a campaign here, and then here they can claim their cheat sheet, right? And I like to give another offer on the cheat sheet, which we'll talk about later on, but that's just kind of how it works, right? So now I have their email, and so these are all actually stored here where it says contacts within ClickFunnels. And so in contacts here, we can actually go to download contacts, and we're going to show contacts for all time. And so we're going to download this actual, so this is going to be all of the different emails and names and things that we have related to this specific cheat sheet. Similarly, if you were running ads for a client, or you were collecting emails in any way, or people were purchasing your product via ClickFunnels, or you could export emails from Amazon, or you could export emails from Shopify, it's all the exact same thing. All you need, and all I'm showing you how to do right now, is how to actually download an email list, which we're then going to upload to Facebook to create a custom audience. Facebook's going to say, okay, I have that person signed up with that email, so we can put them in a custom audience. And if Facebook has these people's emails associated with their accounts, then Facebook's going to be able to match them. And then if they can match them, then they're going to be able to say, okay, we're going to create a custom audience of people who are, those people's emails associated with their Facebooks, and then we'll show those exact people the ads that you're trying to show them. So once we have that file downloaded, we're going to go back into Facebook, and we're going to go to customer file, add customers from your own file, or copy and paste data. And the easiest way to do this, guys, is just download Facebook's file template, just so you kind of know that things are in the right syntax and format, and that your columns are named the correct thing. Just copy and pasting your source data that you just downloaded into Facebook's example file. So this is Facebook's audio example file. These are just people that they have right here. So I'm just going to delete those. And I'm going to delete a lot of these columns too, because they have 3 spaces for most of these. Phone, first name, last name, zip, country, state, or county, state. I'm going to delete county, date of birth, gender, age. We don't need UID. Okay, so then for the sake of anonymization, I deleted all of the names that weren't me. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to go, but this normally would have like hundreds of emails or thousands or whatever, you just downloaded. This would have all of the source data that you just downloaded from ClickFunnels, or these would be all of the different emails that you just downloaded from Shopify or from Amazon or wherever you're getting your emails from. They would all be right here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to if there was 100, I'd copy all of them. But since there's only 1 and I just don't want to show a bunch of, people's emails on this video, I'm just going to copy and paste my actual email, or the email the entire email column right here. There was no phone number for this one, so we're going to leave that one blank, or we're going to actually just get rid of that. But there is a first name. So we see first name is Kevin. So I would take that whole column, copy it there. I would take this whole column, I'd copy it here. We see that the zip code is right here. State is Oregon. Country is USA. Date of birth, I don't think we have that there, so we'll get rid of that one. Gender we don't have either, and age we don't have either. And so the reason that we're doing this, guys, is because you want, the more data that you give Facebook, the more data you have about people, the more accurate they're going to be able to make your custom audience, the more people they're going to be able to match, and then the more accurate they're going to be able to make your lookalike audience from that source seed custom audience that you're going to use to create a much larger, lookalike audience in the future. And so we're going to actually just go ahead and save this how it is now, and we're going to upload it. So we're going to save this. We're going to leave that. We're going to upload example audience file. We're going to name this one viral launch cheat sheet custom audience. Go to next. And here we go. So preview and map your identifiers, map your data to upload it. Your data will be hashed before it's uploaded, right? So it's automatically matched these. If you upload it in a different way, like using your own column headers, then you'll have to match them manually, but I'd prefer to just use Facebook's syntax because it's easier and there's less errors. And so these are all matched already: first name, surname, zip, county, county and region. We're just remove that one. I thought that was state, but it's looking like county, region, city. Oh, never mind. So county, region is actually what they call state, so that's good. Okay, cool. And country, USA, right? So we're going to upload and create, and this is only one row, and so this isn't going to be able to successfully create a custom audience because there's not enough data. But I just wanted to show you an example, right? Because if that was one person or 1,000 or 1,000,000, you could still upload it in the exact same way. I only did it with one person because I wanted to just show my personal data. I didn't want to show any other people's data that they were giving their data to me when they signed up to get my cheat sheet. But the idea is exactly the same. That is how you create a custom audience using an email list. And again, the more data and the more columns and information you can provide Facebook, the more accurate the custom audience, the source audience, the seed audience, right? Same thing, can become to then retarget directly to those exact people, or to then use to create a lookalike audience, a much larger audience that you can actually scale with and create an explosively profitable Facebook campaign, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next custom audience. All right, guys, let's talk about how to create a custom audience from website traffic. This is probably one of the most, if not the most, common way to create custom audiences, just because it's very versatile and you can really use it in a lot of different scenarios across a lot of different platforms. And so we're going to use ClickFunnels as an example, but you can use Shopify or any type of different number of different websites or things like that related to website traffic. All you have to do is just take your specific URL, and you're going to understand what I mean in a second. So we're going to go to create audience, custom audience, and we're going to choose website traffic here. Create a list of people who visited your website or took specific action using your Facebook pixel. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually choose one of my other pixels here. We're going to do so we can create a custom audience of everyone who visits your website, right? And so this is just going to pull data straight from your pixel. So if you have your pixel installed on your website, if you do all website visitors in the last, I think 180 days is the maximum here. You can do 30 days if you want more recent. You can do 7 days. You can do 1 day, right? If you want to do like, hey, I saw you were on the website yesterday. Here's like an awesome ad. But I usually do just maximum to get like the largest custom audience, because if you have the largest custom audience, then you can make the most accurate lookalike audiences and things like that. And so if you want to just do all website traffic, it's very easy. You can just call this everyone who visits my website. But a more common way that I actually like to kind of use this specific audience tool is people who do specific actions but not others, right? So let's say that I'm selling one of my courses, right? So we have the sales page here where it kind of tells you about it. It has the order page where people can actually figure out information about the course a little bit more in depth, and they can actually make the payment. And then after they make the payment, they see the thank you page, right? So here's the thank you page. And so what I like to do, and a custom audience that we've created for retargeting that is absolutely absurdly profitable, right? We've gotten some 33x returns. So for every dollar we spent, we got 33 back. For every $1,000 we spent, we got $33,000 back. So we get about a $32,000 profit using this exact strategy right here. So what we did was, instead of just doing all website visitors, we did people who visited specific web pages. And so what we did, guys, is we did people who visited the order page, right? So they show extreme interest. If someone just visits the sales page, you can tell that they're somewhat interested. They're definitely a warm audience. They're definitely worth retargeting. But if someone visits the order page, then you know that they're extremely interested. So we took this specific URL right here, and we actually did URL contains, and then used that one. So people who visited this specific website, but we're also going to exclude people who have not performed an action, right? So if we exclude people who visited the thank you page, on this next funnel step right here, then we're actually going to get a much more kind of refined audience, because now we know that someone has actually visited the thank you page, right? But they have not yet seen the visited the order page, but they have not yet seen the thank you page. So this means that they're interested enough to go to the order page, potentially put in their credit card information, but for whatever reason, they didn't buy, something distracted them, maybe, their Wi-Fi stopped working, or, any number of millions of different reasons. But the point is, guys, people who make it to the order page, but they have not yet seen the thank you page, targeted audience. It's the hottest audience you can possibly have, besides, of course, specifically your purchasers. And so what I would name this one is people who've visited the order page but not the thank you page. Order page but not a thank you page. Right, and so now this specific audience populated directly from my pixel means that anyone who's visited my order page but has not yet purchased yet, right, because people who purchase see the thank you page in the last 180 days, pretty much the hottest audience you can possibly retarget. We're going to create a custom audience of just those people, which we can then create, right, a lookalike audience from in the future. And one other point while we're on this specific topic is, again, website traffic here. A little trick that I like to use that works extremely well, and we're going to talk about event traffic in one of the next videos, but one of the things that I like to use that really works very well is this option right here, visitors by time spent. And you can target, 5%. I would do 5%. I would duplicate it. I would do 10%. I would duplicate it. I would do 25. But people who visited, visitors by time spent in the top 25 percentile in the last 180 days. People who are in the top 25 percentile of visitors by time spent means that they spent the most time on your site, right? And you'll have an occasional person who just left their computer, but most of the time spent on your website directly correlates to interest in your product, right? So people who are in the top 25 percentile by time spent, you can tell that they are very interested in your product, and they make a very accurate custom audience to then retarget, and a very warm, or if not hot, audience to retarget, and again, a very accurate and profitable seed audience, source audience, to then create lookalike audiences. So I would call this one top 25% of website traffic. And you can do specific web pages, right? You can do top 25 percentile of your order page, of your sales page, any type of actual page you want, which is a good way to kind of split test even further and get more accurate, right? So we would create this custom audience as well. And those are two of my favorite hacks, creating custom audiences using the top percentile of time spent on your site, and then targeting people who've made it all the way to your order page or your cart page, right, but have not actually seen the thank you page, signifying that they've purchased. So those are two of my favorite custom audience hacks when it comes to website traffic. Hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and we'll see you on the next. All right, guys, let's talk about another type of custom audience that's very important to understand, which is the event-driven custom audience. So it's the same thing under website traffic here, but what you'll see actually is instead of choosing, all website visitors, people who visited specific web pages, or visitors by time spent, you can actually choose it from events. And before we actually go about setting this up, I want to explain something, because there's a lot of confusion about the difference between custom conversions and just allowing the Facebook pixel standard events to fire. And so first, we're going to talk about custom conversions. So when we come to custom conversions like this, how we signify that a conversion happened, right? Like a purchase, for example. What we would do is take this purchase URL, right, or the final URL, whether it's the thank you page of Shopify or whatever your website is, the final URL that shows after they make a purchase, and we come into custom conversions and we'd say URL contains, and we put that there, and we'd call this, Amazon FBA course conversion, right? And we would just call it purchase. And $9.97, and then we create this, right? And so that is one way of doing it. That is actually the way that I don't recommend people doing it. It's a way of doing it without actually having to install any custom code onto your website. But all you have to do is install the custom code one time, and it's over. And then Facebook can just track things so much more efficiently for you. So this is the way I don't recommend doing it. But if you do want to do it this way, come into custom conversions and go ahead and set it up like that. We are going to do it this way. So if we go to business settings and come into pixels, here we are in the pixels section and we're looking at our pixel. So if we actually open up the pixel itself right here, and we come into where it says set up, once it loads, set up right here, what we can do is we can actually manually install the code ourselves. And I think a lot of people get overwhelmed by this a little bit, but it's actually quite easy. So this is the main code, right? This is where we put, this is what we put right here in where it says settings, and we paste the whole code right there, right? And once we save that, always remember to save on this page. Once we save that, but that is tracking everything on this whole funnel, right? The sales page, the order page, the thank you page. But if we want to track specific events, we have to take one more step. So from this page where we just were, right? And I'll show you again. We just click setup, manually install your code. We copy and paste that, put it on the settings. Now we're gonna go to continue. Now it says add the events that you'd like to track, right? Because Facebook knows when people visit any of your web pages, but you have to tell them which web page specifically corresponds to which event. So if we want to track purchases, we can come in here and check purchases, and we're going to put $9.97 for the conversion value, and we're going to put US dollars, and then we're going to copy this little snippet of code, right? And then on the thank you page, right? Because if somebody sees the thank you page, if the event fires that a user has seen this specific page, then we know that they've purchased and we know that they've spent $9.97 because that's the cost of the course, right? So we're going to come into this specific funnel, and in settings, we're going to go to tracking code. And we're just going to paste that little snippet of code right here, right? So then every time someone sees this URL, it tells Facebook, okay, hey guys, this person has actually purchased and the value of that purchase is $9.97. And then this is going to be, we're going to be able to track this specific, we're going to be able to track the actual return on investment of this ad campaign, because if we spent $100 to get this and showed our ad to 1,000 people, and then one person purchased for $9.97, then obviously we would have made the difference between our ad spend, which is $100, and $9.97, or an $897 profit. And so we're going to save this, and it's literally that simple, guys. And so then let's say that we also wanted to track something else. Let's say that we wanted to track ad payment info, for example. So we want to know if somebody actually got to the stage of our funnel where they could actually add their payment information. So we know that that happens on the order page, right? This is the order page right here. That was the thank you page. This means purchase. Order page means that they're actually adding their payment info, right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to check add payment info. We're going to copy this little snippet of code. Again, come straight in here, add the tracking code. And I've already done it, but here it is, add payment info, right? Close it out, save it, and now every time somebody comes and visits this URL, it's gonna fire that event and it's gonna tell the Facebook pixel, hey, this person added their payment info, right? And so then we can make custom audiences of anybody who's added their payment info, anybody who's purchased, right? Anybody who's done any specific, what's called a standard event, right? And Facebook is much more accurate at tracking this via code than custom conversion. So this is always the way that I recommend people to do it, setting up these little standard event snippets on the corresponding page, right? Add payment info is obviously on the order page. Completed registration would be like after someone gives you their email for a webinar. Generate lead would be like on the initial page of your funnel, right? Because they're a lead if they enter your ecosystem and they even look at your sales page. Purchase, again, obviously is on the thank you page that shows after they make a purchase, right? So these are standard events, guys. Again, we got here just by clicking setup, manually install the code yourself, putting this on the funnel wide, right? Which we showed, and I'll show one more time just really quick so everybody gets it. On the funnel wide settings, right? Because the overall pixel tracks everything, right? But it doesn't know what specific web pages correspond to what specific event. It has no idea if this is a purchase page or an order page. You have to tell it what specific events correspond to what URLs, and that's what we just did right there by installing those little snippets on these specific pages. So this is where we put the overall code right here. And save it. And I know I've showed this a couple times, guys, but I understand that this is kind of complicated and it seems a little bit overwhelming, but it's actually not that bad, right? So then this is the very first page, and so we'll do the last one. I'd call that a lead, right? So we're going to come down to where it says generate lead, and we're going to copy this, and we're going to come to this first page here, the initial sales page. We're going to edit the page, and we're going to grab the tracking code right here. and we are going to put it right here at the bottom, right? So now it is going to say, every time someone visits this page, Facebook's going to say, okay, that person is a lead. And then we're going to be able to retarget them, form custom audiences from them, et cetera, et cetera. So that is kind of the intro. So once we've done that, guys, it's going to make a lot more sense. So when we come back here and we actually go to create this custom audience, we're going to come to custom audience, and we're going to go to website traffic. And we're going to choose that same pixel. And then instead of doing website visitors like this, we're going to go to from your events, right? And so now we can make a custom audience of everyone who's added their payment info, for example, and we can, create, a retargeting campaign saying, hey, like we saw that you were interested, that you added your payment info, but you haven't actually purchased yet. But one thing that we have to do to actually finalize that, for example, because everybody who's purchased has also added their payment info, right? And so we would have to exclude people, right, from your events who've purchased. So now this custom audience, and I hope you guys are getting this. I hope it's starting to click, right? Because this is super exciting. And now everyone who's added their payment info in the last 180 days, but we're excluding people who've purchased, right? So we're going to create a custom audience of everyone who's almost purchased but hasn't quite purchased, and then we're going to show them a very, very targeted retargeting advertisement saying, hey, you were almost there, you added your payment info, or you were on the order page. Like if there's anything we can do, to help you in your investment decision, feel free to shoot us an email, give us a call, add us on Messenger, whatever the case may be. And so we'd call this one, order page, but not thank you. And it's just another way of doing it how we did with the website URLs, right? And so that's kind of how you mess around with events. I just wanted to explain the difference between a custom conversion and using standard events. I always prefer to use standard events because Facebook is incredibly accurate using code, and people can just make mistakes when they're doing custom conversions by accidentally putting the wrong URL, or maybe you have two different funnels that have the same URLs, all right? And so just let Facebook track it for you using standard events. And so that is how you use events, and that is the important difference between custom conversions and using standard event code snippets to create very, very accurate custom audiences based off of event data directly from your pixel, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about how to create a custom audience of people who interact with a video on Facebook. And this is an incredible way really to know for sure that somebody is interested in what you have to say, or at least have a very good guess. And the reason that this is such an incredible kind of tool is because, like we talked about before, there's different types of marketing objectives, and those different types of marketing objectives have different costs. So obviously a conversion campaign is more expensive than a reach campaign or a video view campaign, because Facebook knows that a conversion campaign is they're only showing your ad to people who are likely to convert. And so a really good way to kind of gauge who's interested initially when you're advertising to a cold audience is by using a video view campaign, right? Because video view campaigns are extremely cheap to get views. You can get them for like a cent a view. And then, some percentage of the people who watch your video, especially if it's well done and, valuable in some way and entertaining and high quality, some percentage of the people you show it to are going to watch, 25% or more, or 50% or more. And then we know that they're much more interested. And once we have that custom audience, then we can actually, advertise a conversion campaign to that custom audience, right? Because we know those people are more interested rather than running a more expensive conversion campaign on that cold traffic initially. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to custom audience, and we're going to do engagement, and we're going to do video. And it's going to say engagement, right? Choose content type. People who viewed at least 3 seconds of your video, 10 seconds of your video if you have super short stuff. I prefer to start at 50%. But if you target, 75%, 95%, those people are extremely interested. So I always split test, do one custom audience of 25%, one custom audience of 50%, one custom audience of 75%, one custom audience of 95%, right? But we're just going to do 50% for the sake of this example. And we are going to actually choose the video here. We're going to do one of the recent videos that we just did from my page, but you can also, obviously do it from a campaign. So if you run like a video ad, you can choose that specific video from that ad, and then you can know that the people watch like some percentage of it, right? So if you ran a campaign of a video, talking about how amazing Facebook ads were, and you showed it to 1 million people, and 100,000 of them watched 50% or more, then obviously I would choose campaign here, and then I would choose the video from the campaign. But just for this example, we're just going to do a video from my Facebook page. We're going to choose this one right here, confirm. So now we're going to choose anybody who's watched 50% or more of this specific video in the past 365 days. We're going to say 50% or more of people who watched 100K Amazon vid. And we're going to create that audience. Right? And it's as simple as that, guys. That is how you create a video view custom audience. It's one of the most powerful ways to actually reach a huge amount of cold traffic by running a video ad as video views. And then once you know people are interested based on their viewing percentage, if they watch 50% or more, then running a conversion campaign on those people you already know are interested to actually convert them into buyers. And so I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. So we talked about how to create a custom audience using emails. We talked about how to create a custom audience using website URLs. And we talked about how to create a custom audience using events from your pixel. But another incredible way to actually target and retarget your audience who engages with you, on the internet itself is actually using people's engagement on Facebook. And so when we go to create audience and custom audience, we see that we can do customer file, right, where we did emails, website traffic, where we did the URLs and the events from the pixel, app activity we're not going to talk about, offline activity we're going to talk about in a later module. It's a little bit more complicated, using custom timestamps and using actual offline activity before you had Facebook pixels on your site. So we'll talk about that in one of the later modules because it's a bit more advanced. But we are going to talk about the engagement custom audience right here, right? So I'd say like 70%, 60 to 60% of custom audiences come from website traffic, with the other 20% or so coming from customer files in the form of email lists, and then the other final 20% in engagement. And so engagement has a lot of very, very exciting stuff that we can do, right? We can create engagement audiences from people who engage with our videos, right? If somebody watches 50% of our video or 3 seconds of our video or 10 seconds of our video, we can do that right here. Lead forms we talked about, right? Lead forms if we wanted to say, hey, like we have 1,000 50% off coupons for this brand new product that we're selling on our store, or we have 1,000 cheat sheets that you can download. People can input their name, email address, and we can also ask for their phone number or make the phone number mandatory as well if we wanted to follow up via phone. People who engage with our lead form and open it, we can actually create custom audiences of them, right? Which just kind of gives you a really kind of engaged audience if you do target people that way. Full screen experience we don't use very often. Canvas ads, I've just never seen results that warrant kind of going through the extra effort to create them. Facebook page is the one we're going to talk about right here. And also Instagram, and then events, right? If you have like a grand opening for a local business, maybe like a bar or club or something like that, you can actually retarget people and form a custom audience of people who have interacted with the event that you set up on Facebook. And so, the most common ones are definitely video and Facebook page. But some of the ones that I also use from time to time are lead form, event, and business profile. For this specific video, we are going to focus on Facebook page as it's one that is very commonly used. And then in a future video, we're going to show you exactly how to set up video, because video is very important as well. It's actually quite simple. All you do is select a specific video that you've run as an ad, right? And then you just choose what percentage watched or number of seconds watched that you want to create a custom audience from, which really just shows the engagement of the user, right? If somebody watches 50% of your video, they're obviously more interested than somebody who watches 1% of your video. And so video views is a very cheap way, which we're going to show you as a little hack in one of the future modules of putting your ad in front of a ton of eyes for very, 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 very cheap, and then creating very targeted custom audiences of people who've engaged with 50% or more of your video. We're going to show you exactly how to do that in a future module, but for this specific video, we are going to focus on creating a custom audience of people who engage with your Facebook page. Right, so what we can do here is we can actually do a number of things. We can create a custom audience of everyone who's engaged with our page. We can create a custom audience of anyone who's visited our page, right? Engaged means that they actually engaged in some way, like they liked it, they commented, shared, engaged in some way. Anyone who's actually visited our page, right? We can pixel a website, but Facebook automatically pixels our pages. So anybody who actually visits our page, Facebook will actually know that. And then you can be able to create a custom audience of people who visited your page. People who've engaged with any post or ad, people who clicked on any call to action button, people who sent a message to your page, people who saved your page or any post, right? And so, definitely ones that I like to use the most, right? And it depends, right? Because pretty much what drives what to create a custom audience from is the amount of data you have. So if you have a ton of traffic, then you can really just like take your pick. And if you have just basically a ton of traffic or infinite traffic, then what you want to do is create a custom audience of people who perform the action that signifies they're most interested. So if I had, you know, 1 million people who visited my page, 1 million people who engaged, 1 million of all of these, then I would want to choose the one that is actually sent a message to our page, right? Because that means that if somebody actually goes through the trouble of going to your page, sending a message, right, then they're probably more interested than somebody who's just visited your page. You know, maybe they accidentally clicked it or something, right? But you know, most of us don't have unlimited traffic. And so what we have to do is create custom audiences of people, you know, with the most data that we can provide. And so in that case, you know, we would choose anyone who's visited our page, because if someone's visited our page, then they've obviously inherently, you know, they to click a call to action or to send a message, they have to have visited your page. So this is obviously going to be our largest audience. And so what we can do here is we can just do anyone who visits our page, or if we want to, you know, create the largest one here, we can just do anyone who's engaged with our page, because it just includes all of these. And so the largest audience would be everyone who's engaged with your page in some way, right? Includes everyone who's visited your page or engaged with your page's content or ads on Facebook or Messenger. So this is our largest audience here. And we can do that in the past 365 days. This creates, you know, everyone who's visited our page, right? And we create this custom audience right here. Right? And then the last thing that I want to talk about for this specific one is going to be creating a custom audience of people who have engaged with our Instagram business profile, right? And so we can choose our Instagram business profile, and then, you know, we do the same thing. Anyone who's engaged with our Instagram business profile. And then what I like to do is I'll run Facebook ads, you know, on Facebook saying, hey, like I saw that you came to our Instagram profile, like thank you so much for the interest, like we'd like to give you, you know, a 20% off coupon, or like here's another awesome video that you might be interested in, right? Just to keep people interested, to keep people on our ecosystem, or if we wanted to drive them to another place, right? If they saw my Instagram, they probably followed it. Maybe we want to show them my YouTube, or maybe we want to show them, you know, my Messenger bots, my ManyChat. Maybe we want to show them, you know, one of my webinars, right? So we always like to continue people into our ecosystem, keeping them kind of in, you know, our you know, purview, looking and absorbing and kind of taking in all of our content, because it keeps them interested, and then it's much easier to actually, you know, make the sale or add value to them in some way. And so we definitely like to create custom audiences of people who've engaged with our page. The most kind of accurate one, if you have a ton of data, would be sending message to our Facebook page, but many of us don't have unlimited data, so we just like to create a custom audience of everyone who visits our page. And these things do dynamically update, guys. So if you create it right now and somebody visits your page tomorrow, they will automatically be added that custom audience, and then you can continue to show ads to everyone who engages with your Facebook page in the future. So it's a really beautiful kind of it's a really beautiful process, and Facebook has set this up in a really, really amazing way. And so that is custom audience creation and engagement for your Facebook and your Instagram page. We talked about all the different ways you can target people, how they engage with your Facebook page, you know, whether or not they visited your Instagram page, and then you can retarget them on Facebook saying, hey, you came and visited my Instagram page, check out this other awesome thing. So those are a couple hacks that I like to use when I do go to create engagement custom audiences for my Facebook page and Instagram profile, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, last but not least, let's talk about look-alike audiences. Look-alike audiences, like I've said before, are one of the biggest advances in modern advertising. It allows you to take a seed or source audience that's very small, right? 100 people, 1,000 people, relatively small, right? And then use Facebook's unbelievable algorithms, complex algorithms and data to be able to say, okay, there's 100 people in my custom audience. I want to make that way bigger so I can actually advertise to a ton of people and scale my advertising campaigns to people who are probably also interested. So of that 100 custom audience, we're going to go out and find, you know, hundreds of thousands or millions in some case who share as many characteristics as possible with my source/seed audience, which is usually a custom audience, right? And so what we're going to do to actually go ahead and create that, and I wanted to kind of show all of the different things that you might see here. So when you create custom audiences that are too small to be able to make into lookalike audiences, you'll get audience is too small, right? Or you can say, it'll say ready right here, or it'll say populating. And when you have a lot of data, like if I did, for example, a custom audience of all of my website traffic in the last month, since it's like, you know, over 100,000, it can take a couple of hours, even sometimes overnight, for Facebook to actually populate that, because it has to go out and match all of those people's pixel ID to their user ID to their Facebook accounts to be able to let you actually advertise to them. Right? And so we're going to create an audience here, and instead of choosing custom audience how we have been, we're going to choose a lookalike audience. And lookalike audience, it kind of looks like this, right? Find new people on Facebook who are similar to your existing audiences. All right, and that's a great way to kind of describe it in a simple way. Find new people on Facebook who are similar as possible to your existing audiences, in this case being our custom audiences. So you can choose either a custom audience or a page here. So what we can do is we can choose, we can choose one of my pages here. We can choose one of my custom audiences. We see them all kind of populate here for us to be able to make lookalike audiences from. Right, and so we can create a lookalike audience from anything that we just did, but let's go ahead and choose the order but not thank you page, because that one was actually large enough. And sometimes it does allow you to make lookalike audiences from these that it says are too small, like the top 25% of website traffic it says is too small, but it allows me to actually create a lookalike audience from it. Let's see if it lets me actually finish this. Sometimes it allows you to do it, but then you just won't get, the impressions that you want and things like that. But it might. Okay, so it is letting us do it. We'll see if it actually populates. But either way, you want to create lookalike audiences with enough source data to actually create an accurate lookalike audience, right? Because the more source data, the more seed data, the more people in your custom audience, for example, the more accurate your lookalike audience will be, and then the more profitable your campaigns will be using that lookalike audience. Right, and so the order but not thank you page, we see that one right here, 1700 and ready. 1700 is enough source data to actually make it work. 100 is like the bare minimum. I like to have 1,000 people in my source data, right? 1,000 impressions, 1,000 people who visited my website, 1,000 people who engaged with my Facebook, right? 1,000 people in our source audience to create a lookalike. So we're going to choose the order page but not thank you, which is right here. And then it asks for us for a location, right? So location is an important one. So most of us, or not most of us, but some of us are going to be advertising in the United States. So we're going to choose United States here. But you can actually also choose other countries if you want to expand into other countries. So let's say that everyone that you generally sell to is in the United States. And so you have all of your source data, all of your seed data, all of your pixel data and events and things like that are coming from people in the United States. But let's say you sell a digital product, for example. Then you want to expand. But you don't have any presence in the UK, for example. What you can then do, right, is you can actually choose the UK here, and Facebook will say, okay, well, there's 1,000 people in our source audience from the United States. Let's go find people who are similar to that source audience in the United Kingdom, right? And so it's a beautiful way to kind of expand internationally, leveraging the unbelievable amount of data that Facebook has. So we're just going to choose the United States here. And something that I do want to note, you have to have at least 100 people in your seed audience to make this work sometimes, especially with Facebook pages. So like if you try to do a Facebook page as your source and then the location as like Zimbabwe or like some kind of smaller country or a country that doesn't have as many Facebook users, it's not going to let you do it. But we're just going to do our order page but not thank you, and we're going to do the United States. And then the audience size, right? So what this means, guys, is audience sizes range from 1% to 10% of the total population in the countries you choose, with 1% being those who most closely match your source, right? And so this is what Facebook tries to say is if you choose a 1, it's going to be your most accurate. But, Facebook, like every piece of software, is not perfect. And so every time that I make a lookalike audience, I like to show the advanced options here, and this is a little ninja hack, guys, so pay attention. And then it allows you to actually generate a number of audiences, and the maximum number of audiences it allows you to generate is 6. And so we're going to choose 6 right here instead of 3. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do 0 through 1, 1 through 2, 2 through 3, 3 through 4, 4 through 5, and then we're going to do 5 through 10. Right, so now we're going to generate 6 different audiences here, and then we can split test all 6. And what you'll find, guys, is the one, right, which is technically, according to Facebook, supposed to be the most accurate, is not always going to give you the best results. I've had times where like my 2 through 3 has performed 10 times better than my 0 through 1. And that's just, it's just chaos theory, right? Facebook, and no piece of software is perfect. What makes you successful on Facebook, like I have said again and again and again, is testing. So the more, split tests that we can do with all of these different audiences, the more audiences that we can test to see what's working, the better, right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to hit create audience, and then Facebook is going to perform some unbelievably complicated kind of algorithmic stuff in the background, and then all of a sudden it's going to create these lookalike audiences. And then when we go to create our advertisement, all we have to do is select this specific lookalike, and we are ready to go, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one. That is lookalike audiences. That is how you form a huge audience from a smaller seed audience, so you can really scale your campaigns, reach more people, and most importantly, make more profit, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about how to create ad copy and creatives that convert like crazy. And when I say creatives, guys, I'm going to call it that for the rest of the module. Creatives is just, the image, right? The actual picture that's the ad, or the video that's the ad. That's what people call it. And the words that are the ad are what people call ad copy, right? So ad copy and creatives that convert like crazy, right? We're going to become a copywriting expert quicker than you thought would ever be possible. And so a Facebook epiphany, guys. People are not actually buying your product, right? They are buying the solution your product solves. And your ad's only purpose is to agitate that problem, right? Make them realize what a problem that is, and then present your product as the best / only solution, and to build a relationship. That's the only purpose of your ad, right? So you're not actually, it's talking about how cool your product is. People are not buying your product. They're buying the solution. They're buying the feeling that your product gives them that's better than what they have now, right? And the most powerful buying influence, guys, is that of providing free value and expecting nothing in return. Like we've talked about over and over and over again in this course, reciprocity, right? So creating ads, guys, might seem like kind of the easiest part of this whole process, but it's actually very, can be daunting, kind of starting from scratch. So it's a lot easier than you think, though. And one of the main purposes, or one of the main kind of goals of this module, is going to be to show you how to get inspiration from the right sources, because I can't possibly show you an example of every ad for every industry, for example, but I can show you how to find inspiration in the right places, and then kind of use that inspiration to be inspired and create your own ads, right? It's kind of like the age-old adage: you can teach a man to fish, or you can give a man a fish, and he can eat for life, right? Because we're going to teach you how to fish. We're not going to just try to hand everything to you here. We're going to show you all of the different places that you can find the best quality ads from the top tier experts of advertising in the world. And then actually, figuring out how to use, what other people are doing in your niche who are successful, to kind of emulate in your own advertisements. So below, guys, right here in this link is what we call the Ninja Ad Vault. And the Ninja Ad Vault is something that I've actually kind of just been collecting, and I will continue to collect over the years. And what this is examples of ads that I think are really well done. So everything in here, is either in here because of the headline, or the copy, or the creative, or the long form text, right? So there's 3 different things here. What we see are ad links. So these are actually links that I've put together. Like this link right here is the link to a graphic design firm that we used back in the day, and they have a ton of different Facebook ads that are all really expertly designed here, right? Reduce your cart abandonment rate up to 27%, and recover lost revenue automatically, and reduce our cost per sign up by 44% with Facebook ads, right? So these are all very well done. What do you kind of notice here? A lot of smiling people, centrally located, right? Very, very well done. And this is just a trove of inspiration for you to be able to design ads yourself, using similar industry imagery, using similar kind of designs here, like free, and the yellow looks really good. And just look through these and see which ones pop out at you, right? Like this, I like this one right here. This one pops out at me. This one looks good to me. I like this one. a lot of these, right? And I've used these to actually create a bunch more ads, because the point of this module is not going to be to show you, exact examples that you can just copy. It's going to be to show you, where you can actually find other advertisements to base your own stuff on. So that's actual links to ads and links to kind of portfolios of Facebook ads that you can take examples of. The Facebook ad text examples, right? So this is actual text that I've copied from Facebook ads themselves that I think are really well done. And so they're kind of spaced out between each other. You can see which ones are which, right? Nothing to see here with like a big kind of what is this, like a police light emoji? Nothing to see here unless you're still interested in making more money this year, right? So like, who's not interested in making more money? And he's saying, forget selling junk online, right? Like, like eBay and all the other e-commerce. Forget driving strangers around, right? Uber and Lyft. Forget letting strangers rent your bed, Airbnb. So he's kind of, agitating the negative parts of a lot of other kind of popular ways to make discretionary income. And then he's saying that, this side hustle has made more self-made millionaires than any other industry. And he's talking about real estate, right? And so just read through some of these because, they're all here for a reason. I asked myself, if you had a time machine and can go back to 2006, Russell, knowing what you know now, what would you say? What formula for generating fast online income would you give me? What happened next? This video happened. Turn the sound on, turn off your distractions, and just take 15 minutes of your day and watch this. This is how success is made, right? This is super short and sweet. Fact, more people become financially independent from real estate than any other field. Right? Want to hear something uncomfortable? Kind of a question like people are just interested in what, they're curious about what this could be. Nobody wants to be uncomfortable. And so they're kind of just like, it kind of shocks them out of their, their scroll. And that's kind of a huge point and something that's really important to understand. Kind of pattern interrupt. Just even the slightest, tiniest interrupt of somebody's pattern of autopilot scrolling through Facebook, if you can get their attention for a microsecond, then you've already won kind of the first part of your ad, right? Because the whole point of the very first part of your ad, reflections on reality, right? In all caps, 3 strange concepts that made me 20 million by 27. Right? These are all just fantastic examples. Kind of the story, how it leads with the hook, how it opens. A lot of the different elements that are just really kind of interesting and shocking and just keep your attention, right? Wake up inspired. Watch videos from Gary Vee, The Money Ain't Rolling In, right? A numbered list that people want to see the end of. There's just a ton of really good examples here, guys. And the good part is these are actually live documents. And so I'm going to continue to add more and more and more as we, as I start to see advertisements that I like because I use them myself. And so here are some actual ads that I've liked personally. These are the 3 that I gave to you guys for you to use. This is just a simple one for drop shipping, right? Just a picture of his phone with a Audi R8 in the background and like some beautiful sunset. Here's the one that I talked about with Russell. It just looks kind of interesting. The red lines kind of show you. It has a ton of social proof here, obviously. This is a good one for users' attention, like a bear in the. It's a good one here. Here's a good usage of the actual bars. The yellow bars or black bars, right? It has money in the bottom. How to get more digital marketing clients by offering this service first, right? It makes you curious what this service is. They want to know what that representation of the stair step is on the graph. Don't use old list building strategies, right? With emojis here, and then he has his annotations down in the bottom, which are super, super important. In the past 36 months, we have generated 200 million in sales with this training. How? With a relentless laser-like focus on 2 key things. And people are curious, right? And they line this up perfectly to have the preview section here be after the kind of curiosity hook. And they just have as featured in all of these, super amounts of credibility if they were actually featured in all of these different kind of publications, right? So 200 million in sales have been generated with this strategy. Ignore at your own demise. Is this possibly the single greatest secret in all of business? Like people are so curious to see what that is. And so, you look at these ads, I'm going to constantly be adding to them more and more and more as I find good ones, which is awesome for you guys. So check back and make sure that you bookmark this link because I'm going to be adding a bunch of really awesome stuff. And so that is the Ninja Ad Vault. There's a ton of stuff here, attention grabbers of, attractive looking females, how we scaled to 9 million per year with one webinar. We don't really blog, we don't do launches. Check out the brand new blueprint that reveals how one webinar built our $9 million a year business, right? And so there's just a lot of really good stuff here. Take a look at it. I think you guys will like it. So every great ad really shares commonalities, guys, right? It has a short and sweet headline with action and subject. And I give you an example here in parentheses because I think it's really important to actually show examples. Like I can talk high level and say, yeah, it needs a hook. It needs social proof. But unless I actually show it and unless you feel it and see examples, it's much more kind of intangible and it's harder to kind of conceptualize and write this stuff for yourself. Because it's much easier to kind of have something and then manipulate it and change it than it is to, start something completely from scratch. And so the whole purpose of this module is going to be to show you example after example after example of very, very skilled and talented advertisers, and then show you the sources where you can see even more and more examples for yourself, and then additional sources where you can see specific examples to your actual niche. So you can see how the best advertisers are really doing it, and then model and get inspiration to actually create your own unique stuff. So short and sweet headline with action and subject, the new age of email, right? So this kind of portrays like a new opportunity, something that's unique, something everybody wants what's new and on the cutting edge. It's why everybody, waits in line to get the newest iPhone and things like that. Forever change the way you communicate with your customers with just one click. So forever change, right? People want to, improve things, the way you communicate with customers with just one click. And just one click, right? It's that easy. People want to know what it is. How can I forever change the way I communicate with my customers with just one click? Evidence of social proof, right? More self-made millionaires are made from this, from this side hustle than anything else. Right? Could 100,000 paying students be wrong? These types of like humble brags, if they're used correctly, have a lot of kind of weight when you're creating your advertisements. So, you saw like the ones $200 million in sales as featured in, Inc. Entrepreneur, like literally 30 different 30 different articles written about that. So it's like, if they're all writing about it, then maybe, you should pay attention also because the social proof. Strong value proposition, not about the product or service, right? But how they actually feel after your product or service. Because if you're making an advertisement, for example, that says about socks, 100% cotton machine washable versus you'll feel like you're walking on clouds. Like which one to you makes more of an impact? 100% cotton and machine washable, like you don't care about that. Yes, it is a product feature, but you want to communicate how people will actually feel after using your product, how much better their life will become after using your product or service, right? Eye-catching communicative imagery through your ad creative is a must. It's an obvious one, right? We're going to look at example after example after example of this until you guys kind of realize what works, what's eye-catching, and you'll start to actually be, instead of kind of an observer and a viewer of advertisements on your own Facebook feed, you'll start to become more of an actual researcher, right? Of being an advertiser yourself, and then you'll actually critique and say, okay, what's catching my eye? Why is it catching my eye? How can I emulate it into my own stuff? Right? And then action-oriented, time-restrictive call to action. Click the button below before our sale ends forever this Friday or tomorrow or whatever it is, right? You want to give people an incentive to actually click your ad because people are funny, right? Even if they're interested in your ad, they put it off. People like to procrastinate. It's why everybody waits until the day before an exam to study, right? But if you give the illusion that timeline is shortened, then people are more likely to take action sooner, which is what you want from an advertisement, right? And then emojis, don't be afraid to use them. You saw like the police light in one of the ad texts that I showed, right? And if you guys ever need, just open this up and have, the Ninja Ad Vault right next to us. Because when we're talking about emojis, for example, we can just open up the Facebook ad text and we can see a bunch of examples of how to use the X's, the fires, the laugh, the little explosion, the arrows, right? All different types of emojis here. And these are from some of the best advertisers in the world, right? They're just using, literally an emoji on every line here. It's just really kind of eye-catching. The numbers, people want to see what's at the end, right? Or you can get the free book instead. Lots of different examples there. And so that's kind of the commonalities that every ad kind of needs. Short and sweet headline, evidence of social proof so other people care, strong value proposition where people feel it, right? They feel it. They don't care about the product or service features. Eye-catching, you gotta pattern interrupt them. You gotta get them to break their habit of scrolling and actually pay attention. And then action-oriented, time-restrictive call to action. Right, I've had great success with nothing to see here or wait, right? Just like people, it just kind of shocks them out of their autopilot, and then even that tiny fraction of breaking their pattern is all that your very first line, that your hook is trying to accomplish, right? And let's remember, guys, we only have 25 characters for the headline, right? So the headline right here, blah blah. We see we only have 25 characters right here for the headline. We have 90 characters for the text, and then we have 200 characters for the description. So we can go blah, blah, blah here. And we see that the description has 200 characters, 25 characters for the headline, and 90 characters for the text. And so the types of ad copy, guys. The types of ad copy really are short copy, which is 2 to 3 sentences with clear product description, benefits, and features. And we can see that in here when we look at Russell's example. It's like a short one right here, right? Short copy, 2 to 3 sentences. And these work, right? You're gonna have to split test long form copy, short copy, new valuable features. If you really have a unique product that didn't exist before your product or service, then talk about it. This is going to have to be like a Ninja battery that has 5 million active hours of lifespan, right? Socks are not new valuable features. Long form copy, you see that kind of most commonly with higher ticket products, things that like trainings that cost $1,000 and things like that. Because you really have to, tell a story. You have to get people involved. You have to make them understand, who you are, how you can change their life and things like that. Right, you have a lot more opportunity to actually tell the story about the brand, and you can really talk about the benefits of you and what you offer, and how you can, more importantly, how you can help them. And never ever use paragraphs, guys. Look at the format of all of these. There's no long form paragraphs. The longest thing you see of one sentence with 4 spaces is one sentence, because people don't read paragraphs. They literally gloss them over, and that's why the more you can really like split this up, the better. One of my favorite examples of this is this one, right? Literally a numbered text, one after another, and it's just a really fantastically written advertisement. And then again, claims back with proof, right? The best cookie dough ice cream in the Midwest, approved by 100,000 happy customers, like we talked about up here, which is evidence of social proof. So guys, and regardless of what anyone tells you, right, the quality of your product or service you're selling is by far the most important part of your ad creation. You can create the best ad in the world with the best ad copy, and if your product sucks, or the images or videos of your product sucks, then you're not going to be able to sell it, right? So if nobody wants your product, or if it's poor quality, no amount of advertising is going to change that. But we're going to teach you how to absolutely advertise the heck out of quality products or services. So that, guys, is an introduction to ad copy and creative that converts like crazy. We talked about how people are not buying your product, they're buying the solution your product solves, right? The feeling, how their life is going to be better after interacting with your product. We introduced the Ninja Ad Vault, which is going to be constantly updated with brand new advertisements of top advertisers in the world, plus ad copy and ad links, plus links to repositories of awesomely designed Facebook ads. And then we talked about all the great commonalities that great ads share, right? Short and sweet headlines, evidence of social proof, strong value proposition, eye-catching, action-oriented with a time-restrictive call to action. We talked about the space that you have to actually get your message across. And then we talked about the types of ad copy that's most commonly used. Short copy, new valuable features, long form copy, which is more common for higher ticket products, and then claims back with social proof, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys. Let's get into a ton more examples of world-class advertisements, and more importantly, how to translate them into your business. All right, guys, so let's talk about the importance of conversational tone. So the importance of conversational tone is very, very important on Facebook, because Facebook is not a conventional advertising platform. People are not on Facebook to be advertised to. They're on Facebook because they want to check in on their friends and family, right? So they're not looking for a very formalized kind of advertising medium with, very cookie cutter ad-like tone and very professional seeming, right? There are situations where it is like that, or there could be for advertising for specific products to a very specific audience who expects that level of professionalism. But 99% of the time, guys, your Facebook ads are going to be very conversational in demeanor, right? You kind of always want to have a conversational tone in your advertising, especially on Facebook. And feel free to use humor as well, guys. Be witty, engage in conversations. Be yourself, be a human being. Don't try to be too advertisey, because people really feel that, especially on a platform like Facebook, where it's a social network first, and people are being advertised to secondly. So this is a good example of a very conversational tone that's split up in a very kind of meaningful way, right? You notice that there's not even close to a paragraph form here. Take what you know, package it up, sell it for $2K, maybe more, using Facebook ads, webinar, phone sale. That's the formula. Everybody, right? Everybody knows it. And this is a very successful ad that I'm copying, and they're putting everybody in this get tipsy. But easier said than done, right? Because it's like, well, what's my offer exactly? And would anybody actually pay $5K for it? Because that's what I'd like to charge, but I don't know, right? I don't know. And this is a really fantastically organized ad, because it's really kind of following the stream of consciousness of what a reader might actually be thinking. So these people are obviously, targeting people who want to create their own digital product, who want to, sell a high ticket course, who understand that the basic formula is Facebook ads, webinar, phone sales, right? But they're saying, that's easier said than done. What's my offer exactly? Would anybody actually pay $5K for it? They're kind of, tapping into the human nature, which is self-doubt, right? Everybody kind of has self-doubt. Is this going to work? Am I just wasting my time, right? All of these questions that a lot of these entrepreneurs are probably asking themselves. They're doing a fantastic job of kind of really portraying that through their ad copy. But I don't know. I mean, nobody's ever heard of me. I've got no list, no case studies, no momentum, right? This is a really common thing when people are starting out advertising, that they don't have 100,000 fans. They don't have these social proof metrics that like a lot of the other popular advertisers do. And guys, advertising, and I'm not saying everyone is telling the truth, because that's absolutely not true. There's a lot of kind of massaging and twisting of the truth in the advertising world. It just exists out there, kind of the fake it till you make it mentality. And if it's done in a harmless way, it can be an okay option. But generally, guys, we want to be telling the truth, right? And we want to be kind of highlighting the portions of our business that are most impressive. And then once we start to get more impressive accolades, then of course we would play those up in our advertisements as well. I've got no lists, I've got no case studies, no momentum, nothing, right? With a period. And I need help with my webinar, and setting up the calendar, and syncing software, and making pages pretty, right? These are all very common kind of pain points that I'm sure that the person who wrote this ad has researched about their target demographic, right? They've asked a bunch of people, hey, like, what is the hardest part for you about creating a digital product, running a webinar, kind of starting a business, a high ticket coaching business? And a lot of people are probably responding that they need help with their webinar, setting up the calendar, syncing software, right? Making pages pretty. Plus, what about ads? I'm clueless. I hate writing emails, and I'm rather not do phone calls either. I know. I'll buy another course, right? And so this is kind of just a very well-designed chronological structure of the stream of consciousness of this person's target audience. It's a fantastic example of this. And this ad can be rewritten into other mediums, right? Take what you know, package it up, sell it for $100,000 listing, maybe more. Use Zillow and realtor.com and the MLS. That's the formula for real estate. Everybody knows it, but easier said than done, right? Because it's like, how could I sell a luxury home? How do I get, more than the standard 2% commission? And I'm just literally in real time trying to redesign this, obviously, for a real estate ad. But what I'm trying to say, guys, is all of these advertisements in the Facebook ad example can be rewritten using the same, chronological structure, using the same storytelling techniques, using the same kind of, stream of consciousness, where you're kind of, telling people what they're thinking. You're kind of repeating the questions that they're asking to let them know that it's normal they're asking that. And then you're kind of, giving them a false solution of hope. I'll buy another course. That way I'll at least feel like I'm getting somewhere, right? Because I think a lot of people probably, that aren't able to have success probably do think this. And then, I've got a better idea. Hire us to do it for you, right? And so then they present the solution. Hey, it's Steve from funnels.com. And yes, I'm serious. We do done for you funnels A to Z. Delivery, pricing, webinar, ads, email, tech, finding and training a salesperson, everything, right? And this is very conversational. It feels like you're having a conversation, right? The moment that we realize that we don't treat people as a commodity, right? That we're just advertising to them and smashing them with advertisements, and that it's more of a friendship relationship, the sooner that you'll be successful on Facebook. Just tell us what you want to sell: coaching, consulting, marketing services, masterminds, retreats, seminars, speaking, website design, whatever's clever, right? And it just keeps going. And I promise you'll be grinning like a possum eating a sweet tater. Yeehaw, Steve. P.S. It's all happening here, right? It's an expertly designed advertisement. And I would probably reach out to this person and just tell him, like, wow, this is a very beautifully designed ad for your target market, right? And so another thing that I want to talk about, guys, is once you actually launch an advertisement and start to get some social proof, you're going to start getting a lot of comments and kind of people who are, commenting on your actual advertisement. Because remember, advertisements on Facebook are still Facebook posts. People can comment on it just like any other post, right? And something that I see so many marketers do is they'll spend all of this time and money and energy designing their ads, learning Facebook, launching their ad campaigns, targeting, finding their perfect audience, everything. And then once they launch their ad, they don't respond to the comments on it, which is crazy, right? You're doing all of this work. People out there who are going about their normal daily busy lives are taking a moment out of their lives to respond to you, and then people are not answering the comments. It is so critically important, guys, that you respond to every comment on every Facebook ad you ever make. I promise you, if you do this one thing, no matter if it's a good thing they're saying or a bad thing, if it's a bad thing, respectfully tell them that, the value that you offer, and always, treat people with respect. But if you respond to every comment on every ad, guys, your business is going to be profitable. Your Facebook ads are going to work, guys. So always have a conversational tone, right? Make sure you read through these examples, not just with a passive mind, but actually looking, why is it working? Getting to the next million or two in revenue is not about changing the headline from red to blue, burning yet another tool or gizmo, coming up with more to do. It's actually about doing less, right? So people are so curious. People love knowing what things are not, and it sparks the most powerful human emotion, or the most powerful human nature, right? Which is curiosity. If you tell people everything that something is not, then they desperately want to know. Intrinsically, they yearn to know what it is, right? Getting to the next million or two in revenue is not about, right? And people want to get to the next million or two in revenue. It's a thing that people want, and then he's telling you what it's not about, and then he tells you, what it is about, but only in a vague sense, so you have to continue to read more, right? Every ad in here is picked specifically because it does a masterful job of hooking in an audience and getting them to actually read the full copy. Because if somebody reads your entire long form copy, they're literally a million times more likely to actually be interested in what you have to sell, guys. So that's the importance of conversational tone. Remember, please always respond to every single comment on your advertisements. You will get notifications of people commenting on your ad posts from your business page. So make sure you respond to every single one, and the more thoughtfully you respond, the people are human beings. They're going to recognize that. They're going to appreciate that you're actually taking the time to respond, and they're going to be much more likely to actually be interested in your product or service and buy from you. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about how to use human psychology to our advantage, right? We want to kind of leverage every piece of, every psychological sales advantage, using copy, every psychological advantage we can do, from an image perspective, just so we can give ourselves, the highest probability and chance of actually being successful with our advertisements. So micro expressions are those fraction of a second expressions that sweep across our face as an involuntary subconscious response to something, right? So the 7 strongest include disgust, anger, fear, sadness, happiness, surprise, and contempt. And substituting these onto the faces of your made images can immediately translate an emotion to people instantly without using a single line of text or copy, right? And so we've talked about it before. Smiling faces, human beings in advertisements, it attracts human eyes. Humans are human beings for a reason. We're, intrinsically, instinctually attracted to other human beings, whether they're men or women, right? And so if someone's smiling, you combine that with, a beautiful woman and then you combine that with, one of the 7 strongest micro expressions, and you've got a good ad. So let's take a little gander at some of these micro expressions and how we can actually use them, right? Because if you're thinking to yourself, yeah, like I understand disgust, anger, but like what about in practice, right? Using Google is your friend, guys. Always, always, always get in the habit of using Google. Seriously, I know for a fact that the difference between millionaire entrepreneurs and non-millionaire entrepreneurs, the millionaire entrepreneurs are just slightly more willing to teach themselves things on Google. I swear, that's literally the difference. So here we go. Disgust, right? So I literally just typed in disgust advertisements. This is a perfect one. This immediately catches my attention. He's disgusting. He's looking at it. This would be a perfect, image for some type of advertisement related to drinks. Or, you could hire someone on Fiverr to easily Photoshop out his hand, and you could have whatever text you wanted here, right? And his face immediately makes me stop and actually look at it. Let's look at another one that makes sense, right? Here's one that really catches my eye. Maybe it's a little bit too disgusting. Here's one that catches my eye, but it's probably a little bit too intense. This one definitely catches my eye also. So I mean, this is definitely one that I would use in an ad. Here's a good one also. That's funny that he appears when you put disgust in here. All right, so let's do anger advertisements. Right, so this face really catches my eye, definitely. And there's stock photo sites that you can buy images off of. Facebook also has stock photos. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at them, but if we go to single image here, we can actually go to free stock images right here. And you can type in like angry. And they have a ton of stuff that are just free to use here, guys. It's ridiculous, right? We can type in disgust. Here's a dog. There's a great one, right? So there's literally basically an unlimited supply of images, and some stock images may not comply with Facebook policies. But it's important to note that even though the watermark does show here, the watermark will not appear in the final ad image. And so using these are kind of a good start. And if you want to download these images and actually like put like a little overlay of text saying like 20% off or whatever it is, you can just download these directly from Shutterstock. And so literally, guys, there's so many options here. All you have to do to find that again is just to click over to single image right here in the ad section, and then just go to, instead of browse library or upload images, browse library is looking at images you've already uploaded. Upload images, you can like upload them from your actual computer. Free stock images, and you can type in anything you want, right? Fear. Yeah, so here's people that are afraid, right? Everyone's pointing the finger at them. These are fantastic ads. Look at how well this captures your attention, right? The kind of shocking, beautiful eye of this person, kind of the dark contrast in the background, mixing this type of ad or making it all black and white except for the eye. Like, those are just beautiful ways to start to just attract people's attention. Because sometimes you'll see advertisements that have images that are just really captivating and eye-catching and beautiful, and they don't really have a ton to do with the actual ad itself, right? Because sometimes the purpose of the image, guys, is just to attract someone's attention, just to pattern interrupt their normal auto scroll habits of going through Facebook, and to show them something, right? So combining the micro expressions with smiling people, especially beautiful women, really has a powerful impact, guys. And then again, combining this with additional micro commitments, such as clicking an ad, filling out a form, clicking a button, giving someone their email, reading a paragraph of text. Once somebody gives you a micro commitment, like they read your whole text, or you have them encapsulated in some even very small way, they're much more likely to continue down your sales funnel and actually do what you want them to do, whether it's give you their email, or sign up for a webinar, or download a cheat sheet, or absorb some type of free value. Once they micro commit by being entertained and their interest being captured by your image, and they make a micro commitment of reading your ad, clicking on your ad, filling out their email, then you're much more likely to actually be able to convert them into a purchase. So let's take a look at this example right here. We see that there's two types of ways to create an ad. Having the ad image on the right, or having the ad image on the left, and then having the ad text on the right, or having the ad text on the left. So our brains, guys, are basically set up to process images on the left and text on the right, and our eyes move right from top to bottom, left to right. So orienting your ad correctly really makes a huge difference. And I can really see the difference here, right? Like, here's two examples with the guy on the left and the guy on the right. And the guy on the right just looks very awkward to me, having the text on the left versus having, the actual ad image on the left and having the text on the right. I'm a human being. I'm naturally kind of inclined to look at a smiling, relatively attractive looking person, and then it just makes a lot more sense, a lot more logical sense to have the text over here on the right. So whenever you're designing an ad, right, remember that people are going to look first at the image, and then it's just awkward to drag your eyes to the left after you've already looked to the right. And so I know that seems very minor, guys, but it's not. Advertising is all about like the little details and the visual cues, and just kind of leveraging all the different psychological aspects that we can, getting people to make micro commitments, right? Kind of using micro expressions to, again, pattern interrupt to get people to actually pay attention, and then orienting your ad correctly so that people are looking at kind of the ad model first, and then the ad text, and kind of the call to action and what you actually want them to read, right? So that is just a very basic introduction of how to use human psychological advantages, human psychology to your advantage, how to take advantage of micro expressions, how to orient your ad correctly, and then again, how to use the actual free stock images really to type in basically anything we want, right? Like, we could type in sadness here, and they're gonna have a ton of stock photos for us that portray those emotions, and people respond to emotions, guys. So it's this is a very basic kind of introduction, but these are very, very powerful tools that should be used for good, right? But they're very powerful tools that are going to make your advertisements so much more effective. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about what Ad Espresso is, how to actually use it to find Facebook ad examples, because being able to find Facebook ad examples, real ads that real people have actually used in the past, especially being able to find, in a searchable means, being able to find specific ads for many niches or most niches is an incredible valuable tool. It's an incredibly valuable tool because what it allows you to do, guys, is not have to kind of sit there from a blank slate. Being able to kind of model your advertisements off advertisements that are proven, that have already been created, just to be able to take a look at a number of different elements, see what you like, see what you don't, and just honestly to be able to kind of establish a baseline to compare what you're putting out as advertisements related to your niche with what other advertisers have actually used. And so a tool that I like to use is actually called Ad Espresso. You'll see it right here. If you're using it and it's not working, it might be because you have ad block installed. If that's the case, just copy and paste the link, and you can just go to open link in incognito window, and we're using Google Chrome right now. And so we're gonna go to Ad Espresso / ads examples right here, and what we're gonna, let me make sure that opened the right link. Yeah, it did. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we can literally type in pretty much anything we want here. Search ads by advertiser, text, URL, and more, right? And so let's say, for example, that we wanted to see ads related to real estate. We can just type in real estate, find ads now, and here we go. 1,114 Facebook ad examples for real estate. 93 pages for us to look through, right? Attention Brooklyn, if you're even slightly interested in learning about real estate investing, you can't miss this free event. Sadly, 50% of marriages end in divorce. 61% list their home for sale. These owners need a compassionate, caring agent to step up and help, right? And so there's just a ton of stuff here. I had to charter a jet. As former real estate agents, we know the last thing someone trying to grow their business and personal brand wants to do is spend money on social media unless it works. Well, it does. System flat out works. Our hometown heroes, right? Real estate Dakota.mz. I mean, there's just a ton of stuff to look through here, right? Let's take another one, for example, e-commerce. Are you looking to start a successful online business? Bob Proctor here. E-commerce world is changing. Struggling to scale your e-commerce store past $250K a year. Many powerful ways to grow your e-commerce business, right? And some of the cool things that we can do is, just check out the images here. Check out the actual headline and text and, what they're actually putting here. The overlay for the display URL. I just like to see these like colorful kind of eye-popping text. She's displaying shock here, disgust, anger. One of the micro expressions that we talked about. It kind of has this eye-catching color with like the popping yellow here. She has the red sunglasses on. E-commerce performance-based Facebook ads. Looking to scale or optimize your Facebook ad campaigns to get more e-commerce sales. We take the risk out of hiring a Facebook marketer and put our money where our mouth is. We're so confident in our services that if you don't get results, you just don't pay. Right, and they did a good job here of making sure that all of what they wanted to see, or all of what they wanted to be seen, was seen before the preview kicked in, right, where it says see more. So that's just a couple examples. Let's do like Pitbull. 13 ad examples here. Okay, so this is actually like Pitbull, the artist. Oh, here's one though. New edition for Pitbull lovers, men and women's t-shirts, hoodies, order here, right? Just a very simple kind of, nice looking merchandise here. The sight of his first human left him speechless. Pitbull puppy gets the surprise of a lifetime, right? So a lot of stuff here, Pitbull mom, and you can unlock even more if you want to give them, your name and email, but they do show you a ton of stuff kind of very, very easily. And you can actually, narrow these down by desktop newsfeed, Facebook right column. And remember that most of the ads that we're going to be running are just using the Facebook feeds because they're significantly more profitable than the Facebook right column. But if you are retargeting, for example, with a very defined audience, then looking at Facebook right column ads does make some sense. Again, so if you don't know what to type in here, don't feel stressed out. You can literally come in here and just go fashion and beauty, find ads. Oops. Fashion and beauty, find ads now. And you can just take a look at some of the best ones, right? Rogue Fitness, stick to anywhere, reading glasses, handcrafted shoes for men, direct from Italy, right? So there's a lot of social proof here. People associate Italy with style, with kind of quality and things like that. The Italian shoe brand pioneering, right? A lot of good stuff here. So, never let yourself kind of be overwhelmed by starting from scratch. Pretty much everything you guys will want to see is kind of right here for you to take a look at. If you want to look at luxury, luxury brands normally have really kind of high quality marketing. This is a beautiful image right here by Montblanc. They have some jewelry ads, some watch ads, lots of different stuff here to take a look at. And so, this website is just such a fantastic way of kind of getting ideas, getting the wheels turning, right? I never, ever just go out and try to start an ad campaign completely from scratch because there's no reason to, right? If you know where to look, never, ever, ever reinvent the wheel. Get inspiration from brands that have already spent a ton of money refining these things, right? They've split test a bunch of different stuff. And if they're coming up and if they're, showing ads consistently over time, using kind of, the same images that you continue to see, it's probably because they're working, right? And you can also look by objective, which is great. Like if you're doing lead generation with your lead magnet, if you're actually trying to sell things, if you're just trying to create awareness, if you have an event coming up, event ads are always really good, right? If you're trying to like a grand opening of a local business or something like that. So these ads, are just great to take a look at. Like a yoga studio opening. Yoga studios are a great one that I probably should have put on the small businesses to run ads for. I like to look at sales also because, sales are kind of the backbone of all of this anyways. This is pretty beautiful, kind of a carousel ad here, the DPAs, looks like. And it's always fun looking at kind of lead gen stuff, seeing what people are using for lead magnets and things like that. Free new music, simplify employee payments, right? Here's a quiz one. People love quizzes. Step 1, get a quote. We guarantee to sell your car in 30 days or we'll buy it from you for the same price. Wow. See, that is a great way to get people in the door, right? Because they say that, but then they're probably gonna put that at a price where them buying it would guarantee profit, or have contingencies based on the actual quality of your video, or excuse me, of your car. So these are all the different types of objectives you can look at. You can also do has specific things, right? Has humans. I always recommend your advertisements to have humans. You can check things specifically by videos to get ideas related for videos. If you want to see carousel ads, for example, if you want to see retargeting, they really do go super refined here, guys, and take advantage of it, right? Take a look at things that are has humans. Let's do real estate that has humans. We'll do sales, and let's do newsfeed. So they gave us 8, right? So here we go now. The real estate that has humans, sales, and from the desktop newsfeed for us to take a look at. Listings are gold. Are you doing everything you can to get more of them? Download our free guide to learn more. 10 ways to get more listings in today's low inventory market. This is a fantastic ad, right, to base some of your stuff on. And that pretty much is Ad Espresso, right? So when I'm actually building out ads here down in the ad section, I'll literally just have, my text here, my website URL, my headline, and then, let's say I'm making a advertisement on dogs, for example, and I wanted to, maybe do like e-commerce or sales, right, in the desktop newsfeed. I'll go to find ads now, and then I'll just take a look at this, right? I just want to sip my coffee and pet my, right? Kind of gets people involved. And I would actually write some of these out that I like 10 simple things that could add years to your dog's life, right? All different types of advertisements here for me to kind of take a look at. And so I would have this side by side with my ads, and then I would just use it to get ideas, right? It's just another way to kind of get the wheels turning, get some inspiration, really understand, what you're trying to actually portray in your advertisement itself, and then taking, inspiration, getting ideas from Ad Espresso, and then directly applying it to your own advertisements. Never, ever, ever let yourself, sit there and feel like you don't know what to type, or feel like you just, can't make an advertisement yourself. Get inspiration, get inspired by other advertisers out there. All advertisers in the world get ideas from each other, guys. It's a-okay to do that. So that's Ad Espresso, guys, and that is one of the many ways that I'm going to show you how to get ideas from other expert advertisers out there in the world for any niche related to your product or service, and how to make amazing ads every single time and never feel overwhelmed looking at a blank slate. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about swiped.co. This is an amazing, amazing website that they brand as inspiration for the marketing minded. And so what Swiped is actually kind of a collection of really, really well-designed ads, and some of them are actually annotated from, an expert advertiser. And so let's actually go ahead and talk about how to use this site. So what we can see here is we can talk about, specific niches if we want to go into appliances, arts and crafts, for example, consultation. All different types of stuff here that we see: entrepreneurship, food, cooking, government, hypnosis, right? Lots of different stuff. If we go to types here, we can see, about pages, advertorial, affiliate emails, all different types of stuff. The ones that we're probably most interested in, right, are Facebook ads. So we can actually choose Facebook ads, and we can take a look at some of these, right? And some of these are going to be better quality than others. We knew it was going to be an uphill battle, but we knew we should have. But we've shown the establishment that the American people are still behind our movement. Join us and let's change America together. Right. So a lot of different stuff here to look at. Some of the ones that I like to kind of focus on are Ryan Dice. So let's take a look at this one, and we can actually view the swipe here. Free Donald Trump shirt offer. Right, so Absolute Right's a popular political blog, is a part of marketer Ryan Dice's parent company, Idea Incubator. Any site run by Ryan uses the same methodological strategy, right? Will you throw away your political correctness crutch and show you are ready to see America great again? Get your Trump shirt now, right? Washington, D.C., you're fired. Free Donald Trump shirt, shipping and handling is not included. Strictly focusing on the free item and how shipping and handling isn't included. You click through knowing exactly what the offer is. This is definitely a popular and well-designed offer. So what we see here, and why this is actually a swipe, is you can see his commentary, right? And so then this is the ad itself, and then this is the landing page. And so, not only does he actually show the advertisements for some of these, he actually shows kind of the landing pages as well. And this is, again, expertly designed. Get this t-shirt free, a countdown used to create urgency. Since this is a free offer, the time clock is especially effective. Being nice is for cowards and Democrats, right? So they're kind of chastising and condemning Democrats, because this shirt is obviously focused on conservatives and people who would have been more likely to actually vote for Donald Trump and be so passionate about Donald Trump that they'd be willing to actually purchase a shirt, right? A big, huge emphasis on sharing here, because people who have political affiliation love to talk about it, right? Like, do you have a friend who just always likes to talk politics, or likes to talk it too much? And it's just a very, very simple, well-designed landing page here. The focal point is obviously on the t-shirt, and the order now button is enormous. Very, very simple from the sizing perspective. And then key takeaways, right? So he'll actually say, in terms of creating your own tripwire or low price front end offer, always think about perceived value. The higher the perceived value, the more irresistible the low priced offer is going to be. People should be thinking, how are they going to get this offer for so cheap? Right? And again, the purpose of this offer is not to make money. It is to convert a prospect into a customer, get them into your funnel, and make money on back end product or services. You should be thinking of these offers as conversion machines that increase your chances of bigger profits, which sometimes even mean losing money on the front end, although it's not ideal. When it comes to the bottom line, what matters is your ongoing customer value and not one-time purchases, right? So, I mean, this is funny because this is the first time I've ever seen this in my life, and he's literally saying exactly what we've talked about the entire course, right? Lead magnets, adding value, getting people into your ecosystem with a free or very cheap offer, sometimes even losing money on the initial offer just to get people into your ecosystem, right? So, it's actually kind of nice seeing my ideas validated on, a major blog like this. And so Ryan Deiss is one of my favorite advertisers. He's an incredible marketer. Like he is one of the people that I follow probably most closely. And so, when we're on swiped.co, we can either, you go to his profile, or we can literally just type in Ryan Deiss. And I actually suggest doing this because he's making, hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue across his companies, and, with kind of using the same marketing methodologies and we can learn a lot from it, right? So we can take a look at another one. So they even have email copy here, right? So let's take a look at some of the emails, because when we actually go out to create our email, our email sequences and things like that, again, we don't have to do that from scratch. I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised that you haven't activated your trial of the Digital Marketer Lab and claimed your free gifts yet. Right, the opening remained the same. Reference image on right, which is focused on free gifts, which the person likely did not know of before. So again, there's a ton of different, key takeaways. There's also the annotations on the specific email. I mean, this isn't an email marketing course, but it's still important to kind of understand what's going on. Calling all 3-year-olds. Here's one for dental, actually, which is interesting. Let's take a look at what this is. We're inviting you and your child to join us at Royal York Dental for an introduction to the dentist. Activities for kids, right? This photo of an exciting girl is a big asset for this ad. It instantly conveys fun and entertainment. It's going to grab the attention of parents with kids this age. So this is great. I've never actually seen this before. The call to action is just seems to be registered a custom email just for RSVPs. So basically, like, they're putting on like a fun event for kids, and like in doing so, they're networking, meeting kids. This is like a fun activity for families potentially. And few businesses, especially local ones, have the guts to organize and advertise a client-getting event. It takes effort, planning, and upfront investment, right? But I guarantee that this probably paid off, tenfold, based on the level of marketing there. So, we can look at Ryan Deiss, for example. We can, again, look at Facebook ads. There's a ton of different things that we can look at here. I just prefer, it says Ryan Deiss. Anytime I see Ryan Deiss, I click on it because I think it's really good. So let's take a look at a couple more. Let's get this one. GoDaddy always has really good campaigns. Here's one for fitness, just to kind of mix it up. Entire marketing library or a cup of coffee. Try us for $1, right? Less than a cup of coffee. Try us out for only $1. That's less than a cup of coffee. A cartoon theme was used for most of the ads using the cup of coffee hook. It creates a more playful, innocent vibe that goes along with the clever comparison and helps disarm prospects, right? So if it's kind of like simple, like, it's not like some overwhelming, scary looking, professional marketers. It's just a little guy holding a dollar bill. Try us for $1. Access our proven marketing trainings, checklists, templates, and more for only $1, right? So they're kind of comparing like a huge amount of digital kind of knowledge. They're establishing a lot of social proof here. Join 12,564 other marketers, entrepreneurs, and business owners. Again, all very good. Another good example of visual value comparison, the impressive upward moving graph versus a lonely cup of coffee. And so there's just so much inspiration here, guys, that, I'm happy to go through a million of these, but the point is, right, to introduce you to these resources, and then so you can actually start to use them for yourself, right? Because I wish, again, like I could show a million different ads for everything all of my students could ever possibly want to advertise, but it's just not physically possible. But what I can do is introduce you to incredible resources that you can use for yourself to learn and, get a bunch of new ideas for yourselves. Yoga trapeze for $1. We see, a reoccurring theme over and over and over again, guys. Try for $1. Getting someone to actually make a $1 purchase is so much harder than it might seem, right? But getting somebody to make a $1 purchase versus getting somebody to buy your product immediately is night and day. Getting someone, to make a $1 purchase, they're literally 1,000 times more likely to buy something from you in the future. Getting somebody to take action, even if it's a small action, right? Micro actions, they have a huge impact on, future purchases and getting people to actually make additional purchases with you and with your company down the line. Once you have someone into your ecosystem, they seriously become literally 1,000 times easier to then convert onto another offer. But actually getting someone into your ecosystem is the hard part, right? That's what we're teaching you how to do. That's what we're actually showing you inspiration for, and how to actually start to apply that to your own campaigns, or if you're opening a Facebook ad agency, to apply to, running ads for your clients. So that, guys, is swipe.co. Again, Ryan Dice is one of my favorite marketers. He runs Digital Marketer. And so you can just see digitalmarketer.com/blog here if you want to learn more about, what he does. They always release really good kind of blog articles about developing a content marketing strategy, Facebook Messenger ads, the ultimate list of blog post ideas, right? And, they're still marketing to you. When you read this stuff, you're getting pixeled, right? We see the pixel up here with the pixel helper. But, reading this content, you're going to learn a lot. You're going to be able to actually start to develop these strategies. And, marketing is not a one-time thing. Facebook ads is not a one-time thing. You're not going to become, an expert for life going through this course. It takes consistent, upkeep and work to always be on the cutting edge, right? Going through this course, understanding all of, what I'm teaching, understanding and knowing about these resources to find inspiration from other expert advertisers is an enormous first step, and puts you ahead of 99.99% of the entire world from an advertising perspective. But, always continuing to keep your knowledge fresh, reading, resources from the top marketers on earth, guys, is always going to give you a huge edge, even over the best competition, guys. So that is swipe.co. That is, how you can look at Facebook ads. That's how you can look at actual annotations of ads from an expert marketer. We talked about Ryan Dice, one of my favorite marketers, and the digitalmarketing.com/blog, all kind of to always stay up to date on the latest marketing trends, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about the Creative Hub. And so the Creative Hub is an awesome tool that Facebook actually gives us access to, and it allows us to do a couple of really cool things. And so if we look at the menu here and go to All Tools, underneath Audience Insights, it is Creative Hub. So Creative Hub kind of has four main sections. The Manage Mockup section, which you don't really need because Facebook allows you to actually view your ad, in real time as you update things. It actually shows you a mockup. The Image Text Checker, right? So every image that you actually use as an advertisement on Facebook has to pass the rule of having less than 20% text. And so right here, if you click the Text Overlay tool, you get this little thing that pops up, and it lets you upload your actual advertisements just to make sure that your image text is okay, right? Because if you do have more than 20% text on your image, Facebook won't allow you to run it. It has the View Format section in the Creative Hub that obviously allows you to view formats, and then it has the Get Inspired section. And this is where you can kind of see big company ad campaigns and literally get inspiration on all different types of ad campaigns. And so if we actually open up Creative Hub, we see the four different kind of little thingies here, or sections, and we're going to go to Get Inspired. So Get Inspired is a really, really cool way to see some very, very slick ads from other companies out there who are really making it work extremely well. So we can look at images if we want, and we can see some straight out of Holly Grove, a lot of different stuff here, and we can actually click on these. You can send them to mobile, so this is connected to my Facebook right now. If you really want to see this advertisement like even more kind of in depth, how it's actually going to appear on a mobile phone, for example, you can see that. If you want to view more images, right, we can just come in here Wix obviously does a great job advertising, create your own stunning website. It has an image here, and then it has kind of a smaller image of your actual desktop. And then again, right, you can view the mobile screen. You can actually copy the URL if you want and view it on a desktop as well, which is cool if you want to like share it with people. And so yeah, so you can see a bunch of examples of images, and the cool part about the Creative Hub and getting inspired here is that you can see all different types of ads. Right, you can see examples of carousel ads, and these are carousel ads that Facebook has kind of deemed top of the line, right? So Facebook is actually choosing these based on their performance, based on a huge amount of social proof here. You can even see in the thumbnail of this one, right? And this is a carousel ad, obviously, that works together. The first ad kind of connects to the second with this like stream of caramel kind of connecting them. So it really kind of tells a story, and so this is really showing you how to do these things right, guys. And getting inspiration from some of the largest companies on earth, right? M&M is owned by Mars Bars, I assume. Just a lot of really quality kind of companies here, and so much that you can take a look at and really see just a expert job at how to actually do carousel ads, for example, how to take photography, how to use text, right? You can really get a lot of inspiration from some of these ads. And some of the other cool ones that I like to look at are just some of the ones that are a little bit less common, like slideshows, right? I just like to see what other advertisements are doing. And so this one has the kind of dummy location in the exact same place, and it's seamlessly switching the socks, and it just kind of is eye-catching watching that happen in real time, right? And you can kind of notate the timing here too, right? So they want people to be able to see at least one rotation of the slide before they finish scrolling, and so it's rotating every like 1 or 2 seconds, which is something that I would copy if I was running a similar ad, kind of showing off different styles of the same type of product. We see 360 video, vertical video, video ads here. Let's do 15 seconds or less. And we can take a look at some Facebook video ads. Compton Cowboys, right? This is very shocking. We are not our surroundings. We are what we choose to be, right? Expertly made kind of transcription here. Okay, so it's a Guinness ad. Really beautiful, kind of shocking final image like that. And you can just take a lot of inspiration on how to actually do kind of subtitles right. Like you can do subtitles like boringly kind of in the bottom, or you can actually have a video editor for an extra $50 actually do it like this, literally frame by frame, that could match the music. And the more effort, time, and energy that you spend on these advertisements, the more people are going to really like pay attention to it, guys, right? Everything that we do, and when it comes to quality, makes a significant difference. And so this is the Creative Hub, guys. You can use it to check the 20% text rule, just to make sure that your image ads are going to run correctly and not get denied from Facebook for having more than 20% image, 20% text. You can view the formats on video, interactive images, all different types of formats, asset specifications, on all the different styles of feeds, right? Just to make sure that you understand all the format requirements. And most importantly, you can get inspired here to see all different types of ads directly from Facebook. And if it's from Facebook, then that they've done a fantastic job, because Facebook wants to showcase the best companies who are doing the best job, getting the best traction and results from their advertisements, guys. So that is the Creative Hub. I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so how do we use Facebook's unbelievable amount of data about us actually to our advantage? So whether or not Facebook keeps a very detailed record of what you're actually interested in, and this is actually how they choose to show what ads to you, and how they kind of try to estimate in the most strategic and intelligent data-driven way what ads might be relevant to you. And so Facebook really has a lot of data on us, and we can actually access that by going to the facebook.com/ad/preferences. And so this is for one of my Facebook accounts here. It thinks that I'm interested in business and industry, right? It thinks that I'm interested in specific things for news and entertainment, and so on and so forth. And so, for example, in business and industry, if I wanted to see ads related to entrepreneurship, I could come in here and go to see example ads. And so these are ads directly from Facebook that are currently actually running, right? So here's ads from Deloitte, which is a large accounting company. We see Infinity is running here. The interior details of an all-new 2019 QX50, were engineered around you, the driver, right? Citibank, all different types of things that we can actually take a look at. We can even play the videos here, and if we wanted to, just get a lot of kind of, inspiration. Again, the point of this whole module is not to show you exact ads and say, hey, here is the ad, please copy it. It's to show you all of the best places to find ads related to anything, right? So if I wanted to see ads related to real estate investing, I could go here and I could actually, open this up and I could see all of these different ads, right? A great picture of this like cackling guy with a huge cigar in like an obviously, huge, beautiful kind of pool overlooking, the ocean or whatever. How I grew a multi-million-dollar real estate portfolio in 20 minutes a month with one strategy, right? The biggest question I get asked is how I grew my real estate investment portfolio after getting out of real estate. Right, so here are some great ones. Are you a real estate investor looking for your next high-performing investment asset? And what do you start to notice, right? How I did this thing that you want, right? You being the person looking at the ad, or asking a pertinent question. Are you a real estate investor looking for your next high-performing investment asset, right? And the only people who would be seeing this ad, of course, are people that are most likely real estate investments or investors looking for their next high-performing investment asset, right? And so the more kind of the more specific you are, the more you're going to catch people's eyes. And leading off with, these specific types of questions that are kind of, getting at a pain point or, potentially answering a question that somebody might be asking, especially somebody who's very likely to be seeing this ad, you're going to get people who are very interested, right? And so, one thing that I like to do, you can see, example ads related to everything, right? Passive income, hip hop music, hobbies, and cats. Let's look at some for cats. It's funny, Facebook thinks I'm interested in cats just literally because of all of the Shopify stuff. A smile can change your life. How to cover a missing tooth with secret veneers. This is an interesting one. Meet New Jersey. She has terrible skin allergies. Visit our website. Okay, so it might be like adoption. Adults can get free. Space Cats Fight Fascism is on Kickstarter, right? Meow. Space Cats Fight Fascism. Wow. So there's all types of different ads here kind of to take a look at. Travel ads are always usually have really beautiful imagery. This is a really well designed, beautiful piece of creative here. Here we go with a big, beautiful cruise, and then the, very eye-catching design here. I would probably take this one right here and have somebody, redesign this on Fiverr for $5 as a transparent PNG, and I would just have them like put it on a picture of, whatever I was trying to advertise and just make it work. Like I would say, claim your free dental cleaning, normally $495, free, right? Claim in the next 24 hours, right? And then I'd put like the logo of the dentist right here, and I'd have like a picture of them all smiling in their office, right? Or here's another one, a beautiful image of kind of them hang gliding and things like that. And so kind of, guys, the point of this is that you can see so many examples of ads. You should never, ever start from scratch. And I'm not going to continue saying that. Actually, I probably am, but I promise I won't say it that many more times. But it's very, very important to kind of understand that. And one other thing to note, guys, is if you want to see example ads directly from Facebook in this way, then just go out and be interested in this stuff. Like if you want to see ads related to real estate investing and you're not yet interested in real estate investing according to Facebook, go to real estate investing, right? Type that in. And I would like all of these different pages. And then, once I go back and check this website, right here, that's listed right here, if in 7 days, Facebook all of a sudden is going to think that I'm interested in real estate, and then I'll be able to see example ads directly from Facebook. So then when I go to actually build out my advertisements, no matter what the business industry is, guys, Facebook has examples of advertisements that people are currently using and that work, guys. So this is how to actually view ads directly from Facebook, real live examples, right? This isn't a repository. These are real live, actually currently running ads related to these interests. And so I use this all the time when I actually want to see kind of some, get inspiration for a new niche, or if I'm like moving into, a new targeting for a new company or local business, running ads for them in my Facebook ad agency, or, for one of my own e-commerce brands. If I'm, trying to make ads for a specific product, you can go out and like that product, show interest in that product, and then come back and check, and Facebook will show you exact ads direct from the source related to pretty much any topic, guys. So that is how we view real example ads for any interest directly from Facebook. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's go through some ads that are working, and let's talk about why they are working. So here we see an ad from NatureBox. Obviously a very beautiful trial here. See, it's attracting my eyes so intensely that I'm about to say obviously a beautiful image, but I accidentally said trial. Obviously a very beautiful image here. It really kind of displays the snacks. I'm sure that they've probably tested and have proven that, caramel corn, cashews, dried apples, whatever some of these are the ones that people are most interested in based off their data. Very well organized with a few kind of off to the side, just to kind of pattern interrupt a little bit. A few blueberries here. It just makes you want to snack. It makes me want to snack at least, right? And how they're offering it, again, always getting people in the door using this model, guys. It just straight up works. Don't try to reinvent the wheel and try some crazy new advertising method because you think it's going to work. It might work, but use what has proven to work until you have enough money, more than enough money that you need, and then you can test whatever crazy idea you want, right? Deliciously wholesome snacks, right? So in 2 words, they've kind of portrayed that, these snacks are not only very delicious, but they're also wholesome, right? Which kind of gives the portrays healthy, which, people are interested in nowadays, which they always should have been, but they're more so nowadays. Delivered monthly, so people know kind of how often and how they're going to receive these. Try a free sample of 5 of our tastiest snacks. Just pay $7.95 for shipping. Right, so it's literally a free plus shipping offer for snacks instead of a drop shipping item on Shopify, for example. So this ad's visual, relevant, valuable, right? Free trial is bold and immediately attracts attention. Very, very obvious what this is here. There's kind of an orange theme that just kind of portrays it, right? The lip here, we see the free trial. Obviously, the cashews are central, and most importantly, right? It's delicious looking treats for the hungry snacker who would be potentially seeing these advertisements. You're going to snack, get smart about it. So it's kind of appealing to the fact that humans love to snack, and if you're going to, you might as well get smart about it and eat some deliciously wholesome snacks. Our snacks contain no artificial colors, sweeteners, or flavors. So it's a great ad. Here's another one from Tortuga Music Festival. All right, time is running out. Immediately off the bat, kind of, portraying the scarcity, because this is literally an event that happens on a date. So the scarcity is actually real, right? Kenny Chesney and Zach Brown Band, which are probably the headliners, or I'm sure they are the headliners of this particular concert. On the beach this April, #beachin'. Right, so it's kind of a play on words for another word, and anybody who's seeing this ad, I'm sure must like the Kenny Chesney page and must also like the Zach Brown page, right? And they probably are split testing, just showing it to Kenny Chesney fans, just showing it to Zach Brown fans, and then showing it to people who've liked both pages. So this is very visually appealing. It immediately gives people FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. A ton of people. It just looks like a lot of fun being on the beach, right? It looks warm. The ocean's beautiful. There's a million people out here. And so, I'm sure that they're really only showing this to people who are very likely to buy it. And as you can see, there's a ton of social proof. So this ad is done right. I'm sure that, again, they're probably targeting people that live in Florida in this particular city, right? People who have attended live music events in the past, and all of these things we've talked about, as are available for you to target people based on their interests, being Kenny Chesney and Zach Brown, demographics, where they live and things like that, and then behaviors, having actually attended live music events in the past. Not all wounds are visible, right? So this is a very simple ad. This looks like a right column ad. And this is very good. Not all wounds are, right, being all white. It matches the white here, kind of a very nice color blue, and then visible is kind of standing out. Right, it immediately kind of plays into emotion, and ads that appeal to people's emotion, they just perform very well. And people who are going to be seeing this ad obviously have showed some type of interest in counseling pages, or they're looking for help in some way, or they're looking at maybe motivational speakers for people who deal with anxiety or depression or things like that. And so they're literally advertising an e-counseling service, right? Get guidance, support, and advice from a professional counselor. It's time to make a change. Right, so this simple color scheme attracting attention to the final word, which prompts the brain to read the full short sentence, and a clear benefit to the advertised service to those in need. So this is a very simple ad, but one that's effective. Digital marketer. Again, we talked about digital marketer and Ryan Deiss a couple of times now. They're one of the companies that I follow most closely, just because they test so many things and they just dump money into their tests, and then you can kind of see which ones are kind of that successful outcome. Because I allow myself to get pixeled by digital marketer. I go to all their websites, I read all of their articles and things like that, and they're pixeling me, and then they're showing me all these ads, and then the ads that they show me, most consistently for the longest period of time, I know are the ones that are working the best, because I know that they're extremely smart and they have some of the best Facebook advertisers in the world, which means that they're the best at optimizing as well, which means that they're only scaling the ads that are actually working, and they're going to pause the ones that are not. So this ad really plays off the fear that everyone kind of has. Everyone hates seeing this like little red empty battery bar, and I do too, right? 50% discount expiring in a few days. So it's really playing off the fear that everyone kind of has with a smartphone, especially if you have kind of an emotional attachment to technology. The red battery really kind of can initiate fearful emotions. It's your last chance. Again, very much so just scarcity in the very first words here to say 50% on traffic and conversion summit tickets, price increase on Thursday at midnight, right? Again, here's the reiteration of the price increase, talking about thousands of the world's smartest marketers on San Diego, right? Very, very well designed ad. Sumo.me or sumome.com, excuse me. This is a very elegant graph. It kind of makes you curious, right? Because there's no labels on the X and Y axis. And again, there's like no direct kind of headline here. If you want viral growth, you need this tool. And so everyone who is in marketing or, trying to make a name for themselves or kind of get their voice heard and things like that, they do want viral growth. Viral growth is very much so a buzzword. Everyone wants to go viral because it kind of means, going viral. So it's a simple, elegant graph showing obviously huge growth, very, very simple text that kind of makes you curious about, what SumoMe even is. What does this represent? What could this tool possibly be? And then, they give kind of a humble brag social proof here. Over 175,000 websites grow their traffic with sumo.me. Seriously, our chart is already out of date. And with no long form text to kind of find out and fulfill our human curiosity, you click the ad, you just pretty much want to see, what's actually going on. And again, they're not talking about the features of saying, the fastest interface for a viral, growth tool. They're literally making you say, they're making you, curious, and they're making you feel, if you want viral growth, you need this tool. And then they're saying, everyone else is using it. Why aren't you using it too? And so it's just kind of a very good, very elegant, simple ad that kind of just really piques your human curiosity, which is, again, one of, if not the strongest kind of influencer when it comes to advertising. Here's one from sumo.com. So Tony Robbins' multi-million-dollar marketing strategy revealed. Tony Robbins is obviously, a huge name. He's literally been like actively touring for 40 years. If you don't know who Tony Robbins is, you're probably not in like anywhere near the marketing space or self-development space or anything like that. And so, using Tony Robbins kind of as name credibility, and then also saying, that they're revealing his multi-million-dollar marketing strategy, it just kind of piques your curiosity. And these people are probably also targeting people who have shown an interest in Tony Robbins' page, and then people who've shown an interest in other marketing pages, right, must also match Tony Robbins. Lots of different ways that this ad really works. And another thing that I really like about this ad is it's kind of playing off people, if you see something wrong with a picture, for example, it kind of catches your eye. Like if a woman has like 3 legs, or for example, and like you're flipping through a magazine and you like see it and you don't really notice it, but it kind of sticks in your mind. This is a marketing tactic that advertisers have used for a long time to kind of just make you subconscious, like through subconscious cues, subliminal messaging almost. You'll remember things just because something was off, even if you didn't recognize what that something was. And so the fact that he doesn't have eyes, right, and there's kind of a click here, it's just a simple visual cue that you're supposed to click right here. And so people kind of just subconsciously remember this, think something's off, click it, right? See Tony Robbins, think about, the multi-million-dollar strategy revealed. You can copy this exact strategy to grow your own website traffic. How Tony Robbins generates 1 million website visitors per month, right? So this is a great, great ad that just utilizes a lot of simple tactics, kind of with, the background being these yellow gears, very eye-catching with the contrast of the purple. And again, no eyes, and then the visual cue to kind of click here. So let's talk about Mind Titan. Using carousel ads, like we talked about previously in this module, kind of to tell a story is a really fantastic way to kind of create almost an interactive experience for your end user, or for the people who are going to be viewing your ads, without having to go create a studio quality video, for example. Find out if your business can benefit from AI and machine learning. Get your first consultation for free. So what are they doing here, right? I think you're probably starting to get, how everyone is kind of using, or not everyone, but everyone who's successful is using these same type of strategies. Getting people interested, getting people to take that first click is the hardest part. And the best way to do that, guys, is to offer something completely for free, offering value for free, offering free snacks. All you pay is shipping, right? These are the ways that you actually get people into your ecosystem, which is the most difficult part. Once you have them in your ecosystem and you're really adding value, the rest of it is very smooth sailing. So using carousel ads to tell a story, curiosity, right, and micro actions have huge impacts on click-through rates. People want to see what the story is. They want to see it finished, right? AI can help you beat the, what can it help me do? Beat the competition, right? And I might click this just to see, right? AI plus your business equals ... They're literally playing off human curiosity, and it's a very, beautifully done advertisement that, people might want their first consultation completely for free. So the next one, this is Slack, one of the fastest growing kind of startup companies in the world right now. It's kind of a messaging platform to make it easier for corporations and things like that to communicate. Again, eye-catching, right? The rainbow horse. This is the ridiculous ad. A beautiful woman. She's smiling, kind of a look of surprise on her face, and what it feels like to sit in 25% fewer meetings, right? Like you're on cloud 9. You're literally riding a freaking pink unicorn in the or I guess a pony, and you got the rainbow in the background. And this is a pain point, right? They're not saying this just because they want to say it. They know that people hate sitting through unnecessary meetings. They know that it's one of the biggest pain points when it comes to the workplace. Slack obviously caters to the workplace, and so they're literally, like we've talked about over and over and over again, they're not talking about their product features, saying you can send 10,000 messages for free, you can have up to 1,000 users. People don't care about that. People care about the feeling that they will get when they can sit through 25% fewer meetings. If anything can give them 25% fewer meetings, then they are going to be interested, right? Slack, make work better. And that's a very simple catchphrase, and it's very memorable, and everyone wants to make work better. Slack brings all of your communication together in one place. Beautifully, beautifully designed ads. Right? And so that is some examples of very successful, very well-designed ads, and kind of a very introductory annotation as to why they're successful, in my opinion, as to what type of elements that they're all kind of using, the patterns, the similarities, and using all of these as inspiration to create your own ads is going to absolutely put you so far ahead of the competition. It's going to be ridiculous, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about how to size your ads to be fully desktop and mobile optimized. So instead of actually, going through all of these individually, I'm going to give you the strictly, straight from the source guide to this, because Facebook often updates this. And so if I told you, make a ad that's 1200 by 628, it would be right now, but I'm not sure that it would be right, in a week from now, because Facebook, likes to change things extremely often, right? So we've talked about it before. Remember to pass these size requirements along with the rule about your images having less than 20% text, right? And you can determine that here. Give that to your graphic artist, tell them that, but no graphic artist is going to care or know about that. So again, it's on you to make sure that your ads are less than 20% text. And again, here's the tool to actually figure it out. So here is the Facebook ads sizing guide. So we're going to go through it really quick. They have the video specs right here. If you want to, the video specs, the image specs, the collection, they have all the different types of advertisements, right? Carousel, slideshow, canvas, lead generation, offers, post engagement, event responses, page likes, right? All different types of stuff here. And just before you actually go through and make an ad, you can go here and you can check out all of these different, very specific types of kind of size requirements and recommendations from Facebook to get kind of the most optimized type of advertisements, right? It even tells you, the headline, the link description, how many characters everything can be. It tells you all this kind of information that you probably don't even care about or want to know. The main thing that you want to know is 9 by 16 or 16 by 9 here for a video, which is kind of standard. And you can even actually go down and, create an ad here where you can change your call of action and things like that in the mockup or create ad. And so that is the Video, for photos, most of the time, right, it's 1200 by 628. If you have a link, right, images cropped to, it gives you a lot of information and it seems kind of overwhelming. But if you just tell, your graphic artist 1200 by 628 pixels, then most of the time, guys, you're going to be fine. And so that kind of is the very quick tutorial on sizing to be fully desktop compliant and mobile optimized. If you ever have a question and you want somebody to actually walk you through it, in more detail than Facebook gives you, go ahead and just Google search it or search it on YouTube. It's actually quite easy as far as creating ads kind of in the right way. 1200 obviously would be this long way because it's larger, and then the 628 would be height. And yeah, I don't know how they decided on 628. It seems kind of random, but it is what it is. And then Facebook ad restrictions, right? So, most of us know, and, especially if we've been around for a while, that Facebook is extremely finicky, to put it lightly, and very, very inconsistent at times when it comes to, disabling ads, suspending accounts, and kind of disabling ads without giving much explanation, and suspending accounts without giving much explanation either. And so it's always a good idea kind of to familiarize yourself with a basic kind of understanding of Facebook's policies, right? And not memorizing this because it's like a huge, ridiculous terms of service that's very difficult to kind of, get a hold of, but it's a good kind of basic understanding of what's actually going on, what they consider, right? They look at the ad and then they look at the landing page, and so that's kind of the advert review process. So if the ad looks okay, if it's nothing like egregious or pornographic or crazy or restricted, and then the landing page isn't too spammy with a bunch of like pop-ups that people can't close out of, or huge like countdown timers and things that Facebook just generally doesn't like. Steps to take if your does get disapproved. You can edit your advert. If your advert hasn't been approved due to not complying with our policies, you can edit it and resubmit it for review. So you can actually see the reason why, according to Facebook, that the ad was disabled at the ad level in Business Manager. And so if we were like to run an ad, for example, we would see it when we were reviewing our ads. Which would appear here. This is a brand new account that I created for demo purposes, so there are no ads here. But if we had running ads, they would appear right here. These would be the campaigns, these would be the ad sets, and these would be the ads. If we came to right here, there would be like a little section that had like I think it's a little triangle with an exclamation point. You just click that and it'll show you what is actually Facebook's reason for not approving the ad, and then you can make a little change and they will normally re-enable it. So prohibited content, some of them are very, very vague, and Facebook basically keeps it that way to be able to disable whatever they want. But for the most part, right, illegal products or services, tobacco, discriminatory, drug and drug-related, unsafe supplements, weapons, ammunition, explosive, adult products, adult content, third-party infringement, sensational content, right? A lot of these are very, very obvious, but some of them are not, right? Adverts must not contain before and after images or images that contain unexpected or unlikely results, right? So this is one that's not particularly obvious if you are in like the weight loss sector. And so, what I generally recommend, guys, is to at least familiarize yourself with the prohibited content right here, this section, and then the restricted content. Right? Alcohol, dating, adverts for online dating services are only allowed with prior written permission. These must adhere to the dating targeting requirements and our dating quality guidelines found here, right? Real money gambling, it has to be very, very specific. It has to meet a ton of requirements. Regional lotteries, online pharmacies, supplements, subscription services, financial services, branded content, student loan services, political advertising, right? So these are kind of just the things that you should familiarize yourself with, just so you don't spend a bunch of time and energy kind of going through and trying to create all of the landing pages and advertisements and ad copy and all of that stuff just to like come here and see, oh crap, that actually is a tobacco product, so it's prohibited. Or they come to the restricted section and say it's alcohol, oh crap, that's prohibited in certain ways, I can't do it in certain countries and things. So just come here and at the very, very least, I would say go through this stuff at least kind of in a basic way, but definitely take a closer look at the prohibited content and restricted content sections, just so you aren't like wasting your time, right? Because that's just really important with Facebook, because they aren't necessarily the best with customer service. I do love Facebook. They've completely changed my life. It's one of the best companies to me, but their customer service could use a little bit of improvement. If you're watching this right now, I still love you though, Mark. So that kind of is the basic tutorial about how to size your ads to be fully desktop and mobile optimized, and then familiarizing yourself at least with a basic level kind of to the advertising policies with a specific kind of thought and a little bit more kind of reading into the prohibited content and restricted content, just to save yourself time and to make sure that you're not putting a bunch of effort into something that is not allowed to be advertised on Facebook, right? And so I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's get to the exciting part, which is putting it all together. Everything that we've learned here, how to create amazing copy, how to find all types of amazing advertisements, the best places to find inspiration from some of the top advertising minds in the entire world, right? So we are going to actually put together an ad here, and we're going to talk about exactly how I laid out an ad that I really used in my real business, right? And so, I have open here a business manager. This is actually where we create our ad, and it's great, right? So if we wanted to choose an image, for example, we're just going to choose a free stock image. We just chose a little ninja, obviously representative of the brand here. And what we see here is the ad actually updates in real time. This ad updates in real time, right? This is the URL that I would want to do. So let's do google.com, right? The headline could say, Google is amazing, right? And it's going to update in real time, right? This ad updates in real time. Google is amazing. And this is exactly what it's going to look like on the desktop news feed, right? You can also view it right here by clicking send notification to Facebook, and it will show you on Facebook what this ad actually looks like, right? And so here we see our page, right? Every ad actually runs from a page, like I've said a few times. And here we see the text, here we see the headline, and here we see the website URL. Right? And so this is very easy to do. The reason that I actually laid it out like this is because I really want to kind of break it down in a more methodical way, right? So anything that we do right here can obviously be translated directly into Business Manager in this section right here. Again, this is where we would choose our images. I'm just using a stock image just to kind of show you guys that it does update in real time and that we can view it exactly how it's going to look on mobile, desktop, feature phone, instant articles, right column. Everywhere that you can view an ad, it will show you exactly what it looks like. So it's very, very well done. The mockups do update in real time. Okay, so let's go over the example. And so what we're doing here is we're actually kind of breaking down exactly how this ad is laid out. So this section, right, the beginning section of the text, which appears kind of at the top here, before you keep scrolling, or excuse me, wait, right, with a big explosion kind of to catch people's eyes. Before you keep scrolling, answer me this, right, with a little emoji. Why is it that even though people know e-commerce can change financial destiny, they don't go for it? Right? Over 5,000 paying students all had the opportunity to refund their purchase of the Amazon FBA Ninja course and chose not to. Why? Right? So let's think about exactly what's going on here. First of all, challenge our frustration, right? It leads with a question. We're interrupting their pattern by saying, wait. Right? And then it leads with a question. Before you keep scrolling, right? It's asking you a very simple task. Before you keep scrolling, and if you've already read this far, you want to know, what they're actually gonna, what they're occupying your time for. Why is it that even though people know e-commerce can change financial destiny, they don't go for it? Right? And then here we go with the credibility authority statement, right? The social proof. Over 5,000 paying students all had the opportunity to refund their purchase of the Amazon FBA Ninja course and chose not to. Why? Right? And so here's the perfect place, the text that shows above the preview, right? Because you only have so many characters that actually show above the preview here. Why? And so this prompts people to actually click see more because people want to know why. Why could 5,000 people have refunded, well within their rights, but chose not to? Because of the value, right? Because of the private student group, because of the continued added content, because of the mentorship in the private group, because of all of the content in the course, because of all of the free resources that come along with the course, because of all of the bonuses, right? All of these things that people will learn as they kind of enter my ecosystem and learn more about me and about all of the success stories that have actually come about from this material that I've been creating and sharing with people. Is it because of the hundreds and hundreds of success stories of Ninja students making more than they ever did at their 9-to-5 jobs online? Why is the Amazon FBA Ninja course the fastest growing Amazon course available anywhere? I could tell you all of that, but I'd rather show you, right? So this is kind of, me additionally giving some more credibility, right? I could tell you all of that, but I'd rather show you. Don't take thousands of students' words for it, right? Again, another little kind of humble brag credibility here, and certainly don't take my word for it. Let me prove it to you, right? So this is kind of offering that I'm really not like some of the other people, because people are constantly getting bombarded with advertisements related to this niche, and let me prove that I'm not like that. Let me prove that I'm actually going to put my money where my mouth is. Let me prove, through hundreds and hundreds of student testimonials and success stories, that I am really actually teaching actionable, real data and real tactics and strategies that people can implement and actually change their lives with, right? And then here we go with the time-sensitive offer. Today only, I'm offering a completely free training, right? Free. You never want to, add any friction. Don't make them pay. Never, from an initial advertisement, right? The top of the funnel, the kind of start of the value ladder, the start of the funnel journey into your ecosystem, never make them pay for something, right? People are not going to click on an ad if they see that they have to pay when, 9 other advertisers that are doing it better are giving them something for free, right? But once they've given their email, once you've kind of received some value from you, once they've got you emailing them, once you have them in a Facebook group, once you have them as a YouTube subscriber and things like that, then it's just much easier to kind of, once you have a relationship built, once you have a little rapport, to actually sell them something in the future, right? So join our free training. P.S. You won't want to miss this. For the first time ever, I'm showing you a real product I currently sell that makes $30,000 per month like clockwork, right? So this is playing into a very common kind of a desire of people who are interested in Amazon. People who are interested in Amazon want to see already successful products. People that are interested in Amazon want to see, the type of thing that they could sell, so it's more tangible to them, so they can kind of feel it and see it more so themselves, and so then they can start to, think about what their potential product could be for them to start earning, $30,000 a month and quit their jobs and things like that. So here we go. Obviously, is the image 1200 by 628 with less than 20% text. We see the display URL here, officialkevindavid.com, the link headline, right? Today only free Amazon training for beginners. Again, a little bit of scarcity here, and very much so emphasizing the fact that it's free. And then the link description, the secondary point or benefit. Are you tired of working for the man, going to the same 9-to-5 job day after day after day, right? And again, another pain point for people who are working that 9-to-5 job, just kind of the monotony, the tediousness, and kind of the similarity of each day. It kind of blends together, and people just start to not looking forward. They start to just not be kind of looking forward to their lives, and that's a very dangerous thing that I experienced myself when I was working as an accountant, right? So we lead with the number one, challenge or frustration. Targeting, which is creating financial freedom. Credibility statement, 5,000 paying students that could have refunded but chose not to. Why is that, right? Makes them curious. It must be the value. And then we lead kind of into a very clear call to action. You always want to tell people what to do. Never make it ambiguous at all. If they don't know they're supposed to click, they're not going to click, right? Today only, free Amazon training for beginners. Join our free training here, kind of with some arrows here with the link. I always like to include the link one time in kind of the text, and then also obviously in the call to action. If they click anywhere on the image, they'll also go to our link as well. And so that is it, guys. That is everything, putting it all together. We learned about so many different ways to find amazing advertisements from top marketers and top advertisers in the world. We talked about how to hook people in, how to get people interested, how to advertise free value, how to get people into your ecosystem, right? We talked about how to make killer ads that convert like crazy. We learned about what type of images to include. We learned about psychological tricks, how to play into human emotion, how to use marketing tactics to kind of create scarcity and urgency, and actually take people to prompt people to take action, because it's very easy for people to procrastinate and put things off, right? We learned how to make a Facebook ad the right way, and all kind of the essential elements that we need to include. And we talked about a ton of resources of how to find real ads that people are making work, right, guys? And so in the following module, we are going to talk about how to create something from nothing. We're going to talk about how to make a full-time income using only Facebook ads, even if you don't have your own product, even if you don't have your own service, if you have nothing to sell of your own, right? And even if you have almost zero money to get started. We're going to talk about how to make a full-scale business and earn a full-time income, and how you can make more money than the average American with just 4 phone calls. So I hope you guys are excited for that. This next module is going to be seriously ridiculous. I've been planning it for literally a year, and all of the data that you are going to learn in this next module is going to completely change things, guys. So I hope you enjoyed this module on how to create ad copy and creatives that convert like crazy. Now we are actual expert copywriters, and we're going to apply this to create some killer ads that are going to explode our profits, guys. So I hope you enjoyed this one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, welcome to the 5th module on how to make a ton of money without your own product or service. So one of the biggest parts of this course, one of the biggest new opportunities of this course is using Facebook advertising as a source of income, right? A lot of people use Facebook ads to subsidize their income, to drive more traffic to their already existing product or service or business or things like that. And that's an incredible way to use Facebook ads. You know, we talked about that a ton, how to create, you know, amazing custom audiences based on your traffic, how to create ad copy that converts images, where to get, you know, inspiration from some of the best marketers in the world, you know, databases of ads. We talked about pretty much everything that you need to know to become an expert in Facebook advertising, right? So we still do have a module on scaling and optimizing and really kind of, you know, taking your advertising to the next level on Facebook coming up. But this module is going to go over how to actually use Facebook ads as a, you know, solitary source of income, how to run Facebook ads for other businesses and to charge them a monthly retainer to do so. So I've talked about it a couple times during the course, but what is a Facebook ad agency? So essentially what a Facebook ad agency is you actually run Facebook ads for businesses, right? And the model that we're going to use in this course is running Facebook ads for local businesses starting where you live. So if you live in Austin, Texas, or you live in San Francisco, California, or wherever you live, right? We're going to start in our own location. And if you live in a tiny little town where you don't have local businesses like dentists, doctors, you know, we're going to go over exactly what types of local businesses that we're going to want to target, right? Because there's some that are easier to convert as clients. There's some that are harder. There's some that have more discretionary income to actually use towards advertising. There's some that don't. And so we're going to talk about how to find your perfect customer. But just for this video, I want to introduce the idea of a Facebook ad agency and why it's so revolutionary. Because, you know, with a lot of businesses, a lot of brick and mortar businesses, a lot of kind of traditional businesses, there's expenses to get started. Even with e-commerce, right? With Amazon, for example, you have to buy the inventory up front. So you have to buy 500 units, right? For, you know, $1 each or $2 each for, you know, so it's $1,000 of cost of goods sold. And then you have shipping costs and you have, you know, PPC costs. You have all of these different costs that kind of play into your business like a normal business has, right? But the beautiful thing about Facebook ad agencies is basically the only expense is your time. Right, there's some small expenses like you know, the landing page services like ClickFunnels, for example, and some of the things we're going to be using on that, but they're very minor costs, especially when you start to scale and get more than a few clients, right? And so a Facebook ad agency represents a very unique opportunity because there's almost zero expenses getting started, and the money that you do make is 100% profit, guys. So this is a super, super exciting module. I hope you guys realize and kind of feel how excited I am, because I really, truly, honestly think that this is going to be a huge opportunity, and it's going to completely change some people's lives who are kind of ready to go out and actually implement this and willing to be putting in the work, right? Because we have students that are really already absolutely destroying it, and they have, you know, multiple clients on their monthly retainers. And the beautiful thing is, guys, if you get one client $1,000 a month, right, that's already $12,000 a year. So as you start to get up to 5 clients or 10 clients, right, it starts to really exponentially scale. And as you get more skilled and you start to get more referrals and things like that, you can charge more for your monthly retainer, right? Every time that I get to 5, I start to charge more. Every time that I get to 10, I start to charge more, right? So it's a really, really beautiful process. So I think you guys are starting to understand how it works, but we're going to go through every single step that you need to open up your own Facebook advertising agency, even if you have no experience at all, right? If you're willing to put in the work and follow the blueprint that we're going to lay out in this module, you are going to have a brand new business. So I hope you guys are excited. Let's get into it. Okay, so why is there an opportunity with Facebook ad agencies? Like, what is the disconnect? Where is the business opportunity, right? Because, you know, if you follow my stuff, you know that I'm not big on these type of videos where I talk about opportunity and, you know, motivation and things like that. I'm much more into kind of the pragmatic, applicable, actionable kind of step-by-step tutorials, which really, in my opinion, help people more. But I really want to just make it very clear, you know, what an amazing opportunity this is and why it's a very good opportunity. So, because the more you believe in in it, the more that you know it works, the more that you've seen it work, for hundreds of my other students, thousands of my other students who've made it work, then really you'll understand that all it takes is you not giving up and you actually kind of sticking it out and just going through the motions of following the steps and actually making it work for yourself, right? So you are the 1%. I know it's easy to kind of get lost in the fact that, everyone that we associate with, if you're watching this, your friends in the course, the other people in the course, right? We all know about Facebook ads. We all kind of know, if you're to this point in the course, significantly more than 99.9% of the earth about Facebook ads. Literally, you are in the 99th percentile if you've watched and understood and took notes up until this point. And if you're thinking to yourself, no, you're not, yes, unfortunately, or fortunately, actually, you definitely are. Trust me when I say that. It's very easy to get lost in the fact that it seems like everyone else knows about Facebook ads, but think about it. You're actually friends with other people in this niche, right? You associate with other people in this niche. The people you talk to every day are probably people who kind of know about internet marketing and Facebook ads and e-commerce and all of these things, right? But most of the world doesn't. Your dentist doesn't, right? Your doctor doesn't. Your lawyer, right? Your physical therapist, your acupuncturist, your chiropractors, right? They know about their own craft. They know about, how to fix your teeth or how to clean your teeth or how to crack your back or neck or realign you, right? Because it's what they studied and it's what their friend groups do. And people, get lost and they kind of get caught up in the fact that everyone knows about Facebook ads. Like, how could I add value, right? People ask me all the time, why would somebody buy from my Shopify store when they could just go to AliExpress and get it cheaper? And pretty much the answer is because they don't know about AliExpress. They know about Shopify. They see the ad on their Facebook, and that's most of what business is, right? It's organizing information, it's presenting an offer to someone at the right time, in the right medium, at the right price, and everything kind of coalesces and they buy. And it's just that simple. At any given time, somebody could go to Target and Walmart and Amazon and all of these different stores to cross-check the prices, but if it's a reasonable price, they buy it, right? And it's the same thing with Facebook ads. All we're doing, guys, is we are basically fulfilling the need, adding value, because there's an absolutely enormous disconnect between local businesses that every city has and needs, right, and the online marketing world. I can guarantee you that 99% of local businesses in your city right now don't use Facebook ads, but they are, maybe they've run an ad in the radio or like in the testimonial section or, in the newspaper or even on TV or things like that, or maybe a billboard, right? There's a lot of other different advertising mediums that are very, very inefficient, unbelievably inefficient compared to using Facebook ads. But Facebook ads are very difficult, and they might not be difficult for you, right? Or maybe they were at first, but maybe you're starting to understand them more now. And if you go through the course again, then you'll understand them a lot more. But Facebook ads are incredibly difficult for most people, and they seem overwhelming, and people don't know anything about online marketing. They've probably heard about it. I'm sure they've heard about Facebook, right? And so when you present the opportunity in the right way, which we're going to show you exactly how to do. I share my exact templates that I use, for phone calls. I share my exact templates that I use for emails, exactly that I've used to sign a ton of different businesses to my Facebook ad agency, and that you're going to use to sign to your own Facebook ad agency, right? So what we're going to do, guys, essentially, is we are going to bridge the gap and find the cash-rich businesses that are going to be your perfect clients. And I'm going to give you every single resource that you need to sign them on and to run Facebook ads for them for a monthly retainer, guys. And the opportunity is there. And the reason that the opportunity is there and the reason that this is going to be so easy for you guys once you get started is the following two reasons, right? The first reason is the easiest type of client in the world to keep, right, is a client that you're making significantly more money for than you cost, right? So if you go out and you get signed and you sign up a dentist, right, and you make him $3,000 in your first month by bringing them in new clients, by bringing them in new lifetime clients, but right, by teaching them that, the value ladder, that these clients are going to stay for a long time. They're going to be very, they're going to be very profitable over time by doing not only just teeth cleanings, but also whitenings, retainers, right? Any cosmetic stuff, all of these types of upsells that dentistry and doctors use to, really become really profitable. And if you're making them, $3,000 a month and you only cost, $1,000 a month, then it's the biggest no-brainer in the world, right? Why would somebody not want $2,000 profit that they wouldn't have without you? So you are the easiest type of client, right? Because you're making them more money than you cost. And that is the beautiful thing. The hard thing is proving to somebody who's never worked with you before that that's actually the case. But once you do it once, right? Once you get those testimonials going, then it really starts to snowball. Because the second reason that it's the best type of opportunity is referrals, right? Referrals in this business are absolutely crazy, because when you start to make a dentist money, when you start to, bring them all these new clients and you're showing them that you're bringing them the clients, and we'll show you exactly how to do that, then what's going to happen, right? They're going to tell all of their friends. They're going to tell all of their dentist friends that they went to, dentistry school with. They're going to tell all of their friends. Maybe they know somebody who owns a doctor's practice or a chiropractor's, how amazing you are and what type of value that you're adding to their business by using this mystical Facebook advertising to bring them a bunch more profit that they didn't otherwise have, right? And all of a sudden you have all of these referrals coming from people, who are already, and when you get a referral, guys, signing that person is so incredibly easy. Because if I said, yes, sign up with, Kevin, he's an amazing Facebook ads artist, Facebook ads agency, and I'm saying that to my best friend, he's not going to question me, right? He's going to say, okay, and he's going to immediately pay, right? So affiliates are seriously the easiest and best types of clients to sign, because they're literally so little work to actually bring in as a new customer. And what I like to do, guys, and we'll talk about this more later, but we have some amazing little hacks to incentivize clients that we do have to introduce us and to affiliate us and to get us new clients. And we have some really good incentives that we're going to teach you guys later on in this module, guys. So that is the opportunity, right? You are the 1%. You might not feel like it. You might not believe it, but please trust me when I tell you that you really are. It's very easy to forget that all of our friends and the people that we associate with are also online marketers, but 99.9999% of the world is not. So we're bridging the gap between cash-rich businesses who don't have any marketing skills, and we're going to show them how powerful Facebook advertising is and how profitable it can be for their business. And so I hope you guys enjoyed this one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about the simple, beautiful math behind running a successful Facebook ad agency. Because if you understand this very simple math, you're going to understand why it's such an incredible opportunity running a Facebook ad agency, right? Because there's a false perception that to run a Facebook ad agency, you have to make, 25 new business calls a day or 50 new business calls a day, like a lot of telemarketers do, calling all of these businesses, calling all of these cold calls, right? And while the fastest path to success does involve some phone calls, right? But once you kind of get your first clients, you're going to get a lot of referrals and things like that. So it's not as many as you think. Yes, it does involve some phone calls, but do not worry. I do share my exact completely proven templates in this module. I used to be the worst person in the world at making phone calls until I realized that I was actually adding a huge amount of value to these businesses. Like, I'm doing them a favor. Once you start to realize that you're doing them a favor, calling people becomes so much easier. And we're going to talk about exactly how to sign your first client 100% guaranteed in 24 hours later on in this module. So do not worry at all, because it's actually a lot less kind of phone calls and work than you might think, right? It does involve some work, but let's look at some of the simple math to see just how realistic it is to use Facebook and creating a Facebook ad agency, running ads for local businesses to actually earn a full-time income. So in 2017, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the following were the average salaries for Americans based on age. Right, so 16 to 19 years old, around 22,000. Then, the highest income earners were 35-year-olds to 64-year-olds, and then 65 and above went back down, right? So this is about average, I'd say around 45,000. We're just gonna round up and say it's 48,000. So this is actually going to be more conservative. So, our estimates are going to be about actually higher than the average for an American. So if we're going to assume that the average American of any age makes 48 grand, and it's actually a bit lower than that, but we're just going to assume that it's 48 just because it makes it a bit easier for the math. If we assume that Americans make $48,000 per year on average, which, by the way, America is one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and you don't have to be anywhere to create a successful Facebook ad agency. So 48,000 per year divided by 12 months, right, means that you need to make $4,000 per month to be average or above average wages, wage-wise, of one of the wealthiest countries in the world. Right? So a very conservative and realistic amount that we are going to use in our example in this module to charge your customers, right? And what I mean by customers are to charge local businesses to actually run Facebook ads for them to bring them a ton of new business, right, is about $1,000 a month. This means, guys, that all you have to do is get 4 businesses total to say yes to earn more than the average American does in a year. All you have to do is get 4 yeses, right? We're not talking about 25 sales calls a day. We're not talking about 50 sales calls a day. If you call 1 business a day, that's 30 businesses a month. All you need is 4 of those 30 businesses, right? 1 out of 7 to say yes, and all that is 1 call a day for 1 month. And if you get 4 of those people to say yes, now you're earning more than the average American does in an entire year, right? But if you make 1 call a day for the whole year, right, that is a lot more than 4 potential businesses, right? So what if you sign more? If you sign more than 4, all of a sudden you're earning much more than that, right? So if you were signed, for example, 10 total businesses, and they're all paying you $1,000 a month, right? That's $10,000 per month times 12 months, or 120 grand, right? And if you want to stop there, you can. The beautiful thing about running Facebook ads for people is, your biggest source of new business, guys, is word of mouth. So you're not going to have to call all of these different businesses. The beautiful thing is if you sign up 1 business, right? Let's say you sign up a dentist. If you're doing good work for them and you're bringing in new customers and new clients, and you're going to do your good work using the strategies and the tactics that we teach in this course, if you're doing good work for them and you're bringing them new business and you're profitably, you're adding more value than the amount you cost, then they're going to want to share you, and they're going to want to tell their friends, right? All dentists went to school with other dentists. They know other dentists. They went to dental school, right? They have friends who are dentists, and they'll refer you, and you'll start to get all this referral traffic. And then if you're doing good work for your referral traffic will start to refer people. And all of a sudden, guys, you guys are going to have too much business, and you're going to have to start turning people away. And that is the beautiful thing about Facebook ad agencies. And the beautiful thing about, if you do good work for somebody, word of mouth is going to start to take off. People are going to give you referrals. They're going to introduce you to other small business owners, and all of a sudden you're going to have a lot of different people trying to have you run Facebook ads for them, guys. And I'm going to show you a ninja hack to get all of your current business to refer all of their friends and families, to give you all the clients you'll ever need, because I know that I hate making phone calls, and I know that you probably hate making phone calls. So we're going to keep that to an absolute minimum. And literally all it is at the very beginning, and I'm going to share my exact templates and exactly what you should say on that phone call to guarantee that you're going to be much more likely to actually sign that business, guys. So all we need to do, the simple, beautiful math behind a Facebook ad agency, is get 4 people to say yes. And if we get 4 people to say yes, we are going to earn more than the average American does in a full year, completely profit with no conventional business expenses, guys. And so I think that you are probably starting to understand just how exciting this is, and that you want to get more into this module, because we are seriously going to break it down step by step by step, exact blueprint, how you can actually go about doing this. And it is going to be a very, very good one. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's get this last little logistical piece out of the way just so we can actually get into kind of some of the fun stuff, which is, finding our perfect clients and how we're actually going to go about signing them on to become paying customers, right? And so there's two ways to kind of go about doing this. The first way is, you use your own business manager, right? The business manager that you've used for running your own Facebook ads, with your own credit card and all of that fun stuff. And the second way is that you actually get your clients or, new customers to actually sign up for their own business manager, because 99% of the time, a dentist or a doctor or whatever is not going to have their own Facebook ad account. They're not going to have a business manager. They may or may not have a Facebook page, but it's very likely that they won't have their own business manager, right? And so I kind of outlined the two different ways here. There's kind of an easy way and a hard way. And what I recommend, guys, is to do it the easy way for at least the first month, because kind of when you're signing on new business and you're finding new clients and you're actually kind of starting to make, it's the most difficult at the beginning. I wouldn't say very difficult, because it's definitely not very difficult, but it's most difficult at the beginning. It's just like any other business, kind of getting that initial momentum is always the hardest part. And then once you kind of have it, everything just really starts to roll. But once you kind of have, your first client, your first few clients, things really start to get a lot easier. And the reason for that is because people, just are paranoid. They're cautious, I guess. When they're, learn something new, they aren't used to it. And because they're not used to it, they're more hesitant to, spend money. And Facebook ads just kind of seem like this crazy thing that they've never heard about, and it might be a scam and X, Y, or Z, right? So we want to eliminate as much potential friction or reason for them to back out of, the transaction and actually hiring you on as their Facebook advertiser. And one of the ways that we do that is by just making it very seamless, right? So I don't like to have, walk my clients through setting up their own business managers for the first month. For the first month, I usually just say, once we kind of agree on things, and I'll show you the template on, how to actually sign them on, the terms, all of the paperwork that you'll be sending back and forth and things like that. We'll talk about that later on. But once you kind of do that, right, what I generally do is for the first month, I run ads for them in my account, and I actually pay for the ads, and then they reimburse me that cost. And it's very, very easy to show them exactly what they spent in your account on ads related to their business, right? It's very, very easy to say, okay, the dentist spent $400, the doctor spent $300, and then show them that the proof, and then they'll pay you that the cost of their advertisements plus your fee to actually run those ads for them, right? And so there's kind of an easy way, which is what I recommend, using your own business manager for the very first month. And then there's kind of a harder way, which is, walking them through setting up their own business manager, setting up their own Facebook page if they don't have one, and then adding you as an admin to their business manager, giving you admin access to their page so you can actually, run advertisements from their business manager, from their ad account, using their their page, right? And so let's go through the first one, which is using your own business manager. So I made this kind of as a template, so you guys could literally just copy and paste it. And then obviously you'd have to fill in your email section to be your actual email. But you can literally just send this to your new potential clients, because this is the easiest way to kind of get them on board. And then after kind of 1 month, after you've showed them some real results, after you kind of have that relationship built, then I do recommend walking them through how to set up their own business manager, because then their ad spend will just charge to their own cards, and you can manage their account how Facebook wants you to, because Facebook has very interesting and detailed and long and vague terms of service, and so they could potentially get mad at you for running ads for other companies, but we've done this successfully for a long time. So what this kind of says, guys, is send all variations of your logo. Having their logo, as a PNG, for example, just is really kind of useful, and you kind of need it to be able to design ads, right? Because when you're going to design ads for them, I usually pay about $5 an ad from my designers that I found off Fiverr and Upwork and things like that. It's super, super easy. You can just go into Fiverr or Upwork and type in Facebook ad designer or just graphic artist, right, and tell them the dimensions of the ad. And so when you have their logo, it helps. List of zip codes that you'd like leads from. This is important because for like big cities, for example, like, San Diego or New York or, Los Angeles, you can literally drive for like an hour and not be to the other side of the city. So like having the zip code helps versus just, typing in San Diego when you're running ads for them, like typing in, the actual zip code that's the most close and like where they get most of their customers from, just because dentists generally kind of set up in locations kind of far away from other dentists where they kind of dominate the landscape, which is why they have lifetime customers. And people don't want to drive 45 minutes to get to a dentist very often when there's one that's 5 minutes away, unless the one right next to them is terrible or is whatever. Written or video testimonials from clients. This is good because like if they have reviews and things like that, you can feature them on the landing page. Social proof, like we've talked about throughout this whole course and everything that I've ever taught, is so important because with the internet now, and people are just used to it. Like if you go to a product, there's hundreds of reviews on Amazon, right? I usually read the reviews. People just trust other people. People trust social proof. And that's why, the more social proof that you have for anything you're selling, whether it's a product and you have reviews of that, whether it's like a course or an educational product or a digital product, and you have reviews of success stories of people who've made, your tactics or methodologies or strategies work, it puts people at ease that if other people can do it, they can do it too, which is why, it's so important to kind of play up the fact and talk about the fact of, how amazing their dentist is, or, their physical therapy clinic is, or whatever the case may be, right? High resolution photos of your business / team / location, preferably with smiling people in them. This one is super important because generally, for local business ads, showing like a, picture of the actual business and in your ad being very specific and saying, hey, Las Vegas, like, do you want to see like the craziest, most like amazing dentist in the world? Or like come see this dentist in Las Vegas. And having a picture of their actual kind of location with their team in it, of all of them smiling, even if they don't have one, it takes like 5 seconds for them to, go out on an iPhone and take a picture of everyone like in their lab coats, like smiling in front of their dentist place or like in front of a dentist chair or whatever with good lighting. And it's really important because people react to seeing smiling people in photos, right? We've talked about that. We've talked about what people respond to from an advertising perspective, what catches people's eyes and things like that. Step 2 is how to set up their Facebook page. If they don't have one, most people will have one. People kind of from a basic sense set up at least like some type of Facebook page. But again, it's super, super easy to actually set it up. You can just send this to them. And then how to make them how to make you an admin of their Facebook page, right? Because you need to be able to run ads from their Facebook page. And so they need to make you an admin of that Facebook page to be able to, actually have access to it in your business manager and then choose that Facebook page when you are running ads for them. Right, so it's super easy, and this is the easiest way. This is what I generally always recommend people to do for month 1, just to eliminate as much friction as possible. Don't make them do any work at all. Prove your results, and then once you prove your results for a single month, right, you'll completely have them. You'll have them by the absolute collar, because you're going to be making them a lot more money than you're costing them if you're doing things right, right? So the other option is having your client set up their own business manager, which means they pay for their own ads, right? And so we talked about how to actually do that here, how to have your client set up their own business manager and grant you access to run ads for them. So your client basically is going to create their own Facebook business manager just at business.facebook.com. They're going to create their own profile. They're going to, add their own page. They're going to add their Facebook page. And then they're going to have to create an ad account because remember, when you create a business manager, you still have to create an ad account to run ads from inside of your business manager. And so they're going to create a business manager, their Facebook page to run ads from, and then the ad account to actually, facilitate those ads. And then once they do that, they add their own billing information. And then lastly, within Business Manager, they need to add you as a user. And once they add you as a user either with employee or admin access, then you're going to be able to actually have access to that business manager. And then once you have access to that business manager, you can run ads for them. And so Facebook makes it very difficult to do these things. And these tutorials took me a long time to set up. So I hope you guys enjoy them because they're not that easy. So that is kind of the tutorial on how to actually set up Business Manager, right? Again, for the final time, I recommend the easy way, just running ads from your own Business Manager with your own card, just using their Facebook page and having them reimburse you. It's very, very easy to see how much ad spend came from a specific campaign related to them. Or if you'd rather, or they'd rather, they can use their own Business Manager and you can get on a Google Hangout. If they're gonna choose this option, I never ever recommend them to actually set it up by themselves. Don't just send them this link. Send them like a Google Hangouts, share screens, and actually have them set this up for themselves. And if you guys want to feel more comfortable kind of before you do this, I always recommend, right, do like kind of a mock one. Like I would call, your grandma or like your mom or dad or sister or brother or spouse or whatever it is, and actually pretend like they're a client and walk through this with them, like with your friend or family member or whatever, and just make sure that you know all the steps. It's going to go very smoothly because you don't want to be nervous with like a new client or whatever, and you've never done this for your first time. So I always recommend do a mock trial, use a friend, pretend like they're a business owner, and actually walk through on a Google Hangout, literally walk them through how to set up their own brand new Business Manager, get the kinks out so you know exactly what you're doing, so you don't get like tripped up on the call, and just you don't want to feel nervous or like you don't know what you're doing. So I always recommend doing kind of a mock trial here. And so that is how you set up Business Manager to use with clients, the two different options and which I use where. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about how to find your perfect client and how we are going to go for the low-hanging fruit, because there's a few very, very important things that we need to kind of understand and remember when we're talking about, finding our perfect clients for our Facebook ad agency, right? So our perfect client has a number of characteristics. They make a lot of money, right? But they don't know a lot about online marketing. So our perfect client is probably not going to be, or it's definitely not going to be like a digital marketing company, obviously, right? Even though that is, technically a small business. But, our perfect market for, our perfect client would be a company that does make a lot of money, but does not use online marketing, right? Like a dentist, for example, or a doctor, for example. Businesses that, have a lot of income, they're always going to be around, and, they have discretionary income, and they just have, it's the kind of the disconnect between the online world and the local kind of offline world, right? Those are the type of companies that we're looking for, but there is something that is very important as well that we're looking for. Our perfect client is somebody who's already spent at some point some type of money on some type of ad, right? Because it's incredibly important to understand this next point. It's so much easier to move money than it is to get someone to give you new money, right? Moving money is easier than new money. And what I mean by that is moving ad spend from an inefficient form like the newspaper or a billboard, for example, to an efficient form of marketing like Facebook advertising, where you can really target your, who you're showing your ad to, so that everyone you show the ad to is much more predisposed and kind of upfront, preemptively targeted to be interested in what you have to show them, versus a billboard, for example, where 1 million people see it and 999,000 are just not going to be interested in, because you're not pre-targeting them in any way. You're just putting a huge billboard up, literally, and hoping that 1 out of 100,000 people actually is interested in what you have to say, right? And so moving money is easier than new money. And what I mean by that, just to kind of close the point, is a mom and pop restaurant shop, like a little Italian restaurant with like 3 tables in it, who's never used any ads in their entire life. They just have their shop there. They've had it there for 50 years. They don't make a lot of money. They make enough money to survive. They're not going to be clients, even though they kind of do fit the small business that doesn't have any Facebook presence or any online marketing experience. They just aren't making enough money, and they probably have never spent money on ads before in their lives, right? And so how do you know if companies have spent money on advertisements before? So one of the cool ways, and we're going to talk about this later a little bit more in depth, but one of the cool ways that I like to figure it out is by literally looking at ads, right? You can open up the morning newspaper and you can literally see who is advertising, and you can see their phone number, and you can call them and say, hey, like, how's your advertisement going with your newspaper? Is it like obviously performing well? Like, what's your return on investment for your ad spend? And they're going to have no idea, and they're probably going to think you're freaking crazy. But if you do it right and you use our templates and the strategies that we teach, you're going to be able to tell them and show them how obviously inefficient older forms of advertising are compared to new forms of advertising. Because it's just so much easier. Like, for example, one of our students was assigned a real estate agent to help them find new people who wanted to buy their first home in the city that they lived in. And, real estate agents, like a lot of small business owners, guys, don't understand Facebook ads, and they don't understand how efficient and how beautiful it can be and how unbelievably profitable it can be, because they know about real estate. They know about houses. They know their market. They know, contractors. They know, which neighborhoods are nice, because they've been doing it for years and years and years, and they've built up their own business, but they're focusing on that. They're not focusing on the marketing aspect, especially on Facebook, for example. And so what happened was that real estate agent spent $1,000 to advertise on Zillow, right? And they got one lead from $1,000 of ad spend, right? And I was talking to one of our students, and it was funny because we usually get real estate leads for between $4 and $11 for a real estate lead, each one, right? Between 4 and 11. So, let's just estimate really conservatively that it was $10 a lead. That'd still be 100 leads, literally, versus one. And that would be 100 very targeted leads, not just like random people off the street, right? 100 very targeted leads who clicked through on our advertisement, filled out our advertisement form, we pixeled them, got them into a custom audience, right? Got them into a potential lookalike audience from that to then further, continue the snowball effect of creating profitable, long-term scalable Facebook ads. And so, literally showing them 100x return versus what they had been doing, that's a very easy sale. Compared to, again, like a mom and pop restaurant who just barely have enough money to kind of support themselves and things like that. And so what we're going to do, guys, is we are going to go for the low-hanging fruit. And so the following is not by any means an exhaustive list. This is really just a good place to start. This isn't saying that anything not on this list is a bad idea, because I'm sure there are a lot of great ideas, and I'll continue to add to this, and if you find a great business that you signed on and brought on with a monthly retainer and things like that, and you've had some success kind of finding more in that same niche, please post in the private student group, because we'd love to hear about new quote unquote low hanging fruit that we're not considering on this list, and so I can add them, and so we can give people more kind of value that they can then use to go out and target these businesses. So gyms are a great one, right? Because gyms are a very kind of affluent niche. To own a gym is normally expensive, especially the larger ones. One of another person who won a 2 Comma Club award, and I think they won actually an 8-figure award too. What they do is they sell a course on how to open a successful gym, and they did like $10 million in revenue or something in some crazy short amount of time, because gyms have a lot of discretionary income, right? To open a gym is expensive, and so if you do advertising for gyms and you're doing it in the right way, right, getting people kind of in the door, which we're going to show you exactly how to do, what funnels we use, the offers that we're going to talk about, we're going to show you exactly how to get people to sign up and actually call in, and we're going to show you exactly how to prove to these businesses that those leads were from you, right? Because every time that somebody calls into a gym and says, Kevin referred me, like I saw Kevin's ad on Facebook, even hearing that one time, guys, is going to make your $1,000 a month so worth it to these business owners. I can't even describe it to you enough. And so how we set this up is in a very specific way to make sure that they know that these leads and these people and this new business and this new profit is a direct is directly coming from our advertising efforts. Right, so gyms are great. Dentists, I use the dentist example a lot just because dentists are seriously like so perfect for this business model. They're so antiquated in a lot of ways. They're very cash-rich businesses. Dentists always have a very healthy cash flow, and getting new business for them, keeping the dentist chair full is very profitable, right? Because every second that the dentist chairs are empty, they're still paying the nurses, they're still paying all of the kind of staff and overhead, but they're not getting paid for that time. And so dentists always need new customers. Orthodontists are the same, right? Doctors, again, very cash-rich businesses, and getting new kind of clients to doctors is a very lifetime type of customer. Because some of the differences here, guys, is like a dentist and a doctor, for example, assuming people don't like move to a different place and the doctor's not like a friggin' like witch doctor or like cutting your like pinky off while you're like asleep or something crazy, right? You're not going to switch dentists or doctors. You literally are lifetime customers, and that's when the value ladder really starts to shine, and you have to get better and better at kind of being able to describe the lifetime value and the benefit of the value ladder to your business owners when you're telling them how profitable each new lead can actually be for them, right? And gyms are not as much like that. People don't really go to gyms for life, but dentists and doctors do. Right, plumbers are a good one. Also, plumbers are very cash rich. I mean, plumbers make a ridiculous amount of money. I don't know if you've ever called a plumber, but it's like they come and do like one tiny thing, and all of a sudden it's like $500, and I'm like, what? Like, but I always pay it, and that's that's what happens. Electricians, real estate agents, like we just talked about, right? Spending $1,000 on Zillow for one lead when we could literally get 100 times that many, probably better, higher quality leads using Facebook ads. Attorneys, right? MMA gyms, right? CrossFit, same. Karate, martial arts, surgeons, accountants, right? Or financial services. Tax accountants is a great one. When tax season comes up, if somebody sees kind of a very like scarcity-esque tax advertisement on Facebook, like you have 3 days left to file your taxes, like click here to get it done for like half off or something, right? You better believe that a lot of people are going to click like that. And then once somebody is a client once, they stay a client basically forever if they perform a good service, right? And they do so at a cost efficient way. Specialty doctors like spine, all types of different specialty doctors are fantastic here. Usually they have extremely high costs that are covered by insurance. And so, connecting, the right person to the right specialty doctor is usually cheap for the person if they have insurance, and very lucrative for the specialty doctor because, they've developed very specialized skills through years of schooling. And so they deserve, to charge more fees. Spas and massage parlors are obviously fantastic. Tax accountants, again, financial services firms like financial planners, lots of different things. And you can target people by affluency, income level, net worth, and that's a fantastic way that we use actually to target financial services firms. And we're going to go through a couple examples, a number of examples actually, of exactly how we target people. So if I was going to, if I went and said, hey, Mr. Dentist, I want to run Facebook ads for you, and he said, heck yeah, right, then we're going to show you exactly how we're going to target people on Facebook who are most likely to actually sign up for his dentistry service. We're going to show you how to drive real clients, via Facebook ads to these businesses in just a few minutes. And so don't worry about that. We're going to show you exactly. I'm super excited about that because it just works, and we'll show you exactly how to do it. Personal trainers is a great one. Personal trainers and weight loss and fitness is always a perennial huge moneymaker on Facebook. People are constantly trying to get in better shape, feel better, and things like that. CrossFit gyms we talked about. Restaurants, again, you want to be careful here because restaurants, you don't want the mom and pop shops, but you do big restaurants, large restaurants, bars and clubs and things like that that have a little bit larger budgets. Obviously, you don't want to go after like the Chinese store that has like one table that's the size of a closet, but going after like a huge grand opening, restaurant that's brand new downtown might be a good one for you, right? And these ones aren't necessarily as kind of perennial. Maybe they need you just for the grand opening, but then, you can maybe negotiate to charge more up front and things like that. We've negotiated all different types of deals. Don't think that, when we go over the how to charge people, that's like set in stone. It's just kind of a base template for you to work off of, just so you can kind of understand, what's normal to charge, just so you have kind of a baseline. But as you start to get more and more clients via referrals and things like that, and your time starts to get more valuable, obviously, supply and demand, you can start to charge more and things like that. So that is how to find your perfect clients, guys, how to get the low-hanging fruit. Now let's actually go through a few examples to really hammer home how we're going to target people on Facebook who might be interested in going to a dentist or getting a new personal trainer. And this isn't going to be high level at all. We're really going to show you literally the ad targeters that we personally have used to make this work, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about how we would find the perfect customers for a dentist, right? Because remember, we are going to actually be running ads on behalf of this dentist. We are going to be trying to find our dentist, the perfect people to come, get their teeth cleaned and things like that. And we're going to show you the exact funnel that we use. And when I say funnel, for those of you who don't know, right, it's just a better version of a website that's more kind of adept at actually converting people into paying customers. And so we're going to go through exactly how we set this up. Dentist traffic ad in San Diego, La Jolla specifically, and we're going to talk about what interest I chose. We're going to be driving traffic to a website. And so obviously once we had pixel data, on our website, once people kind of, have been visiting our website and things like that, maybe we could add a custom audience, or if we got a lot of data, we could create a lookalike audience if we wanted to like expand it into like nearby counties or something like that. But for the most part, we're just going to be using kind of the detailed targeting down below. So these are 2 zip codes in La Jolla, San Diego, which is kind of a rich kind of region of San Diego, who has parents, and if they have small children and things like that, they'd be concerned more likely, in our experience, just because of the affluency of kind of the demographic of this richer area of San Diego, to be able to put their, give their kids kind of more expensive dentistry, which would be advantageous to us because obviously people who can afford to go to a dentist would be a better customer for the dentist. So these are the 2 zip codes right here. We also did what's called dropping a pin. And so what we did was we zoomed in a little bit. Just so we covered a little bit more ground than just these 2 specific zip codes, we just dropped a pin right here. And then you can choose how large of a radius, like you can make the circle bigger or you can make the circle smaller. And if you do it this way and you drop the pin like this, you actually don't technically need the zip codes because it encompasses them. And so we're just going to do, let's do 14. We're just going to delete these ones because it already encompasses them anyways. And so now we have kind of the whole La Jolla area, which if we zoom in, we can see La Jolla right here, which is an area of San Diego. And so age. And so let's think about this for a second. Who that sees a Facebook ad, because there's 2 types of customers here. There's the customer for us, which is the dentist, and then there's the dentist customer, which is the person who's scrolling through their Facebook feed and sees an ad for a dentist and clicks it, right? So what we're concerned with now that we're a Facebook ad agency is getting our customers, right? And so what age range of people would be most likely to see an ad on Facebook for a dentist and click it? Right? And so 25 to 45-year-olds is kind of going to be my initial guess. And the reason that I'm going to say that, guys, is because, if you're under 25, you've probably had a dentist, or a lot of people had a dentist kind of that their parents introduced, and things like that. But kind of once you get to the 25 to 45-year-old range, you're living by yourself, and we're going to talk about one of the more important parts of this a little bit later on, that you recently moved. But if you're in the 25 range, we could even do 26 because it's actually the last year that you can have your parents' insurance. If you're in the kind of 26-year-old to 45-year-old range, you're moving out. Normally, you're on your own. You don't have your parents' insurance anymore. And people in that general age range between 26 and 45 are having kids, right? So I'm going to take my first kind of stab in the dark as just women. And the reason for that is I've found that women tend to, especially kind of in the husband-wife kind of team, women tend to choose the doctor and dentist more often than men do. And so obviously, if I was going to do this for real, I would do all genders. I would split test and men, and I would split test just women. And I'd be very sure that men would perform significantly worse than women and all. And I think women would perform the best. So I'm just going to take a shot in the dark as women here, but I would, again, split test it just to be sure with, $5 to $10 to $20 a day. We're going to do English here, and it's actually important that we choose English for this one. And the reason for that is San Diego has a very large Hispanic population, and so showing ads to people in English, and then showing them to people who potentially only speak Spanish using Facebook, then you'd be wasting ad spend, right? You'd be showing an ad to somebody who doesn't speak English potentially, and you'd be paying for that. And so we're going to choose English just to make sure that everyone we're showing ads to actually speaks the language that our ad is in. So detailed targeting. So this is the important part, guys, right? Include people who match at least one of the following. Parents with preschoolers who are 3 to 5 years old. I think that the people who are most likely to be shopping for a new dentist would be parents, right? Would be a team of a husband and wife, or a same-sex team that had children. Parents with preschoolers 3 to 5 years old. I think once you kind of get to the 3 to 5 years old range, and I actually had to call and ask my mom this originally because I don't have kids yet, and I didn't know when kids actually started to go to the dentist. And luckily, my mom mom, who's great and works for me full time actually now, was happy and kind enough to share with me when people actually start going to the dentist. But I mean, that's a good point, guys, because if you don't know the answer to these questions, figure it out, right? Who knows when children go to the dentist better than my mom? No one, right? She's the perfect person to ask. And so that's why I targeted parents with preschoolers 3 to 5 years old. Parents with preteens 8 to 12 years old. We see this is out of order, but 3 to 5, 6 to 8, 8 to 12, 13 to 18. Because over 18, your kids usually start to go to college. Most people who get their braces and dental work done and things like that do it before the age of 18. And so there's kind of a lot of thought. And the point is, guys, take your best guess, because at the beginning, you're not going to know until you start to split test, right? And if I was doing this in a more formalized sense, I would probably split test this, where I would make one ad set that only had parents with preschoolers 3 to 5, and then I would split test, I would duplicate it and make one only with parents with preteens aged 8 to 12. And then I would do parents with primary school age, 6 to 8. I would do them individually, right? But this is important. So parents, in my opinion, kind of in my first shot in the dark with younger age children, are going to be the most likely to have an interest in a new dentist, right? But not only that, so they have to match this. They have to be parents and they have to have a child this age, but they must also match the following. They have to have shown interest in Crest, the toothpaste, right? Because if somebody goes out of their way to actually go like the Crest toothpaste page, then obviously they're more interested than the average bear in dental health. And so Crest toothpaste is a good one. Crest Oral-B for dental professionals, right? Another good one. Crest white strips. If somebody's interested in Crest white strips, then they're probably interested in having white teeth. If they're interested in having white teeth, they probably care more about dental health than the average person does. And so these are great ways to kind of narrow down your target audience to people who are parents with kids 3 to 18 who are also interested in these dental hygienic companies or products, to kind of signify that they're more interested than the average person in kind of oral hygiene. And then most importantly, in my opinion, in this specific case, is must also match at least one of the following. Because it's important to note here, guys, there's 3 groups. They have to be this, they also have to be this, and they also have to be this, right? So we're really honing down on this first kind of shot in the dark, and then we're gonna see whether or not I'm actually right. But again, like always, the true tell is gonna be from once you start to split test, which we will talk about in the future modules. So I think it's really important that they have recently moved. Facebook gives you so many options here and so much variety, like we talked about, all of the different interests, demographics, behaviors that you can target, right? So a great demographic, right, that they label as life events is that they recently moved. And Facebook knows all about our geography. They know where we are. I know it's creepy, but for us, it's great. And so if they recently moved, they'd be much more likely, in my opinion, to be shopping for a dentist, because people who haven't recently moved are much more likely to already have a dentist in the area that they live, right? And so this is a very, very critical point, which is why I put it by itself. So this means that every single person that we show this ad to has to have recently moved, right? They could like Crest or Oral-B or Crest white strips or Oral-B right here, right? They could like any of these 4. They could be any of these 4, but they have to be this one. And that's why it's so important, right? So when you narrow further, I generally like to put my most important detailed targeting by itself, so that every single person that we show the ad to matches this specific detailed targeting, right? And so then let's keep going. So placements, like we talked about kind of in the last modules, how I like to set this up is I'll do one split test that has mobile only. I'll do one split test that has desktop only. But just to make this easier, we'll just do all devices here. And we're gonna get rid of some of the stuff that doesn't really work, right? Instagram has different sizes for ads that are optimized, so we're not gonna do that. When we run Instagram ads, we'll do it in perfectly optimized sizes. We're going to get rid of some of these ones that just don't work well, and we're going to focus on the Facebook feeds, right? Because the Facebook feeds are by far the most profitable type of ad placement that you can actually run, right? So we set up our location, we set up our ad set name, age, gender, language, detailed targeting, placements, right? And now let's talk about budget and schedule for a second. And so, you need to talk about this with, your actual clients, but they're going to ask you, like, what do you recommend? Right. And so what I like to do is I like to create a bunch of split tests. And when you create a bunch of split tests, it starts to add up. Because remember, if your budget is $5 a day, for example, and you split tested it and ran one desktop and one mobile, then that would now be $5 a day and $5 a day. So there's two sets of $5 a day, which obviously means your total budget is $10 a day. And so, depending on what your clients are comfortable spending, I generally like to recommend that they start by spending, between $20 and $50 a day. And so if you have 4 split tests here or 10 split tests, if they allow you to do $50 a day, or $100 a day, obviously the more split tests you can have and the more that they're comfortable with and the more that you can quickly show them results, the more comfortable that they're going to be actually spending more daily budget once they're kind of seeing and feeling that additional profit that you're adding. Because an important note about this, guys, is that the quicker that you can show them results, the better they're going to feel. People that have never advertised before, it feels weird spending money with no tangible result, right? Like, what am I spending money on? Like, I don't get like a prize. I don't get a basketball. I don't get like a physical product. I don't get anything, right? It seems very intangible. But when they hear the phone ring and somebody calls in to the dentist business and says, hey, like I'm responding to an ad I saw on Facebook, like I want to claim, my free teeth cleaning. I saw an ad from, Kevin David or whatever the name of the page was, then that feels so much more real. The secretaries are going to start talking about it. The nurses are going to talk about it. Everybody's kind of going to be buzzing about this amazing, new thing that you created for them, right? You brought them a client that they would never have otherwise had. And that is the magic of Facebook ads, right? And so, it's going to be a hard sell giving them a large daily budget, but once they feel results and see the profit and the value that you're bringing, right, it's going to be so much easier. And so that, guys, is the dentist. How I would set up, a basic kind of first test, the quote unquote shot in the dark, with a lot of, thought behind it, obviously, that we would then start to duplicate and split test and start to see what was actually working and what wasn't, scaling the ones that were, obviously pausing the ones that were not, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next example. All right, guys, so let's talk about another example, and this one is going to be personal trainers. And so we're going to do Boston for this example. So we chose Boston. Obviously, we named it. The interest the same. So we're going to choose Boston, Massachusetts. We're just going to drop a pin here like we already did and choose, plus or minus, a general area like that. And so this one is going to be a little bit different, though. My initial kind of estimates and thoughts of what a personal trainer would be people 21 through 35 who are women, right? Women are much more likely, just through hundreds of thousands of dollars of spend, to be interested in personal trainer, weight loss types of offers than men are, especially from a Facebook ad. Men generally, being interested in fitness and things like that comes more attuned to sports and actually word of mouth from our experience. And so these are the detailed targeting that we're interested in. But how we're going to organize this specific video is a little bit more attuned to how we actually go about doing our initial, quote unquote shot in the dark, where we guess what we think the best type of detailed targeting is going to be. We guess what type of age, gender, and things like that. But for this specific video, we're going to do it a little bit more how I like to do things. And so to know for sure that someone is interested in personal training or specifically, weight loss or getting in shape, right? We want to choose the best detailed targeting out of all of this, in our opinion, right? And so the best 3, in my opinion, are MyFitnessPal, Anytime Fitness, and 24-Hour Fitness. If you've liked 24-Hour Fitness's page, Anytime Fitness's page, or MyFitnessPal, which is a kind of a fitness app that helps you track things related to fitness, then I know for almost a fact that you are interested in fitness, you're interested in losing weight, you're okay with going to a gym, and you're okay with, putting forth the effort of actually downloading kind of a fitness related app, right? And so after we kind of decide what our favorite, 1, 2, or 3 interests are, after kind of doing some brainstorming, going through the demographics here, we can literally type in fitness if we have no thoughts at all and go through all of these and think to ourselves, okay, yeah, I think MyFitnessPal actually probably is a really good one, because if someone's willing to go and download an app, then they probably care a lot about fitness, because that's a lot of work, right? And so don't ever let yourself get overwhelmed, right? You can literally type in personal trainer and Facebook's going to give you a bunch of options, and you can literally go down and start to choose the ones that you think are interesting and things like that. So once you kind of decided on some, now we're going to use Facebook's actual data. So here we are in Audience Insights, and again, to get here, you just go to All Tools, Audience Insights. And what we're going to do is, since we know that like we're simulating this as if we were advertising for a personal trainer in Boston, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to type in an interest here. And I think my favorite one, just to start out with, is going to be MyFitnessPal. Because again, if someone's willing to download a fitness app, then they're probably interested in fitness. So we're going to do MyFitnessPal. And we see that 54% women changed to 70% women. So 54% of Facebook is women, but now people who are interested in MyFitnessPal are 70% women. So we were right? But it's not as drastic as I would have thought. Yeah, I would have thought that it would have been more like 80 or 90%, but that's actually, that's good for us. So that means that we're not actually going to do just women like we thought. It's worth running a split test, of all of men and of women, right? So because if it was like 98% women, then just choosing women, we wouldn't even have to split test it. Or if it was 90%, like we probably still wouldn't have to split test it. But since it's 70-30, it's worth split testing. So my initial guess was 21-year-olds through 35-year-olds. And we see right here that 25-year-olds through 34-year-olds are actually the dominant, right? 18 through 24 is actually a very low percentage, and the dominant age range of MyFitnessPal is actually much older than I originally thought, right? And so I hope you guys are seeing how exciting this is using Audience Insights once you kind of establish your best guess. So my best guess is going to be one of these two, of one of these three. And we see that my ages are all wrong, right? So instead of starting out with my, shot in the dark kind of initial test with a lot of thought and, estimates and kind of premeditation, I'm going to change this to 25 here. And I'm going to change this up until 44, because we see after 44, it's a stark drop, right? All of these older kind of age ranges are significantly lower. And so we're going to end it at 44. Let's look at page likes. So people who are interested in MyFitnessPal are also interested in Hungry Girl, Beachbody. Okay, Weight Watchers is a great one that I didn't think about. So I'm definitely going to add Weight Watchers here. Weight Watchers. We're going to make sure we don't choose employers here. We're going to choose interests. And that might be a really good one also. So let's actually now erase, or actually before we do that, let's actually put in Boston here, so we can get even more specific. So now we're in Boston, and it went from 70% women to 66% women. And look at this change. This is a very interesting one. The 25 through 34-year-olds actually shot up significantly, right? So now it's 41% between 25 and 34. So maybe our first split test, if we're choosing Boston specifically, would be 25-year-olds through 34-year-olds instead, because Boston, obviously, according to Facebook, has a younger demographic who's interested in fitness relative to the United States as a whole, right? So that's a very, very important piece of knowledge for our initial kind of shot in the dark. So we're going to do 25 through 34-year-olds. And so now let's try a new one, right? So let's erase Boston. Let's erase MyFitnessPal. And let's try 24-hour fitness. So now we see the ratio drops even more to more kind of equal. So it was 70% women, and now it's 58% women, which means that we would definitely here want to, split test both genders, right? Starting with all, duplicating, starting with just men, duplicating, starting with just women, right? And so now let's see. So it's 58% women here, and then if we put in Boston, or actually let's look really quick. So we see that a big percentage, especially of men actually, is 25 through 34-year-olds related to 24-hour fitness. If we put in Boston here, then we see that this is a huge contrast. Look at this, enormous contrast. Everything drops off significantly. So if we were gonna run a campaign here, right, maybe we want 24-hour fitness by itself, and we wanna run 24-hour fitness only to 25 through 34-year-olds, because we see that a massive amount of 25 through 34-year-olds who are interested in 24-hour fitness who live in Boston, right? So we're gonna leave this as 25 through 34-year-olds. We're gonna do all, and then again, split test it on just men and women. And we can run this exactly like this, or we can make it much simpler and just run 24-hour fitness by itself, or maybe 24-hour fitness. So let's make this simpler. Before we do, let's actually talk about this. So these are personal trainers, obviously Jenny Craig, Jillian Michaels, personal trainer. I don't know how that slipped in there. That's an algorithm based because there's no personal trainer page, right? Slim Fast. Active credit card users, right? People who are active credit card users are more likely to actually make purchases. And so I use this one a lot. It's 130 million people, so it doesn't really, kind of cramp your audience size too bad. Health and wellness buyers, physical fitness, right? So let's, this is actually pretty good. So let's illustrate something though. So right now we see that we have an audience size with the little arrow pointing up, and I know that's like very kind of like primitive and basic, but it's a reasonably good kind of indicator of the audience size being the correct size. So let's get rid of all of those. Okay. So now we see that our potential reach is 500 through 1500 with 27,000 potential reach total, right? And so let's, just for the sake of experiment, let's get rid of one of the big ones. So if we get rid of physical fitness, okay, down to 22,000. Let's get rid of health and wellness, down to 21,000. Let's get rid of Weight Watchers. That'll make it small. 12,000. MyFitnessPal. 3,400. Right, so we see as we remove these that give you a larger pool, it makes the potential reach significantly smaller, right? And now we see that our potential reach says 2,100 people, and the arrow is now pointing into the red. When it points into the red, or it points into the broad, I can't tell if that's yellow, or points into the broad area, that means that Facebook is telling you that for this specific interest, based off of their historical data, that your audience size is either too small or too broad, and you need to add more kind of detailed targeting. And so, for every different niche, for entrepreneurship, for weight loss, for supplements, for, sports, for anything, right? Facebook has just troves of data basically on all of these different types of niches, and it gives you kind of an indication of specific and broad. I have run very, very successful campaigns that are still pointing to too specific. Facebook tells me it's too specific to run ads, and then you still can run ads to it. But I've never ran a successful ad that was in the broad, right? So always make sure that you're either pointing straight up into the green or in the red. I've run very, very profitable ad campaigns often when it's pointing into the red, and Facebook will literally tell you like you can't run an ad because it's too specific, and then you press OK, and then it runs the ad, which is fine because Facebook, like every piece of software, has glitches and things like that. But generally, guys, you want this to point up at the sky, right, into the middle of the green here. But don't let it, right? And I'm gonna repeat: do not kill yourself if it's in the red, because it still can be very successful. But just generally, you want it to point up into the green. And so we're gonna add back MyFitnessPal, and now we see that the arrow is back up at the green, and so this would be an ad campaign that we'd be comfortable of running, right? And so let's try one more. I think we had Anytime Fitness, yeah. So let's erase Boston just for one more example, so we can really hammer this home. And let's do Anytime Fitness. So we see that it's pretty similar, 56% women, 44% men. And then if we put in Boston, we see that it's less like very young people and significantly more through the 25 through 44-year-old range. And so we've seen a lot of similarity. The reason that we looked at Anytime Fitness, 24-Hour Fitness, and MyFitnessPal was to try to establish a pattern, right? 3 independent yet horizontally related topics show us the pattern of the data, right? A very obvious pattern in Boston was that 25 through 34-year-olds dominate, who are interested in these 3 interests that we think are the most closely match the perfect customer of our personal trainer, right? And so that is how I use audience insights to help me figure out, what interest to target, what age range to target, whether to target men or women, right? If we wanted to look at Anytime Fitness again, and we wanted to get ideas of other things, like that's exactly how I found Weight Watchers, right? So we could add Weight Watchers back here. The first time, oops, that was employers. You got to make sure that you look closely because you don't actually accidentally want to choose employers, right? So Weight Watchers here. Now we see Anytime Fitness. Planet Fitness is another great one that I didn't think about before. So we can put in Planet Fitness interest here. It's a great one. Corner Mall, right? These are Boston specific. Oh, because we're in Boston. So page likes. But that's actually a good point. Let's talk about that for a second. So if we do Boston, then it'll actually show us page likes that other people are likely to have that are in Boston. So we can actually get super specific and then try in our split test to actually like a specific gym, for example, or a bowling alley that people who like the gym also like. So there's basically infinite opportunities, guys. The only reason you could ever fail with Facebook ads is not being willing to try enough split tests. And so that is how we take a lot of the guesswork out. So I wanted to show you the first example, kind of doing it just from scratch and logic, just to get your kind of cogs moving and things like that. But then don't ever let yourself do it do this process without utilizing the unbelievable amount of data that Facebook provides for you. Understanding how to harness the data and how to use that data to your advantage is how you win as a Facebook marketer, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. Let's talk about how to find the perfect client for real estate agents, right? So real estate agents, for the most part, have two types of clients, right? But we're going to focus, or a few type of clients. We're going to focus on the real estate agent that wants to find people who are trying to purchase their first homes, right? Because most of the time, how people enter kind of the real estate ecosystem is by buying their first home, and then the real estate agents get those like kind of easier commissions when those same people want to go about selling their homes. And so people who are trying to buy their first home is who we are going to target here, and then the real estate agent, through their relationship skills and just like how well that they do their job, they're going to get those kind of cheaper, easier sales commissions when those same people go to sell their homes, right? Because usually the sales process when they go to sell their homes happens from the relationships that they formed with their previous real estate agent, unless something went wrong, right? And so we're going to focus on how to find real estate agents, new clients who are looking to purchase their first home. We're going to do this one in Chicago. We're going to do it in kind of the same way. This is just like my kind of initial thoughts. We're going to target people based on their demographics, right? People who are earning an income 100,000 all the way up to over 500,000. And so we're going to kind of leave out number 1, 2, and 3. We see the numbers here, which is 99,000 to 75, 75 to 50, and below 50. So we're going to leave those out because we're going to target people who are a little bit more affluent, a little bit higher on kind of the income scale here, and we're also going to target people who have a higher net worth, right? So 500,000 all the way up to 2 million, because we're just going to make the assumption that this is maybe a more luxury home. If it wasn't, obviously you could change this around however you want to target people in a lower income bracket and who have a lower net worth. But we're going to choose it. We're going to do this one as if we're targeting people who are kind of in a higher net worth. And so we're going to open up Audience Insights. Because these are just my basic assumptions, right? Over 2 million, 500,000 to a million to 2 million. But we also want them to match the following. So they have this income, they also have this net worth, and they also have this, right? According to their behavior, according to their residential profile, they're likely to move. And so Facebook has an unbelievable amount of data, and we're going to test it, all right? We're going to try to see if it actually is working. So they're likely to move according to their behavioral profile that Facebook has on them. They're a first-time home buyer, and that they're also a renter, right? One of these three things. Because if somebody is likely to move, then they could potentially be likely to be there to try to find their first house. If they're a renter, maybe they are going to become a buyer, right? If we're targeting homeowners, they're probably less likely to buy their first home. So we're targeting renters who are likely to move, who are also, according to their home ownership demographical profile, are first-time home buyers. And they also match the following. If somebody is interested in buying a first home and they're at all technologically savvy, they've probably heard about Realtor.com, Trulia, or Zillow. And if they have heard about Realtor.com, Trulia, or Zillow, it's very, very likely that they're looking for a house. Because why otherwise would you go to Realtor.com, Trulia, or Zillow.com unless you were looking to buy your first home, right? And so I think that these three are probably my best kind of options to mess around with when it comes to actually using audience insights to get a little bit more information about these people in Chicago who are interested in these things. So we're going to use realtor.com. So let's do realtor.com. We see that it's 72% women. We see that there's almost no action here for 18 to 24-year-olds, which makes a lot of sense, right? Because 18 to 24-year-olds generally aren't looking to buy their first home because, with today's economy, it's a little harder sometimes. We're going to choose Chicago, Illinois. And we see that, the overwhelming percentage here is 25 through 34-year-olds, but even more so 35 through 44-year-olds, right? So this is a very defined bracket here. And so I'm going to update my age. So I was guessing 25 through 34, but leaving out the 44-year-olds makes absolutely no sense because there's such an overwhelmingly large percentage here. And so we see that it's generally split men and women, but it's actually primarily or more so women. Let's see what other pages people like who are interested in realtor.com. At property, Chicago Association of Realtors. Oh, because we're in Chicago right now. So let's take off Chicago and see what people who are interested. Realtor.com, realtor.com Pro. Right, here we go. It's, Zillow, Trulia, HomeAway. Zappos is an interesting one. Overstock, Home Goods, right? Because if people are interested in Home Goods or Wayfair, they're probably buying furniture for a new home. Potentially, or they're at least like looking at buying new furniture, or they're interested in Home Goods, which has a lot of kind of decorations for homes and stuff like that. Because I just bought a house and I had never been to Home Goods in my life, and people were kind of recommending me to go there, and I went there once, and it's the only time that I'll ever go there again. So Realtor Magazine might be an interesting one to test out. So we might add Realtor Magazine, because we do see that Realtor Magazine right here has an 1165 times affinity score, which basically means that how likely your audience is to like a given page compared to everyone on Facebook. So if somebody who likes Realtor.com is 1100 times more likely to also like Realtor Magazine compared to the average Facebook user, right? So that is kind of how we do it. The only kind of update that I would make initially for kind of our shots in the dark would be to make the age range a little bit wider. And again, we could run a split test 25 through 34 and 35 through 44 and just kind of see the results. But it's important to kind of recognize, guys, that when you run these ad campaigns, Facebook will show you, what ages are doing the best. Like if we ran 18 to 65 plus, it would still show us, okay, the people like 25 through whatever 34-year-olds are performing the best for your ads. But the problem with that, if you don't split test it, is Facebook isn't perfect. It won't give you, equal impressions across all age ranges if you do too wide of a range, which is why I always suggest split testing it like this. 25 through 34-year-olds, I would make this ad, exactly how it is like this. I would launch it, and then I would duplicate it, and the only thing that I would change is changing this to be, 35 through 44-year-olds. And then you can really know for sure what is actually better between those age ranges, 35 through 44 or 25 through 34, because you're going to be able to get much more kind of consistent level impressions than if you use a big age range. Facebook won't give it equal impressions. It'll just prioritize one, and you won't be able to know what is actually the preferential age there. And so this is kind of what I would do, guys. Targeting people by income, targeting people by net worth, targeting people by their, their behaviors and demographics, that they're likely to move, that they're first-time home buyers or renters, and then targeting people who are interested in, services or companies who kind of facilitate people who are looking to buy their first home. So that is how I would do it, guys, with Audience Insights. I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about how to actually close new clients, plus the exact phone and email templates that I use to get new business. And, for those of us out there that don't like calling people on the phone like me, I created this phone template to really kind of simulate as much as possible exactly how this conversations are mainly going to go. Because, the differential between signing new business, especially quickly, on the phone versus email, especially with local businesses who are much more kind of used to doing business on the phone, is night and day, right? using the phone is going to get you more success and more clients and more profit much faster and much more significantly. A higher significantly close rate than email will. So phone is so important, and I know most people don't like doing it, and I don't like doing it either, but I promise I put a lot of time and energy into this phone template. And we also are going to have a real live simulation where I'm going to get one of my assistants to actually call a local business and close them, hopefully, on the phone. And she doesn't have, any experience with this whatsoever, and she's going to do it completely from scratch using this template, more or less just to prove to you guys that it is possible. And we're going to show all of the cuts, whether she got denied or whether she actually was able to sign that business. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be really good. But for this one, we're going to talk about how to close new clients, and we're going to show the actual templates themselves. So if you're thinking to yourself, where do I find people's email addresses? Where do I find phone numbers of these local businesses? Like, how are you finding, dentists, for example? And for the next few kind of topics, we're just going to use dentist as an example, but it could be, physical therapist. It could be chiropractor. It could be doctor. It could be, a CrossFit gym. It could be anything. It's just, I'm not going to say that every single time. So I'm just going to use dentist as our examples, but it literally could be anything. So don't think that we were going to only target dentists all over the world, and literally just ninjas are going to take over all dentistry. So how we're going to do this, guys, is we're going to actually think logically, right? So if we're an agency owner, we have to get creative with how we actually are targeting these businesses and how we're finding their contact information. And it's not as hard as you think. So let's say, for example, that I wanted to find, or I lived in Las Vegas and I wanted to start my Facebook ad agency in Las Vegas. So in the example that we're going to use for the next few lessons, we're just going to use a dentist. So what would I do? I would use, handy dandy Google and type in Las Vegas dentist. I know that's, very complicated, but that's just kind of how it works, right? And so the people who are showing ads here, guys, what does that tell us? What do we know about the ease of signing new clients versus, people who are not used to spending dollars on ads, right? It's easier to move money than it is to create new money. So people who are actually spending ads here on Google search, we know are already advertising some, which means that they might be significantly more willing to actually start advertising on Facebook. Just because they're advertising on Google does not mean that they're advertising on Facebook. They could totally be missing out on a huge avenue, and it's definitely worth reaching out. But these are fantastic, right? So I'm going to open these 3 ads because we know that they're already at least somewhat comfortable with online marketing. So what we see here is cosmetic dentistry in Las Vegas. Here's the number literally right here. I bet if there's a contact, wow, this website is comically designed. There's a contact us page here with nothing on it. Yeah, so there's a contact page with nothing on it here. They do have testimonials though. Okay. Read where am I supposed to read what some of your patients said? There's literally nothing here. Yeah, so they tried to make a website. It's just a little bit antiquated. So what we see here is Stacy. She's probably the one who's going to be answering the phones, right? And so the more we know about people without being creepy, being like, "Hi, Stacy from Minnesota. You've been assisting us for 6 years. How's your new baby boy?" Right? We're not going to be that egregious, but understanding their names and knowing the names of the dentist, for example, could be advantageous. Just to be kind of aware of who kind of the practice owners are and things like that. And so, this is the number that I would call Dr. Kruyer. We can see right here. Here he is, or here she is. Excuse me. We can see where she's from. She's graduated cum laude from Marquette, right? And so, it's okay to do your homework and say hey, I read about you on your website. I know you went to Marquette. Maybe say something about their sports teams, or if you know anything about Marquette. Right? Just it's like any other business. You want to make it personal without being over the top and crazy and super creepy. But here you go. There's a lot of information here, and I would call, and then I would set up and use the template that we're about to go over in a second. Here's another one. So here's the phone number, right? Contact us. Let's see if this actually exists. And you could even say that you'd be happy to introduce this, just as a last point, you'd be happy to introduce them to a a web designer because their contact us page is literally Las Vegas, Nevada dentist, which is funny. I mean, I shouldn't be laughing, but you can help them because if you're in this course, you're obviously committed to technology and learning new things, and maybe you could help them with their website because it needs some serious help. And that's an interesting. Okay, so here is the next people. So we have testimonials. Sweet. Or do we? Yeah, we do. So they literally have, oh my gosh, this is perfect, right? They already have some videos here. This is great. And they have some word of mouth, testimonial page. Oh man, we could pull this all directly onto a funnel. This is great. So this is a very technologically savvy company. So I'd be curious to see if they actually have, where is this? Okay, here we go. Admin at Dentist Las Vegas. We can call or email, I guess, but just I know calling people on the phone sucks, but it doesn't suck that bad. It doesn't suck bad enough to work at a 9 to 5. It doesn't suck bad enough to work, for someone else in like a dark, dingy conference room, having a bunch of pointless meetings and doing things that you don't want to do and getting up and having to go through a commute and all of that. It doesn't suck worse than that, trust me. Okay, so this is okay, here we go. So Facebook, we can find their Facebook information, see if they've done any, yes, they have 600 likes. They have a video cover photo, right? They have some reviews here. I mean, their image doesn't actually line up, which is interesting. Oh, but they actually have, they have a messenger bot. So these guys are incredibly technically savvy. So maybe somebody already got to them and set this all up for them. I guarantee that the dentist didn't set this up, but they might be so technologically savvy that they already have a Facebook advertiser. I'm not sure, but I would definitely call and nonetheless and offer them my services and tell them how we could improve. Okay, so here's another one, Wagner Dental. This is a great photo for a Facebook ad. A bunch of reasonably attractive smiling people. Advanced technology with a gentle touch, gentle dental. Oh, they have a blog. That's interesting. Reviews about us. Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, so these are great. These are fantastic. And here we see obviously the number. They also have their Facebook information here. Let's check it out. All right, closer to 1,000 with some reviews here. Call now. This is great. They have their call to action set up, right? So these guys understand at least at a basic level what they're doing, but we can make the assumption that they do because they're advertising on Google. When we see people advertising on Google, we know for a fact that they're much more technologically savvy, or they know how to find people who are, which means that they're comfortable in that realm, which means one of two things. It means they're already advertising on Facebook, and which means that maybe they want to change and they want somebody who could be better, which means that they're already advertising on Google, which means that they're open to the idea of advertising on Facebook. And if they're profitably advertising on Google, then they're open to the idea of Facebook being profitable as well. Or it means that they're already happy with all of their advertisements and you move on. And the worst case scenario is they say no thanks and that's it. Right, and so it's all positive when you see people on Facebook, and so those are kind of the three that we saw on Facebook. But if we look here, we see the top 10 dentists in Las Vegas. Right, so we can do it like this, or we can just there's literally so many here, guys. Don't ever tell me that you can't find businesses in your city. Right, so here we go again. So ads on Yelp, right? Advertising on Yelp means that they're comfortable spending money on advertisements on the internet, but they don't necessarily have a presence on Facebook, right? And another way that we can tell, here, let's actually open those websites back up for a second. So here's Dentist Las Vegas. So do they have a Facebook pixel? They do not have a Facebook pixel, right? So, but Wagner Dental does have a Facebook pixel. And these guys do not. Right, and so in a little bit, we're going to talk about some really, really good ways to kind of spice up some business and make the initial approach. So don't worry about this. We're going to give you such good ways to open the conversation, which is the hardest part. But just knowing whether or not they have a Facebook pixel is a fun little ninja tactic that we've used to just sign so much business. It's ridiculous, right? You guys see me getting excited because it's just so easy. It's just hard getting started. Getting your first client is the hardest part by far. Once you get your first client, it's seriously so much easier, guys. So just kill yourself till you get that first client, and then after you get that first client, then you're gonna thank me so much, and you're gonna see just how amazing this opportunity is. So here's a ton more people, right? I would definitely contact these 3 that are advertising, because generally I've found that people who are advertising on Yelp get unbelievably more profitable and immediate results using the same ad spend that they were using on Yelp on Facebook, right? So that's a great way to kind of lead things off. So that is how I would find new clients, right? So let's go over the phone template and the email template, starting with the phone template. So the phone template is super, super important. Like I said, you're gonna close way more people on the phone, especially if you're like reasonably good at speaking. Like obviously not like me because I can't speak at all. But just be comfortable with yourself. You're a Facebook advertising expert if you've gotten to this point in the course, and if you watch the course again, you're gonna be even better, right? So we're gonna use the dentist as an example just to stay true to ourselves here. So we might open by saying, hey, my name's Kevin. I'm the lead Facebook ads marketer with That Lifestyle Ninja digital advertising company. I was hoping I might be able to get you guys some new paying customers completely for free with absolutely no catch, right? And you don't want to read it off like necessarily as a template, because people who are like obviously reading a template just sound ridiculous on the phone. So you want to make sure that you aren't going word for word here. Just kind of get the gist of it. Practice with your spouse. Call your mom and pretend she's a dentist, right? The more you practice, the better you're going to get and the more comfortable you're going to get with this stuff. This template is generally just kind of to get you in the mindset of how this is going to go. So you're probably going to get a receptionist, and they're not going to know how to respond because they're just used to people like scheduling appointments or like calling to like do dentist stuff. But they're probably going to respond something like, wow, like I've never heard of anything like that before. Like I'm just the receptionist. And you say, okay, that's no problem at all. I totally understand, right? The name of the dentist, whatever his name is, it'll say on the website, like Dr. Wagner is busy. Just to give some quick background, we're actually currently running ads for multiple practices similar to yours in Las Vegas, and we were able to get them like super significant profitable new business in under a month. I'd love to have just 5 minutes of Dr. Wagner's time to discuss. And again, this is a complete win-win situation for you guys. We're more than happy to pay for some initial ads ourselves, literally just to prove to you guys that this works. And before we do any type of business together at all, before you pay anything, and just say we always like to show our clients results before we actually become partners. And they'll probably respond something like, you're probably still going to be talking to the receptionist, but she'll probably say, wow, that sounds awesome. Yeah, let me get your information to pass it on, and he'll give you a call back. Right? And you can say, awesome, sounds good. You can reach me on my personal cell phone. I always work directly with my clients. We're run locally here in Las Vegas, and he would be working directly with me. My phone number is, whatever. Look forward to chatting. Take care, right? And I like to keep a record, guys, because, this gets complicated if you're calling, like me, when I first started this, I was calling like 50 businesses a day, and most people get like discouraged if they call one, but it's like, I get happy if somebody says no to me because that means I can move on to the next person. But that's just me being a freak. But I mean, the more you're like that, and the more that, you just have absolutely no even thought in the back of your mind of giving up, the easier and faster you're going to be successful, because this just does work. And so what I do, guys, is I just keep like a Google Drive document, of like my leads. And so I'll just keep a Google Drive, and I'll say like Dr. Wagner, address, called on, May 15th at 6 p.m., spoke to receptionist, name like Chelsea or whatever her name was. They said they'd call me back by tomorrow. Right? And so, because what'll happen is people won't necessarily always call you back when they say they will, because dentists are busy. They have their own family. They have a ton of stuff going on. They have their, patients and stuff like that. And so you're going to have to follow up with a lot of these people and say like, hey, like I talked to, Chelsea last week. I was just following up, just making sure that, seeing if you guys were still interested, like completely no worries if you're not, but I just know that things happen and people get busy, and I just wanted to follow up because I just know how much value that I can add for you guys. Right? And so that is the phone template, guys. Again, don't read it. but just get a general idea of it. And it's meant kind of just to show you how these conversations generally tend to go. And you're going to be surprised, right? Some people are going to say no, but that's a good thing because it means that you can try the next person, right? Give it your all, be passionate, be energetic, really understand and know the value that you can provide these people up front. Like when you're trying to sell yourself, it's so much easier knowing that you can make them more money, right? Because you're not selling anything. You're like, hey, let me make you an extra $10,000. It's like, if they understood that that was the truth, it'd be so much easier for us, right? But that is the truth if you're doing Facebook ads correctly, right? It's just so much money to be made. You just have to know what you're doing, and these businesses don't, and we do, and we're the connection, right? So let's talk about the email template. So I would say like, hey, name, I'm Kevin. I'm a huge fan of like your dentistry business. I especially liked your recent, event activity promotion. Basically, the point of this is just to make it personal, right? If they don't have any like type of online presence or web presence or blog or any like thing that you can like say that they've done recently, then just take it out. Just say like, hey, like I've heard like great things about your business, right? I work with numerous local companies, competitors. You want to just name other competitors kind of in Las Vegas, other dentists in this specific example, right? This is kind of the fake it till you make it. Nobody wants to be the first client, but if you kind of, portray yourself like you've had other clients before, right? Especially if you're offering to do this completely for free, it's kind of okay. It's okay to, really establish yourself that you're you have a few other clients, you've done this before, just so people feel more comfortable, right? If you're charging them a bunch up front, then you'd want to be completely honest. But if you're doing it completely for free, let your results speak for themselves, right? So it's a little bit of fake it till you make it, but that's okay. So I work with numerous local companies like, other dentists in Las Vegas, running Facebook ads for them, and have gotten incredible results, generating very profitable new leads and paying customers for cheap. I just wanted to email you to see if you currently had a digital marketing team or if you might be interested in my agency setting you up a completely free marketing campaign to see if we could bring in some new business for you. I'm sure you recognize business is changing with over 2 billion active users, yes with a B, averaging 40 plus minutes per day on Facebook. Your highly profitable customers are there, and we know how to find them for much cheaper than you think. Right? I made a demo of what an ad we might run for your business might look like. Insert image here. If this is something you might be interested in, please let me know by responding to this email or giving me a call on my personal cell phone. I work with all my clients. No big faceless corporate stuff here. And so what I like to do is generate an actual funnel or example ad. And I've actually created both for you guys, which we're going to talk about later on. I just wanted to show you this little template here. So if you want to see the actual funnel itself, it's down here. It looks like this, and you can actually just click right here to get your completely free pre-built funnel that you can use, and all you have to do is change out the background, which we're going to talk about later on. And you can also click here to get access to completely free, totally ready to go ads for dentists, doctors, and real estate agents. I made 3 that you can use, and I also included the Photoshop templates, so you or a $5 an hour person on Fiverr can just update them. So I really wanted to include everything you could possibly need, guys. So I hope you recognize that I'm really trying as hard as I can to give you everything you need to be successful for this. And so this is the email. It's a little bit more important to be able to show them something. And if you want to, and you want to be like a go-getter and an overachiever, you can do the same thing on the phone, right? People like tangible stuff. If you create a website for them, and I'll show you exactly how easy it is to do that so quickly, guys. If you literally send them an email with a website with their photos and their, the name of their business, they're going to be so impressed, and they're going to, let you guys run their Facebook ads for them. I promise you guys that, if you find the right people and you don't give up. And we're going to talk about exactly how to do that with our client generation strategies. And it's super exciting. I hope you guys are excited because it's such an amazing thing. We figured out so many little hacks for you guys. Sorry, I get a little overexcited sometimes. And so that is how to close clients, my exact phone and email templates that I use to get business, from start to finish. And we're going to include everything that you guys need to absolutely open the conversation, impress the heck out of these clients, and most importantly, sign them on as new clients and get those monthly retainers to really start creating a hugely scalable, 100% profit, pretty much business, right? And obviously, guys, the last thing that I'm going to say here, depending on the business you're marketing to, kind of the underlying ideas are the same. Make it personal, discuss their business, recent activities, anything you can like that. Show your reputability and experience in similar marketing. And then we're going to talk about exactly how to actually offer a completely risk-free kind of experience to them, just to kind of get things going, to open the relationship. Because the hardest part, guys, is the first client. After that, it's so much easier. And we are going to show you exactly how to sign that first client. So I hope you enjoyed this one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about client generation strategies. So these are some of the ninja tactics that I picked up over the years of, running Facebook ad agencies, running a ton of ad campaigns for other businesses, other small businesses, other large businesses, my own business, and just things that I've kind of picked up along the way. So some of the client generation strategies that we're going to talk about are really kind of meant to just open the door, because the hardest part about establishing a new business relationship is kind of the initial awkwardness of, how much is it going to cost me? Like, I don't know if I can afford that and things like that. And so the methods that I'm going to go over here, a lot of them, guys, have the value ladder in mind. They have kind of the wealthy person's mentality in mind, where you're giving away free value, right? You're spending your own time with no expectation of money to establish a business relationship with these people, and you're going to capitalize and monetize on it downstream, and it's going to be so much easier to do that kind of once you've already proven that value. Because some amazing entrepreneurs I've learned a ton from, and just in my own experience, when you offer free value, it's so much easier to establish a business relationship with these people. And so a lot of these strategies are going to be, giving away free value, giving away your time, even sometimes spending your own money on advertising budgets, just to show these people how valuable you can really be to them. Right? And so one of the first things that we're going to talk about is offering, a free $50 ad spend or $100 ad spend or whatever you feel comfortable with, right? And then it's very important that we always create a custom code where it's like, make sure that when you call in, you mention like white smile, for example, to get like your free cleaning, right? But you have to like mention white smile like when you're on the phone talking to us, or else you're not going to get it. And so the reason that you do this, guys, is so that they know that the sales are actually coming from you. Otherwise, local dentists and things like that get calls from people who look them up on Google and Yelp and things like that. And so you want to make sure that they know that value is coming from you. So always make a custom coupon. And remember, offer a significant discount to current clients for referrals. So this single tactic, because like I've said before a couple times, getting your first client is 100 million times harder than getting your next 10. Right? Because getting your first client, you don't have any testimonials unless, you use some of the strategies we've talked about with, using families or friends who have small businesses, running ads for them, getting them results, right? And then having them make you a testimonial, which is, I totally recommend everyone to do, right? Go find a friend or family member that has a small business, run some Facebook ads for them, get them some results, and then have them make you a killer testimonial. But, offering a significant discount to current clients for referrals and saying, hey, we're going to charge you $1,000 a month to run your Facebook ads, but for every referral that you bring to us that ends up coming on as a paying client, we're going to give you a 50% discount for that month, right? So we're going to give you $500 off for every single referral, and that's going to give them a huge incentive, right? Because people love saving money, and every dentist or most dentists know other dentists from dental school, right? And you don't have to be in the same city to run ads for people, for dentists or for anyone. I just suggest that people start out in the city that they're in, because it's dentist in Boston versus a dentist in Austin, Texas, or San Francisco, or anywhere. There's no difference from a Facebook advertising perspective. You can still make a phone call, you can still run ads, and you just choose a different geographical location. It's very, very easy. And referrals are the easiest clients in the world to get, because when Jim calls his best friend Bob, and they met at dental school and they've known each other for 20 years, and he says, hey, hire Kevin, he's amazing, he's got us an extra $5,000 a month in new clients, and we're only paying him $1,000, that's the easiest sale in the world, right? So make sure that you offer significant discounts, and this is kind of after you already have a customer or two, but make sure you mention it to them, because it's super, super important. Billboards, radio, newspaper, TV, right? Whenever I see a billboard, or when I used to, when I was first starting my Facebook ad agency, and I saw a billboard for like a dentist or something like that, I would literally call the number and I would say like, hey, like, how's the billboard advertising working for you? Like, have you seen like a significant difference? Are you like measuring it? Like, how profitable has it been versus how much it costs you? Similarly with radio, when I hear a radio ad for a dentist, I'll call them, or newspaper or TV, because these companies are just throwing money into advertising advertising and they have no idea how profitable it is. They have no idea what the return on investment is, and they have no idea how much more profitably these ad campaigns can be run with very simple amounts of technology and with Facebook ads. Like we talked about before, go to local business websites, see if they have the Facebook Pixel installed using the Facebook Pixel helper right here. And navigate to their website, their Facebook pages, and you can shoot them a message right straight to their Facebook page. You can talk about how that you're a Facebook advertising agency and the benefits of the Pixel, and you'd love to offer to install it for them completely free of charge, no questions asked, and just explain kind of the benefits of being able to retarget people with ads who are visiting and showing a ton of interest in their company by going to their website and just talking about how amazingly profitable that can be. And you can just tell them 100% free of charge. You just are a good Samaritan and you had a friend who got a good dental treatment there and you wanted to pay it forward or something like that, right? Google search local businesses, San Diego dentists, navigate to their websites, find their Facebook pages, right? Shoot them a message. Create a testimonial folder, or preferably like a website or something digital. Make it professional looking. You can get people on Fiverr or Upwork to make you a website, or you can just use ClickFunnels very, very easily. Start with family or friends, local businesses. Do work for free until you have 3 to 5. I recommend having at least 1 to 3 kind of glowing references to show people. And then when you're kind of including, your initial contact with people, you can say, hey, here's some of my references, right? Feel free to give them a call or whatever you want to do to prove to you that, I know what I'm talking about and I can really make a difference in your business. Find people currently advertising on Yelp or Groupon by searching, massage. You can go on Yelp.com and search dentists in Las Vegas, like I showed before, right? And the people who are running advertisements for it, that they're comfortable spending ad dollars on the internet, and all you have to do is tell them how much money they're wasting using those platforms instead of focusing on Facebook, when Facebook really is kind of the platform of the future. And you can do the same thing on Groupon, right? Groupon always has deals on teeth whitening and new massages and all types of different deals for local businesses. And you can see which ones are advertising. You can see which ones are offering on Groupon, because Groupon takes a percentage of each one of those sales. And so you could say, hey, instead of paying Groupon 20% for all of those, why don't you, advertise on Facebook when we can get that percentage down to 5%, right? Of ad spend. You can offer a free social media deep dive where you kind of evaluate their social media presence. You can see if they have a pixel. You can see what they're doing with a Facebook page. You can kind of evaluate their website, and you can tell them, hey, here are my suggestions. These are kind of the quick wins that you could do. I just wanted to offer that completely free of charge, and I'd be happy to discuss running your Facebook ads for you. And you're going to be super, super surprised at how many people are actually going to say, hey, we'd love for you to come help us. We'd love to hire you, right? Because people appreciate free value. It's just how it is. Solve their problem, right? Go to a legal firm that offers services for DUIs and go out and get some leads for the attorneys specializing in DUIs. Gather 10 emails and tell them 10 emails and phone numbers. You could run, an offer ad, for example, to people, who might have gotten a DUI and say, hey, need a DUI lawyer. Enter your email and phone number here, and we'll reach out to you. We offer the cheapest prices in, the San Francisco area or something like that. And run that advertisement. Actually get them 10 emails and 10 phone numbers, right? And then actually call them and say, hey, I just wanted to prove that I can do this. Here are 10 people that I got the leads. This is how I did it. I'd be happy to, scale this up for you guys and get you a ton more leads. Go ahead and feel free to call these 10 leads. And if any of them turn out into real business, then, you can call me back and you can hire me. And that's worked like an absolute charm for us in the past. Remember, guys, always ask businesses what is currently working for them. How are they getting customers in the door? Kind of what are the most common things, types of customers? And your job really is to translate how they're currently getting customers onto Facebook, onto online advertising, or onto online advertisements, right? So if they're using, newspaper ads and they're working really well, then maybe you can use some of that copy or some of the ads that they're using. Or, if they're running promotional discounts in magazines or something, right? Figure out what's working for them and then kind of transition it into the digital age, transition it into kind of the online advertisement age. And again, guys, referrals are absolutely crucial. So always make sure that you do this. And so kind of one of the last things that I wanted to talk about, guys, is actually setting up one of these funnels for the dentists. right? And so what we can do, guys, is we can set these up, and it's so ridiculously easy to do this, right? So look at how professional this website looks. 100% free teeth cleaning, $500 value, only 50 vouchers available, right? Las Vegas Dental Group. This could be like the name of the dentist with their address right here. Enter your name, phone number, and email. Give me my voucher. We have a nice little countdown timer to make it seem legit. 555, 555, 5555. And then once you submit, right, it says, please mention the following voucher when booking your teeth cleaning today. Voucher code, white smile. Wait, if you call and schedule your exam and cleaning in the next 15 minutes, you'll get a free take-home teeth whitening kit, $250 value, right? So this is what I call the super value. The super value on what this is the thank you page, right? The super value on the thank you page causes them to actually take action now. And so when they first joined this page, right, they saw an ad on Facebook for 100% free teeth cleaning, right, which is why they clicked. They see that here, they see 50 vouchers available. They might give me the voucher, whatever, right? And if they try to leave the page, it prompts what's called an exit intent pop up. Hey, don't want to book online? Give us a call here, right? Mention white smile to get your discounted cleaning today, and you put the number of the dentist, right? And this is all completely designed for you guys. Don't worry about this at all. To download this, it's just down here at the bottom, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more kind of in depth, but all you have to do is click right here to get your completely pre-built Ninja funnel, which looks like this snazzy little Ninja funnel right here. Yeah, and so this is the initial page. Once they submit it, they see this page and they see the super value. What the super value does, guys, is it prompts them to take immediate action, because a lot of people will submit it and then they'll, for some reason, just like drop off. They won't actually call. They just, for some reason, wanted to click a Facebook ad for a teeth cleaning, see this thank you page, enter their email, and then never say anything again. But if you schedule your exam in the next 15 minutes, you're going to get a free home teeth whitening kit, $250 value, right? And you can give them a home teeth whitening kit that's like a toothbrush and like a piece of floss that costs the dentist like $1, right? But it just seems like a lot of value. And so people are actually going to call, they're going to mention your voucher code right here. The receptionist is going to say, oh my gosh, like Dr. Wagner, like we've had like 10 calls today and they all said white smile. Like this guy is like bringing you like ridiculous amount of business, right? And you're going to seem like an absolute rock star, right? And we are going to talk about how to actually create this funnel. We're going to talk about how to customize it, right? Because right now, it's just using this random picture right here. But let's say that I wanted to, do Dr. Wagner in Las Vegas. Then I can just go to his website right here. And I could take a picture directly from his website, right? I could just literally drag this to my desktop, this pic. And I could save it right to my desktop. And then once I did that, all I'd have to do is come into this page right here and change the background. And it's very, very easy. All you have to do is settings, background, and we can just use this new image that we just downloaded, right? And we're going to talk about exactly how to use ClickFunnels, how to set this up, how to change all the things that you need to change very, very soon. I just wanted to introduce this idea because one of the most successful ways and one of the most powerful ways to get new business, like almost every single time, is to create this funnel specifically custom built for the person you're targeting, right? If I was targeting Dr. Wagner in Las Vegas, if I lived in Las Vegas, I would literally make this all Dr. Wagner. I would make the background Dr. Wagner. I would make the phone number, the address, everything Dr. Wagner, and said, hey, like we would love to do business with you. I just built this out for you completely free of charge. We'd be handling all of the email, all of the technology, everything for you. All you'd pay is just one small monthly fee. And I'm so confident that we're going to make this work for you that we're willing to do this completely for free just to show you guys that it works. And they're going to be so overwhelmed by how much value that you're showing, right? Especially if you get this in front of the right person. If you can get it in front of the dentist or the practice owner, they're going to be so overwhelmed by the amount of value that you're giving that they're going to for sure call you back, right? They're going to for sure be interested. And if they're not, then the next person is. And the people who are going to be successful are the ones who never give up. And they're going to test, 20 of these businesses a day until somebody says yes. And after one person says yes, it becomes so much easier, you guys. I cannot stress that enough. And so those kind of are the client generation strategies that I use. Again, just to kind of recap, offering it completely for free just till you show them results is a great way to get your foot in the door, right? Offering significant discounts to your current clients for referrals is the easiest type of new business. Talking to them about whether or not they have Facebook installed on their website and the benefits is a great way to kind of just add initial value. Say like, no strings attached. I'm just a Facebook marketer in the area, and I just noticed that you didn't have your Facebook pixel installed. The benefits are X, Y, and Z, and I'd love to talk more about how I could help you if you are interested. I'd be happy to run some ads for you, even like completely for free, and I could show you a website that I'd build for you guys, again, completely for free if you are interested. And people love things for free, and once you get something for free, the reciprocity, right? People feel reciprocity so intensely. A great book called, I think, Influence by Robert Cialdini. Reciprocity is one of the main things he talks about being an influencer. Once you do something for someone, they want to reciprocate. And so if you add free value to people, they are desperately going to want to reciprocate by hiring you. And it just works, guys. If you don't believe me, try it, and it works. Right? We talked about searching local businesses, finding their contact information, shooting them messages on Facebook. We talked about the importance of creating testimonials, something professional looking, something digital if you can, using friends and family to kind of create those first ones, running ads for them for their current businesses. We talked about how to find people on Yelp and Groupon. People that are advertising on Yelp and Groupon, such an inefficient form of advertising compared to Facebook, and just kind of talking to them about how you'd love to show them completely for free how you could actually change their advertising world. They'd be spending significantly less with significantly more results. A free social media dive, talking about how they could improve their social media presence, how they could improve their website, and then saying you'd love to show them how you could add value to their business, right? Solving their problems, and again, for the third time, stressing the importance of offering referral discounts. So if somebody brings in a new dentist office, you'd offer to 50% off of that particular month, which works out to $500 or more of savings, and all they have to do is refer a friend who ends up actually paying, right? And so that kind of leads us into what to charge, which will be the topic of one of our next videos. So I hope you enjoyed this one, guys. That is client generation strategies ninja style, and we'll see you on the next. So which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? It's an age-old question, and the same kind of principle holds true with Facebook advertising. It's very easy to get new clients once you have testimonials, but it's hard to get your first testimonial when you don't have testimonials to show that first client to become a testimonial, right? And so the way that we actually are going to solve this is a two-pronged approach. The first way is what I like to call the family approach, right? So some of us probably have some family or friends or extended family members, or maybe your spouse has, friends or family who kind of own their own small business. And if they own their own small business, then we can use, our unbelievable newfound skill and value as a Facebook advertising expert to help their small business, guys. And so what we're going to do is we're going to offer to run them completely free marketing campaigns. And this does a couple of things. It gives us practice, right? It gets our kind of wheels and cogs turning. The more practice that we have with the Facebook ad platform, the more practice that we have, creating advertisements, getting in the advertising mindset, kind of going about, now that we know where to find advertisers, where to find experts in advertising, where to find example ads, all of these types of, different ways to get inspiration. We know how to make ads. We know how to run ads. We know how to target people. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add a ton of value to our family or friends, and we're going to do it completely for free. So who is going to say no that already knows you already have a relationship with, saying, hey, Jim, I know we've been friends for 10 years. How about I run some completely free ads for you and get you a bunch of free new business and profit for your business, and completely no strings attached, right? So no one's going to say no to that. And so all you have to tell them is, hey, so if I'm going to run these free ads for you, I'm even going to pay for, $100 of the ad spend myself. Two things can happen. The first thing that happens is, everything goes smoothly. You get them, a couple new leads or business, or you get them a couple new leads or profit for their business or new customers and things like that. And, that's where it ends. And you say, hey, is there any way I could get a testimonial of, the value that I added, the new business that I got you, X, Y, Z. or the advertising campaign that you give them performs so well that they actually do become your first paying client, and you're literally adding more value than the amount that they're paying for your monthly retainer. And that happens all the time, right? And it starts out as just kind of a family favor of them giving you a testimonial, and then they see actually how ridiculously powerful Facebook advertising is, and then they actually become your first customer. But either way, guys, you're going to get an amazing testimonial from the family approach. And whether you decide to use the family or freemium approach, I recommend doing kind of a mock sign up with a family member. We've mentioned this briefly before, but signing someone up for Business Manager, whether you're using your own Business Manager and you're running ads from your own Business Manager, you still have to have them add you as an admin on their Facebook page, right? Doing a mock sign up just gets you used to that. The type of processes. It gets you used to the Facebook platform. It gets you used to Business Manager. It gets you used to the admin settings on a Facebook page and things like that. It's going to help you kind of get out of that growing pain, especially if you're walking them through creating their own Business Manager, because they have to create their own Business Manager. They have to link their Facebook. They have to claim their Facebook page. They have to create their own ad account, right? They have to create a pixel. All of these kinds of growing pains that if you've never done it before, you don't want to do it live with a real kind of local business out there who you don't have a pre-existing relationship with. So always do a mock sign up with a family member, even if you aren't going to use them for a testimonial, right? Go out and sign up your grandma or your brother or your younger sister or whatever it is, and pretend like they are a local business, and sign them up with their own Business Manager. Walk them through it, literally sharing a video on Skype or on Google Hangouts or whatever it is, and then sign them up as if they're going to use your Business Manager, where they actually give you admin access to their page, and you add that page to your Business Manager so that you can actually run ads on your own Business Manager from their page, right? And we talked about how to sign up